Chapter 301 Red Spots. A stack of maps of all sizes, stacked on the table. As these maps were brought up, the others behaved relatively quietly, sitting quietly beside them, no longer interfering too much. Now it was time for Alka, the captain, to think alone. Generally speaking, after checking the map, Alka would have a goal, and then make a decision. After so many years of getting along day and night, they had already figured out Alka's habits. Looking at the pile of maps that were pushed over, Alka picked up the first one from the top and looked at it. This one can't be considered a map to be precise, because it is a simple but clearly marked island chain map. This island chain map looks very clear and easy to understand, with various information marked on it, when each island will appear, and at what distance. It is almost written clearly. There is also a gear mark in the upper right corner of this map. It is obviously a map issued by the Holy Machine Church. Rigorous and serious, with clear data. It deserves praise. Below is a stack of various maps related to the islands in the chain. The twin island chain has a total of 6 linked islands, 2 of which are more important. They produce some important materials, and have a large permanent population. 2 of the remaining 4 islands have some people living on them, mainly used to produce food. The last 2 islands are 2 deserted islands, one large and one small. After briefly describing the general situation, Zadaiti quietly waited for Alka to check the map. Alka looked at the maps. There are maps for every island. This time the collection is very complete. And looking at the level of detail of the island maps, you know that they have been updated. And there are different versions of the same island, and even different time periods. Except for the 2 deserted islands. Then this matter is much simpler. Alka first picked up the map of the twin islands, blinked, and looked at it carefully. As the largest twin islands. However, there were only 3 white dots on the map, and almost all of them were at the border of the island. This meant that they might just be buried on the beach, or some valuables sunk to the bottom of the sea. Maybe they were worth a few silver coins, or they might be worth a lot of money. However, Alka didn't expect the island to be so clean. He thought that the twin islands would be very clean after being developed to the current level, but it wouldn't be so clean that there would be only 3 white dots. He reached out and clicked. All that was displayed were ordinary treasures, which meant that Alka didn't know any information. He put the map aside with some regret, and then checked other maps. First, there were 2 resource islands with a large population. The 2 islands were separated by 2 churches, one of which was controlled by each church. Alka blinked and looked at them. There were not many white dots, and there were 1 or 2 blue dots. He also reached out and clicked. But this time it was interesting. 1 white dot and 1 blue dot revealed the name of the treasure. This meant that Alka might know a little bit of information related to it, but it was almost guaranteed that it had nothing to do with their goal. Then look at the remaining 4 maps. They are all white and blue, and most of them are treasures without names. The remaining treasures only reveal the names of the treasures, and some very little information. This shows that Alka may only know the insignificant information of these treasures. It may be extended through various information. For example, Alka knows a place name, knows the name of a family, but the target information he wants to know is completely missing. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this family does have a hidden treasure house, but we just don't know where it is. But it is also possible that the treasure house is on the islands of these island chains. But someone has already got there first. It is not impossible that they are a step late. After all, it has been more than 50 years. When this family was just destroyed, there must have been countless people who cast their eyes on this treasure. Or this treasure house is not on these island chains, but is hidden in a more hidden place by this family. It is definitely possible that such a powerful family has some secrets of its own. Not to mention that Alka and his friends didn't know much about the deeper things of the infinite sea. Seeing this map, Alka was a little depressed, and scanned it. He piled it up, and threw it into the space ring. It seems that there is nothing to gain this time? Zadaiti asked on the opposite side. Looking at Alka's expression, Alka nodded. Nothing to gain. I didn't detect any precious treasures in the places represented by these maps. That's a pity, Jason said, leaning back in his chair. But they didn't show much regret. Treasure hunting is like this. After all, they just tried to understand it. The information they know is not more than others, and maybe less. The main reason is that they didn't spend much energy. It's also a good thing to stop the loss in advance. This may be the greatest value that Alka can play, at least in their eyes. In real treasure hunting, sometimes, most of the energy and time may be wasted. Don't worry. I have a very interesting map here, Xiaodaidi said with a smile. Hearing this, the people present looked at her. She took out a map that was about 1 meter wide from the space ring. And it was made very finely. The material used alone was obviously different. Alka and Simon, who were present, saw at a glance that the material used must be spell material. Using spell material to draw the map. Alka was looking forward to it. He took it from Xiaodaidi and examined it carefully. Regional map? Looking at the map, Alka thought with some surprise. Is this a sea area? Not an island? And this map shows a sea area without a landmark island. Right? Hearing Alka's doubts, Xiaodaidi nodded. Yes, that's right. I was also very surprised when I saw this map. Logically speaking, there should not be such a map in the infinite sea. But when I think about it, this is the infinite sea. Yes, this is the infinite sea. What strange things are unacceptable? What's going on? Simon asked curiously. According to their understanding, the infinite ocean is extremely chaotic. Except for the landmark island and the islands in its island chain. The other islands are basically drifting randomly on the sea. There is not much logic to find. In this case, even if the sea map is completed, it will be useless. Because it will change. Only the island map is a little useful. And then, there is the strange island chain map. The island chain map is more like a data annotation than a map. With only simple direction instructions and time annotations. It's completely different from the map. The area drawn here is called Zahai, Xiaodaidi said, looking at the map in Alka's hand. Zahai? Alka repeated, frowning and thinking. He seemed to have heard this word somewhere. You heard it? I remember it. Alka patted his head. He remembered where he had heard this word. I heard about this place on the signboard of the church's bounty location. It's a relatively dangerous area. Cults, various wanted criminals, murderers, all hide in this ghost place. On those bounty lists. At least 4 or 5 targets are in this place. Xiaodaidi also started to introduce her understanding of this place to everyone, according to the boss who sells maps. This is a swamp-like sea area, which is very dangerous. But if you often sail around the Twin Island chain, you may encounter it. Because this swamp sea will appear in this large area from time to time. Not only the Twin Islands, but also the landmark islands such as Nokan Island and Iceberg Island will encounter this sea area. Using such rhetoric to recommend me to buy one. What if I get unlucky? What do you mean? Simon was even more confused. The landmark islands I just mentioned are all distributed around the Twin Islands. In short, they are the neighbors around the Twin Islands. Although the neighbors are far apart. Although this swamp sea is drifting randomly, it seems to have certain rules and ranges. It is around these island chains. So ships operating between these landmark islands will encounter this sea area if they are unlucky. After hearing this, everyone roughly understood. That is to say, although this sea area does not belong to the landmark islands, it will drift at will. But the range of its drifting is at least within a certain area. It is not drifting at will in this boundless, vast sea. Although this area can be described as ridiculously large. It is even expected to be larger than the entire home sea. But at least for the infinite sea, it is an acceptable range. But it is not an island after all, but a whole very strange sea area. After hundreds and thousands of years, more people will naturally meet it. And they will know more about it. Alka looked at the sea map in front of him. Although the map looks clear, many data are very vague, including how big the sea area is. But this sea area is indeed large enough. Because in Alka's eyes, this place is not classified as a whole sea area. And it does not belong to the island map or regional map in Alka's classification. There are 3 types of maps in Alka's classification: world map, regional map, and island map. Among them, the regional map can provide the least information. It provides almost no information. It only marks light spots on the islands included in the map. But in front of Alka, this map is actually divided into 3 areas. In other words, this map is essentially similar to a world map. It is just a world map that only covers one area. These 3 areas can be simply divided into the upper area, the left area, and the right area. The upper area occupies almost half of it. Alka reached out and touched the upper area. Mysterious area. Number of treasures: white, large amount; blue, large amount; gold, small amount; orange, trace amount. Difficulty of area: crazy. Introduction of area: none. The long-lost introduction: This is the status introduction column that Alka has never seen since he left the sea of his home. After all, there is no such thing as a world map in the infinite sea. Mysterious sea? Obviously. It is not because this sea is called the mysterious sea, but because Alka has no idea what the name of this sea is. When I looked at the world map of the home sea, I didn't have such troubles because these areas were clearly marked on the world map. What really concerned Alka was the number of treasures marked on it. In such a large fixed area of the infinite sea, Alka could understand that white and blue were large quantities. But why? Even golden treasures would have such a small number. A small number is not as simple as 1 or 2. According to Alka's previous speculation, it was probably more than 3. Did they start to appear in large numbers? And this trace amount is a rating that Alka has never seen before. It probably means there is 1. But the problem is that this is orange. Scepter. Level treasure. This means that Alka has obtained another piece of information related to the scepter level treasure, although he may not have the strength to obtain it. But it is better to know than not to know. This way you can have more choices. Then, there is the difficulty. Crazy. It is an acceptable difficulty, which means that there is abnormal chaos here, and it can almost be said that there is no order at all. Not only are there enemies, but the environment is also very dangerous. This is Alka's understanding, because there are also such dangerous areas in the home sea. With curiosity, Alka reached out and clicked on the lower right corner. Mysterious area. Amount of treasures: white large, blue large, orange trace. Difficulty of area: crazy. Introduction of area: none. Alka was sure that he had not seen it wrong, and was also sure that he had not clicked on the wrong area. But it was obvious that there was still orange treasure in this place. Another one. Except for the lack of golden treasure, there is no difference between this place and the upper area. So what the hell is this place? Alka has already seen 2 orange treasure locations. This is all classified as the range of the Zahai. He reached out and pointed at the last area again. There is no way another orange treasure will appear in this place. Alka couldn't help thinking. If another orange treasure appears, Alka will have to evaluate whether they have the strength to go to this place. Because in that case, obviously there must be something wrong with this swamp. Mysterious area. Treasure quantity: white large, blue small, gold trace, red trace. Difficulty of area: crazy. Introduction of area: none. Looking at the introduction of this area, Alka silently zipped up his mouth in his heart. What the hell? Can anyone tell me what this is? There is indeed no orange quantity mark. But the golden mark appeared again, in a small amount, which means there is a golden treasure. This is good. If that were the case, Alka would be very happy. But obviously this is impossible. A new color appeared on it. Then the question arises. What is red? What can be red? According to normal logic, there is only one treasure without a color mark now. Without a doubt, that is the crown. The crown. Level treasure can be determined, and one must reach the 6th stage of strength to touch and master the treasure. It is the top existence among all treasures. In the formula of becoming a god, only one is enough. For Alka, who can't even master the level of scepter now, and is not qualified to obtain it. He doesn't want to hear about the treasure of crown level at this time. For them who are just small shrimps now, this is of no benefit at all, not a bit. The appearance of 2 orange items in a row has made him suspicious and wary of this place. Now it's alright. This place even has the most top-level treasures, and Alka has already backed off in his heart. The strength of their team is only at the 3rd stage. Alka tried his best to use special means, and was able to exert his 4th-stage strength in the dream. But so what? He has just stepped into the starting lineup of the strong men of the infinite sea. So what the hell is this place? Your expression is not right. Is there something wrong with this place? Xiao looked at Alka and asked. Hearing this, Alka looked up at Jason and Simon beside him. Is my expression obvious? They both shook their heads. No, your expression didn't change at all. Humph, you just didn't observe carefully, and you don't know Alka. Your eyes were a little serious just now. Really? Simon and Jason looked at each other, then looked at Alka. After a long look, they still shook their heads. Jason looked at Xiao with a perverted look. What's that look? Xiao frowned and asked unhappily. Nothing. Jason waved his hand, silently looked away. I praise your observation ability. It's better not to provoke him. Xiao now, his fists are fast and heavy. I can't take even one punch. Okay, don't talk about these nonsense. After saying that, Alka tapped the map in front of him with his hand, frowned, looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "The breadth of the treasures in this damn place is almost knocking me out." "Really?" Jason's eyes lit up. He was in dire need of money now. His damn instructor said there was a treasure house in the mortal world, but he didn't know where the hell place he was talking about was. He turned around and remembered that the world was broken, and he didn't know if the place he had turned into dregs. He was so poor that he burst into tears. If he didn't get some money, the crystal dragon would really start to starve. When that happened, he would have to rely on the help of other people on the ship to survive. As a member of the treasure hunting team, he was so poor that he had to borrow money from others. If he told others about it, he would be embarrassed. At that time, Alcabalolo and the others will definitely take advantage of the situation. Give him a good beating. No. No. Jason shook his head wildly when he thought of this. This future is not the future he wants. Facing Jason's question, Alka nodded. Looking at your expression, it's not that easy. Right? Siadaiti said. Alka nodded, his expression was still serious. Yes, in addition to the smell of the treasure. The danger of that place is chilling. It is very dangerous. It may not be a place we can set foot in at will. After saying this, everyone was a little entangled. To be honest, they have a certain understanding of their own strength. It can only be said that simple self-protection is no problem. Running away in the presence of Alka is also first class. But if they expect to be powerful, they will definitely not be able to do it. When they see a slightly stronger person, they have to think about how to run away. There was some silence for a while. Alka knocked on the table, thought for a while, and said, "Don't worry about the Nafas family. Let's collect information about Zahai. All the information. Compared with Zahai's treasures, the treasures of the Nafas family can be completely forgotten. We will evaluate the danger level there at that time. After all, we may not be able to go to the place we want to go. It is drifting freely in this vast sea. We can only wait, and we have enough time to prepare." Hearing this, several people nodded. Then, they called the others in and began to discuss. This place must be visited. Even if you don't go, you have to understand it. But you must not go blindly, you must have enough understanding, and find the right opportunity. After determining the target, everyone began to act. Chapter 302 Regional Information Revealed. The night sky filled with bright stars and strange stars was quickly torn apart like a curtain. The blue sky and white clouds, and the sun that always hung in the sky were revealed again. The residents who were walking on the street had already raised their hands and covered their eyes the moment the sky became brighter, to avoid being blinded by the sun that suddenly appeared in the sky. Facing the sky that suddenly changed from black to white, they were already used to it. From night to day, some things and behaviors on the island have also become restrained. Daylight will make sins restrained. A man wearing a brown flat hat and a gray-blue body-shaping adventure suit was walking on the street. His light golden hair fell from the brim of his hat, and it looked slightly curly. He came to a tavern not far from the port and dodged a staggering drunk rushing out of it. He held the creaking wooden door and walked in. Seeing that there were not many customers in the tavern at this time, most of the remaining customers were a little drunk, and their voices were loud or soft and mumbling indistinctly. Jason nodded in satisfaction. He found his old seat a few days ago and sat down. After a while, a bartender came over. It was the bartender who provided information to Jason last time. "Mr. Jason? Why are you here again today? The sky is slightly bright. What do you want to drink?" "I ate a little too much this morning. I want some refreshing fruit wine." Jason thought for a while and said. The waiter nodded and bowed slightly. "Wait a moment." Then he walked towards the bar where the wine was stored. A middle-aged man pouring drinks at the bar. He saw Jason in the far corner and the waiter coming over. He said with some envy, "That wealthy outsider is here to give you money again? Compared to giving money, I think it should be said to be seeking help. I want a glass of Blue Ocean." Looking at the bartender in front of him, who had already started mixing the drinks, he kept muttering, "Yes, you should get some compensation for helping, I understand." The waiter leaned against the edge of the wooden pillar next to him, and said, "And this person should have a connection with the Church of Our Lady," Raphia said. He saw this gentleman and two other outsiders being received by the pastor of the church and ushered in. Hearing this, the middle-aged man who was mixing drinks nodded, silently shut his mouth, and stopped teasing. Obviously, no matter what, he had to be more respectful to this man. After a while, the waiter came to Jason's seat with the prepared drinks and sat down. He put the wine in his hand over. So, sir, what do you want to know this time? I will tell you everything I know. Jason took the wine in front of him and took a sip. And the cool and refreshing feeling penetrated his heart. Huh? This wine is really good. After saying that, he looked at the waiter in front of him and said, Enrui, I want to ask you, do you know Zahai? Hearing this, the young waiter named Enrui looked at Jason a little strange. Sir, I have to remind you. Compared to the danger of Zahai, and the difficulty of going there, for the so-called treasure of the Nafis family, it is not worth it at all. Hearing this, Jason became interested. Sat up and asked, Oh? Why do you say that? There are many people looking for the treasure of the wizard family. I have seen many since I was a child. There are also many people who think that they have hidden the treasure in Zahai. But compared to the danger of that sea area, and the secret treasure stored in it, the treasure of the Nafis family is not worth mentioning at all. Jason nodded when he heard this. That is to say, Zahai is both dangerous and has enough wealth. Compared with it, the treasure of the Nafis family is not attractive enough. Or it is meaningless. No, we have just given up the so-called family treasure. We are more interested in this dangerous sea area. Well, it seems that you came here from a farther place. After all, the legend of Zahai, the nearby landmark islands have relevant records. Okay, then I'll tell you what I know. But you also know that I've never been outside the Twin Islands. So I just heard it from others. I hope you're prepared. Oh, of course. Just tell me what you know. Jason nodded and said nonchalantly. The Zahai is said to be a sea area larger than the sea area where a landmark island and its island chain are located. When he appears, everything in front of you will be blocked by this sea area. It is also called land on the sea. Well, land means an island as big as the sea. Have you heard of this word? It is said that such an island once existed. And Roy thought for a while and asked. Jason nodded. He had heard a similar explanation from Alka on the ship. An island as big as the sea is called land. Sir, you are really knowledgeable. After a simple compliment, Enrui continued, a swamp-like area fills the place where the sea was originally. The island in the past is the safe area in this swamp. Wait, Jason interrupted quickly. A swamp-like ocean? What does that mean? This made Enrui feel uncomfortable. He frowned. He stretched out his hand and rubbed it, trying to think of what words to use to describe it. I don't know how to describe it. Let me tell you about the descriptions of other guests. Many sailors and merchants have experienced that area. Hearing this, Jason nodded. That is a sea area where large ships cannot sail at all. Just below the sea surface, there are vines and plants that are folded and entangled like a dense net. A small boat carrying too many people sometimes cannot slide. In most places, even people can walk on it. However, some of the entangled plants have holes. If you are not careful, you will fall into the endless abyss. The surrounding plants will entangle you, so that you can never climb up again. Hearing this description, Jason nodded. He probably understood it, but he just couldn't imagine it. It was an endless sea, completely occupied by green. From a distance, you could see a green line on the horizon. When you slide by, you always feel like you are driving on the edge of the grassland. Alka, who was sitting in the library of the cathedral, sat in a corner and quietly flipped through the book in his hand. He saw this written on the book. This is an extremely heavy book, as big as Alka's chest when it was laid flat. There are also various detailed illustrations, which describe in detail what the area called Zahai is like for Alka. Zahai Travels was written by a team from the Church of the Holy Mother and the Church of the Holy Machine after investigation. This sea area is estimated to be 3 times the size of the sea area formed by the Gemini Island and its surrounding island chains. The exploration team divided it into 3 areas, named after the characteristics of each area. The first is the largest area in the entire area, which has the largest safe zone. That is, the island in the normal sea area. There is a serious chaos on the island, and many aborigines believe in a god called Emerald God. This is an unrecorded life, perhaps just some powerful creature. Its main body has not been found, but its power has been found to remain. It is suspected to be the offspring of a powerful god, or a person who is about to become a god. There is a very strange natural wonder on this island. A huge, almost bigger tree than the entire island. Its branches and leaves form a canopy, sheltering the entire island. So we named this area Giant Spirit Roost. The other 2 areas are of the same size, but separated by 2 sides. Combined together, they form the other half of the Zahai. On one side, there are souls, evil spirits, undead spirits, mixed with thriving plants and the most extreme chaos. Here, death and life blend together, forming the most evil area and monsters. All the life here is abnormally deformed and chaotic. We dare not go deep, and only dare to peek at the outer edge. The deadly threat from the depths oppresses us. The stronger we are, the more we can feel the deadly threat. It is the pressure from the instinct of living things. For safety reasons, with the consent of the bishop, we gave up the in-depth exploration. Many members of the Holy Machine Church tried to go deep into it at great risk of their lives. This action reduced the number of members of the Holy Machine Church in the exploration team by half. You made us realize how strong the curiosity of the Holy Machine Church is. The other area is much better. This is also the best place to log in. Here are the most densely populated islands in the entire Zahai. Although these islands are small, they are connected to each other by underwater vines. It is like a large island with a unique ecology. It is full of greenery. It is simply a paradise for all plants to grow. What a pity. We do not have enough strength to include this area in the land of the Virgin Mary's grace. Because a fixed belief has long been formed here, we suspect that this may be the place where a god is about to revive. The Virgin Mary also enlightened us here. Let us move freely here, but we cannot take any hostile measures against this place without reason. Alka carefully looked at some important information in the record. Little sister, you must be a strong person from your appearance. But I still have to warn you. Don't be too curious about that area, it will hurt you. In a store, an old woman with a hunched back looked at Xia Dai in front of her and warned him seriously, and explained to her how dangerous this area is. In the library of the Holy Machine Church, there is almost a whole wall of various studies on Zahai. Facing such a large and strange area, the members of the Holy Machine Church and various scholars, who are already curious, almost visited everything there. Of course, they paid a painful price. But the results are still gratifying. Simon is like a sponge, madly absorbing in this ocean of knowledge. All the information I got was about Zahai. Friend, are you also interested in Zahai? A lady wearing a strange mechanical structure, and with a trace of oil on her face asked Simon, who had been in this area for a long time. She had been observing here for a long time. Simon, who was reading with great interest, looked up at the person who was talking to him. Then he lowered his head and continued reading. He said perfunctorily, "Yes. Then are you interested in joining us? We are going to form an exploration team to explore Zahai." Simon was completely immersed in these recorded knowledge and waved his hand perfunctorily. "Sorry. I already have a team." "Okay." The lady did not regret it, nodded and left. When the sky was once again covered by the curtain of the starry sky, the world fell into the deep night. Simon rubbed his swollen head and returned to the dawn sound. "You are back? After so long? It seems that you have gained a lot of information." Jason, who was in the observation room, stuck his head out and looked at Simon on the deck and said. Simon nodded when he heard this, and seemed a little happy. There is a special bookcase in the library, which is dedicated to storing information about Zahai. There is a very detailed exploration and research on that sea area. Hearing this, Jason's eyes in the observation room also lit up. This shows that Simon's gain must be the greatest among them. Wait a moment, Alka has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll let Pororo take my shift. Soon the two walked into the captain's room. In the captain's room, Alka and Zayadati had already sat in their respective seats, discussing things about Zahai. Seeing the two people coming in, Alka nodded. Simon, tell me about the information you found. It took you so long to come back, so you must have gained a lot. Simon smiled and sat down. Of course, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely make you feel that this wait is completely worth it. After a brief exchange of some information that everyone knew, Simon said, after many explorations in this area, it is suspected that it is a relic after the War of Gods. There must be multiple gods who fell in this place. According to the church's research, there must be a god who represents life or is related to plants who has fallen here. According to the attitude of the Holy Mother, among the multiple gods who have fallen, one should not be completely dead and is still in the recovery period. This place of recovery should be the only relatively safe place in the entire swamp. It is safe because you may be there. Oh, why do you say that? Jason asked curiously. Because that area is not very friendly to us. That is, the people of the Holy Machine Church. If the explorers of the Holy Machine Church want to explore there, they must bring a few members of the Holy Mother Church with them to stay there safely for a while. Hearing this, Alka nodded. What he just said. And what he saw in the book before is indeed the case. From what others have just said, only the Holy Mother Church thinks that area can be regarded as a safe landing area. That book is aimed at members of the Holy Mother Church. And it was never thought that this book would be shown to outsiders. Internal books. Jason then talked about some other related situations. After everyone finished talking, Alka propped up his head and thought. Then he thought about it, took out the map, and spread it in front of him. At this time, the 3 areas had already revealed their names and information. It was named after the Virgin Mary and the Holy Machine Church. Click on the largest area. Giant Roost. Treasure quantity: white large, blue large, gold small, orange trace. Difficulty of the area: crazy. Introduction to the area: the place where the 6 gods fight. The ancient Emerald God was seriously injured here. He lost 1/3 of his body. After the fall of the Emerald God, the 1/3 that was left here became a terrifying evil spirit, infecting the entire area. After reading this introduction, Alka was completely confused. There was only one word that made him feel uncomfortable. The place where the 6 gods fought. This sentence can be understood in a simple literal meaning, but the simple literal meaning is enough to make people terrified. 6 gods are fighting here, and many of them are seriously injured or killed. This is the place where the gods fight. Alka pondered, and wondered what he was thinking about. Let's take a look at other areas. Reach out and touch the area below. Border between life and death. Number of treasures: white, large amount. Blue, small amount. Gold, small amount. Red, small amount. Difficulty of the area: crazy. Introduction to the area: the place where the 6 gods fought. The place where the dragon of terror fell. Where he cursed everything. Life and death intertwine here, chaos and disorder, order collapses. Sure enough, the area with crown-level treasures is outrageous. Look at what is written in this world. A god has indeed fallen, and judging from the name, it seems that a giant dragon who has reached the god level died here. Curse everything. The horror of this place can be imagined. This is the area seen in the book before, where half of the members of the Holy Machine Church died. It is a place they are not qualified to touch for the time being. Alka looked at it, and silently turned his eyes elsewhere. He clicked on the last area. It was the only area that was relatively friendly to the Holy Mother Church. It was also the only area they could explore at this stage. Land of the Spirits. Number of treasures: white, large amount. Blue, large amount. Orange, small amount. Difficulty of the area: crazy. Introduction to the area: the battle of the 6 gods. The place where Matilda fell. The gods are not completely dead, and the Holy Mother is helping her to revive. The difficulty of the area for members of the Holy Mother Church will be reduced to normal. This place looks much better. It is exactly the same as the intelligence obtained. It is a safe place for them. The difficulty is changed to normal. Although it is also the place where a god fell, it is obviously an ally of the Holy Mother, and the Holy Mother personally helped her to revive. This place allows them to explore a little more safely. The so-called normal difficulty means that Alka and his friends will not be in any danger unless they violate the local rules here. Compared to the other 2 areas, this place is much friendlier to them. Thinking of this, Alka looked at a few people and said, "Call others to a meeting. Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Considering that it is already late at night, there is no rush for this moment. Chapter 303: Strong enough to suppress oneself. So we can go to this area first. That is the land of spirits that are friendly to the people of the Holy Mother Church. Alka said to his companions in the captain's room. No problem. No problem, but have you thought of a problem? All the information we know now is from the past. Xia Daidi said to everyone, then continued, "We don't know about the current understanding of this marshland, isn't it?" Hearing this, everyone nodded. That's true. The records they know now are from decades, or even hundreds of years ago. They are all research records that have been passed down since then. Although there are updates, they are only some research records, and they don't know the local situation of Zahai at this time. This so-called Zahai was already there when the 2 churches occupied the Twin Islands. Looking at the introduction on the map, it existed before the world was broken. Well, now everyone mainly wants to understand. There is some recent information about Zahai. After understanding, we are ready to set off. Such information must be learned from those who have encountered the swamp in recent years. There are many people who have stayed on it for a while, and successfully escaped. After hearing Alka's decision, everyone nodded and left the captain's room, and started to move. After all, the swamp is moving, and will not stay in a certain area waiting for them to arrive. So they must set off as early as possible. They need to drift on the sea for a long time before they can encounter this swamp. This is a time to test your luck. After about 3 days and nights of preparation, Alka and the others have learned about the recent information about Zahai, stored enough supplies, and are ready to set sail. You owe me 400 gold sails. Jason, remember to pay it back when the time comes. Baroro smiled, patting Jason's shoulder, and said with a smile. Jason looked up at Baroro, and forced a smile with a stiff face. Yes, I remember. After saying that, he touched his pocket ring, and breathed a sigh of relief. The estimated time for this voyage was very long, and there was almost no accurate time. So they had to make sufficient preparations. This also meant that Jason had to prepare sufficient gems, which were essential food for the crystal dragon. Otherwise, once on the sea, if he encountered other islands, there would not be such a prosperous trade as the Twin Islands. It would not be easy to get sufficient gems at that time. Letting the crystal dragon starve to slow down her growth was not what Jason wanted to see. So he found Poro and borrowed a large amount of gold sails, and exchanged them all for gems. If we were to ask who had the most savings on the ship, it would be Polo. He had almost never spent money, nor did he have any hobbies that required spending, or any essential needs. He had plenty of money. He was the best target for borrowing money. Amid the melodious singing, the dawn sound slowly sailed out of the inland seaport. Following the straight waterway, it sailed out from the other side. At this time, there were 5 guiding flags on the rudder. These 5 flags pointed to different landmark islands. These 5 landmark islands formed a certain range, and Zahai was within the intersection of these 5 target islands, changing positions at will. Xia Daidi was drawing on a piece of white paper, and Alka and Simon were also expressing their opinions. According to research, if you start from the Twin Islands, it is best to head directly towards the Iceberg Island. Go forward for about 50 days and nights. And if you don't meet it, turn around and sail towards the direction of Axie Island from your current location. Then, according to Simon's explanation, Xia Daidi drew a simple route of action on a white paper according to 5 different punctuation marks. This route is an irregular and distorted rhombus. This is the experience gained after the Holy Machine Church organized exploration teams to explore many times. After that, several exploration teams successfully followed this method and met Zahai within 250 days and nights. It seems that it will take a long time, but compared to the previous situation where people had to rely on luck, this efficiency is already a huge improvement. Most people avoid Zahai. If they accidentally encounter it, they will just pass by it in fear. And some people who deliberately look for it, if they don't have good methods and experience, they will be unlucky and may never encounter it in their lifetime. After all, Zahai is wandering around in this area at random. It is still part of the boundless sea after all. It does not belong to the Signpost Island, and it is not something that the Signpost Island can connect to. There is even such a saying. It is Zahai, which is connecting the 5 surrounding landmark islands. After all, the scope of Zahai is too large. Through the spreading vines, the area of the connecting sea area that is large enough to accommodate 3 landmark islands is fixed together and drifting freely on the sea. If you are unlucky, it will take at most 250 days and nights of sailing. Jason came over, listened to the conversation of several people, and couldn't help sighing. This takes time. According to the time in the home sea, it will take more than a year, although the length of a day and night is not fixed. On average, a day is about 42 hours. More than 250 days, and nights is more than 10,000 hours. The time is not chaotic, and the day and night system has not destroyed the home sea. Such a long time. It is probably more than a year. Inexplicably, there is a feeling of returning to the forward route. However, I have already had such awareness on the sea. It's just that Jason is complaining again. It's really too long, Alka said. But it is obviously worth it. After all, that was a place with several Holy Grail level treasures, 2 scepter level treasures, and a crown level treasure. For Alka, this area was very attractive. Even if he didn't go there now, he would definitely go there in the future. He was almost at the 19th spiral now. And when he left the trial island, he had already broken through to the 18th spiral. After the voyage in between, plus the few days he had spent on the island, he might be able to break through in a few days and nights. By then, there will only be 8 spirals left to reach the 27 spirals of the 3rd stage. According to the current meditation speed, if it really takes 250 days and nights, by the time he reaches the island, he will definitely be strong enough to reach the 3rd stage. Maybe he has already broken through to the 4th stage, in which case he will have more sufficient strength to find treasure. So no matter how many days and nights he sails on the sea, it is within Alka's acceptable range. At night, Alka returned to his room and sank into a dream. Looking at his huge dream bubble, it has completely turned into a dream forest-like environment inside the bubble. He broke the bubble and came out. At this time, the outside was still the mirror world in the dream mirror, the king's palace made by Alka himself. Countless white mist creatures were floating around. The reason why these mist creatures were floating here was because Alka had used a deer head mask before, which gave him a certain similar aura. In addition, he was connected to the world, and through the energy of gold and silver and special powers, he had a certain communication with the world for a short time. This inevitably made his spirit have a certain attraction in the dream. At least it was attractive to these mist creatures. They were originally natural spirits, and they also regarded Alka as a powerful member in repairing the world. Not to mention that there was a dream deer in Alka's dream bubble. The young prototype of Mermy was not only wandering in Alka's dream bubble. When Alka was not around, he would also help maintain the order and environment of the dream palace in the entire mirror world. So Alka gave Juan a mirror pass to the world in the dream mirror. The strength is still growing. Alas, can it be stopped? I need to find a way to slow it down. Standing in the dream palace, Alka said helplessly, holding his forehead. The kingship of the dream plus his identity as the descendant of the god of the dream, at the same time. The mirror palace has a lot of fog-like creatures living around it. In addition, the size of his dream bubble, and the life created in it. In addition, the most important thing, Juan's careful care. This seems to be all good. And the result is that Alka does nothing. The strength in the dream is constantly growing. Because his own strength is not even the weakest dream king. Mermy used to be one of the weakest among the dream kings. He is not as good as them. So he can always feel the rapid improvement of his strength. He feels that he can break through the current stage anytime and anywhere and reach a new level. According to his idea, he should reach the 5th stage. 5 stages in the dream. But the problem is that his physical strength in reality is only 19 spirals, and he has not even reached the perfection of the 3rd stage. The difference in strength between the spirit and the body is too huge. The separation that was slightly eased before began to separate more. Alka's body in reality is already desperately catching up. He doesn't want to become a complete spiritual creature in the dream world. This will drive him crazy. The crystal used to combine the magic stone to increase strength is the research he initiated. But even so, his growth rate in reality is nothing compared to that in the dream. His advantage in the dream is too great, plus the mist-like creatures that are gathering crazily in the surrounding palaces are beginning to submit to him. The power of the dream kingship is growing further. You say you don't want Juan to do it, but it's not good, after all. He is doing it for you. He takes care of the entire palace carefully, and he does it very well. This kind of person just stands there, doesn't need to do anything, even doesn't need to practice. It feels really good to have crazy growth and strength. At the same time, it also drives the reality to further improve. After all, the influence between the spirit and the body is mutual. Although the strength comes from dreams, and there is a very thick barrier between dreams and reality. But the gap is still inevitable, getting bigger and bigger. We must think of a way. If it really doesn't work, Alka can only use the worst plan. That is to drive out all the fog-like creatures living in the palace, and let Juan stop moving. But the loss would be too great. Because this means that Alka, the new king, does not accept any dream creatures. The signal he once sent out was to receive the mist creatures. If they were dispersed, it would be extremely difficult to restore the current grand occasion again. These dream creatures are not really brainless. They are just the spirits of nature, and will only focus most of their energy on saving the world. Especially at this stage. Not to mention that Alka's ambition is to save the world and free it from the sea of suffering. Or destroy the world. But no matter what he does, he needs the help of these mist-like creatures, the natural spirits of the spiritual world. This is almost equivalent to cutting off his own arms, or the strong arms of the future. After sighing for a long time, Alka stood in the air and closed his eyes. He completely immersed his mind in his own memory. It was a huge maze of memory. He needed to carefully read Miami's broken memory for 100 years again. Is there any solution? He has been searching in his memory for several days, and hopes to gain enough today. As a dream king with a strength of 67th level, Mermy must have powers that he is not aware of. Not to mention his long life, which also makes his knowledge in the dream world far beyond Alka himself. Not long after, Alka suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile spread across his face. He could no longer hide his joy. After searching for so long, I finally found a feasible method. He had actually reached the point where he was troubled by the rapid growth of his strength. Thinking of his own behavior, Alka complained helplessly. But there is no other way. Break away from reality. Choose dreams, and your strength will grow rapidly. You need both in parallel. So you have to suppress the dream strength that grows too fast. Carefully recall the information dug out from your memory. This is a means of overdraft, which is generally used when you cannot defeat the opponent, or when you need strong strength. After using it, your strength will decrease, and the degree of decrease will also change depending on the strength of the means. It is similar to forcibly improving one's own strength, which is a powerful state that consumes a lot of strength. At this time, Alka's strength has almost reached the perfection of the fourth stage in the dream, and it is possible to break through to the fifth stage at any time. According to Mermi's experience and his control over dreams, he may be able to endure the separation of the fifth stage, but he dare not gamble, because the separation of the fifth stage is 50-50. Either the spirit and the body are completely separated, or they still maintain a connection, maintaining a more dangerous separation state than now. That is, he must take action immediately, overdraw his dream strength slightly, and adjust it down to 2 spirals. Always maintain it below the 4th stage of perfection, so that it will be safer. He can use the 5th stage of dream strength as a last resort. The powerful force in the dream will become his biggest trump card in reality. Jumping from the 3rd stage to the 5th stage in an instant should be able to deal with most of the problems he is facing now, although it may cause a complete separation between reality and dreams. It's better than death. Thinking about his strategy, Alka nodded and confirmed it. This overdraft of strength is a manifestation of royal power. Arrange the process in his mind. Alka opened his eyes and exhaled. Juan ran out of the bubble in the distance, running in the dream world. Came in front of Alka, tilted his head and looked at him. Juan, help me find the 5 strongest mist creatures. I need their help. I will send the contents of the ritual to your brain to help me arrange it. Juan nodded his head, and a crisp bell sounded. At this time, Alka realized that Xian had sat on his head without knowing when. Ong! The crisp and loud deer cry was transmitted. After a while, Alka felt that several mist creatures were coming. Looking at these mist creatures, Alka was stunned. Huh? When did my palace have such a strong mist creature? In front of him was a mist creature that looked like a white horse with wings, and another one was a pure mist ball. The problem is the strength of these 2 mist creatures. Reached the 5th stage. The 5th stage mist creature submitted to me? No wonder my strength grew so rapidly, I couldn't stop it. It turned out that the dream creatures that submitted to me, there are such creatures that are much stronger than me. Looking at the illusion next to me with its head tilted and staring at me. You did a good job. Then I saw the 3 on the side and behind me. They were all kinds of weird mist creatures, but at least they were within the range that Alka could accept. They won't grow too strange. The problem is that these 3 are also at the 4th stage of perfection. There are 5 in total. At this stage, the strongest mist creatures in Alka's mirror world are submissive to him, waiting for his orders. Alka can clearly feel that these creatures are submissive to him. They respect him. It feels a bit strange that creatures stronger than themselves are submissive to him. Retract your thoughts. Juan, tell them the whole ritual process I told you. As Juan communicated with several mist creatures, the information brought by the 5th stage Pegasus surprised Alka, because he was very familiar with this ritual. Why are you so familiar with this ritual? Hearing Alka's question, the misty white horse lowered its head and slightly bent its body to show respect. Then it expressed its thoughts through the connection of thoughts. The misty creatures whose strength has reached the 5th stage basically have the wisdom of ordinary people, or even higher. Through the communication with this Pegasus, Alka roughly understood. The reason why he came to this country is because he felt the breath of his former king here. That is, Mermi. This Pegasus was once a member of the Mermi kingdom. It's just that Mermi has not been seen since he went crazy, and the palace was broken down due to his long absence and inability to maintain it. The Pegasus thought Mermi died somewhere. He even thought that Alka was Mermi's successor, otherwise why would the young Mermi Juan follow him? That's why he surrendered to him here. In his words, even in the future, a large number of creatures from the former Mermi kingdom will come to surrender. Alka can feel that although these mist-like creatures are not low in intelligence, But they seem to be quite simple. However, are there more powerful dream creatures? It's difficult. Other dream kings may be laughing their faces off at the current situation. But Alka can't help but feel more bitter. This means that his strength will increase faster. Why can't the strength slow down? If only the speed of the outside world's strength increase was so fast. Thinking helplessly, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Chapter 304 worried about the automatic improvement of strength. Inside the mirror palace composed of dazzling mirrors. 5 powerful mist creatures, and one who is responsible for presiding over the ceremony, form a pentagram, surrounding Alka in the center. Get ready, and then act. Hearing Alka's words, Juan, who was standing outside the pentagram formation, called out. The mist creatures that formed the formation immediately began to act. White lines began to outline around the formation, and these lines were composed of drifting pale white mist that condensed into a drum. It began to surround Alka. Pink magic emanated from Alka, linking with the magic of the dream world around him. It also merged into the lines made of white mist. Alka raised his right hand, and the mask made of mirrors appeared in his hand, and he held it firmly in his palm. The shape on the mask began to be drawn, and the shape of a deer head appeared on the mask. He raised his hand, and slowly put the mask on his face. The moment Alka put it on, Alka, whose body shape changed, immediately connected with the 5 mist-like creatures that formed a formation around him. This also made the white mist Pegasus more certain that Alka was Mermi's successor. The white mist threads were like spider silk, sprang out in the surroundings. The formation formed by Alka and his team was the center of the entire spider web. These mist-like spider silks almost covered the entire mirror palace. Then, starting from the first layer of the plane, they spread upwards and downwards to form a circle formed by spider silk that intersected and connected the entire palace. Except for the experienced white mist flying horse. Other mist creatures have never performed this ritual. They can feel that their ability to repair the real world through the spiritual world is sinking. From the real world to the dream world. Of course they have such ability. But the dream world itself is based on the life of the real world. So the dream world itself has not suffered any damage caused by the break. It is just that the living life in the real world has become less, which makes it more desolate. Alka's strength, in their eyes, was raised to a higher level. Their abilities began to decline, until under the construction led by Alka, they were completely attached to the palace formed by the mirror. The ritual was successful, but Alka did not cut off the ritual, but guided the power of the ritual to make other changes. Pegasus seemed to have understood Alka's meaning, and followed the guidance. This relieved Alka's pressure a lot, as their abilities to build and repair the world attached to the palace. With Alka as the leader, the entire mirror palace began to change. At this point, the other 4 mist creatures also roughly understood Alka's meaning and began to help. The entire mirror palace and the outside world began to shake and twist. The circular mirror that originally appeared in the dream world, which was the passage connecting the palace and the outside world, began to sway like water waves. Then it merged with the entire dream world, until it could no longer be seen. This mirror was hidden and began to blend in. Then the entire mirror palace began to sway, and the invisible mirror began to connect deeply with the surrounding dream world. Trying to join the dream world, this process was quite difficult. But with the help of several powerful mist creatures and their abilities, and Alka's power and identity, the process became less difficult. Now it was necessary to spend enough magic power to solidify it. If you want to do this, you must pay a price. Alka took a deep breath. He began to pay such a price to the entire dream world. The magic power was rapidly lost, and the lost magic power was its essence. The strength of his dream world began to decline rapidly. From the 4 stages that were originally full and could not be fuller, it began to spiral downwards. It was not until it fell to 5 spirals that Alka stopped falling. When he fell to this stage, although Alka's magic power was rapidly lost due to the decline in strength, it made his spiritual body in the dream very uncomfortable. But he could clearly feel the separation between the power of the dream and reality, which finally eased a little. The connection between them became closer. Such a comfortable feeling made Alka breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, there was no feeling as if the dream spirit and soul were one, and it was about to be separated from the body. It was much better without this feeling. The link of the ritual began to disappear, and the misty spider web that originally covered the entire mirror palace began to dissipate in the air. The mirror palace was also completely fixed in the dream world. Alka no longer had to spend magic power and effort to stabilize it in the dream world. Because this place has become part of the dream, Alka paid his own price. Alka has the ability to hold such a ceremony, mainly because he has the mirror to simulate Mermi's form. It allows him to have some of the abilities of the mist creatures, otherwise he can't use such a ceremony. For the dream world, such a mirror space is insignificant. Not even as small as a hair. Thank you. Alka looked at the 5 most powerful mist creatures who helped, and thanked them. Hearing Alka's thanks, the 5 mist creatures bowed in various gestures to show their respect. Then, with Alka's nod, they left. Alka looked at Juan and said, "This place has solidified into a dream world. The entrance of the mirror is invisible from the outside. You arrange a few mist creatures to guard the door, and guide the mist creatures that want to come in." Juan nodded and started to get busy, looking at the mist creatures coming and going in the entire dream palace. Alka felt that he had neglected them too much. For a long time recently, since he had obtained the power of dreams, he did not seem to have paid much attention to this dream world. Just now, after hearing what Pegasus said, he seemed to have figured something out. To save the world and alleviate its suffering, these mist creatures are indispensable. And these mist creatures that submit to him and become a member of his dream kingdom are the best helpers. He must arrange these mist creatures well, and cannot just let his palace develop at will. Today, the power of only 5 spirals has dropped. It won't be long before these 5 spirals will automatically rise again. As a dream king, a descendant of the dream god, all who become a member of his dream kingdom will bring him accelerated power improvement. The high magic power in the palace is also speeding up the speed of his power improvement. At this speed, even at this stage, it won't take many days and nights to make up for these spirals. Not to mention that the current speed is still increasing. It seems that such ceremonies have to be held frequently. And during the ceremony just now, Arca seemed to have discovered something incredible. It is very difficult for light and shadow creatures to leave the dream and go to reality. They need the weak points of the world to make the barrier between the dream and reality weaker. Otherwise, it is very difficult to break through with strength, unless Arca uses the energy of gold and silver to open the channel. But the mist creatures seem to be different. Although they are the natural spirits of the dream world, they are a kind of natural spirits constructed by the world after all. Compared with these light and shadow creatures, they are more closely connected to reality. After all, they can even use their special abilities in the dream world to repair the outside world. Just now, when Alka used this ability to guide them, he also discovered this feature. This seems to be a point that can be used. Think about it. How to use it. Use less energy to pull these powerful mist creatures into reality without losing much strength? Make yourself a summoner? It seems that I am thinking too much. It is not that easy. Moreover, the powerful part of these mist creatures is mainly because they cannot be destroyed in the dream world. They are not very powerful. They are more functional units, rather than offensive units. In the dream world, their numbers will not increase deliberately, nor will they decrease inexplicably, because they have no natural enemies. They will not harm other dream creatures. Alka thought. Time passed slowly. Alka and his companions have been sailing on the sea for nearly 40 days and nights. After 40 days and nights of sailing, they did not find any islands that were slightly larger. They only encountered deserted islands on the sea, which they could see in full view at a glance. Such deserted islands can be seen from time to time when sailing on the sea. Compared with encountering strange ships, such deserted islands are easier to see. Perhaps it is the only thing that can relieve their visual fatigue when sailing on the sea. The sound of dawn stopped at a deserted island. Everyone got off the ship and rested on the beach of the deserted island. Relieve the fatigue of long sailing. There is a long grill on the beach, and various foods are placed on it. There is also a large fresh fish that was just caught by Pororo from the sea, which was cleaned and placed on it. Siadaiti took out half of the grilled food and gave it to Alka, who was sitting next to him. Here, it's for you. Alka took it and smiled. Thank you. Is it my illusion? Why do you look a little listless today? It seems that you were in the same state the day you just left the port. Hearing Siadaiti's words, Alka turned his head and looked at her. You observe very carefully. The first day Siadaiti mentioned was when Alka paid the price through the ritual, to ease the change of his strength in the dream world. After all, it is a means of exchanging price for demand. The weakening of dream strength will inevitably bring about a certain mental weakness. It's like the fatigue after a war. This is inevitable. You can't expect to act like nothing happened when your strength decreases, like a normal person. And today is 40 days and nights after the last time Alka's strength is about to return to perfection, and he has to hold the ritual again. I can't wait until I'm about to break through to slow down my strength. If something unexpected happens then, it will be too late. There's no other way. The speed of strength improvement has accelerated again. Because of Pegasus' words, Alcatel paid special attention to the entry and exit and joining of these mist creatures. Just as Pegasus said, he seemed to be inheriting the legacy of Mermy's dreamland. Mermy's sudden madness caused his dreamland to break apart. Most of the dream creatures that were once loyal to him were like his race, mist creatures. Even the Mermy people didn't see it. And they inexplicably lost their former homeland because of the broken dream. When Alka inherited Mermy's ability and obtained the prototype of Mermy, Juan, the similar aura belonging to Mermy inevitably spread out. In addition, Alka gave some rights to Juan, and he didn't understand it either. He just recruited the mist creatures who were willing to join the palace. These mist creatures must have been a member of the Mermy kingdom. Then, he passed the news to other mist creatures. And one spread it to 10. 10 spread it to 100. The capital's legacy naturally began to flow to Alka. In just 40 days and nights, Alka's dreamland added 2 dream creatures with strength at the 5th stage. They were stronger than the king, but they were also subservient to the king. This began to strengthen the speed of Alka's natural strength increase. And it was impossible to stop it, unless Alka's strength was higher than theirs. He could get relief from the increase in strength. If Alka kept this way, with a lower strength than these dream creatures, he would have to face the situation of his strength constantly increasing. This is the special right brought by the kingship of dreams. Take these thoughts back. Alka looked at Xia Deidi and explained, because of some problems in the dream. Hearing this, Xia Deidi seemed to remember something and asked, the kind of split you mentioned before? Alka nodded. Yes, I found a way to alleviate this split. It is normal to become depressed one day. Oh, what is the way? If you don't mind, can you satisfy my curiosity? Xia Deidi sat next to Alka, touched him with his elbow, and said jokingly, of course it's okay. It's a special method used to fight in times of crisis. It's probably at the cost of a decrease in current strength. To gain a short-term increase in strength. This is the essence of this ritual. For example, Alka fixed the palace as a member of the dream world. If his strength reached the 5th stage, he could do it. But the problem is that he didn't reach the 5th stage. So he had to pay a price. To raise his ability to the 5th stage, he spent magic power to communicate with the world. Of course, not all dream creatures that have reached the 5th stage of strength can do it. And you also have to have privileges. Being a descendant of God is also a plus. Alka suddenly had a feeling. His current status in the 2 worlds is completely different. In the real world, he may just be a genius with a certain golden finger. And this genius is still a bit watery. In the dream world, he is completely a child of destiny. Just like a rich second generation. Inheriting a huge fortune. And rising madly without doing anything. Not only is there a split in strength, but there is also a split in other aspects. Alka thought while complaining. Listening to Alka's words, Xia Deidi nodded. It was not difficult for her to understand what he meant. At this point, Alka looked at the people around him and said, let's all rest tonight, and let the puppet girl be more vigilant. I will take you to see a good place in the dream world. Hearing this, everyone became interested. They all knew that Alka's ability in the dream world had become a little outrageous. This had to arouse their interest. After a simple barbecue dinner, everyone packed up and returned to the ship to move forward again. At night, they fell into dreams. Alka, who woke up from his dream bubble again, flew directly outside. At this time in the dream world, on the top of the entire palace, a strange dream bubble appeared inexplicably. From the number point of view, this is completely an extra bubble, not the dream bubble of the people on the ship. The entire bubble was unusually transparent, just like the dream bubble of an ordinary beast. And one could clearly see the situation inside from the outside. At this time, the inside of the bubble was blank. There was nothing. Alka snapped his fingers, waved his hand, and pink mist penetrated into the bubbles of everyone, waking them up. Of course, only a few people needed him to wake them up. Xia Deidi, Lucilia, Simon and Julia, who had been awakened by Alka in their dreams many times, had the ability to wake up on their own. They passed through the bubble easily. If it was in the dream world, this would obviously be impossible. But in the palace, this became possible. Because this place has completely become Alka's territory. He easily changed some of the restrictions on the dream bubble in each area. As long as he did not modify the rules that touched the bottom of the dream world, there would be no problem. Other minor changes would not affect it. This is the right that comes with the kingship. Everyone flew out of the bubble, looking at Alka floating in the air, and the transparent bubble above his head. If I guess correctly, this transparent bubble is the good place you mentioned? Smart. I believe you will be satisfied with this bubble. As he said, Alka looked at Jason. Especially you, who are bored on the boat every day. Me? As he said, Jason looked up at the bubble in the sky. It seems that this will indeed be an interesting thing. Chapter 305 Bubble Worlds High. Looking at the situation in the bubble, everyone was a little confused. They were floating in the center of the bubble. But there was nothing in the bubble, no different from the outside world. They were like being wrapped in a bubble-like film. There was nothing special about it. Alka smiled and said, "Don't worry, close your eyes and think about it as if you are in your own dream. Try to change the whole bubble." Hearing this, everyone closed their eyes. Alka watched with a smile. However, as the bubble changed, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. He opened his mouth wide to remind him. Obviously, he was a step too slow. Everyone controlled the changes of the bubble as if they were controlling their own dreams. But the bubble was only this big. When several people imagined the changes together, conflicts immediately arose. Everyone wanted to change something different. Various changes in dreams occurred, turning the whole world into pieces, and then squeezing each other. Bang! A loud noise. Before the few people had time to open their eyes and stop fantasizing, they were immediately hit by the huge impact force. They were ejected from the bubble like bullets. They pierced through the film and flew out. The movement here immediately attracted the dream creatures in the entire palace. A huge white creature flew over in an instant and surrounded the bubble. It circled around and immediately stabilized the bubble that was about to collapse, and stopped Alka, who was flying out with its tail. Several mist creatures with strength at the 5th stage flew over. They were a step slower and dragged the people flying out onto themselves. Alka felt that he had hit a soft object. He looked. It was a long pure white mist creature. It was like a long tornado with a long tail. "Thank you, Baiwan." Alka floated up and patted the body of the mist creature in front of him, smiled and thanked. The mist creature named Baiwan outlined a smiling face. With a gentle swing, Alka bent his body slightly and left the place. This is the new creature in their kingdom during this period. A 5th stage mist creature. The creatures that stopped others to prevent them from flying away also left. They are also new in this period. What happened just now? Jason rubbed his shoulders and asked. Fortunately, this is a dream, or in Alka's palace. Although the impact just now was very strong, it is a world and a dream after all, and the injuries were quickly recovered with the help of Alka. Seeing the inquiring eyes of the crowd, Alka smiled awkwardly. It was a mistake. I didn't expect that the changes you all wanted to make together would cause an impact and cause such an explosion. Wait for me to adjust it again, Alka said, and took everyone back to the bubble. Just now, the bubble almost disappeared with the impact and explosion. Fortunately, the cloud came over and repaired it quickly, otherwise the explosion might have an impact on the entire palace. Back to the bubble. Alka made some changes to the transparent bubble, divided it into equal parts, and gave it to everyone. Okay, now you each have one. And the things you want to change can only be realized within your own share. This way, there will be no conflict among the people. Hearing this, everyone immediately began to change again. Soon, the style was completely different, and the dream bubble was completed just like the modules were randomly built together. Each area has its own style. Seeing that his area had turned into an ocean area with howling winds and high tsunamis, Pororo scratched his shiny forehead. So what's the use of this? Isn't this still the same as his dream world? What's the difference? Xia Daidi looked at the changes around him. Julia reached out her hand directly, and put her hand into the dream created by others. Her hand passed through easily. Is that so? The others saw this scene, and instantly understood the principle and special features of this bubble. Their own dream bubble, only Alka can enter, and they can only enter Alka's dream bubble. This comes from the properties of Alka's dream, and his power, and authority in the dream world. Other people cannot enter each other's dreams. Or there is another way, which is to make a deep connection of souls, like the previous rescue of Alka. But this is meaningless, and it will affect each other. Not to mention that they were able to connect at that time, mainly because Lucilia was still in the state of soul in essence. It is the state after death. If others want to deeply link, it is not easy, and it is difficult to cancel. The changes we have built, others can also move and use them, right? Xia Dai asked. Yes, you can even build an arena here, and let go of the fight. As long as the owner of this area does not participate in the battle, then both sides of the battle will add the characteristic of not dying as if they are in their own dreams. Because if the owner of this area also participates in the battle, it is very likely that in the battle, because of some thoughts and instincts, he will cause great damage to the opponent. Then the meaning of training and competition is lost, and it becomes an invincible play experience. This bubble is equivalent to a shared dream bubble. It is like in your own dream bubble. You are the master of your own bubble. It is very simple to add various characteristics that are out of the rules of the world, such as immortality and invincibility. But it is only limited to your own dream bubble. The bubble of the dream is just an extension of your own spirit and soul, a place to restore the spirit. It is something that extends from me. With the help of Alka, a guide, I can change it on my own after learning. And this shared bubble is the same as my own bubble. And it is the same in terms of changing and adding characteristics. It is also something that Alka built last night at the expense of his own strength. It is mainly because my mirror palace has been integrated into the world of dreams. So I can pay the price to do this. Then can I also build the library in my mind? And then everyone can read books in it. Lucilia thought immediately and said. Alka nodded, yes. This works too. Hearing this, everyone immediately became interested. Especially for Simon. The more he thought about it, the more ecstatic his expression became. Doesn't that mean I can do whatever experiments I want here? There is no cost for materials. And I can get whatever tools I want. This is a great help to him. He can speed up his research here and build a reasonable enough structure. Then you just need to realize such a structure in the outside world. This saves the most time-consuming, costly, and material-intensive test phase. Yes, you can do exactly what you want. Great, this is awesome. Simon didn't know how to express his emotions for a moment, and directly used the swear words that Alka sometimes used. He felt that he could now perfectly express his feelings. He hugged Alka tightly. Brother, you are my adopted parents now. Hearing this, Alka rolled his eyes helplessly and pushed him away. This man was so excited that he was incoherent. I haven't finished yet. This made Simon stuck. Is there a limit? Lucilia asked immediately. No, there is a stronger ability. Alka smiled, that is. The area you constructed can be fixed. Even if you wake up and leave the dream world, they still exist in this bubble. The most obvious benefit of this ability is Lucilia's memory library. With this ability, the library she built can allow people to borrow books and dreams anytime and anywhere. With such a bubble, others can do other things in their dreams. However, in order to have a good rest, Alka still suggested that they spend half of their rest and sleep time on this. And the other half should be spent on resting to restore their spirits. They don't have the ability like Alka. And whatever they do in dreams is equivalent to restoring their mental and physical strength. He even only needs to sleep deeply in the dream world. And 1 hour can recover the fatigue accumulated over dozens of hours. As his strength in the dream world becomes stronger, this can even be eliminated directly. When his strength in the outside world matches that in the dream world, he may not need to rest. Everyone has begun to build their own area. The first is Lucilia's memory library. She reproduced the books she remembered in her mind one by one, and put them in the library. The rest of the people also joined in. And they changed and created books one by one, and put them inside. Alka set aside an area specifically for Mermi to convert some of his memories into text and image records. Alka built his area into a huge training arena. What was a problem for others was not a problem for him. He was able to limit his changes and alterations in the dream very well, and add restrictions to himself. Others can also see this. But once the fight gets serious, they will most likely release the restrictions on their own. This is instinct. Even in a life and death battle in the dream world, he can restrict himself from changing the dream. So his area is the most suitable for building a training ground. Sailing on the sea is no longer boring. However, on the dawn sound, there is a significant difference from the past. Even during the day, some people sleep in their rooms. Those who don't know would think that they don't get enough rest, and have disordered work and rest schedules. Those who know that these people who sleep must be training in the shared bubble in the dream, or reading or doing their own things. And the one who sleeps at a high intensity is Simon. In an average of 42 hours a day and night, Simon spends 30 hours in dreams, and only a dozen hours in reality. He wishes that except for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, he would just soak in the bubble of dreams and never come out again. His current routine is completely reversed. Dreams are reality, reality is dreams. But everyone can understand. The added changes of the shared bubble and dreams on him may be the most powerful among everyone. They just built all kinds of exaggerated training facilities in the bubble to train their own abilities to a degree that is impossible to achieve in the outside world, and to hone their skills in the training ground to verify their strength. This feeling of fighting with all their might finally let them know what level of strength their companions had reached. Only in a life and death battle could they deeply remember their companions' methods and the extent they could achieve. Only then could they cooperate perfectly in the subsequent battles. At this time, they had been sailing on the sea for more than 100 days and nights. They still hadn't seen the Green Sea, but they didn't care now. They had plenty of time to wait. Not in a hurry at all. The changes brought by the shared dream bubble may seem small, but in fact, they benefited a lot. It was much more useful than they thought, and it could be said to be one of the best changes brought by Alka. Alka, Zayadai, and Lucilia sat on the deck. Pororo swam frantically beside them. Speaking of which, Pororo might be the one who spent the least time in the dream. It was only a few hours more than the usual sleeping time. The main thing was to build trials for himself in the dream. The rest of the time was spent in the ocean. Juanlu was in the kitchen, Jason and Crystal Dragon were in the observation room. But Crystal Dragon was on the top of the observation room, and it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. And Alka hadn't seen her dream bubble until now, even when she was sleeping. As her size grew, it was foreseeable that in the near future, she would not be able to enter the room and the cabin. She could only move around on the deck and the roof of the forecastle. The reason why we haven't seen any big islands in 100 days and nights, and we only encountered ordinary deserted islands, is because this is the route. According to the research of many scholars of the Holy Machine Church, the islands in the Infinite Sea are not completely disordered. It's just that there are so many of them, and the randomness is long, so it's difficult to make a complete record. The huge area of the Zahai and the safe areas formed by the islands that once existed on it. It was formed by the islands that collided with him wherever he passed. Due to its huge area wandering in the boundless sea, it inevitably collided with many moving islands. Zahai included these islands as part of himself. During the tens of thousands of years of movement, all the islands that might come to this area on the path he passed by no longer existed. From this, it can be concluded that the boundless sea, which seems to be completely chaotic, actually has certain rules for the randomly moving islands. However, it is unlikely to calculate these rules through human planning, Alka said, looking at the records in the book in his hand. He also had his own understanding of this sentence. After all, it is possible that the cycle of a certain island is in units of hundreds of years. That is almost the same as then. But from this point, a conclusion was drawn. Based on this conclusion, they planned the route of Zahai's action. So this is why they prepared enough supplies. Because if you want to chase, if you keep sailing in the places where it must pass, you will inevitably encounter a situation where you may not even touch an island with people. Because all the islands that drift and move on this channel in this area have long been completely included in the sea. So this is why we haven't encountered a slightly larger island in these 100 days and nights? Lucilia said. Alka nodded. That's what I meant. I don't know how long it will take to meet the sea. We can't be the most unlucky one. Hearing Alka and others chatting below, Jason stuck his head out from the observation room and said, Pororo, who had just jumped out of the sea, looked up at him. With you here, you can't say it's possible. What did you say? Do you believe that I will let Eurulia swallow you in one gulp? I'm so scared. So are you the dragon's warrior, or is the dragon your warrior? Watching the two bickering, the people around them didn't even bother to raise their heads. But you're right, I don't want to be the most unlucky one, Alka said. No one wants to be the most unlucky. According to the reports of the exploration teams that used this route to search the Zahai, the fastest exploration team only took 20 days and nights. The slowest one took more than 200 days and nights. But the problem is that the second slowest team took 120 days and nights. They are about to reach the second slowest level. Once this time period is exceeded, they will become the second slowest, or simply the second most unlucky. When Simon recorded and used this file, the person in charge had already said so. If possible, let Simon record his actions after the exploration without involving secrets, and submit the simple records to the Holy Machine Church for archiving. These are all valuable data. They have gained the benefits brought by these data, and they should also contribute a share. Then they will be the second most unlucky person. Ah! Ah! Jason's cry was heard from above. Everyone looked up at him. What's wrong? Why are you shouting like that? Did you find anything? Jason pointed to the side and front, showing some excitement. Look over there. Look over there. After hearing this, everyone instantly thought that they might have encountered Zahai. They all turned their heads to look in the direction Jason pointed. That direction, the end of the field of vision. The entire straight line of the sea level turned green. It was in stark contrast to the blue sea surface. That long green line was so wide. It completely covered the limits of their vision. This was an absurdly large special sea area. It seems we are not that unlucky. Jason lowered his head and looked at Pororo and said with a smile. Okay. Go wake Simon up. We have reached our destination, Alka said, looking at the green coastline in the distance. I don't know which area they are facing now. Which area do you think is ahead of us? Jason above couldn't help but said. It can't be the most dangerous one. Before he finished speaking, he saw the dangerous eyes of the people below. Okay. Okay. I'll shut up. Okay. Chapter 306. The Ghost Ship at the Border of Life and Death. As the ship sailed, the dark green coastline was getting closer and closer to them. They could already see the place called the Zahai on the ship. What was so strange about it? The seawater had been completely dyed green. If you had good eyesight and looked carefully, you could see the vines entwined under the sea surface, and various unknown plants growing in the gaps between the vines. These plants filled the gaps between the vines, and made them land under the sea surface. Judging from the appearance of the vines, it can indeed be a good place to stay. But the marshland in front of them is obviously not right. The color is not emerald green, but a dark green color. It looks dull and turbid, and does not have that kind of vitality. So it is naturally not the same place as their destination. The Land of All Spirits. The Land of All Spirits is described as an emerald green area. Just looking at it can feel the vitality. And even the air is full of life. In front of them, besides the dark green color, it also revealed a dark and gloomy feeling. In the area with dark atmosphere, it is easy to lock the target in 3 areas. Perhaps it is just as Jason said. This is the boundary between life and death. The most dangerous area. The place where the giant dragon representing death fell. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look up at Jason, who stuck his head out of the window in the top observation room. He smiled awkwardly and silently retracted his head. Sound of dawn. Move forward slowly and prepare to turn the bow, Alka said loudly. It was rated as the most dangerous area, so it was better for them to just look at the coastline from a distance, and not to get close to it. Just keep a safe enough distance. Hearing Alka's words, the speed of the ship slowed down immediately, and then slowly turned the bow. It began to sail diagonally. After a while, when they were only about 2 kilometers away from the coastline, they adjusted their direction and began to align with the coastline, and sailed to one side along the coastline. It doesn't seem to be anything special, does it? Simon said, looking at some details of the swamp from afar through the mechanical structure on his eyes. It looks like a swamp made of plants, but the area is ridiculously large. It's different. The chaos here is far greater than other places, Julia said, looking ahead, although she no longer believes in life, and has even become an apostate. But the detection of the environment is engraved in her bones, and is determined by the characteristics of her race. Otherwise, the mermaid race would not be all environmental protectors under the command of life. It was just weakened and reduced in some ways on the side of life, but the talents and other spells used in learning were not affected. The vigorous vitality and the weakening death are mixed together. 2 extremely opposite forces, almost merged here. How did this happen? No wonder this place is called the boundary between life and death. It was the same as the record they had seen before. However, after seeing this endless and unchanging border of the marshland for too long, curiosity was satisfied, and there was nothing interesting anymore. Because they had been looking at it for so long, there was really nothing special about it. Perhaps it was too far from the interior. Although they could sense danger, they were far enough away. After watching for nearly an hour, the crowd no longer paid special attention to it. Instead, they remained vigilant and did their own things on the boat, according to what they knew. The scope of the Zahai is ridiculously large. If they sail around the edge, it will take dozens of days and nights to reach another area. If the Zahai is divided into 4 parts, the Land of All Spirits and the Border of Life and Death each occupy 1 part. The area of the Border of Life and Death is about 2/3 of the Twin Islands Chain Sea area and a little more. The problem is that they can only sail around the border and cannot go through it. So it takes more time. The puppet girls are no longer as lazy as before, and begin to distribute to various positions on the ship. Always observe the movements around. Maybe we will get around much earlier than we thought. Xia Dai, who was observing in the observation room at this time, said. Alka, who was coming in to take over, heard this and looked at her strangely. This swamp is also moving, and it is just in the opposite direction of us. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. In this case, the time they spend will indeed be reduced a lot. If the swamp moves fast enough, it may be reduced by half. Came to the observation room and looked into the distance. Looking carefully, it was indeed difficult to tell whether Zai was retreating quickly or moving. Because the place was green, it was difficult to tell. However, if a certain area was used as a reference, careful calculation would reveal that he was moving backward too fast. The dawn sound obviously did not sail at such a fast speed. After a brief observation, Alka came to the center of the observation room, sat cross-legged under the top crystal disc, and turned on the device of the magic gathering stone. Magic power gathered, and he began to meditate. However, the meditation did not last long. He, who was observing nearby, and his teammates began to shake Alka. Captain, something is happening. Sensing the movement outside, Alka opened his eyes. He immediately stood up and turned off the magic gathering stone, and looked out through the transparent glass. He looked in the direction that he pointed. There was still an endless green sea on the side. But in front of him, it was completely close to the coast. There was something that was obviously a ship, and it began to sail towards them. Because it was far away from them, it was not clear. The mirror surface appeared on Alka's face. A strange creature with protruding eyes turned into a mask and printed on Alka's face. Through the special ability of this creature, Alka closed the distance in an instant, almost like sticking to the side of the ship, carefully observing the ship-like thing in the distance. Or it was a ship. From the appearance, it was extremely shabby, like a ship that was swept into pieces by huge waves, and was spliced together in an extremely simple way. The broken pieces of rotten wood were entangled and spliced by vines. At least the appearance of the ship was constructed. This was obviously a three-dimensional sailing ship, but only two masts were left standing. The third mast near the tail had been broken in the middle, and even the sails had become a few pieces of cloth hanging on it and drifting in the wind. Looking at the appearance of the ship, it was completely certain that the person coming was not a good person. Alka pressed the button next to him without hesitation. The crisp sound of the copper bell was transmitted. There were immediately a lot of footsteps on the deck. There was no need for Alka to warn them. They immediately noticed the movement in the distance, the ship coming towards them. They observed through various means. The flight team led by Gio opened their wings like dragonflies and flew quickly in the air. Their bodies turned into streams of light and flew far away. They would observe the appearance of the ship from a close distance in the air. This group of flight teams, compared to before, has been upgraded. They were attached with some spells analyzed by Xia Dai through the Ring of Light. They could greatly increase their flying speed in the air, especially when the sun was shining brightly during the day, and they could also improve their physical fitness and attack methods, and carry out long-range attacks composed of light beams. The current withdrawal speed has been raised to a higher level compared to the past. And now the sun is shining brightly. The stream of light brought by their flying bodies followed the scorching sun in the sky, and blended perfectly together. By the way, they concealed their figures in the air. Their small bodies were still in the air, so it was easy to hide. They flew at a very fast speed, and arrived above the dilapidated ship. They began to quickly record the situation on the ship from all angles, and passed the situation to Lucilia through the internal network in their minds. At this time, Lucilia was repeating the information passed on the deck. The total length is 63 meters, it is 21 meters wide, and there is only one gun deck, so it is speculated to be a merchant ship. There are living creatures on the ship. Plant monsters. No, they are undead creatures. These undead creatures are a bit strange. They are entangled with plants and vines, and they are integrated with the plants and vines. The plants in the cracks on the ship have changed, and the buds have bloomed. The flowers are shooting at them. Hearing this, Simon immediately raised the lens structure on his face, and quickly observed the situation in the distance. On the ship made of tattered gray wooden boards and green plants, strange flowers appeared one after another. These flowers kept swinging back and forth, spitting out gray-black things into the air. Bullets like seeds shot quickly into the sky, forcing Gio and others who were scouting in the sky to fly quickly to avoid them. More and more flowers bloomed. The seed sprayed upwards had formed a barrage. Let them come back. Hearing the voice from above, Lucilia immediately gave the order. Gio and his flying team, who were avoiding detection in the air in the distance, immediately began to flee in all directions. Then, they regrouped in a team in the distance and returned to the ship. The broken ship began to speed up and rush towards them. Prepare for battle, Alka said, looking at E and his teammates in the observation room. The reconnaissance above is left to you. After saying that, he jumped directly from the window, looking at the ship in the distance. Jason, the first wave of battle is left to you. Get the rock-shaking cannon on the ship moving, and the cannon that has not been fired. Hearing this, Jason rubbed his hands and nodded impatiently. Taking control of the Seal of Dawn, he stretched out his right hand and began to fiddle with it. The baffle of the lower gun deck moved away automatically, and the gun poked out from the muzzle, as Jason's arm swung left and right. After experiencing it for a while, Jason nodded. The sound of dawn quickly turned the bow on the spot to greet the enemy from the side. Bang! However, the first gunshot was not fired by them, but came from a distance. The enemy launched the attack before them. The bow of the broken ship, there was a big hole in the place where the figurehead was, and a huge flower structure like a morning glory stretched out from the hole. As the morning glory shrank, a gray-black seed-like thing that was the size of a normal human was ejected. It cut through the air and made a sharp sound. I'll do it, Simon said as he raised his right hand beside the boat. The treasure on his index finger flashed slightly, and the precision hand formed by the entire right hand began to change, and a gun barrel appeared in his hand. The muzzle was facing the flying shell. A ball of light condensed and ejected. It quickly crossed a straight line at an extremely fast speed and accurately hit the flying seed shell. It was discovered at the moment of contact that this beam was made of pure flame energy. The light ball grew larger at the moment of impact, and with an explosion, the seed fell into the sea with gray-black smoke. The voice of dawn was also wrapped in a thin magic film. The enemy's long-range attack has a wider range than ours, Jason said as he looked at it. But it was obviously only the flower cannon on the bow. At this time, the flower cannon seemed to be brewing a second attack. But during the attack, the shabby ship did not stop, but continued to move towards them. At the moment when the flower cannon was about to attack, it finally fell into the attack range of Alka and his team. Jason put down his right hand that was controlling the ordinary rock-shaking cannon, and raised his left hand and swung it down fiercely. With his control, the Azora's destruction, which was originally fixed on the top of the tail building, quickly turned its black muzzle. It aimed at the enemy ship in an instant. The most powerful siege weapon on this ship was a blue treasure they had obtained when they had just arrived at the Infinite Sea, the war weapon constructed by Vastwa. Except for the previous test firing, it has never been used to attack the enemy. This is his first operation. As Jason waved his hand to start, a large amount of energy gathered in the muzzle. The energy gathered. A gray-white sphere quickly cut through the air and flew towards the enemy ship. Everyone's attention was focused on the gray-white ball of light that was ejected. It hit the enemy's bow accurately in a straight line, which was the area where the flower cannon was located. The moment they touched, the gray-white sphere expanded. It completely covered the breach in the bow and the area where the flower cannon ship's prime minister was located. As the dazzling light flashed, Xia Daidi on the ship immediately waved his hand to grab the light that was radiating towards them. As the light disappeared, everyone saw the situation of the enemy ship clearly. The head was completely destroyed, and the flower cannon had long disappeared without a trace. Not even the wreckage. The head of the enemy's already broken ship had a sunken semicircular gap. It was like someone had dug it out. At this moment, the speed of the enemy ship also slowed down. Because a large part of the structure was missing, it began to become unstable and swayed slightly. The plants above began to connect closely with each other. The flowers and plants began to become more tightly connected to the wooden boards. Awesome, it's simply a ship killer. Simon saw the Atora's destruction attack the enemy ship for the first time. The power of this attack was really satisfying. At this time, the enemy ship was completely close to the battle range. Jason raised his right hand and swung it down. The side rock-shaking cannon, which had been fully aimed at the target, fired instantly, and shells were ejected one after another with a dull sound. They drew arcs and accurately hit the enemy's already dilapidated ship. The creaking and breaking sounds even reached their ears. The already fragile broken wooden boards and vines were smashed to pieces, and holes appeared one after another. However, Such a break would obviously not cause much damage to the ship. The broken hull would hardly cause enough damage to the already dilapidated ship to sink it. Bang! However, the shells that hit the enemy ship did not stop there. Instead, a raging fire burst out with the explosion, which completely ignited the surrounding area. Seeing this effect, Simon smiled. This is not an ordinary shell, they will have a hard time. These shells had been modified by Simon, and had long been turned into a bomb-like structure, with spells drawn inside. The shabby ship immediately turned into a sea of fire. As the distance got closer, they were finally able to see the strange monsters on the deck. Undead creatures that resembled rotten skeletons, but they were covered in green. All kinds of weeds and vegetation attached to their bodies like moss. You could even see bright little flowers on some of the undead. It didn't match their appearance at all. The shabby ship stretched out huge vine tentacles one after another. These dark green vine tentacles also had structures similar to tendons and bones. But the distance of these vine tentacles, it was difficult to attack Alka and the others. I didn't understand what they wanted to do. At this time, the attack of the vine tentacles shocked everyone. The vines wrapped around the undead on the ship, and then, like a catapult, they threw them at them with force. Boarding like this? Although a little surprised, everyone immediately began to deal with it. Looking at the undead creatures flying towards them in a parabola in the air, they couldn't let these ghosts pollute the sound of dawn. The first to move was the crystal dragon that had been lying on the top of the mast. She flapped her wings and flew up, exhaling crystal clear breath. As she exhaled, the first batch of undead that flew over were immediately condensed into crystals in the air. The crystal dragon suddenly flapped its wings and flew in a strange posture in the air, making a maneuver on the spot. A tail flick. The luster formed by the iridescence radiated beautiful light. And the tail flick hit the condensed crystal. It broke into pieces and fell to the sea. The beam of light that Xiaodai had originally held in her hand turned into spheres, which were thrown out by her. It smashed into the undead in the air, cutting them off halfway. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Simon laughed. The Dawn Eagle splint suddenly opened. A buzzing sound came out. One after another, the Sentinel aircraft flew out frantically. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 30 or 40 of them. They flew out like a swarm of bees. After dozens of the originally silent flying machines gathered, they could clearly hear their roars. Dense shooting sounds rang out. This group of Sentinel aircraft formed a solid barrier, and dense barrages of bullets were fired out. Chapter 307 Land of All Souls. The defensive array composed of Sentinel aircrafts launched a dense barrage of bullets. The enemy ship only had 2 thick plant vines that were enough to throw the undead soldiers on their ship. The 2 plant vines had already left after images, but they could only throw out a few undead soldiers each time. The undead soldiers thrown over were shot into sieves by dense bullets and beams in midair. Simon released several more, which were obviously special Sentinel aircrafts. They spit out long flames, and the undead creatures could not get through it all. Amazing! When did there become so many structures? Jason looked at the scene, and could not help but turn his head to admire. Simon smiled and stared at the attack methods of his structures. The main structure of these structures was still the Sentinel aircraft they had obtained on Vasva Island before. It was just that there were many additional accessories, or replaceable modules. Is this design excellent? Alka asked beside him. He didn't really understand. But after leaving Vasva, almost all of Simon's structures used this design. This means that such a design is excellent enough to make him do this. Hearing this, Simon nodded and said with a sigh, yes. This Sentinel aircraft should be Vasva's standard equipment. The design is so excellent that it builds the most solid and versatile frame with the least material consumption. On such an architecture, you can basically play with it as you wish, as long as you don't exceed the load and module replacement limit. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It's not that this component is the best and most powerful, but that those that are more powerful are not as simple, consume less, and are not as practical. Those that consume less are simpler, and have other functions that are completely inferior to them. In other words, this architecture is perfect enough. The base architecture is basically equivalent to a universal platform. Give the ship a final blow. From the looks of it, there's obviously no chance of a conversation. After hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded. Simon raised his left arm. The arm, which was completely constructed of a mechanical body, formed a blue line of energy and shot out directly. It connected to the Azora's destruction on the top of the stern. The index finger flickered slightly, and the energy formed by the treasure and magic was input into this extremely destructive weapon. Instantly, all the spells on Azora's body were activated, and it was obvious that he seemed to have been transformed in an instant. The gun barrel, which was originally simple and had exquisite carvings, had a very sci-fi diamond shape. It was like it had been upgraded. Jason looked ready. He raised his left hand slightly and aimed carefully. Then, he swung his hand down vigorously. With a heavy recoil, a beam of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it hit the enemy's already broken and burning ship. The light flashed out, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Xiao waved his hand, once again blocking the dazzling light for everyone. When all the light disappeared completely, only the head and tail sections of the enemy's ship and some fragments fell on the sea. The main structure in the middle was completely gone, leaving only some broken fragments around. Only the head and tail of the ship were left, completely losing the ability to sail, and sinking into the sea. Is this the maximum power? Looking at the extent of the damage, Jason was a little shocked. In the huge sphere, it can be said that there is almost no grass growing, and nothing can survive. Everyone continued to observe the surroundings vigilantly. After finding that there were indeed no more enemies, they stood on the deck and began to review the battle just now. Look at the broken appearance of the ship. And the appearance. It looks a bit like a ghost ship, Xiao said. The broken ship, the skeleton-like crew, and the structure of the ghost ship can be said to be exactly the same. It's just that the dark and bloody flesh and bones on the ship have become the green vines just now. It seemed contradictory, but somehow harmonious. Is this the so-called boundary between life and death? Everyone had a certain understanding of this place. The undead, which represented the resurrection of death, were wrapped in plants with vigorous life. However, they were fighting a naval battle this time, so they did not know much about the specific strength of the enemy. At least after searching on the sea, plant undead ship, it really could not cause them any big trouble. However, those long-range attacks made of plants are indeed commendable, especially the seed attacks that form a barrage. If the ships are close to each other, it will definitely give the enemy a good surprise. But obviously they never stepped into that range from beginning to end, because the long-range attacks of both sides are good. The battle between the two sides was resolved at a long distance. Okay, everyone, be alert. After saying that, everyone returned to their positions. The ship can run quickly and go to the place where they need to obtain the spirits. Dang dang dang. The crisp, but slightly harsh sound of the copper bells came again. Everyone quickly gathered on the deck. Both they and the puppet girl performed very skillfully. This is not the first time. As soon as Simon came over, there was already a sophisticated telescope structure on his eye socket. It was aimed directly at the direction near the coast of the swamp. Is it a monster made of pure vines this time? It looks much more normal. At the edge of the swamp, there was a giant crawling beast with 4 legs on the ground. His body was completely covered with vines and various weeds, making it unclear whether he was a giant beast or a monster made entirely of plants. But his head was covered with 3 petals, with dense lines protruding like plant roots. The slender tongue came out from the mouthparts in the middle and swayed left and right, and also threw out dark green poisonous juice. There were also countless vines like tentacles on his body, flying around. Among all the monsters they had encountered so far, this monster could be considered a more beautiful type. Because it looks at least reasonable, the fusion between the undead and plants, there is not much sense of disobedience. Looking at this structure, its head should be able to launch long-range attacks. Be careful. It cannot launch long-range attacks, and it will not provoke them 1 or 2 kilometers away from the coastline. Just as Jason finished speaking, the petals formed by the enemy's petal head opened completely. The root stem that shook like a tongue stood straighter, aimed at the direction of their ship. The green liquid gathered, and directly formed a straight line that shot straight at them. Layers of mirrors instantly blocked the front of the liquid. The surface of these mirrors seemed to have a special coating, and the spells on them flickered slightly. The long-range attack formed by the dark green liquid only shattered the first mirror, and the mirrors behind it completely blocked it. It's a pure energy attack? This was something Alka had not expected. He was also prepared to absorb the enemy's attack, and then bounce it back. But his current strength in reality can only bounce back physical attacks. He thought that the venom was really an attack formed by the venom produced in his mouth or body. It turned out to be an energy toxin formed by the gathering of magic power. So the mirror could not absorb, rebound, and could only silently bear it. Fortunately, these mirrors used for defense have been reinforced and treated with various defenses, and are very good to use at this stage. The monster kept spraying, and the venom sprayed was completely blocked by the various mirrors that suddenly appeared, until the sound of dawn left his sight. It could only roar in the direction the ship left. Looking at this situation, Simon turned his head helplessly. This monster's long-range attack is just like this? Why does it attack inexplicably? You should be used to it, Juanlu complained beside him. And I don't know what this monster would taste like if it were eaten. They have been sailing along this edge for 13 days and nights. According to speculation, they should be leaving the border of life and death soon and heading to other areas. They deliberately chose the right side, which would ensure that they would definitely go to the land of spirits. However, at least at the border of life and death, these monsters are indeed very aggressive. The slightly larger, seemingly powerful monsters are also extremely difficult to kill. Before, they even saw a super giant flower that was more than 10 meters tall. It kept spraying various long-range attacks at them. Even the destruction of Azora only left a huge gap on his body. And when they left, the gap was already being repaired. However, it was only the normal maximum power attack, so the range of the attack was not enough to cause fatal injuries. But the strength displayed by the huge flower monster was definitely above the 4th stage. Not to mention that such a huge monster can no longer be viewed at the normal level of strength. At this time, as if he noticed something, Pororo suddenly jumped off the deck. Seeing this behavior, the few people who were chatting on the deck instantly became alert, and their magic power gathered everywhere to check the situation under the sea. Pororo's behavior clearly showed that he had sensed the danger in the ocean. At this time, Pororo's ocean crisis perception, when alert, was much farther than the normal detection of Dawn Star. A few hundred meters above the sea surface, a splash of water broke out. Several vines could be seen extending, and then falling into the sea. A vortex wave formed on the sea surface in the distance, and there was chaos under the ocean. Seeing this situation, Madlisa and Julia, who were also marine species, were about to jump into the sea. I saw a gray-black electric light spreading across the area ahead. The entire sea surface gradually became quiet. This stopped the two from going down. It was obvious that the winner had been decided. Judging from the situation, Poro should have won. As expected, I saw Poro leap out of the sea and landed on the deck with a huge strange creature. Is this also a monster from Zahai? Simon squatted beside it to study it. This was a monster that was extremely similar to a shark. Simon pushed away the seaweed and various vines wrapped around it, and indeed, the shark skeleton underneath was exposed. This is a strange undead creature made of shark skeletons and plant vines. Even standing next to it, one can feel the vigorous life emanating from this undead creature. It's so weird. This feeling made Alka scratch his cheek uncomfortably. It felt a bit like a person wearing red and green clothes, walking back and forth in front of you. Facing such a monster, Madlisa showed amazing interest and kept fiddling with it. Various cutting tools appeared in her hands. She cut off part of the vines in front of everyone, revealing the skeleton underneath. It looked like she was peeling the skin. It's really strange. Looking at the complete structure below, Matrisa was a little surprised. Not to mention Matrisa, even Poro, who didn't understand anything at all, could see it. It was not as simple as they thought, that the undead was covered with a layer of vines. Instead, the undead and the vines were completely intertwined and fused together, forming a symbiotic relationship of mutual substitution. Inside the skeleton, you can see organs made up of plants and some rotten meat. This shark is dead, but alive. Plants make up its internal life support system, with the skeleton as the framework. In the green and transparent rhizome veins, liquid-like branches flows inside, acting as blood. Some objects that look like fruits and buds make up organs, which fluctuate slightly and even emit light. As you look inside, you could also smell the faint fragrance of plants and flowers. There was no peculiar smell of decay of the dead. If the skeleton of the strange shark was removed, it would be a pure plant-made creature. When they cleaned up the head, the dead part was even heavier, because the shark's head was not completely rotten or damaged. At least 1/3 was still intact, and the shark's brain could be seen relatively intact. The flesh and blood of this part had been completely connected with the plants, and they could not be distinguished from each other. They finally saw the strange and chaotic picture of the interaction between life and death. The vine shark's special features can be seen from it. An orange-red ball floated over. The ball had no eyeballs, and a huge mouth full of sharp teeth almost occupied half of the entire body. It bit the peeled vine, chewed quickly, and the dark green plant juice splashed out. What does it feel like? Jason asked as he watched this scene. Although he didn't eat it himself, Juanlu still tried it briefly. To be honest, the taste is actually okay. Really? Try it yourself and show me. Jason obviously learned his lesson. I don't quite believe what Juanlu said. Hearing this, Juanlu squatted down and took a piece of peeled plant vines in his hand. A small knife appeared in his hand, and he quickly cleaned the plant vines. As the surface skin fell off, the crisp core inside was exposed, which looked translucent. I had an inexplicable appetite. I threw it directly into my mouth and chewed it. While finishing it, he commented, "The taste is a bit like eating a Euro fruit, with a soft texture. It just tastes a bit strange, Sweet seafood sashimi? It's probably like this." Hearing such comments, Jason next to him frowned. He couldn't think of such a combination. Forget it, I'd better not try it. The three balls with mouths beside Juanlu began to devour the vines that had been stripped off. How does it enhance me? Alka asked, more concerned about this aspect. It may increase my life energy a little, although not much, but it is rare and precious. After all, things like enhancing life energy are rare. As the three balls devoured, the energy they obtained began to be transmitted into Juanlu's body. Several people could clearly see that Juanlu's complexion became shiny and his spirit became full. Such a change is temporary. The permanent enhancement should only enhance my vitality and, by the way, enhance my recovery speed. Juanlu commented on his own changes. Only a small part of the objects that Juanlu devoured through treasures and his own blood would be left forever to strengthen his physique. Most of the food objects only gave him a temporary status gain. Mathlisa was obviously very interested in the shark. She packed it up and sealed it, dragging it into the manufacturing room below. Xiaodaidi had been observing it, and suddenly said, "Baoyuolio, you used the thunder of annihilation." "Right." Baoyuolio nodded. "Then did you notice that when the shark was dragged up, the surface damage was not great?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Baoyuolio. Baoyuolio said, "I didn't hold back. But these vines seem to be very resistant to the instant death damage of annihilation. Vines represent plants, but the essence of the undead represents the dead part of them. This intersection of life and death makes the direct destruction of annihilation less useful. Compared to this, I think we may have left this area," Julia said, looking into the distance. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at the seaside. The dark green color was beginning to move away. At the end of the front vision, they saw an emerald green color. It was brighter than here, and more full of life. Julia, who was extremely perceptive to this, said, "That should be the land of spirits. I can feel that. The chaos there has been greatly reduced. It is very stable. The breath of life is blown over by the breeze. It is like in the garden of the seeds of life. In life, it is equivalent to the Church of the Virgin Mary. It is a religious organization that believes in life. Julia used to be one of them. Is breath like life? Is there any connection between the two?" After hearing this, Alka looked at the green route in the distance and couldn't help but say, Chapter 308 Swamp Fisherman. The sound of dawn was circling the edge of the emerald swamp at an unusually slow speed. The people on the deck looked at the swamp not far away. "How is it? Where do we land?" Jason asked. "Landing in this swamp is completely different from landing on an ordinary island. They must think carefully before acting." Alka raised his hand, and a map appeared in his hand. He opened the map and looked at the area of the land of the spirits. Although this map is huge, it is similar to a world map after all. There are no detailed markings for the tiny islands in the area. Fortunately, the Holy Mother Church participated in the production of this map. Therefore, in the area of the land of all spirits, the map information is quite detailed. It clearly marks the existence of safe islands in this area with paintings. Where are they respectively? And how much space is there between them? The most unclear place is the boundary between life and death. There is nothing there. Only a few places on the periphery are marked. The Emerald Land is better than the border of life and death, but not much better. The only ones who still have the enthusiasm to explore this swamp are the explorers and scholars of the Holy Machine Church. The high death rate in this area has scared away too many people. Looking at the islands in the land of spirits, since they came from the border of life and death, they can accurately identify the area they are in. At the junction, there is no doubt about it. After looking at it, Alka pointed to a place on the area where an island was clearly marked. "Let's go here first. According to speculation, this island should be the closest island to where they are now." Xiaodaidi was watching from the side. and nodded when he heard Alka's words. Then Alka looked at everyone and said, "We are ready to land." Everyone is ready. This time no one will be left on the ship. The scope of the swamp sea is too large. Once they go deep into the interior, it will be difficult for the sound of dawn to provide support. The entangled vines restricted her movements. The sound of dawn only needed to stay outside the sea, maintaining a certain speed and moving around the Zahai. Just move in the direction closest to them. Going around the periphery, at least it was safe. There was no need to worry about the sound of dawn suffering any irreversible damage. After all, it was a ghost ship with its own wisdom. After Alka finished speaking, everyone began to prepare. The Zahai was not like other islands, no matter how big other islands were. They were not much bigger. The area of the Zahai can be compared with that of the mainland. They must bring enough supplies to avoid running out of food due to unfamiliar terrain. The size of the pocket ring is limited. It didn't take long to prepare. About 2 hours later, the Dawn Sound slowly docked at the edge of the Zahai. After docking, it was obvious that the Zahai was moving. The hatch at the bow opened, and the Flying Swallow sailed out. It couldn't sail a large ship, but a long boat like this would be no problem at all, since the ship was built for speed. The spell on it can make the whole ship not take too deep water, even with a certain load. However, the range of the ship is limited, and the puppet knights occupy a large part of it. There are also some supplies piled on it, but not much. More of a disguise. Xia Daidi sat on the bow, and the faint silver ripples went deep into the water from her position, exploring the surrounding environment through the bottom of the ship. Pororo, Madlisa, and Julia walked directly on the swamp. Under the green vines, the water was reflected in a dark green color, which probably covered their thighs. Some areas were not able to withstand the water, and sometimes they would sink deeper, even to the chest and abdomen. In some shallow areas, the ships had to go around them because the water only covered their calves. Julia directly transformed her legs into fish tails. This made the 3 marine races not slow down in the sea water, or they could be more free. It was easy to catch up with the Flying Swallow. This place was not a wide sea after all, and the Flying Swallow could not be allowed to sail at full speed. It could only maintain a low speed, and keep it slightly faster than running under control. In addition to Xia Daidi, only Jason, Juanlu, and Alka were still on the boat. Simon was riding a structure he had just built, which was a large patrol aircraft. There was just enough space for him to ride, so that he floated about 7 or 8 meters above the sea. He built a flying platform for himself. However, the setting and some parts were not very cleverly designed, resulting in a low flying height. However, with the control of the treasure, it would achieve a breakthrough in the limit, so it was very practical for him personally. There were also 6 Sentinel patrol planes floating above everyone's heads, alert to the surrounding situation, and patrolling non-stop. A brilliant stream of light streaked across the sky, and the crystal dragon flew down, circling above everyone's heads. From time to time, it flew down like a sharp arrow, then slid across the water, and climbed up quickly. At this time, the crystal dragon was already bigger than Jason. Without counting the tail, its body length was already more than 2 meters. With the tail and the wide and bright crystal wings, it looked like a giant dragon. Now Xia Daidi was at the helm, guiding the direction of everyone's progress. This place is really the same as what others said. If you really rely on your legs to walk, you will easily fall into the bottomless abyss. Xia Daidi could roughly and accurately judge the surrounding terrain through the silver ripples. These vines look tough, but in many places, they have very fragile holes. If you walk over them, you may accidentally step on them. It's like walking on land and stepping into a hole, and you will fall directly. Because of the special structure, there will be a suction force, and you will be dragged down by the vines and the suction force in an instant. Listening to Xia Daidi's words, Julia next to him shook her fish tail in the water. Because the sea water is clear, you can clearly see the fine scales on the fish tail under the sunlight, and the glimmer of light shines through the sea water. Julia used her hands to move the surrounding seawater. She said, "Through some changes in the water flow, these holes can be detected. The seawater above the holes is different from the seawater above these vines with strong carrying capacity. It is better to take a boat. A small boat can easily solve the inevitable life-threatening dangers. It can also make their driving in this area more comfortable." Jason leaned on the edge of the boat and kept observing the situation under the sea. The clarity of the seawater and the underwater clusters composed of vines not deep from the seawater, and various aquatic plants are clearly visible under the sunlight. Are there too many sea fish here? Jason turned around and asked the others. In addition, in the gaps between them and between the various water plants, Alka saw many sea fish swimming comfortably. It was a lively scene, especially around Julia. There were many sea fish, protecting her like guards. She just stretched out her hand and touched the scales of the sea fish around her. These vines do make a good marine breeding ground, don't they? Julia said with a smile. They were sailing on it, but the speed was not that fast after all. Even the flying swallow, which was known for its speed, could not do it. Because they could not take too deep a draft, they had to control some spells to prevent the bottom of the boat from completely contacting the water plants and vines below. This would make the speed even slower. At the current speed, it would take us about 10 days and nights to reach the island. Hearing this, it was still within the acceptable range for everyone. It's just that this way of moving forward is a little novel. Something's going on. Be careful. Simon, who spent most of his time in the air in a flying vehicle, suddenly spoke out. The Sentinel patrol planes above him in the sky around him detected the movement coming from afar. After hearing this reminder, the people below immediately became alert. Captain, do you need us to investigate? Geo, flapping his wings like a dragonfly, asked while standing next to Lucilia. The petals that can fly quickly are very rare for reconnaissance in such a situation. Hearing this, Alka next to him shook his head. No. Simon's construct is efficient enough for reconnaissance in this environment. The puppet girls with small bodies, subjective initiative, and extraordinary flexibility are the best reconnaissance players when there is no line of sight. On the endless sea surface, the patrol plane that can fly directly at high altitude is obviously the best choice. The main reason is that the ones that were released were pure reconnaissance structures. Well, cheap. It's not a big deal if they are lost. It's a humanoid creature, about 5 kilometers away from us at 2 o'clock. Far away. And looks a little blurry. He is riding a small boat, heading towards us, slowly moving. Simon reported the situation to everyone through the remote scout of the construct. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, she did not move the construct closer, and just observed it from a safer range. Alka raised his right hand slightly, and snapped his fingers gently. Pink mist emerged and spread, and after dilution, it merged into the air. However, the people at the original place did not notice any other changes. Xiaodaidi looked around when he raised himself, and finally thought of something and asked, "You made us invisible?" Alka nodded. Although Xiaodaidi can also make people invisible by controlling light at this stage. But this method still has too many flaws. The invisibility created by the pink mist of dreams is more deceptive, and can deceive the senses to a certain extent. As they stayed where they were, Simon also raised the reconnaissance structure in the sky higher and hid it. After a while, the person riding the small island slowly drove towards them. This should be a humanoid creature, wearing clothes that looked good. Under the sunlight, the clothes were shining, as if they could reflect light. The clothes were close-fitting, and judging from the wrinkles and scars on his exposed arms, he seemed to be an old man. His skin color looked a bit strange, giving people a gray-green feeling. The boat he was riding was also very small, probably only able to accommodate 2 people. He sat at the bow, holding a long fishing rod in his hand, gently waving it. Around him, the water surface was undulating. It's fish. There are many fish around him, and they are of the same species, Julia said, having noticed something. Hearing this, everyone looked over to observe. This man gave people the feeling that he seemed to be herding fish. If he was fishing or catching fish, his boat would not be clean, there would be no equipment to hold fish. Alka silently put on a pair of glasses and looked around, looking at the magic power beside the old man. The strength is not strong, probably in the second stage. Do you want to contact? Xiaodaidi asked softly. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Go and contact it. After saying that, he waved his hand gently. The pink weapon floating in the air slowly gathered, and returned to Alka's palm. Everyone also revealed their figures. Seeing everyone suddenly appear, the old man not far in front of them was obviously startled. Ah! The already narrow canoe began to tilt under his violent and sudden shaking. He was so frightened that he fell directly into the water. The sudden movement scared the densely swimming fish around. The entire sea surface began to fluctuate violently. Countless fish could be seen, jumping out from the sea. He stood up quickly. Due to his height, he only showed his upper body. He picked up the long pole in his hand and swung it quickly. The fish below immediately calmed down under his waving. The strange clothes on his body, after being stained by water droplets, reflected a more obvious luster. The water droplets slid down his clothes. This was some kind of waterproof clothing material. He finally breathed a sigh of relief until the fish completely calmed down. He moved his body slightly, revealing part of his body behind the boat, and looked at Alka and others. "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here?" The tone of his voice was a little strange, but Alka could understand what he said. Because at the beginning, Lukelia spoke this way, which could be regarded as Lulia's mother tongue. It came from the common language of the sea of all living beings. The people on the ship may not know other languages, but the common language of the four seas plus the language of the white crocodile used to express secret information is the language that the people on the ship must learn. So when this person spoke, everyone could understand. "Julia, you go and have some communication." After hearing Alka's words, Julia nodded. The language used by this person is the common language of the sea of living beings, so he must have some connection with that sea. This place is so full of life. If you must say that this place has nothing to do with life, no one will believe it. Shaking her tail, Julia swam slowly over. At the same time, she slightly opened her hands, raised them, and shook them, indicating that she was not carrying any weapons, and had no ill intentions. He said softly, "We have no ill intentions. We just came across this area when sailing on the sea, and came to see it out of curiosity. This situation is not uncommon." Hearing this, the old man in front obviously believed it a little, and gradually relaxed his vigilance and stood up slightly. The moment he stood up completely, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he saw something extremely terrifying. Pointing at Julia, he trembled all over and looked terrified. You are a human. A mermaid." As they spoke, they gradually changed from fear to anger. In such a mixed emotion, he tightly grasped the fishing rod in his hand, towards Julia. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he rushed towards Julia. Seeing this obviously aggressive action, the people behind were ready to take action. Alka raised his hand slightly, stopping everyone's action. "I'll do it, don't worry." Then he jumped off the boat. With a leap, he jumped directly to the side of Julia, then stretched out his hand, and opened his 5 fingers to face the person rushing towards him. Pink mist came out from his 5 fingers, and quickly surrounded his ears and head. The anger and fear in his heart immediately eased, and he stood there in a daze. Alka turned to Julia and said, "Put up the fishtail quickly." Julia nodded, and the fishtail turned into a pair of white and slender legs standing in the water. Alka controlled the mist to wrap around him, and kept muttering in the old man's ear, "It's all a dream. It's all a dream. Everything just now is fake. It's just a nightmare." The pink mist wrapped around him and dragged him back to the back of the boat, making him return to the same posture and action as before. Finally, Alka immediately returned to the original place. Gently raised his hand, the pink mist that was originally wrapped around the enemy's head disappeared immediately. The old man, who was originally confused, quickly regained clarity in his eyes, and looked around with a little doubt. He rubbed his head without leaving a trace, and looked at everyone. Then he stood up slightly. Without waiting for Julia to speak, Alka walked over from the water. "Don't worry, I am from the Holy Mother Church." After speaking, he slightly raised his right hand. A faint holy light ball appeared in his palm, and the white light was waving out. This is a relatively signature simple spell of the Holy Mother Church. In addition to being able to dispel the evil around, it only has the property of lighting. As this scene appeared, everyone could clearly see that the old man changed from vigilance to relaxation. He turned over and entered his own boat. "So you are from the Holy Mother Church. You were swept into the sea?" "Yes, but this time I happened to be curious about this area, so I decided to come up and take a look to gain some knowledge." Hearing this, the old man nodded, smiled, and waved the fishing rod in his hand. The boat moved slowly. "It's not very safe here. Come with me. I'll take you to the village." Everyone was separated from each other, and an Alka's signal followed. Chapter 309 Puccio Village. "How did you do that trick just now? You can actually modify other people's memories. I've never seen you use it before." Jason leaned next to Alka and asked quietly. At this time, they still maintained the formation just now, but the old man in the boat had become the leader in front. Hearing this, Alka said softly, "A technique for using dream clouds, and what you said is too exaggerated. It can't achieve such an effect at all. The reason why the effect was achieved just now was because it was quite a coincidence, and the conditions were just met." Alka only used the simple ability of sleeping, plus some hypnosis skills. It is a bit exaggerated to say that it is a skill modification. In this world with souls and magic, memory and soul are highly bound. Being able to modify memory means that it can affect the soul at the most essential level of life. This is not something that can be justified by a small ability, which is why Jason and the others were surprised from the old man's horrified and angry look after he saw Julia's fishtail. It was clear that he himself was in disbelief. The trembling look of fear could not be faked. This obviously reached the conditions of a nightmare, which is the most instinctive reaction mechanism of the human body. Things that are too scary and unbelievable can easily make people feel that they are not real. Alka immediately put him to sleep, and then used a very simple hypnosis technique. This memory is still in his mind, but it is obvious from the old man's appearance that he is not young, and his strength is very weak compared to Alka. With Alka's current strength and increasingly sophisticated control over the dream mist, it is easy to make some subtle changes to it. During the sleep period, through the hypnosis technique, he really regarded the memory just now as a nightmare, because it meets such conditions, and it was just a matter of a moment. Something that just happened. Under various conditions, the effect just now was achieved. So this is not a memory modification at all, but just an ability to adapt to circumstances, which is achieved through the precise control of the dream mist. After roughly understanding what Alka meant, Jason nodded. In this case, there was nothing interesting. The old man's skill in controlling fish also amazed everyone. He sat in the boat, waving the fishing rod in his hand, and a large group of sea fish followed him. This is a kind of fish that is only about the size of 2 palms on average, with light black scales and looks fat. It is obvious that it is a kind of fish that can produce a lot of meat. Looking around, there are at least thousands of them surrounding them, passing by their boats, under their boats and at their feet, without any fear. It seems that they have already gotten used to it. Even around the old man's boat, several huge fish of this kind can be seen. They are as long as a normal person's leg. They push the boat to sail. No wonder they didn't see any spells on the boat just now, nor did they see the old man rowing. But the boat can still move slowly. This old man is the same as what they felt when they first saw him, a herdsman. But he herds fish. Seeing such a new person for the first time, everyone felt a little strange. Okay. It's time for you to play a role. Alka looked at Jason and said. Jason nodded, rolled up his trouser legs slightly, and jumped off the boat. However, his feet did not step directly on the bottom of the water. A crystal appeared on his feet and lifted him up in the water, and he moved forward. He quickly came to the side of the old man's boat. After a while, everyone could see Jason and the old man talking happily. Communication is his strong point, and it is also the reason why he is the main person collecting intelligence on the ship. Alka sat on the boat, staring blankly at the front, and didn't know what he was thinking. Why is he so afraid of Julia? Xia Dai, who was steering the helm, asked softly. This is a question that must be understood. Alka shook his head, and he was also thinking about this aspect. The old man's previous performance was not fake, and his expression when he saw Julia was like seeing a ghost. This was obviously not in line with what they had expected. They originally thought that this area had some connection with life, after all. They were so similar. But when he saw Julia's fishtail, he saw the fear of the mermaid. There was even the anger after the fear. The relationship between the two might not be as harmonious as they thought. Julia seemed to have noticed this herself. As for the specific relationship, it was unknown. Even though they knew so many research reports, they were only simple about the situation in this area, not the origin of life. Not to mention the information about conflicts in customs and religions. Under the guidance of the old man in front, they soon saw a village in front? If it was a village, because the appearance of this gathering place was not quite the same as the village in their minds. And some of the buildings made them feel strange. No, it was very strange and surprising. There was still the sea ahead, and there were no mud, rocks or small islands. But above the sea there were residential areas built with various wooden boards, vines and plants. These house-like things looked like huge spherical objects woven with vines. There was a round opening in front of the round vine house, which was the entrance and exit door. The house seemed to be floating on the sea, and the round house structure would not roll over, because it has flat wooden boards and rattan wrapped around it to fix it. It can float on the sea in a stable way. But even so, it can be clearly felt that the house is shaking slightly with the waves on the sea. Looking at this situation, Jason who was communicating with the old man from time to time, immediately asked, "Is this your village?" "This is." "Too interesting." "Haha, it's different from the place you live outside. This is Piochio village." The old man smiled twice and introduced it happily. It was obvious that he loved his village very much. Jason looked at the houses and asked curiously, "How were these houses built?" "Using the vine length." "Spell?" "Vine length?" Jason asked curiously. "What spell is this? The name alone sounds a bit too strange." "It's a very simple spell. It was easy for outsiders from the Holy Mother Church to learn it before. I'll show you." The old man waved his hand. Magic power was released. And then Alka saw the vines in the sea below. Some vines began to break away from the entanglement and began to grow upward. Under the control of the old man, it directly emerged from the water and woven into a ball, floating along the waves. But because it was connected to the vines below, it was firmly tied, and even if it would shake, it would not float away completely. This was obviously the same structure as the house in the village, except that the structure of the house was larger, and perhaps more vines were used. At this moment, Alka understood how the houses in this village were constructed. This was really interesting. As they arrived at the village, Alka and the others were too conspicuous. A middle-aged man who looked not very old, wearing a rattan armor made of strange vines, holding a trident with a metallic luster in his hand, walked towards them. No, he didn't walk over. When he got a little closer, everyone realized that he was sitting on something. It was a strange creature that was 1.5 meters long. It had 4 limbs, a thin head, and a long tail that swung. It looked a bit like a crocodile, but also a bit like a fish. Although the trident in his hand had a metallic luster, Alka felt that it was not a metal weapon. It would be too strange for someone who had lived on the sea for a long time to use a metal weapon. It would be easily damaged. It didn't make sense. It looked like some kind of wooden weapon with a metallic luster. It should be very strong. His strength is also in the 2nd stage, but it is several spirals stronger than the old man. It feels like he is about to break through to the 3rd stage. After he swam over on the strange creature, he looked at everyone warily. He especially looked at Alka, Zyadite and Jason. It is obvious that he noticed the difference between the 3. The only peculiarity of the 3 may be that they all believe in the Virgin Mary, and can be regarded as members of the Virgin Mary Church. "Uncle Cake, who are they?" Hearing this, the old man named Cake, who had been leading them, smiled and said, "They are from the Virgin Mary Church, and they just happened to run into the Zahai in our direction, so they came up to take a look." Hearing this, the middle-aged man once again glanced at everyone warily. Seeing that Alka was obviously the leader, he nodded. "I hope you won't do anything bad in the village." Everyone nodded. Following the 2 of them, they walked into the village. The village covers a large area. After all, the spherical house floating on the sea is really very strange. The arrival of this group of outsiders made the surrounding residents turn their heads to look at them, especially some children. When they saw the pile of dolls on the boat, their eyes were shining, but they didn't dare to come over. Not because they were timid, but because their parents had already held them tightly, looking at them with very unfriendly eyes. Obviously, if they wanted to break free, they would be beaten by their parents. As soon as they entered the village, they seemed to have arrived at Uncle Kek's house. He lived very close to the village entrance. He waved the fishing rod, and thousands of fish formed a straight line and swam towards the bottom of the house composed of 2 spheres. The structure of this house and its surroundings is a little different, because there is an obvious fence behind the round house, forming a large circle. The fish enter the fish pen through the sea water below. It is obviously a place for breeding. This is definitely not the place you want to stay. After all, this is just an ordinary village. If you want to go to the mud, you have to leave the village and walk in this direction for a few days. The middle-aged man holding the trident looked at everyone and said, "Mudland?" This name made Jason feel a little strange. Looking at Jason who spoke, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, it is what you outsiders call an island." After hearing this, everyone understood what the so-called mudland meant. After all, according to the structure of this marsh sea, they can live normally even outside the island, and they don't have to live on the island. In the next generation, there may be no so-called island concept, and it seems more reasonable to call it mudland. Of course, we are just a little curious. After all, it is a village on the sea. We will leave soon. Thank you for your guidance. Alka nodded beside him. It can be seen that this middle-aged man who looks like a militiaman allows them to walk around the village because he sees that Alka and others are believers of the Virgin Mary. This village seems to be extremely xenophobic, whether it is to protect the safety of the village or for other reasons. It is completely understandable that they are not allowed to stay in the village. After hearing Alka's answer, the middle-aged men nodded in relief. Quick! You are so rude. Uncle Cake, who did not leave, said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man named Quick sighed helplessly. Uncle Cake, there is nothing we can do about this. It is for the safety of the village. Now is not a good time to take in outsiders for sightseeing. Cake was also a little helpless, but he did not refute his words. He looked at Alka and the others and said, It will take about 3 or 4 days and nights to walk from here to that place. There are many people in the mud, and it is quite tolerant. You can rest safely there, but you better act quickly. It will be too late if you are slow. What do you mean? This made Alka frown. It was obviously not a good thing. Quick was about to explain, when he heard an older voice from behind. Let me tell you. The voice was old, and an old man, with his back hunched standing on a strange creature, was carried over. The creature under his feet was the same as the one the militia expected. I just asked, it seems to be called a crawling fish. Village chief. Village chief. Hearing the two voices, the old man just nodded. The old man looked at Alka and others. Well, you don't look like bad people, but I hope you understand that. The village is quite tense during this period. Then, without waiting for Alka and others to reply, the old man said in a nagging manner, The monsters in the blasphemous land are coming again. We have to be prepared. The big gardener sent someone to bring the news just a few days ago. So if you want to go to the muddy land, you'd better hurry up. Monsters in the blasphemous land? It's the area you call the border of life and death. There are many monsters there, and they hate all life. Over the years, they always gather together to attack the outside world every once in a while. And we are the border. It's right next to the blasphemous land. After hearing this, they understood. The monsters in the area of the border of life and death are indeed very aggressive, even if they are just passing by from the far sea. But once they are seen by the monsters above, the monsters made of undead and plants will find ways to attack them. Those with long-range attacks will use them constantly. Those without them will throw various vines and plants, or even rocks at them. It is almost inevitable to be neighbors with such monsters. It is better to say that it is very good that this place can be preserved well, because Alka does not seem to see any measures to protect this village. Finally, the village chief thought for a while and said, If you don't mind, you can go to the muddy ground with the village team. This may save a lot of time. They often take this road. Village chief. The middle-aged man named Keek frowned and shouted. He obviously didn't trust outsiders like Alka. Don't worry, Keek. They are not bad people. Believe in the wisdom of the old man. Hearing this, the middle-aged militia had to nod. Finally, the village chief began to explain to everyone. Our village needs to transport some supplies to the muddy land. You are in this area, the main place to be attacked, and we need resources for supplies. The last wave of supplies from our village has not been transported yet, and it will be on its way soon. If you don't mind, you can go with us. When Alka heard this, he turned around and looked at everyone and asked for their opinions. The people behind him did not communicate, but nodded and agreed with this idea. If we can speed up, why not do it? As for whether there will be danger, they need to be vigilant. Okay, we can act together. If there is danger, I will help. The old man smiled and nodded. That's great. Follow me. The old man took Alka and the others to the end of the village. This also allowed them to pass through the center of the village and take a simple tour of the entire village. There seemed to be many herders like Cake, because half of the houses had this structure. And they saw many big-head carps swimming around and gathering in this village. This seems to be the specialty of their village. Came to the tail. Here, as they said, a large amount of supplies were piled up. These supplies were packed in sealed rattan balls, and you could see some unknown wood and a lot of fish products inside. There were more supplies placed on a concave long board. The long board had a flat bottom and floated on the sea. In front of the long board was a slender strange fish, which was more than 3 meters long. The huge body and the slender and wide tail of the fish could make people clearly realize how strong it was in the water. The fish had a saddle-like device on its body, with 2 vines sticking out from it and tied to a long wooden board. There was also a person sitting on the head of the board, also holding something similar to a fishing rod in his hand. There were 3 such fish-pulled wooden boats in total. If you really want to compare them, it looked a bit like a horse-drawn carriage. You could also call it a fish cart. There were also 6 militiamen, who looked a bit strong, all of whom were at the second stage in strength. Their attire, weapons, and the fish they rode were exactly the same as Quick's. When Alka and his team arrived, most of the supplies had been loaded and were ready to go. The village chief brought them over and talked to the leader, a middle-aged man with a beard. They will follow you to the muddy ground, and you can take care of each other. The long-bearded leader nodded, not at all disgusted or embarrassed. Finally, looking at Alka's smile, he stretched out his hand and shook it. Just call me Madru. Call me Alka. Please take care of me these days. You look much better than me. We should be taken care of by you. After the 2 strangers who just met were polite for a few times, they walked forward together under the gaze of the village chief. The village's transport team walked in front. Alka and others lagged behind a few meters, following behind at a certain interval. What a strange way. This place is really interesting. Simon looked at the transport team in front and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 310, Inconsistent. The ominous aura of gray and black is spreading towards the green swamp, trying to permeate and change this area. In the transport team sailing towards the mud, the middle-aged man, with a big beard in the lead, is riding on a strange mount and looking at the area. His brows are furrowed, and I don't know what he is thinking about. In the water, Jason, who is stepping on the crystal plate, comes to the side of the leader, looking at his solemn expression. Ask, Uncle Madru, you don't look too good. Is this journey unsafe? They have been following this advancing team, driving in one direction for 2 days and nights. Jason had already gotten to know most of the team members. Jason. Madru turned around, saw Jason, and smiled. Then he sighed. Yeah, those damn monsters in the profane land seem a little excited this time. For the natives of the land of spirits, they called the boundary between life and death the profane land. They wouldn't be so anxious in the past. I hope we won't encounter their attacks on the way. That would be troublesome. Hearing this, Jason asked curiously, have you experienced this many times? How long did these attacks from the boundary between life and death last? Jason thought that the war between the boundary between life and death and the land of spirits should not have lasted for a long time, because from the information Simon had obtained from the Great Library before, it was said that there were only a few records with relevant information, and they were only from recent years. This means that it has only just started, and it is not a tradition that has existed since ancient times. Yes, there have been about a dozen attacks in the desecrated land in the past 30 years, almost once every 2 or 3 years. Before that, when I was young, there were no such attacks at all. Everyone was relatively peaceful, and those monsters rarely came to our side. Jason nodded, which was similar to what he knew. There is someone ahead who is dressed similarly to you. Do you know him? Simon, who was flying in the air, flew over on a specially designed flying platform and asked, Someone. Can you describe it in detail? Simon nodded when he heard this. He is dressed similarly to you, and seems to be dragging something. Madru nodded with relief when he heard this. He should be a team coming from the Mudland, who are delivering supplies to the village. This made the 2 of them a little strange. This side was delivering supplies to the other side, and the other side was also delivering supplies to the village. However, he was just confused for a moment, and did not ask any more questions, because the team had already appeared in the distance. The 2 teams walked towards each other and soon met. The leader of the opposite side and the soldiers following him, whether in terms of strength, weapons in hand, or armor on body, were much better than the militia in this village. But their dressing styles were very similar. The leader's strength was about the 3rd stage. He looked at Alka and the others with a vigilant look, and asked briefly. He just nodded to Alka and the others. Then the 2 teams did not stay for too long, crossed each other, and left in the direction of the other party. Alka took a simple look. The goods transported by the team behind were mostly round and unknown things. They even took a bag and handed it to Madru. Madru came over and opened the bag, distributing the white spherical objects inside to Alka and the others one by one. What is this? Zadaidi looked at the white round object in his hand, knocked it, and squeezed it. It looked and felt a bit like some kind of fruit. Madru took the one in his hand and took a big bite, and the juice splashed out. A somewhat sweet smell filled the air. Fresh flower fruit, a gift from the flower fairy. Do the natives here seem to call the brilliant and fragrant flower fairy? Alka couldn't help but think. Then he took a bite of the fruit in his hand. The juice splashed, but the taste was not too sweet, just right. And as he bit it, he could clearly feel the liquid flowing into his mouth, which quenched his thirst very well. The juice inside also had a very light salty taste. Overall, it can be described as delicious. Not bad, it's a delicacy that can only be grown on muddy ground, and the village usually exchanges it with fish meat. Madero said and left and returned to the leader of the team, leading them to continue forward. Everyone bit the fruit in their mouths, and then exchanged some ideas. They found that the fruit in each person's hand tasted different. They cut a piece and handed it to Juanlu. The small episode did not disturb their speed. Finally, it's almost there. Huh? Madru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the leading position. They were less than a few hours away from the mud. They could see the gray-black breath from the side, which became deeper. I can already smell a faint smell of danger in the air. And that strange smell. When I was fighting the enemy's ghost ship at sea before, I also smelled this strange smell. A faint smell of rust, but not quite like blood. This day's driving made Madero extremely nervous, fearing that they would not be able to reach the mud in time, and be attacked by the enemy halfway. Are we almost there? Jason next to him asked doubtfully. From what Madero said, this should be what he meant. Madru nodded. That's good. I thought we would be attacked on the way, Jason said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-black fog in the distance began to sway charmingly. There were waves on the water surface. Enemy attack. Those monsters are coming. Simon Fay shouted loudly in the air. Hearing this, Madru immediately controlled the team and organized the defense. Quick, protect these goods. Alka and the others also quickly prepared. Jason silently returned to his team. The creatures in the sky flapped their wings, and the crystal dragon that had been following them flew down and landed in the water. Water splashed on both sides. However, Madru and the others did not express any surprise at this. They had been sailing together for several days, and they had seen this dragon many times. It must be said that the crystal dragon seemed to have grown a little bit. Eurylius tilted her head and looked at Jason. She always felt that Jason's expression was a little strange. Boogie? What? What am I doing? Okay, don't talk about this, the enemy is coming, be alert. Facing the crystal dragon's question, Jason said perfunctorily, and waved his hand to change the subject, focusing on the front. 26 monsters. 3 of them are huge, Simon said, as he flew high into the sky, and then the glasses that Alka had just thrown to him appeared in his hand. He put on the glasses, and immediately saw the monsters attacking them in front of him, and what level of strength they were at. Be careful. There are 11 third-stage monsters. The rest are all in the second stage. Hearing this, Madru was completely disheartened. He didn't know how Alka and the others discovered the enemy's strength, but outsiders have all kinds of methods, so he was not surprised at all. What he feared was the number and strength of the enemy, which they were simply unable to deal with. The ones escorting the supplies were all militiamen. There were really few means of attack, not to mention that their overall strength was still very weak. None of them have reached the third stage. It's over. We're done. If it had been earlier, it would have been just a little bit. Flower Fairy, please bless us. Madru almost knelt in the water, and the splashing seawater submerged him completely. He almost gave up resistance. Despair was all over his face. The militiamen behind him were the same. They knew their own strengths clearly. If what Alka and the others said was true, then they were no different from being dead now. On the contrary, after hearing the number and strength of the enemy, Alka breathed a sigh of relief. There were only so many of them, and their strength was just SOSO. They were not enough to fill their teeth. They brought a whole group of puppet knights. Although Lucilia's strength could not keep up with Alka's 21 spirals, it had already reached 17 spirals. The puppet knights, whose strength was based on her and decreased downward, had already reached the third stage. But they are all in the 11th spiral. The higher the strength, the weaker the strength fed back to the puppet army. In this case, the number and strength of the enemy, it is really difficult to have an impact on them. As the enemy rushed over, they finally saw the enemy's appearance clearly. The 3 leading monsters were relatively large. Their bodies were about 4 meters tall. Although they were humanoid, these 3 monsters all had huge upper bodies, and their lower bodies looked a little small and disproportionate. The proportions of the appearance are somewhat similar to those of a gorilla, and the sturdy arms make people have no doubt about its destructive power. These monsters are wrapped with green vines, and covered with plants like moss. They hold wooden sticks in their hands. But no one will underestimate these sticks. The vines on them are like tentacles, waving constantly. There are also sharp spikes. Following behind them is a large group of wolf-like creatures. It is still the iconic vines and vegetation skin. Seeing such a group of monsters, I thought they were natural guardians rather than undead. Quick and decisive. If these monsters continue to come, it will be very troublesome. After cleaning up, we will quickly go to the mud, which should be much safer. The black fog was still shaking. Although Simon had not detected more monsters coming out, he was just in case. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. The pink mist immediately swept forward like a tide. Looking at the three leading gorilla monsters, Alka wanted to use the melee mode. After thinking about it, the mirror in his hand changed into the shape of a deer head, and he put it on his face. Now there is no time for him to relax. The light reflected by the broken lens swept away along the smoke. In an instant, all the attacking monsters were surrounded and wrapped. What's going on? Madru was extremely surprised at this scene. He kept turning his head to look at Alka, and then looked back at the place where the group of monsters were. Because as the pink mist completely enveloped them, these monsters no longer rushed towards them, but instead spun in place. They madly ran in spirals in place, as if they were chasing something, and roared from time to time, and waved their arms as if they were attacking. In Madru's opinion, these monsters were like possessed. Well, it seems that these half-dead undead creatures still have souls. Alka had completely changed his appearance, wearing a deer head mask, like a strange creature, said. The moment the enemy was controlled, three figures rushed forward. The first to bear the brunt was Xiao, who had turned into a stream of light, and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye of Madru and others, she had already arrived next to the giant creature leading the group. When she appeared, her legs were already on the monster's head. When everyone saw her legs touch the enemy's head, Xiao disappeared again. The enemy was still there. Bang! The huge head had completely sunken down, and half of the face was completely destroyed. The branches and ancient debris flew out. The whole body tilted over, and almost knocked the monster next to it to the ground. The huge creature lying on the ground did not seem to be completely dead, and was still struggling. The plants and vines on his body were spreading upwards and entwining, trying to fill and repair the huge damage to his head. It could be seen clearly. This attack penetrated deep into the inside, and broke out from the inside. The vegetation skin used by the monster for protection did not play its due role at all. The monster lying on the ground had not had time to recover, and Xiao had not yet pursued. An orange-red fist-sized ball had already flown next to him. The ball instantly grew larger. Like the size of a normal head, it opened its huge mouth, which took up half of the entire ball, and began to gnaw quickly with its sharp teeth. The speed of gnawing was so fast that it did not need to chew at all. All the swallowed objects flowed to an unknown place in his body. He could only see Zhuanlu in the distance, his face gradually becoming rosy and shiny. Seeing his teammates helping him finish off the enemy, Xiao transformed into a beam of light that refracted crazily among the enemy group. Every time it flashed and stopped, an enemy would be touched and attacked. These monsters were not as lucky as the giant monster at the head. Their already small bodies, under Xiao powerful attack, were almost either dead or disabled. A very penetrating technique, which gathered the power at one point. At the moment of attacking the enemy, it penetrated into the enemy's body and then exploded. It was most useful for enemies with strong external defense. One of the skills Xiao learned in the trial tower, combined with her extreme speed, played a very powerful role. When Xiao had killed 3 or 4 monsters, the crystal dragon flew over. The breath from its mouth turned into a rainbow beam and swept rapidly. The first monster it aimed at was also a huge gorilla-like monster. The moment he was sprayed by the breath, he seemed to be frozen and was sealed in the crystal. The breath did not stop and glided in a straight line during the flight. The monsters behind were connected together and were sealed one after another. In an instant, the number of monsters cleared was close to Xiao. They had to clean up all the enemies. Pororo jumped. The water below gathered and pushed Pororo, drawing an arc from the sky and smashing into the group of enemies. Dense lightning patterns began to spread from his body. A cold wind like winter appeared around. Light gray lightning, madly entangled and linked, shuttled between the enemies. As the violent lightning ravaged the enemy dissipated into the air like ashes. The whole process was smooth and took less than half a minute. Then, with the participation of others, the enemy was completely cleared. None of them was injured. It seems that their weakness has been discovered. I wonder if it will be applicable to other monsters at the junction of life and death, Alka said with a smile as he looked at the corpses. Until they were cleared. The corpses were still under the control of his dream energy on his mind. And were still an illusion. Too easy. Especially those monsters whose strength has reached the third stage. Their mental strength can only be described as cowardly compared to Xiaodaidi and others. The two teams organized by the puppet girls have already begun to collect those seemingly useful tissues from the corpses. The two teams are the 7 who use spells, and the 5 who are used for logistics and mechanical construction. Using various tools and spell effects, they are cleaning the battlefield in the back. Madru and the others just stood there blankly, watching Alka and the others' behavior. It took about a minute in total. Not only were the enemies cleared, but even the battlefield was cleaned up. Jason came over and patted Madru on the shoulder. What are you still daydreaming about? Don't you want to leave? Yes, I'll leave right away. Madru finally reacted and immediately called on the people behind him to organize the team. They drove quickly forward. The people in the transport team in front observed Alka and the others with various peripheral vision from time to time. The same was true for Madru. It was obvious that their attitude had become respectful. You think we are great, right? Jason asked with a smile. Madru nodded repeatedly, yes. Sir, if it weren't for you, we would have died here today. Then, there was a round of thanks and greetings. The strength shown by Alka and others was completely different from the third stage in Madru's impression. It was a bit too outrageous. Alka and others followed behind. Their attention was all focused on the spoils collected from the monsters. Although they had encountered similar monsters at sea before, they were at sea after all, and it was too far away, so they didn't collect most of the things. This kind of thing should be very precious. It has the entanglement of life and death. If it is stimulated and used as medicine. Madlisa looked at the core in her hand, which was peeled off from the body of the giant gorilla, and couldn't help saying. There were only 3 giant monsters in total, but only 2 of them had this thing in their bodies. It should be quite rare. Madlisa carefully put them into a special bottle and stored them well. The medicine made from this stuff can definitely cure many difficult and complicated diseases, especially in the case of sudden life and death. It can save a breath, and there is a possibility of treatment. This kind of residual time entanglement material is the easiest to achieve. I just don't know how effective it is. 1 core is definitely not enough. It needs to be improved. In Madlisa's eyes, the value of these monsters has increased. At this time, Juanlu had collapsed on the boat. The 3 balls behind him helped him eat and drink, causing Juanlu to accumulate too much energy. He was having indigestion now, and needed to rest. As for Alka and Simon, they were looking for something useful in the pile of life-rich bones. This thing was too strange, and they didn't know how to use it for a while. Life-rich bones. It was really a strange spell material. This rare material was just not known where to use it, to bring out its special characteristics. But at least it was rare, and even if it was sold, it could be sold at a decent price. Chapter 311, The Green War. The green vines intertwined, forming a wide and thick wall. This wall made of vines surrounded the edge of the island, and formed a whole circle. It firmly protected the island. On the wall, countless figures could be seen above. Spears made of various woods were madly pouring down on the wall. These spears seemed simple, but each spear was like a sharp sword when it was thrown out. Directly pierced through the monsters below that want to attack the city, nail them to death. Some monsters that were lucky enough not to die cannot move at all. Instead, they blocked the monsters behind them from moving forward and trampled them to death. There are several huge tentacles formed by vines on the city wall. These tentacles are as long as 10 meters. They swept fiercely from the city wall to the bottom of the city wall. With their huge size and strong power, each sweep can sweep down a large number of enemies. Summon fireworks. An old woman in a green embroidered robe raised the flower staff made of plants in her hand, and shouted loudly. Following her command, a fragrant scent wafted from all over the city wall, and the pollen that spread out was visible to the naked eye. And a light green light on the city wall made of vines. Huge flowers emerged one after another, and the flower core composed of petals was enough to swallow a whole person. These flowers bent their stamens toward the bottom of the city wall. Except for the more beautiful appearance, they looked no different from the fireworks that Alka and his friends had seen at the border of life and death before. It's just that the fireworks look even more disgusting and evil. I can feel the magic in the air, gathering towards the pistol as the flower sways. Various attacks consisting of energy bombs fly down one after another. The barrage of energy bombs, clears the area below. The explosions produced by these energy bombs seem to activate the plant cortex of these undead monsters. Some strange flowers and plants begin to grow on their skin. They even move towards the inside, preventing them from moving, fixing them in place. But such a cleanup was only temporary. Countless humanoid undead soldiers quickly filled the gaps and attacked the city wall. The army of the dead was composed of dark green, gray-green, and various dull greens like rotting plants. They were heading from the swamp to the island ahead. The island wall was composed of fresh green vines, causing the entire area to be full of vibrant green. The collision of two different greens produced a fierce battle. The two sides started a fierce fight with the battle for the city wall as the starting point. But it was obvious that the number of these undead monsters from the border between life and death far exceeded that of this side. Moreover, if these monsters were not killed in one blow, their wounds would be slowly repaired and supplemented by the plant vines on their bodies over time. They would soon be able to regain their fighting ability again. In this case, the defense on the city wall became more and more difficult. Some sections of the city wall seemed to be about to be lost. Fortunately, among these undead monsters at the junction of life and death, there are no monsters like the ones we encountered before. Otherwise, this wall might be... Before Jason finished speaking, Pororo's palm, which was bigger than his face, completely covered his face, stopping him from saying the next thing. At this time, I suggest you really seal your mouth. Alka looked at Jason's appearance and complained helplessly. Jason patted Pororo's hand hard, signaling him to let go quickly. After being let go, he rubbed his face, and was too lazy to argue. He just mumbled, "I just said the most likely possibility. It's just a reasonable guess." Which only proves that my guess is reasonable. But no one cared about his sophistry. And no one wanted to listen. He had to shut up silently. Alka looked at everyone and asked, "What should we do now? Should we go up and help?" They should have dealt with such a situation about 10 times. Why do they look like they are about to lose? Xia Daidi looked at the situation in the distance and couldn't help asking. At this time, they and the team transporting supplies were hiding in the distance of the battlefield. Relying on the dream brought by Alka, through various means, they observed the situation on the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was not optimistic at this time. It seemed that the enemy was about to break through the city wall on this side of the island. In the case of the existing numerical disadvantage, if the city wall was broken, it would be difficult to win this war. This question made Alka turn his head and look at Madru and others who were hiding with them. Is this situation common? Madru shook his head solemnly. Except at the beginning, we suffered heavy losses due to the enemy's sudden attack. Afterwards, after we were prepared, there were fewer large-scale sacrifices. However, every time the enemy attacks, there will always be some places that fall into crisis because of the enemy's special attention. There will be a lot of sacrifices, but there should be people to support them. They just need to hold on for a while. Madru looked at everyone and said, after all, his age allowed him to fully experience the era of life and death and external attacks. He still has a say. Then he took a deep breath, stood up and looked at his companions behind him. He said with a serious expression, "We must go over to support. Thank you for your help before." After that, he led the militia behind him, and the teams responsible for transporting supplies. He quickly ran towards the island. He didn't care at all that the situation on the island was very pessimistic at the moment. They seemed to have a special place, which could directly enter the island. Watching them leave, Alka stood there thinking. The others also looked at Alka, waiting for his decision. In the current situation, it was reasonable to help or not. It just depended on whether the cost of helping was worth it compared to what was gained. If Alka was not mistaken, the old woman in the green embroidered robe on the wall might be at the peak of the 4th stage or even the 5th stage. But apart from standing there to cast spells and issue orders, she did not seem to have any large-scale attack methods. She had been looking at a monster in the enemy team with a determined look. Apparently, there were monsters in the enemy camp that could rival her, which made the stronger forces on both sides not act rashly. They could only compete with each other in terms of overall quality. Alka watched from a distance for a long time. He confirmed his idea. "Let's go and help. Remember, we must first ensure our own safety." Seeing Alka make a decision, everyone nodded. Immediately headed towards the island. As soon as the decision was made, Alka put on the deer head mask on his head. Everyone hid their bodies together, and quickly rushed towards the enemy. The first thing they had to do was to climb the city wall. Under the cover of Alka's invisibility, they easily jumped up through the vine wall. "Who are you?" Seeing them appear, the soldiers next to them were extremely surprised, and were about to swing their weapons at them. Pororo immediately blocked them. Alka said, "Don't attack casually. We are here to help you." The soldier looked at Alka and the others. At least they didn't look weird like the undead. In this situation, being a normal person is enough to gain some trust. Looking at the battle situation around, Julia stretched out her right thumb and flicked it slightly. And the coin flew into the air. The red reverse and the green front kept spinning. Then it stopped in the air and turned into the green girl's side. Julia immediately burst out with a strong breath of life. She sang softly. Unlike before, her voice seemed to lack a certain ethereal sound. But the singing now was still beautiful, but it didn't have the soul-deep meaning it once had. Julia was hiding, and it was obvious that the soul-deep meaning might be related to her race. And the people in this area have already shown obvious hostility towards mermaids. As this ethereal singing, the front of the green coin began to emit magic, and it was transmitted along with the sound. All the soldiers who were fighting immediately felt that the minor wounds on their bodies were healing. Their physical strength was restored, and their strength was enhanced. Even the vine walls became more resilient, and the various plants used for attack also became stronger. When Julia's song sounded, the soldiers on the surrounding walls were like chicken blood. They quickly adjusted to the slightly disadvantaged state, pushed the enemy out of the wall again, and greatly boosted their morale. Seeing this situation, everyone immediately dispersed their formation. There was a buzzing sound from the place where the flying swallow was hiding. The supplies on board suddenly flashed, and one after another of the metal sentinel patrol planes formed a formation and flew over. Under Simon's control, they became an array, and madly fired at the undead monsters under the city wall. The sky suddenly became a little dark. It seemed that dark clouds floated over them, blocking some of the sunlight. Then if in this case, anyone looked up at the sky and found that nothing like this happened. The light in the sky was taken away, and one by one it turned into beams of light, gathering towards Xiaodaidi's hand. The armed guard on Xiaodaidi's other hand was gathering milky white light towards the palm of her left hand. Obviously, she wanted to do something big. The armed guard stored enough holy light, which was also a kind of light. However, compared with a natural light beam, Xiaodaidi could only barely control it by relying on her relationship with the Holy Mother Church. But this barely controlled light was enough. When the ball of light gathered in Xiaodaidi's right hand was big enough, she immediately put her hands together. The milky white light, which was only the size of her palm, merged into the bright ball of light in her right hand, and immediately turned it milky white. The light couldn't help but spread out. Xiaodaidi jumped into the air. She put her hands together to compress the ball of light in her hand, and then pushed it out violently. The ball of light in her hand dragged a brilliant trail, attracting almost all the attention on the battlefield. As the ball of light fell into the center of the enemy, the dazzling light mixed with holy light began to spread around, almost covering the entire battlefield. In these life and death borders, the undead creatures, which were full of life, emitted green smoke under the holy light. They screamed and fell to the ground with a roar, especially the skeletons with the largest number. Their strength was generally only in the second stage. There were even many in the first stage. It was only because of the sufficient number that they caused so much trouble. This wave of large-scale attacks almost cleared out more than half of these skeletons. At this time, among the undead, an ordinary undead that looked no different attacked. Gray-black smoke mixed with dark green vines swept away, as if ready to break the place where the light ball was emitted. But at the moment he attacked, the old woman who had been waiting on the wall for a long time immediately pointed the flower scepter in her hand at him. Countless petals suddenly gathered together and spiraled towards the enemy, cutting off the gray-black vines that attacked from the middle, and then began to attack him. The enemy had to stop their attack and could only deal with this sudden attack. At this time, Alka and his men were not idle. They used their own methods to clean up the undead below frantically. Especially Alka. The red smoke he spread out made almost all the undead stunned. They almost stood there to be harvested, and even started to attack each other. Seeing their behavior, the soldiers on the city wall also reacted. Following them, they began to attack frantically. In just this brief moment, the disadvantage was reversed. The battle formation composed of puppet girls was very smart. They always hid behind these soldiers and attacked the enemy from all kinds of unexpected angles. They were already strong and often launched sneak attacks from all corners. They were invincible on the battlefield, especially the team led by E and his team. They were the best among them. With the addition of Alka and others, these monsters began to be cleared quickly, and the morale of the city wall side was greatly boosted. As the attack on the city wall continued unabated, these monsters finally began to retreat, retreating back to the border area. Watching these monsters leave, the soldiers on the city wall roared to vent their emotions. After the enemy retreated, Alka and the others quickly gathered together. Fortunately, they had been ensuring their own safety. Although they were helping, they were mostly attacking from a distance, and had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. This situation prevented them from being hurt. Matt Lisa controlled the floating needles to treat the seriously injured soldiers on the city wall. Although Alka and his team were not numerous, their strength and methods were top-notch among the same level. On both sides of the battlefield, the reason why the undead had an advantage was that they had too many lower-level undead. The joining of Alka and his team immediately broke the balance and allowed them to quickly clear out the huge number of lower-level undead. Although they joined halfway, and no one knew or recognized them. But their behavior and Matt Lisa's rescue action after the battle made them gain enough respect. The old woman holding a flower vine staff walked towards them. She looked at Alka and Ziadite. She made a strange prayer posture and bent over. "Thank you for your help. You are our benefactors now. The people of Flowers will remember your kindness. As friends, helping you is what we should do. May the Virgin Mary bless you." Hearing Alka's words, the old woman nodded. "Come on, let's talk somewhere else. This is obviously not a place for communication." With that, the old woman led AKA and the others to the flower wall. When they arrived on the island, they found that the environment of the island was indeed very good. There were green plants and flowers everywhere. All kinds of exotic flowers were scattered all over the island. Even the places where the residents on the island lived were intertwined with trees and vines. And it was very clear that these houses were made of trees and vines growing naturally, and these trees were still alive. It was obvious at a glance that they were built by means of some spells, but this scene of harmony with nature also made everyone very curious and surprised. They kept looking around, admiring the various places. Julia in particular was extremely satisfied with this place. They took Alka and the others to a huge house built by giant trees. Alka's people found stools nearby and sat down. Even these stools were made of living plants. "Thank you again for your help. If you need to do any exploration and research on this island or the surrounding areas, please let us know if there is anything we can help you with. Of course, there are some things I have to tell you in advance. You must not cause serious damage to this environment. You are not allowed to explore some hidden places. Of course, if friends from the Church of Our Lady want to go in, they also need to communicate with us, and we will lead them there in person." It is obvious that the configuration of Alka's team made the old woman think that they were another team to explore the island. In fact, there seems to be no problem with this, because they did. Before Alka and the others could answer, a girl in leather armor came in and said something in the old woman's ear. The old woman stood up and looked at Alka and the others and said apologetically, "The war just now caused us huge losses. I'm sorry that I still have too many things to deal with. I will arrange someone to take care of you. I hope you can have a good experience here." Alka nodded repeatedly. "You can be busy. We will abide by the rules here." "That's great." She left. A young girl in a green robe also came over and led them out of the building. Chapter 312 Regional Map. This is a forest of unknown trees. 3 huge trees are close to each other, entwined with each other. They look like a pair of triplets that were born together without separation. 3 trees form a single-family villa that looks extremely exquisite. You can see very obvious signs of human intervention. The sunken huge tree roots entwine into the entrance. The huge branches stretch out to form the balcony of the villa, and the internal windows can be seen between the green branches and leaves. There are also vines entwined on it. Flowers and fruits hanging on the vines are shining slightly. This seems to be the source of the night lighting. The whole forest is full of similar villas, but the 3 trees in front of us are obviously the best and the largest. Obviously, the 3 trees blending together are not interference, but a special series. Dear guests, this is where you rest, the 3 tree seats. This is the best living area in the Emerald Fortress. I hope you have a good night," he said, and walked in with everyone, passing through the gate made of tree roots as they entered. The tree roots slowly moved, becoming the door of the gate. In this area, 2 or 3 guards could be seen patrolling around. Compared to the entire huge forest area, these 2 or 3 guards seemed a bit perfunctory. But as long as you think about the time now, you just experienced a dangerous defensive battle. You can understand why there are only a few of them. The whole twisted and entangled single-family villa has 2 floors. There are all kinds of rooms of different sizes. It also makes people who live in this kind of house for the first time feel very curious. After all, this is a house where 3 trees are integrated together, and these 3 trees grow together very well. Julia can clearly feel that these trees are very healthy. Because they are used for living, they are well maintained without even termites. If there is anything, you can ask the guards outside for help. The girl who was about to leave said to everyone. Everyone nodded, watching the girl say goodbye and leave. After she left, Alka stepped on the floor made of wooden piles under his feet. Huh? It's still better to step on land. It makes people feel comfortable. This swamp made Alka a little uncomfortable. It was not because of any strange power. It was just not good for his senses. Because this swamp was not as boundless as the sea, where you could ride a boat to your heart's content. It was also not as thick as the land to give people enough sense of security. Under the sea, there is a foothold made of various plants, vines and stones. Just like a swamp. This feeling of being neither up nor down makes Alka very uncomfortable. And this swamp is as wide as the sea. It is even more uncomfortable. Facing Alka's side, everyone except the 3 sea creatures nodded. For the 3 sea creatures of Poro, whether it is the swamp or the ocean, it is much more comfortable than the land on the island. This is the difference brought by race. However, after finding a relatively safe place to stay, Lucilia led her puppet army to choose a suitable room. 0. Let everyone have a good rest. Wu and the others will check and fix everyone's problems. The previous battle was not without losses for the puppet girls. Although there was no loss of personnel, some damage was inevitable. Simple repairs were needed. This kind of simple repair and maintenance, they can now complete it very well by themselves, without Alka and the others worrying about it. Fortunately, this single-family villa has enough space. After watching the chattering puppet girls gather together and choose a room, the crystal dragon's dissatisfied roar came from a window on the 2nd floor. Hearing this sound, everyone was a little helpless. Jason had to go upstairs immediately and comforted by the window. If you were outside, you could see the crystal dragon standing on a thick branch and roaring in dissatisfaction. Next to it was a window leading to the interior. From the size of the crystal dragon at this time, it can be seen that the interior of a building like this is no longer suitable for her to enter. Fortunately, this building is made up of 3 huge trees, and there is a comfortable place composed of branches on the top, which is suitable for the crystal dragon to rest. But for the crystal dragon, this is still not a good choice. Not to mention here, even on the ship, there are many places that the crystal dragon cannot enter, including the cabin, forecastle and poop. She can usually only move on the deck, and her resting place has been moved to the deck. Most of the time, her body occupies a corner of the deck. But this is a problem she must face as her time grows and her size increases. Everyone sat around the hall, chatting casually, resting to recover their strength, and enjoying the tranquility. Did you see the gray-black aura coming from the border of life and death before? Xia Daidi leaned on the rattan chair and asked. Hearing this question, Alka nodded. The monsters attacking the border of life and death. They should not have completely retreated. Right? Hearing this, Simon nodded. Said, yes, when I left just now, I found that those soldiers were still making preparations. They just cheered simply, and there was no roar of victory. It's okay, this can help us gain their trust, and also hone our attack methods. Why not do it? But remember to protect each other's safety. We only need to stand at a safe distance and attack. After all, we are just here to help, not to die. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded, without any rebuttal. Because it is true. At this time, providing help during this war is indeed the easiest way to gain trust. This is also the main purpose of their coming here despite certain risks. They are looking for treasures here, so they have to get help from the locals. Help in times of crisis, the trust and respect gained is the easiest. Speaking of which, I haven't seen any buildings like churches. Are there any churches or something like that? Juanlu asked with some surprise. They had just walked along, and had not seen any church. But they did see some clergy, including the girl who led them here, and the powerful old woman. Judging from their attire, they should be clergy. I don't know, but you'll know later, Poro said indifferently. After chatting for a while, Alka clapped his hands and looked at everyone and said, Okay, let's take a break. We've walked for so long, and it's time to have a good sleep. After taking necessary precautions and inspections, everyone chose a room to rest. Even so, There are still several empty rooms in the whole building for rest, which shows how big this tree villa is. After about a week, with the help of the personnel who came later and Alka and others, the island was finally safely defended, and there was not much loss of life in the subsequent battle. The gray-black aura at the end of the field of vision not far from them also began to dissipate, which means that the enemy's attack this time was a complete failure. It also indicated that there would be no new waves of attacks, and the next war would have to wait a few years. They were finally able to have some peace in the past few years, as the enemy retreated, and the aura began to dissipate. The soldiers who had been fighting for a long time finally cheered loudly, announcing the victory of this war. The land in front of the island, and the floating plants, and the debris of the dead bodies on the swamp in front began to be cleared. There were also blood clots hanging on the vine walls. Fortunately, although these enemies were all undead, they had been in contact with plants that represented life. Even the corpses no longer had the rotten and foul smell of the past. Instead, there was a medicinal or fragrant smell from the broken branches and leaves of some plants. These residues would be the best nutrients for the plants in the fortress, and the walls made of vines. They returned to the three-tree seat, cleaned up the dirt on their bodies, and rested in the hall. After a week, they have become familiar with most people on this island. They have also successfully gained the trust of the people on this island. Not only this island, but also the official forces of the Land of Spirits. They have gained trust, as long as they do not violate other people's rules. After a whole week of war, help is not something that can be said casually. Without their help, although it is unlikely that the island will be completely conquered in this week, the losses caused must be unacceptable under the current circumstances. It also gave Alka and the others a clear understanding of this hellhole. So what should we do next? Xia Dai, who was sitting on a rattan chair, looked at Alka and asked. Alka sat at a small wooden table, on which was a rough map of the entire Zahai, looking at the relatively safe area where they were now. Land of the Spirits. Number of treasures, white. Large amount, blue. Large amount, orange. Small amount. Difficulty of the area, crazy. Introduction to the area. Battle of the Six Gods, brilliant and fragrant. The place where Matilda fell. The god is not completely dead, the Virgin Mary is helping her to revive. The difficulty of the Virgin Mary church member area will be reduced to normal. The first thing to note is the number of treasures. There is no gold. The only thing to note is that there is an orange treasure. A scepter. Level treasure. But the problem is not anything else, but the map in their hands is a bit awkward. The map in their hands is not a regional map, but the specifications of a world map. The world map is composed of several areas, which will show the general information of an entire sea area. Although the regional map provides the least information, it is very useful for them in some cases. He will directly display the light spots where the treasures are buried on the map. Although there will be no information, the location of the light spots is the best information. Alka and his team only need to find the right place and draw a detailed map, and they will be able to accurately know the treasures represented by those light spots and more detailed information. Due to the special structure of Zahai, they had to consider whether the orange treasure they were looking for was not on the island, but in the swampy area with intertwined plants and vines. If it was only on the island, then their workload would be very simple. They only needed to reach every island in the Land of Spirits and draw a detailed map. If it was not on the island, then it would be troublesome. They needed to draw a detailed regional map, so they had to have a broad, but rough understanding of the entire Land of Spirits. Only in this way can the map drawn be recognized and used. Looking at the map in his hand, Alka suddenly thought of something and slapped his forehead. He looked up at Simon, who was fiddling with something. Simon, did the exploration materials you looked for before say that the Land of the Spirits is the most detailed map drawn on the map? Every area and island is confirmed, without omission? Hearing this, Simon put down the equipment in his hand and raised the eye protection frame on his glasses, turned his head and nodded. If I remember correctly, it's written like this. Hearing this, Alka pondered for a moment, then came to Xia Dai with the map. Are you sure you can make a separate map of the Land of Spirits? Zoom in a little, especially the islands. Xia Dai looked at the detailed drawing on the map, nodded but still said, no problem. It can definitely be separated, but I must explain in advance. After all, I didn't explore it myself. The drawn map may not completely correspond to reality. It depends on whether the map is drawn correctly. Arka nodded, no problem. You draw it. If it is really useless, we will measure it ourselves. Okay, For an orange scepter. Level treasure. This amount of work is completely worth it. Zadidi began to enlarge the drawing according to the existing map. Arka was waiting beside him. Until the sky was covered by the stars and the curtain of night. Zadidi handed the map she had drawn to Alka. This speed was much faster than before. After all, it was just a simple copy, and it was not difficult to enlarge it. Alka looked at the enlarged and detailed map in his hand, blinked, and began to examine it carefully. While Alka was a little nervous, light spots began to appear on the map. The moment the light spots began to appear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the map was usable. Light spots began to appear on the entire map, distributed everywhere, not only on the island, but also in the swamp area formed by vines. There are also many light spots. It's just that there are more light spots on the island. Until the dazzling orange light column appeared. This orange light column was just like the worst case scenario that Alka thought of. It really did not appear on the island. Instead, it appeared in the area outside the island. According to the markings on this map, the largest island in the entire land of spirits is the island in the center of the map, which is also the main gathering place. This orange beam of light was far away from the island. Compared to the border area where they were now, it was already on the other side of the map of this area. It was almost on both sides of this area, and it would take them quite a while to get there. Alka looked at the blue and white light spots scattered around the area where they were now. And there were quite a few of them, and they were very close to them. After thinking for a while, Alka stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the area where they were. After making the decision, they went back to rest. The next morning, when everyone gathered in the hall and ate breakfast quietly, Alka said, "Zadidi, today we will go around the island and its surrounding areas to explore. It would be best if we can draw a detailed map." Hearing this, Zadidi nodded, and everyone was sure that Alka seemed to have a certain goal. "The rest of you can stay here, or go outside to collect some information. The more the better." After dinner, Alka, Zadidi, Pororo, and Lacilia formed a group and began to wander around the island naturally. "Is this their planting area?" When they passed by a garden, Zadidi said, "The flowers in this garden are all very big, and there are white fruits in the stamens. These white fruits are very familiar, which is what they often eat during this period. Flower fruit, a kind of fruit grown from flowers. And because of the different flowers, the taste and nutritional value of the fruits will be different. There are even things like spice fruit. It can almost be called a versatile food plant. This plant is almost the main food source on the island, and the other main food source is fish. But in Zhuanlu's words, this kind of flower that bears flowers and fruits may only be able to grow in this area. Because this thing is very unlike a natural plant, it seems to be artificially intervened or constructed by some means. It should be a certain gift brought by the god, who is about to revive in this area to her people of faith. Because this one plant almost offsets most of the other plants. And the flowers grown are dense and lush. And each flower can produce many fruits. Even if the plants are harvested, they will not wither, but will continue to bear fruit. This means that the residents on the island will not be too short of food, not to mention the supplement of fish. And they did not see any buildings similar to churches on the island, because the official power of the entire area is the church, the so-called religious power of the flower fairy. And there is another important factor to consider. This area is the burial place of a powerful god from tens of thousands of years ago. Don't worry too much about any strangeness. Chapter 313, Sinking Ruins. If the land of spirits is considered a country, it can basically be called a religious country. The power organization that manages daily affairs is the church. The person in charge of the green fortress is called the gardener. It is a position similar to that of a bishop. The old woman in religious clothes before is the gardener of this island. Alka and others also confirmed in the battle of the defense that it is indeed at the 5th stage. The strength is enough to be called powerful. According to this logic, the person who coordinates the entire area, that is, the person in charge of the land of all spirits, must be at least a 6th level existence. It may even be higher. After all, this is the high, where all kinds of monsters and demons can be found. The believers of Xinjiang Flower Fairy can live in peace in this area, and even have the strength to revive the fallen god. This shows that they have enough strength to deal with external threats. There are too many forces interested in this swamp area. Not to mention that this ghost place has become a hiding place for the villains in the east of several landmark islands around it. Various treasure points, hiding places, and habitats. Without any strength, It is impossible to protect the safety of this place. The strength of some soldiers on this island can be detected. Alka and his men saw at least 30 soldiers with strength above the 3rd stage in the battle, most of whom held some small positions. I also saw several people with strength in the 4th stage. Alka and his friends followed Xiao to explore the surrounding terrain. Along the way, they also met many soldiers who had fought side by side with them. These soldiers would greet them with a smile. But if you want to say who is the most popular among them, it must be Mathlisa. After all, who doesn't like a doctor who can treat injuries quickly? The overall area of this island is not large. The most eye-catching building is the huge flower in the center of the island. The huge bouquet was 7 or 8 meters high, and the tightly closed stamens alone were as big as a person. The entire surface of the bouquet was emitting a faint glow. It was obvious at a glance that this thing must have a certain connection with the flower fairy. However, since the island was not large, the few people quickly detected the terrain. After all, Xiao had already started detecting during the battle. After the detection, they took the flying swallow and began to move slowly around. The circle drawn by Alka also included a large swamp area. The swamps around the islands are not as boundless as those in the past, but there are a kind of trees. This kind of trees do not grow in the land, but grow in the swamp vines of the seawater. The roots of the trees are extremely developed, and they are bound and entangled with the vines below, tightly bound. And the roots of the trees will also be bound to each other. This causes these trees to grow in a large area, and the surface of the trunks looks like gray vines condensed and entangled. Such trees gathered in groups of 3 or 2, becoming the only conspicuous thing in the surrounding swamp. You can even see a large forest of such trees in the distance. There are relatively abundant plants and some fish around this small forest, which seems to be a good fishing spot, because their roots will pierce the vines and build a large hole leading to the deep water. But it will not make the surrounding area too fragile, and it will remain stable. There is something hidden under this swamp. Xiao, who was on the boat, spreading silver ripples downwards to detect the surrounding environment, suddenly said. Hearing this, the 3 people beside her immediately turned their heads to look at her. Xiao closed her eyes, and the silver ripples radiating from her body were no longer hidden. She clearly probed the surrounding underwater, penetrated the sea surface, penetrated the foothold formed by the plant vines, and explored deeper. It should be some kind of stone building. The ruins of these buildings are entangled by plants, and have merged with the entire swamp. Porolo. Hearing this, Alka shouted directly. Poro nodded, squatted down directly, and pushed hard on the vines he was standing on. He found a relatively weak place, and pushed hard, and opened a gap. The area formed by the interweaving vines in this relatively weak place was not dense, and it was easy to tear a hole. Poro dived directly along the hole. As soon as Poro dived underwater, he found the difference in this area. Some kind of man-made building rubble was hanging and floating around, and these ruins were entangled by plant vines, and were dragged and floated in the sea. Many seaweeds, mosses and corals are attached to these plants, and various kinds of sea fish are swimming around. This place has obviously become a home for marine life. And what Poro saw in the sea is clearer and more. The area of this ruin is not small at all. It can be said to be very large. In addition to the pile of tied stones in front of him, there are many places where vines are unusually thick, and countless vines are hanging down into the sea. And these vines have been sinking to a depth of more than 10 meters, or even dozens of meters. You can see these vines hanging down densely, still tying up countless stone ruins. Those large and small stones and these vines have long been integrated and become part of the swamp. After seeing the underwater scenery, Baluoro swam upstream, found the hole he had torn open before, and got out again. Looking at Baluoro coming out of the hole again, several people immediately looked at him. There are indeed ruins below, that Xiao said, and there are quite a few. Even a lot, in the deeper waters. Almost all of them are various ruins and vines entangled. Hearing this, Arka frowned. Did you see any patterns or words on those buildings? Lucilia asked impatiently. Pororo thought about it carefully. There should be some, but not much. There are many plants and various corals attached to those rocks, which have been destroyed. I think it's better not to have too much hope. Lucilia nodded. It's okay if there are some, at least we know something. She jumped from Alka's shoulder to Pororo's shoulder. Take me down to have a look. Alka also nodded and said, you two go to explore the ruins below, Zidide, and I will continue to detect the surrounding environment. Pororo nodded. The two sides were divided into 2 groups, and began to carry out their respective tasks separately. Hold on tight. The current below is not calm. Don't get washed away. Lucilia nodded. Don't worry. Then the two of them dived again from the breach just now, because of the thick layer of vines. Even though the sea below was less than 4 or 5 meters away from the sea surface, it was still pitch black. It was like being in the deep sea, and nothing could be seen, because Poro was a marine race. As a fisherman, he could naturally distinguish clearly in the sea water. Lucilia couldn't do that. She could only use a light source to roughly see the situation in the sea, but the visibility was very low, and she could only see the surrounding things at most. I can't see far away clearly. Take me to have a look. I want the ones that are well preserved and have pictures and texts engraved on them. Even if some are almost destroyed, don't let them go. Hearing Lucilia's request, Poro nodded and began to swim around. After circling around for a long time, disturbing countless schools of fish, finally, I found a broken square stone pillar. Here, I saw some blurry characters and pictures. Lucilia immediately used the light source in her hand to get closer to check. The damage is so serious. It has been soaked in seawater and corroded too badly. Fortunately, the stone in this ruin seems to be made of good materials, and the traces of carving were once very fine. Even though a long time has passed, after a little cleaning, it can still be distinguished. The common characters of the sea of all beings. No, they are just a little similar, an ancient version. Lucilia was recording while watching, and muttering to herself. Poro didn't understand these, nor was he interested. He just stood by and watched the situation. This place gave people a bad feeling. Always felt a little dangerous. It was only a dozen or 20 meters underwater, but it was as dark as the deep sea, and the environment was unusually cold, which made people feel uncomfortable. There was always a feeling that something was malicious in the dark sea. There are too few records. Let's go to other places after reading them. Poro nodded, and took Lucilia to some more peculiar ruins with words and pictures. There were many ruins hanging by vines near the sea surface. However, there were not many with pictures and texts. It didn't take long for him to see everything around. Poro was going to take Lucilia to dive deeper, where there were many more plants and building ruins entangled. Be careful, something is coming. Poro, who was swimming with Lucilia, stopped where he was. The blue electric light activated the pictures and texts of lightning on his body, and the light emitted was extremely conspicuous in the deep sea. Seeing Poro like this, Lucilia also immediately entered the state of fighting. But Lucilia's own fighting style is more inclined to stealth and sneak attack. The environment in the sea water affected her performance. Even though she has become a doll, her fighting in the sea is not as good as a pure marine race. A red aura began to surround her. Here it comes. With a clear perception in the water, Porosha sensed the arrival of the enemy. The enemy's hostility was not concealed. It was obvious that it might be some sea beast. As expected, a black shadow emerged from the deep sea. A snake-like thing swam quickly. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Poro without hesitation. It was very fast, facing the giant teeth that suddenly rushed over. Poro quickly raised his hands to resist the enemy's giant mouth. The slightly sharp teeth on it cut his skin. Lucilia suddenly appeared on the head of the giant snake, and a red blade appeared in her hand and inserted it directly. Red energy gushed out, and the tiny wound immediately turned into a long piercing wound. The giant snake struggled frantically. The muscles on Poro's arm bulged, and the lightning patterns on his arm flickered. A sense of desolation and withering appeared in the water. Crystallized ice flowers appeared in the surrounding seawater. Poro tilted his head back slightly, and suddenly spewed out something forward. A large amount of gray-black lightning sprayed out from his mouth, and poured directly into the giant snake's mouth. As lightning poured in, the giant snake immediately began to struggle frantically, but his mouth was firmly held by the pineapple, and he could not move. Lucilia was still on him, cutting frantically with the slender blade. With the combined efforts of the two, it took only about a minute. The giant snake that wanted to eat them died directly in the water, and blood began to spread in the seawater. We can't watch it anymore. Let's go up quickly. The surrounding environment was completely polluted by a large amount of blood, and Lucilia nodded. He immediately climbed onto Poro's body, and the two quickly swam upwards. The large amount of blood and the bloody smell in the seawater began to attract the surroundings, and all the predators in the surrounding seabed. They began to gather. A fierce fight was about to take place here. The monsters attracted here were not as weak as the giant snake just now. Through the hole, the two crawled out and stood on the swamp again. They quickly ran to the place where Alka had left before. Not long after they left, the swamp they were in began to shake slightly. The seawater in that area began to fluctuate abnormally, indicating that the battle below was very fierce. Even the surrounding seawater had been dyed red. Seeing this situation, Poro left quickly without looking back. Since they did not stay underwater for a long time, Alka and his team did not move very fast. It did not take long. Only about half an hour. And they quickly caught up with Alka and others in front. "Why did you come back so soon?" Hearing Alka's words, Pororo could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. "I encountered a blind sea snake. Although it was not strong, but its death attracted too many marine creatures." At this point Alka nodded and understood in an instant. Who knows if there are any powerful sea beasts hidden in the sea below? For these marine creatures, the smell of blood is the easiest to attract them. It just so happens that we are almost done with the exploration here. Let's go back together in a while. After that, they gathered together, and it didn't take long to explore the surrounding area and started to return. Seeing a trace of blood red in the seawater, the battle in the area where Poro and the others were located had begun to spread. But it had nothing to do with them. Driving the boat back, parking the Fian at a small port around the island. There were small fishing boats parked here, and the concave wooden boards used to transport goods before. Returning to the three-tree seat prepared for them. After returning, they simply ate the food Zhuanlu had left for them, and cleaned off the stains left by the seawater on their bodies. Xia Daidi once again threw himself into the work, finding a quiet place on the second floor to start drawing a map. The other three sat in the living room of the hall on the first floor. Julia was also quietly reading a book beside him. "How is it, Lucilia? Did you find anything interesting?" Hearing Alka's question, Lucilla nodded. Said, although the ruins were severely damaged, there were too few words and pictures that could be seen clearly. But there were still some gains. There is no matching text for the pattern above. But if it is similar, it is just that some of the text is different, or simplified. Then there is still a discovery. The text is very similar to the Sea of All Beings, which is the common language I used before, a similar text version. It should be passed down from generation to generation, but after the evolution of time, the text has changed a little. Listening to Lucilia's words, it is obvious that the text she is using now may have evolved. The evolution of writing has obvious characteristics. Generally speaking, it becomes simpler and easier to write. Through the changes in writing, we can find out which writings are from earlier periods, and which are from later periods. And the writings that Lucilia saw today are from earlier periods. So I guess that this ruin is basically likely to be the ruins before the War of Gods. In addition to some of the things we have discovered in Zahai during this period, this place is likely to have a certain origin with the Sea of All Living Beings. The ruins in this area and the writings on the ruins are good proof of this point. But this world was originally broken and pieced together, so it is difficult to judge its connection through some geographical conditions. It is almost impossible. Maybe they were together tens of thousands of years ago. A continent. But they were broken in the end. One was pieced together into the safe for God's sea, and the other was thrown into the boundless sea. It can only be judged by other conditions. This is what I know. There are too few ruins. The deeper exploration was interrupted by the sea snake. I can only find a way to explore it later. Hearing Lucilia's words, Alka nodded. There will definitely be a chance. The reason why he asked Xia Daidi to draw the map of the surrounding area was mainly because there were quite a lot of white and blue dots around, and they were not far away. And the number was sufficient. And they really needed more normal treasures to supplement the funds they needed for future activities. If they didn't replenish it, Jason would have to beg. Speaking of it, as a treasure hunting team, the normal wealth on the ship seemed to be not much. And it did not meet the standard. After all, Alka and the others had been targeting treasures before. But sometimes, the treasures would not bring you any amazing wealth. Over time, the treasures they originally stored were consumed more and more. It was time to replenish them. By the way, they could also learn about the situation of the entire Zahai through these treasures. The understanding of the surrounding environment could unlock more treasure information. And the more detailed treasure information, the more Alka and his friends could understand the area they were in. The two complemented each other. Chapter 314 Twin Treasures. Xia Daidi drew the map and gave it to Alka. Alka took the map to the table next to him and looked at it carefully. This map is drawn with an island and a large swamp. There are 2 white spots on the island, and the surrounding swamps are dotted with 3 blue and 2 white spots. A total of 5 spots. Alka gave up the 2 white spots on the island. This island is too small. And it was built into a fortress. There are people coming and going in almost every place on the island. Not to mention that they are not residents of the island and are very conspicuous. No matter where they searched or dug, it was too conspicuous. No matter how valuable the 2 white dots were, it was not worth it. Giving up was the best choice. Alka looked at the 5 dots in the outer swamp. He clicked them one by one. He was ready to see which treasure would at least have some information. This was Alka's usual method every time he saw a new map. He clicked one by one. He clicked 2 white dots, and 1 blue dot in total. The information given did not even reveal the name of the treasure. I know nothing about it. I reached out, and clicked on another white dot again. This time the information changed. Mermaid relics. Difficulty: Deep Diver Phase 2. Popularity: 0. Treasure information: a dead mermaid, what he left behind. Mermaid relics? The blue treasure should be something related to the spell. Looking at the difficulty, the deep diver should be able to understand it very well, that is, someone who can dive into the seabed. A mermaid who died in the sea, then Julia can easily reach it. For safety reasons, this treasure can be obtained by Poro and the other 2. From the name, you can see that this treasure is not protected or hidden by anything special. After simply analyzing the information, Arka looked at the last blue dot. At least 1 blue dot has information, the others don't matter. Looking at the last blue dot, Arka clicked it. Nafas Family Treasure House. Difficulty: Believers in Bloodline. Popularity: 215,000. Treasure information: the treasure house used by the Nafas family to store family treasures, which contains the family's accumulation of 100 years. With the sudden demise of the family, a huge fortune was left behind. To obtain the treasure, one needs to open the door of the treasury. That requires the light of the Virgin Mary, the power of life and death, and the key of a gang. Looking at the information revealed by the blue dot, Alka was silent. He did not expect to encounter the treasure of the Nafas family that they had abandoned before. As they expected, the treasure was indeed in the Zahai area, and since they had enough knowledge in advance, they revealed almost all the information about the treasure. However, Alka did not expect that the points where the family's wealth was displayed were actually blue, not gold. As a family with more than a dozen 4th stage and several 6th stage people, it was really hard to understand that there were no golden treasures in the family treasury. But on second thought, it seemed understandable. For such a family, treasures were necessary and practical. Such treasures must be distributed to the family members. Treasures are much more useful when used than when left there. Even if such valuable items are to be placed, they must be carried by important family members. It is indeed more reasonable than placing them in the treasure house. Alka looked at the difficulty revealed by the treasure information. The difficulty above is very real, and there is no requirement for strength. In other words, the family did not put any devices for protection around the treasure. Maybe there were people who protected it. But when all family members died, the members who protected it would naturally die. Then certain conditions need to be met before you can enter this treasure house. This popularity is understandable. After all, it is so famous in the Twin Islands. And the information revealed in the treasure information is enough for Alka to spend a lot of effort to obtain this treasure. The Nafas family has accumulated for hundreds of years. If Alka remembers correctly, this family has been developing for about 700 years. At its peak, there were 3 crown bearers and 14 staff bearers. Not to mention the top. It is definitely a well-known force. From the strength of this family, we can get a glimpse of how much wealth is buried in this treasure house. Once you get it, you will definitely make a fortune. However, what makes Alka frown is the 3 conditions that need to be met to open this treasure house. After all, it is a treasure house, and there must be a key to open it. For a powerful family, the steps to open the treasure house must be absolutely reasonable, but also sufficiently confidential. The light of the Virgin Mary. I can't understand what this means for a moment. The light of the Virgin Mary. Holy light. Or some more special holy light. Alka was not sure. The power of life and death, this name may refer to the power of the area where life and death meet. After all, it is so close, it is hard not to think in this direction. The key of a gang, it sounds like a key. But that is all we know. Although the information of the treasure has been expanded enough, there is no way to open it if the conditions are not met. This time, Alka looked at all the treasure points on the map. The target is naturally clear. It is the 2 blue points that have revealed information, especially the treasure of the Nafas family. I just don't know if the requirements of this treasure house can be met. If not, it can only be put aside temporarily. Thinking of this, Alka stood up. He found everyone in the villa. It's time to work. Let's go! Hearing Alka's concise words, everyone immediately packed up and followed. Arrived at the small port of the island and boarded the Flying Swallow. When they got on the ship, everyone began to ask Alka, "Have you decided on the location? What are you going to dig?" Jason asked beside him. Alka nodded. "It's confirmed. If this deal is successful, you may no longer have to worry about Eurylius's food." Hearing this, Jason's eyes widened slightly. Even the crystal dragon flying in the sky slid down and flew around the side of the ship. Because this means there are a lot of shiny things. He was also slightly surprised. If it was just Jason's share, it would be enough for him not to worry about the crystal dragon's food. Then if this treasure is calculated based on the value of the golden sail, it must be worth tens of thousands. You have to know that the crystal dragon is still growing. As its body grows, her appetite is getting better and better. In the past, the gems exchanged for 300 or 400 gold sails could buy the crystal dragon for half a year. But this time when Jason left, he used 400 gold sails to exchange for gems, and he almost ate more than half of them on the way. Conservatively estimated, 400 gold sails of gems are enough for the current crystal dragon to consume for 4 or 5 months. Less than half a year. Now she can be described as a money-eating machine. She could tell others that she grew up eating golden sails, which was no problem at all. So in this case, she didn't have to worry about the extent of her wealth, which was enough to shock everyone. Don't be surprised. I didn't lie to you. I almost know where the Nafas family's treasure house is. Alka looked at everyone and said. Hearing this, everyone frowned. The first thing they thought of was the strength required for this treasure house. They all knew the strength of this family. It can be said that they are daunted. A family-owned treasure house like this must have sufficient defensive means. In addition, with the strength of this family, is it really something they can spy on now? Judging from the strength of the Twin Islands, this family, although it is biased towards the Virgin Mary, the family members also believe in the Virgin Mary, but their own strength is enough to compete with the church on the island. Just the 3 crown wearers are enough. All the forces in the morning have to drink a pot. The difficulty of obtaining the treasure of this family can be imagined. It must be very difficult. Right? Xiao Daidi asked beside him. Alka nodded. It was indeed very difficult. But at least there were some clues. The group moved forward, and the first place they came to was the blue point where the mermaid relic was located. This was also a swamp. It was no different from other areas. And it was endless. Looking at the green vines under the water, and the plants all over it. Under here? Jason asked. Looking down, Alka shook his head. No. There is something left by a dead mermaid under here. Hearing this, Julia looked at him. It's right under here. Pororo, Julia and Matrisa. The 3 of you go down and take a look. Hearing Alka's words, the 3 nodded. If it is under the water, then the 3 of them are indeed the most suitable. Alka found a precise point for the 3 of them. Pororo tore a hole in the vine. The 3 of them went down together and disappeared above. Can you feel your own kind? Matlisa turned to look at Julia next to her and asked. She remembered that she had heard similar legends before. Hearing this, Pororo also slowed down his speed of swimming downstream, waiting for Julia's answer. Julia shook her head and said, If my kind is still alive, I can feel it if I get close. I can also try to communicate with her over a long distance. But she is dead. Unless she deliberately set up similar fluctuations, it would be difficult for me to detect it. The 3 of them swam downwards while talking. The surrounding sea was extremely dark. Even though they had just left the sea for a short while, the vines covering the sea surface almost completely blocked the sunlight on the seabed. This made the seawater here extremely cold and dark. A clear and pleasant singing voice came. Singing? Did you hear it? The 2 people who were swimming downward stopped immediately. They looked at each other. They looked at Julia in confusion. Seeing the 2 people's puzzled expressions, Julia immediately understood. This was a sound that only she could hear, so it was almost certain that it was the beacon set by the dead mermaid. Either he needed help from his own kind before he died, or he needed his own kind to help collect his body after he died. I'll do it. Julia swam forward, and the 2 followed closely behind. It seemed that Julia felt something. Following the direction of the song, they swam quickly. This singing voice is similar to Julia's, but the tone is obviously different. Finally, a small figure appeared in the sight of the 3 people. Julia swung her tail quickly. The three people accelerated abnormally, and came to the side of the figure. This is a mermaid. Compared with Julia, her appearance is obviously different. But she also has the unique beauty of a mermaid. She closed her eyes, and looked cold. Behind her beautiful and cold face, her long light green hair fell, swaying left and right with the water flow on the seabed. This is the unique hair quality of mermaids. Even in the water, it can float like in the wind, rather than being stuck together by the water flow. Her fishtail has an emerald green color, like scales carved from jadeite, attached to her fishtail. It is obviously different from Julia's iridescent gradient color. The three of them can clearly feel that the mermaid has lost all her breath. Although the body is not decayed at all, it has long lost its life. The mermaid put her hands together, holding something in her hands. Songs came from her throat. Julia swung her tail, came to the mermaid's side, and gently hugged her. As Julia touched her, the mermaid's song disappeared immediately. The thing she was holding tightly in her hand loosened. A shell floated and fell into Julia's hands. Looking at the shell, Julia put it in her pocket ring. At this time, Alka, who was on the boat, watched the blue dot on the map disappear. This means that this treasure has been taken by someone else, and it is no longer a so-called ownerless thing. It seems that Julia and the others have obtained the treasure. Not long after, Poro came out from the previous hole, climbed up and stepped on the vine layer, and moved away, waiting for his teammates to come up. Julia came up next, holding a beautiful mermaid in her arms, but looking at the pale skin color of the mermaid, and the silent face. It was already a body that had been dead for who knows how long. It just looked like it had just died, without any signs of decay. Looking at the beautiful face of the mermaid, it was somewhat regrettable. Everyone on the boat immediately gave up position. No need. Just let her stay on the water, Julia said. Gently, she placed the body on the sea. The body of the mermaid floated on the sea, without sinking. Mathlisa also crawled out of the cave, looking at the body floating on the water. Alka looked at her and asked, "How are you going to bury her?" Julia's expression showed that she was definitely thinking about burying the body, but she didn't know how to bury it. After all, as a mermaid, it is definitely impossible to bury it like humans. That would be too weird. Julia looked at the body, looked up at Alka and asked, "How long will it take us to get out and leave this area?" Hearing this, Alka had a map in his hand. This map is the area map that Xia Deity copied yesterday. It only has the area of the land of all spirits. Looking at the orange light spot on the map, and their current location. After a brief thought, Alka said, "Soon, see if we can get the treasure house of the Nafas family. If we can, we will leave after we get it. If not, then we will leave immediately. Their location is quite far from the orange light spot. If they cross the swamp formed by vines, at the speed of driving on the swamp, it will take too long. The flying swallow can't speed up at all in this place. Although the route is a straight line, the speed is too slow. Alka has given up. It's better to go back to the periphery of the Zahai, and take the dawn sound to go around half a circle. Although it will take a long detour, the speed of the dawn sound is much faster, and the journey will be much more comfortable. It's much better than them shrinking on the small flying swallow. In addition, with the movement of the Zahai itself, it may be more than half the time." Hearing Alka's words, Julia nodded, and a transparent crystal appeared in her hand. Looking at the crystal stone, Alka, Zayadai, Lucilia and Pororo, the four people on the boat, immediately remembered. If they guessed correctly, this thing was the crystal stone that sealed Julia in the center before. It was also the place where they met. Julia took the crystal stone and poured magic into it, and gently placed it on the chest of the corpse. With a flash of light, the crystal stone scattered like water and wrapped around the corpse, and then solidified into a huge crystal. It was exactly the same as when they first saw Julia. The crystal dragon flew down, and stood on all fours underwater, but her huge weight immediately pressed the surrounding vines down. "I told you that you've been eating too much recently." Jason couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. Then the whole person flew out of the boat, and crashed into the seawater in the distance. Everyone turned their heads to look at Jason's landing point, and silently turned their heads back to look at the crystal. The crystal dragon also retracted its tail, as if the previous behavior had nothing to do with her. The way this crystal just solidified is indeed very similar to the attack method of the crystal dragon. Eurylius looked at the crystal and exhaled gently. It was similar to exhaling, but the power was much smaller. Just like the difference between water flow and water mist. The energy of the iris changed into an ice mist-like mist, and attached to the crystal. The whole crystal was immediately full of luster, and there were even sparkling spots inside. It added a different color to the whole crystal. But it's not just about the color. Thank you, Julia said to the crystal dragon while watching the scene. After speaking, she gently touched it, and the crystal was put into Julia's pocket ring. Luckily, the body was slightly curled, and there were not many items in Julia's ring. Otherwise, it would be difficult to put it in. The body sealed in this crystal is already a body, no longer a normal life. The pocket ring can naturally take it in. If the one sealed was the former Julia, then it would not work. Chapter 315 Family Treasure House. Julia was holding something made of white shells in her hand, which was exactly what she had obtained from the mermaid before. Alka looked at the shells, and could clearly sense the faint magic emanating from them. This must be a spell item, and Julia had never seen this thing before. So it was obvious that this thing was a relic of the mermaid, which was the specific item indicated by the treasure this time. So what is this? After hearing this question, Julia, in front of everyone, gently opened the shell. But after seeing what was inside, everyone felt a little disappointed. There was a round pearl inside, which was the size of a thumb. It was as white as milk and reflected luster. The luster on it reflected with colorful light. Let's not talk about what this thing is used for. Just looking at its appearance, it must be worth a lot of money. But it seemed to be too different from what Alka and the others had guessed. This is a music box. The pearl inside is a natural magic item, which can allow creatures that cannot breathe underwater to breathe underwater. After hearing Julia's words, several land creatures immediately became interested. Breathing underwater? Is it the ability to have a bubble wrapped around your head? Lucilia asked. She was talking about an effect, which also allows people to breathe underwater. However, the breathing time is limited, which mainly depends on your proficiency in the spell, and how much oxygen is stored in the bubble wrapped around your head. It is essentially a temporary oxygen mask. This spell can be regarded as a relatively popular spell, but it is not so easy to obtain. At least when Alka and others were in the home sea. Everyone knew it. Julia shook her head, not this kind. But it can make you breathe like a fish in the sea. Julia handed the pearl to Lucilia. This thing was obviously useless to her. She could breathe freely in the water. Lucilia looked at the pearl in her hands, and sighed helplessly. What a pity, I don't need to breathe at all now. Hearing this, Alka silently picked up the pearl and put it in his hand. As the pearl was held in his hand, he clearly felt the difference. A large amount of water flowed out of the other hand, and wrapped his head as he controlled it. Alka blew bubbles in the water. He could breathe in the water. This thing is similar to adding a layer of magic to the mouth of a normal person. It absorbs oxygen in the water as you breathe. It can achieve the purpose of breathing underwater, and it does not change the structure of a normal person's body. And you can't feel that this pearl will cost you any magic power. As long as you hold this pearl, you can breathe freely in the water. Compared to that spell, the endurance is close to infinite. In this ocean world, this pearl must be worth a lot of money. After experiencing it for a while, he threw the pearl to Simon. This thing was given to Simon to make suitable equipment. A melodious song came to everyone's ears. This song was obviously different from Julia's, but it could be heard that they were from the same lineage. Turning around, the shell music box in Julia's hand was the source of the sound. If this sound was not wrong, it should be the singing of the dead mermaid. But the song sounded a little strange, not like singing. It was telling something, but expressing it in the form of singing. Although it was still quite pleasant to listen to. Julia closed her eyes and listened quietly. It was obvious that there seemed to be an unknown message coming out of the music box. Everyone was listening to the song nearby, waiting quietly, but they couldn't tell what the message was that the song wanted to express. Not long after, Julia opened her eyes. The dead mermaid was a life master. They knew the title of Life Master. It was a title under the Seed of Life, a church organization that believed in life. It could be simply compared to the saints and virgins of the Church of the Virgin Mary. But there were differences, and the differences were not small. Life Master was more like a title of honor, which was a compliment to personal strength and behavior. It represented that the person with this title had made great achievements in maintaining the environment. So she is called the Master of Life. She was invaded by the power of death because she wanted to understand the situation at the junction of life and death. And this land of living beings is extremely hostile to the members of the Seed of Life, so she died there in the end. Before she died, she left some information, and left her treasures at the junction of life and death. Speaking of this, Julia stopped, looking up at everyone. She said, her strength has 6 stages. 6 stages. Alka pondered. How to say it? Even in the boundless sea, a 6-stage person can be regarded as a strong person. It is such a strong person who simply realized the boundary between life and death. It seems that without a 7th or 8th stage person, you can't rashly explore that place. A 6th stage person had to wait for death in the sea because of the invasion of power. It's really despairing. After thinking for a while, he asked, did she tell me some information about the boundary between life and death? For example, why was she so seriously injured? And why did she leave her treasure there? Julia nodded. She said she had already penetrated deep into the core area of the border between life and death, where the monsters were very strong. She was the only one ambushed at the time. So she was seriously injured. When she was about to escape, she felt that she might not survive. So she left the treasure at the border of life and death. It is said that it is her treasure, which can leave a fixed point at the border of life and death. But its specific function is unknown. I hope that the person who finds her body can bring her body back. The seed of life. After hearing Julia's last words, everyone was silent. Julia can be said to be an apostate now. You let an apostate go to the location of the seed of life church. What's the difference between this and seeking death? I'll leave it to you when the time comes. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Okay, we have another place to go, Alka said, driving the swallow again, leading everyone to the place where the treasure house is. That's the focus of their trip. The real treasure that they need to pay attention to and spend time on, the treasure that they have worked hard for. Fortunately, the treasure house was not far from them. After driving for about an hour, they arrived at the location of the light spot. It was also endless here, except for a forest in the distance. It seemed that the forest in the distance might be the reference of the treasure house. Of course, it was just a simple guess. However, the place where they were was at least 1 kilometer away from the forest in the distance. Is this it? Poro asked. Alka nodded, jumped off the boat directly, and stepped into the water. Then he stepped on the vines below. It should be right below here. Then I'll go down and take a look, Poro said as he found a weak spot, torn a hole, and went straight down. He began to look for suspicious places below, which might be treasure houses. Generally speaking, treasure houses are large, and not easy to hide. Not every place is like Bast was. After a while, he went back again. It's really well hidden, Poro sighed and climbed out. Apparently he had found it. Hearing this, Alka asked, did you find the treasure house? Poro nodded. The vines in this area are very deep in the seabed, several dozen meters. The treasure house is hidden in this area, wrapped with vines, very hidden. In short, if Poro hadn't known that there was a so-called treasure house hidden in this area, he wouldn't have found it at all. Even if he might come and go in this area, he might not notice it. Hearing this, Alka thought for a while. Then he said, Juanlu, Jason, Eurylius, the 3 of you and the puppet army stay up there, and the rest of you follow me down. After assigning the teams, everyone nodded. They each prepared a way to breathe underwater, and went down from the hole together. Jason and the others were on guard up there, to prevent a sneak attack or ambush. Although it was very unlikely, the necessary vigilance could not be lacking. As soon as he went deep into the water, Alka couldn't help but shiver. It was really cold down there. The chill was not like normal seawater. It was pitch black, and the vines that hung down were swaying densely with the water. The sunlight from the sky penetrated the sea surface, and penetrated through some gaps in the vine layer. It shone down with small beams of light. These beams of light did not add any good colors to this area. To be honest, this place could be used to shoot a horror movie. The environment alone was so creepy. Polo swam in front of everyone and waved at them. Everyone followed him immediately. He went straight into the vines. These vines were extremely entangled, and some of them had thorns. They swam left and right with the flow of the seawater, and even tried to tie them up. Everyone followed Polo for a long time, and finally saw Polo stop. But the place where he stopped looked no different from the surroundings. There were countless vines hanging down. He stretched out his hand, and lifted the vines in front of him, revealing a door that looked like it was made of stone. This should be the entrance to the treasure house. There are walls around the vines. Everyone swam up and looked at the pattern on the round door. This is some kind of strange stone. On the round door, there are 2 circles and a keyhole in the middle. Everyone began to circle around the entire treasure house and check each other. Simon took out the modified patrol plane that could swim around in the water. The two patrol planes began to scan around the entire treasure house. Xiao tried to use silver ripples to penetrate the material of the treasure house, to understand its structure and the situation inside. Lucilia began to check the patterns around the treasure house, and whether there were any words on them. Everyone started to do their own work. Alka stood in front of the door. The two circular grooves must be useful. The keyhole in the middle should be the last key of the three conditions. That is to say, the treasure house has a total of 3 authentications. Or 3 locks. Alka reached out and touched the circular groove on the top layer, and studied it carefully. Finally, he sniffed it gently. The smell of holy light. Alka nodded involuntarily. Which means that the power required for the smaller groove inside is the so-called power of life and death. It should be opened in order. It can be basically determined that the outermost groove should require some kind of holy light, or only a high concentration of holy light. Then the problem lies in the key and power, where to get the key, and how to obtain the power of life and death. Thinking of this, Alka reached out and knocked on the round door in front of him, and the stone of the entire treasure house. It can be felt that this treasure house is not as simple as it appears on the outside. After all, it seems that it can be broken violently. But Alka can clearly feel that this treasure house is very solid. As a treasure house of a powerful family, there is no spell to protect it. Alka does not believe it. If you want to open it violently from the outside, it is very likely that the gain will not outweigh the loss. If you go through all the trouble to open it from the outside, but destroy the treasure inside and let it self-destruct, it will be uncomfortable. It is a normal phenomenon that such a treasure house will self-destruct after being violently damaged. Alka dare not bet whether he has such a function. At this time, Mathlisa swam over and reached out to touch Alka. There are 2 bodies above. Hearing this, Alka immediately followed Mathlisa to swim upwards. The entire treasure house was actually entangled by the drooping vines, which was equivalent to hanging under the vine layer. Above the treasure house, Mathlisa pushed aside the dense and straight vines. 2 bodies were revealed inside. From the degree of decay of the 2 bodies, it can be known that they have been dead for a long time. There is no flesh and blood on their bodies, and only the skeletons that have been corroded and somewhat unrecognizable due to being soaked in the sea for a long time are left. There are still some marine creatures attached to the bones. There were still some decorations and clothes on their bodies. Alka came to the 2 corpses and examined them carefully. These 2 corpses, their strength should have been perfect in the 3rd stage when they were alive. Hearing Matlisa's words, Alka nodded. From the clothes on the 2 corpses and the icons on the items, it can be clearly seen that these 2 corpses should be members of the Nafas family. They died here at the same time, which should be the same time as the family died together decades ago. They should have been the guards of this treasure house. Alka pulled out a spell item from their hands that was about to lose its function. There was no blue border on it. This meant that this thing was actually considered part of the treasure house. But this thing was really useless. Alka carefully examined it. This thing should be used to transmit information. So this is why the 2 people guarding the treasure house were only at the 3rd stage of strength, because they could send information at any time and call for support. After all, it is such an important treasure house. It's a pity that no one will receive the message now. According to the defensive measures included here, only 2 people need to send messages when they encounter danger, and the intruders are irreversible, and other family members will naturally come quickly. After reading this, Alka checked again, and after confirming that there were no items, he took Mathlisa back to the gate below. At this time, everyone had finished their own inspections and returned. After confirming that there was nothing to check, they returned together. Everyone returned to the sea. They started to communicate with each other. If you want to open the gate in a legitimate way, you need to meet 3 conditions. The power of holy light, the power of life and death, the key of steel. When everyone went down just now, they saw the 2 grooves at the gate, and the keyhole in the center. It is easy to understand the meaning of these 3 conditions. Although I don't know how Alka knew it so clearly all of a sudden. I can understand the power of holy light, the power of life and death will not let us go to the boundary of life and death. Right? Simon couldn't help asking beside him. Alka shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. He didn't understand what the power of life and death meant. Can it be opened violently? Jason didn't go down and asked beside him. Simon shook his head. Then he stretched out his palm, and the lines of magic formed a structure like a treasure house. It can be seen that the treasure house is a circular stone building, and there is a circular gate in front. This treasure house is forged with a kind of sea steel stone, and this ore will be very strong in the ocean. If it is always in the seawater, it will also share the force it bears with the seawater, making itself stronger. In short, it is not impossible to break it violently, but it is extremely difficult. At this time, Xia Daidi came over and pointed to the treasure composition in his hand and said, "There is a mezzanine inside. Such a treasure house cannot be without spells. The spells are all engraved in the mezzanine. In short, it is impossible to break it violently, and it is risky. But how can these three conditions be achieved? And it is very likely that all those who know how to achieve these three conditions are dead," Jason said helplessly beside him. After all, this kind of secret about the family treasure house must be known by important family members. But unfortunately, all the family members are dead. While everyone was communicating, the map appeared at AKA's hand again. He directly clicked on the blue dot representing the treasure house to see if there was any additional expansion of the newly appeared treasure information. Generally speaking, they have already arrived at the scene, and the analysis of the scene can obtain some relevant treasure information. Treasure information: the treasure house used by the Nafas family to store family treasures, which contains the family's accumulation of 100 years. With the sudden demise of the family, a huge fortune was left behind. To obtain the treasure, one needs to open the door of the treasury, the light of the Virgin Mary, the power of life and death, and the key of Estiel, the light of the Virgin Mary, the pure power of the Virgin Mary, which can remove all evil things and protect oneself. The power of life and death, the power at the junction of life and death. The special physique of the Nafas family makes it always hover between life and death. The key of Estiel, a key forged with a precious special steel. As expected, there has been an expansion. Chapter 316 Opening 2 Locks. The power of the Holy Mother. According to the above description, this is a pure, high-concentration holy light. There are many attributes of holy light. Generally speaking, gods who tend to be in the order camp almost always carry this attribute of power. Holy light is just a general term, generally referred to as positive, order-oriented strong attribute energy. The external manifestation is the light that emits a sacred meaning, mostly white or white energy mixed with other colors. But depending on the source of power, the attributes will also have different directions. For example, the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother's holy light actually has a weak punishment attribute. Alka didn't know the details after all. He had only experienced the power and feeling brought by the Holy Mother's holy light. And these were all research results in some books, and Simon saw them all in the library of the Holy Machine Church. Only in a church like the Holy Machine Church, which is full of scholarly atmosphere, would those believers do such disrespectful things. At least in Alka's opinion, this is a good thing. Although Alka had seen it in the Church of the Virgin Mary, most of the research was about various evil forces. At the same time, these books also gave examples of some other holy lights. But without experiencing Alka personally, it is difficult to tell the difference. Since it is called the power of the Virgin Mary, it must have the attributes of the Virgin Mary. In their team, the three Virgin Mary believers, who can use the pure power of the Virgin Mary can do it. Xia Dai prepared the saint in advance. And the reason why she did not become a saint in the end was just because she did not want to. Not because of insufficient conditions. Her faith in the Virgin Mary and her talent are both in line with this. Her father, Andre, is now a bishop. Although they are in the home see, their status may not be much different. Anyway, Alka has seen Xia Dai use high concentration holy light. I just don't know what standard is needed to achieve the so-called high concentration. Jason, needless to say, has a holy light attribute. The main question is whether there is a slight change after the contract with the Crystal Dragon. At least it seems that there is no big change now. But he may not be able to concentrate too much holy light energy. As for Alka, he was able to do this purely by relying on his identity as a saint, and his identity as an islander of Home Island. But if he wanted to use it, he had to go through a series of rituals, similar to a more formal prayer. And he had to put some sacrifices. The sacrifices did not have to be bloody, but they had to be sincere. In general, Alka felt that using the power of the Virgin Mary was not difficult for them. But the second item, the power of life and death, is difficult. He initially thought it would be some power at the junction of life and death, but you can tell from the introduction above. This power should come from the special physique of this family, which is the best insurance measure for the treasure house. Perhaps this power can be restored through other channels, but Alka believes it will definitely not be easy. You have to know that this is a big family. It's not that easy. It's a bit difficult. The third item is a key made of steel. The three items together seem simple, and seem not rigorous enough. But they are very reasonable when examined in detail, because the family believes in the Virgin Mary. It seems that they can use a high concentration of the Virgin Mary's holy light energy. This is already a threshold, because there is a standard. In a world where gods really exist, people who believe in the Virgin Mary and can use a high concentration of the Virgin Mary's holy light energy must be believers of the Virgin Mary. They must be believers who practice the Virgin Mary's philosophy to do this. This is destined. And the person who uses it will not be someone from the evil camp. At least he has to be a neutral person who is inclined towards order and goodness. It is not reasonable to let such a person steal, or even rob to open the treasure house. The second threshold is the most important. It must use the family's special physique, and the so-called life and death power contained in the physique to open it. The most reasonable and safest thing. The third one is a physical object. A key made of steel. This physical object may represent the rights of the family patriarch. Most families like to do this. Looking at these conditions, Alka fell into deep thought. So far, they have only met the first condition, which is the easiest condition. Thinking of this, Alka put away the map, turned to Simon. Asked, Simon, have you heard of a material called steel? The one who knows the most about or in their team, it must be Simon. As a mechanic, he wants to construct various mechanical bodies, so he must understand almost all the minerals and their structures that can be known. Hearing Alka's question, Simon turned to look at him, then frowned and thought for a while. I've heard it. Not just heard it. I also have it. You have it? Alka's eyes lit up. Simon nodded, raised his palm, and then a transparent glass container appeared in his hand. The container was only as wide and long as the index finger, and there was an irregular or floating in the cylindrical container, which was about the size of the little fingernail. The color of this ore was silver gray, and there were sharp tooth-like marks on it. It has a matte color in the sun, without a trace of metallic color, even though its appearance is a more reflective silver gray. This is steel, a very precious steel material. I got it from the Holy Machine Church some time ago, and spent a lot of money on it. It is said that this material is not native to the infinite sea, but a special material brought by those outsiders in the starry sky. The special steel floating in the starry sky is very rare. After hearing Simon's story, Alka could also understand its preciousness. Obviously, this is a very good material. But with Simon's obsession with machinery and various minerals, he only bought a small piece for display and collection. That is enough to show how valuable this thing is, and how rare it is. You should know that Simon's wealth consumption speed is almost the same as Jason's. If it weren't for Alka's shared dream to alleviate his experimental consumables, Simon might be the first one among them to declare bankruptcy and start borrowing money. If you have been to Simon's room on the ship and his exclusive position in the manufacturing hall, you can know where he spent his money. Some things may not be practical, but are more for collection. Simon has a big hobby of collecting. Most of them are related to ancient machinery and minerals. He is willing to spend a lot of money, even to be ripped off. Alka reached out to take it. Be careful. Listening to Simon's instructions, Alka nodded, gently lifted it up, and looked at it carefully. He touched the container made of transparent glass on the outside. Turtle. The container and the magic item are made of spell materials. It was a container that even Mathlisa was reluctant to buy more of. It was usually only used to hold very expensive liquids. A small container of about 40 gold sales. It was built with a variety of protective spells such as magic sealing, balance, and confidentiality. It even had time slowing. This was definitely a luxury item. It was really worth it. Although Alka complained, he still looked at the minerals in it seriously. Now it's better. Maybe the probability of having the key is even lower. But he still couldn't help asking, how much is this worth? Hearing Alka asking about the price, Simon was obviously interested. Gently taking the transparent glass tube container from Alka's hand, he said with some boasting, this little bit. 120 gold sales. And it's in short supply. Hearing this price, Alka silently closed his mouth. He began to recall the size of the hole in the key. Roughly estimated, the mineral the size of a fingernail would have to be multiplied by 70,100 times. I can't think too much. Alka silently threw the idea out of his mind. Alas! He sighed heavily and leaned against the edge of the flying swallow again. What's wrong? The conditions for opening the gate are related to this mineral? Xiao Dai asked next to him. Alka nodded. You have just seen the keyhole in the middle of the gate. You need a key made of steel to open it. Hiss. Hearing this, all those who have seen the keyhole took a breath of cold air. They had just heard the price of this thing. Such a large number of keys made of such ore. It is hard to imagine how expensive it is, which makes them a little scared. It can be worth half of the treasure money. Although they have a lot of treasures, you can't let them sell them. Then, let's just give up, Jason suggested. Although he is the one who needs the most money in the team, he has not lost his mind. Although the treasure in the treasury is expected to be large, the price paid in the early stage is not enough for them to pay. Not to mention that there may not be that much. They can't guarantee whether someone will get there first. For example, a member who was once eliminated from the family. These people have much more advantages than them, and are more likely to have opened the treasure house long ago and swept away all the property inside. Not to mention that decades have passed. These people are not immortals, and they don't have much concept of time. Do you need a key made of steel? Simon said, frowning and asking in confusion. Alka nodded. What specific structure of steel is needed? The material of steel? Or the metal surface of steel? Or its unique characteristics? Hearing Simon's question, Alka shook his head. He didn't know about these. Not sure. Well, you can't be so pessimistic. Simon seemed to have thought of something and said. He then raised his right hand, and the treasure's index finger flickered slightly. A key made of metal appeared in his palm. He then took the container that just contained the Hubei steel ore with his left hand and gently opened it, took out the ore inside, and pinched it between his left index finger and thumb. The treasure's index finger lightly touched, and a glimmer of light could be seen on the treasure's index finger. Then, the little light shone on the key made of iron ore. In an instant, the ordinary black iron key became a material that seemed to be exactly the same as the steel. You can change the material of the ore? Alka said in surprise. If it really works, it can be directly changed into gold, and you will make a fortune. Simon shook his head. This is not permanent. It is a simulated change that requires constant supply of magic power. The so-called improvement of the power and various properties of mechanical structures is because their materials can be replaced with better ones. It can even be directly upgraded to a material that it is not aware of, making it more powerful and showing a stronger effect. Simon directly told the essence of his treasure. Alka had never really understood it. Then how similar is the imitation? Close to 100%. But it will never reach 100%. There will always be some differences. After all, it is just imitation. Hearing Simon's words, Alka nodded. He could understand. Try. The two of them immediately went down through the previous gap. Bororo followed closely behind. The rest of the people just stood on the top and waited. Soon the three of them arrived at the door of the treasure house. They had just tried it. If they used an ordinary iron key, they couldn't even insert it into the keyhole. Two possibilities. One requires unlocking one by one before inserting the keyhole in the end. The second requires the correct key to be able to insert it through the hole. I'll try the first lock first, to see if it works, Alka said, and gently placed his hand on the outermost groove. A large amount of holy light began to gather from his hand and poured into the groove. The holy light flowed along the groove to both sides and soon connected together. The light was imprinted, and then dense golden stripes began to spread around along the groove, until Alka let go. The light still existed. However, the scattered light stripes stayed outside the second ring. Well, it seems that the requirements for concentrated holy light are not high. It means that they have already met the conditions for the first lock. Now it's my turn, Simon said, holding a ball of condensed liquid and walked over. Then the treasure's index finger pointed at the keyhole, and gently sensed the position of the entire lock. He had already scanned it before, and now he was just in case. Then the liquid metal in his hand began to solidify. It turned into a strange key, with all kinds of strange bumps in the front, which looked more like a mechanical prop than a key. Looking at the key in his hand, Simon nodded with satisfaction. He repeated the process above again, and changed the key into a material that simulated steel. He gently pushed it into the keyhole. This time, it was extremely easy to push, without any obstacles, and the whole key was completely pushed into the keyhole. Then, light silver-gray energy spread out from the keyhole. and the same stripes as the golden stripes spread out. It's feasible. It can be done, Simon said with a smile. The three of them just watched the stripes spread upwards. And this time, unfortunately, they also stopped at the second ring. They already had the keys to the first and third locks. And now they only needed the key to the second lock, which was the most difficult to obtain. According to the treasure information, one must have the power of life and death, which comes from the family's special physique. Alka must either find out, and then simulate it, or he must find a living member of the Nafis family. It's not that it doesn't exist. As long as Alka is willing to spend a little time and effort, he will definitely be able to find it. If he is lucky. According to the information he had found about the Nafis family before, it can be known from the archives. When the church members at that time were looking for the reason why the Nafis family was exterminated, they deliberately looked for many main members of the family lineage who were eliminated by the Naki family at that time. Many family members even have the blood of the main lineage and are one of the main lineage members. They just withdrew because of various different ideas and styles of doing things. And the Nafis family was exterminated only a few decades ago. At that time, the members might not even die, let alone have children. Alka will definitely be able to find it in the church archives. Thinking of this, Alka nodded and took the two back up. He quickly returned to the ship and told everyone what happened below. That means that now we only need the last lock to open the treasure house. And you already have a clue about the last lock. Listening to Siadaiti's words, Alka nodded. That's right, but we definitely can't get it now. We have to go back to the Twin Islands to find some information. Hearing this, Lucilia frowned and said, That's a loss, you know. We spent more than 100 days and nights to find Zahai. If we leave now, the time wasted going back and forth may be as much as a year. Alka nodded and said, So, I decided not to go back for this reason. Let's go back to the beach first, return to the Voice of Dawn, and then go to this place. As he said that, Alka opened the map and pointed to the area near the edge on the other side of the Land of Spirits. There must be something more valuable here. Otherwise you wouldn't have gone there. Alka nodded with a smile. The smell of treasures here is almost making me faint. Listening to Alka's joke, everyone nodded with a smile. And there was no objection to this. If there was only one thing they learned on the ship, it was not to refute any destination decided by Alka, even if he didn't tell you what was there. You just need to know the past, and then look for it, and you will definitely gain something, which is countless times more than the process. This time is no exception. And from Alka's description of the taste of the treasure, we can judge the value of this thing. According to Alka's joking description just now, it is basically certain that they all have to start with treasures. This is beyond doubt. Although all of them have obtained treasures, there is a world of difference between one treasure and two treasures. Even if the treasure is not suitable for each of them, it can be sold, or even used for trading, and various conditions can be reached for exchange. No one, any force thinks that there are too many treasures. Treasures are the hardest hard currency in this world, the supreme thing that can be eaten everywhere. Chapter 317 Leaving. Are you ready to leave so soon? Won't you stay here for a while? The blooming festival will be coming soon. I believe you won't be disappointed. The old lady who was handling some official business saw Alka and others coming to say goodbye and tried to persuade them to stay. She really wanted Alka and others to stay here for a while. You know, Alka and others didn't come here except during the initial war. Since they arrived and began to help, they almost helped them from beginning to end. Although personnel from other places arrived later, Alka and his men didn't need to work hard on the battlefield. But they helped, and they helped them at the most critical moment. But not long after they helped, as the beneficiaries, they had not yet fulfilled their gratitude, and the others were leaving. This seemed a bit ungrateful to them. This feeling made her feel bad. Hearing her request to stay, Alka smiled and waved his hand. No, we have other things to do. Thank you for your kindness, Master Melvi. Seeing that Alka and the others seemed to have made up their minds, the old lady named Melvi was not going to persuade them anymore. After thinking for a while, she said, If we are going to other places in the Land of Spirits, can you tell me if you don't mind? Alka thought for a while and said, We are going to the Land of Fragrance. This place is the island closest to the orange light. But after all, it is connected by vines. It can't be said to be an island, so it is called the Land of Fragrance, which is also a relatively large island. At least it is much bigger than the one under their feet. Hearing this, the old woman nodded in understanding, and her mood obviously improved a lot. She smiled and said, That's good. Whether you walk directly or take a boat, you should be able to catch the blooming festival. For your help, I have passed on your deeds. Other places will also maintain a friendly attitude towards you. I hope this little help can help you." Hearing this, Alka made a gesture of the Virgin Mary, bent slightly and thanked. "This is very useful. May the Virgin Mary bless you. We should thank you. Compared to your help, this is insignificant." As she said this, watching Alka and the others preparing to say goodbye and leave, the old woman made a gesture. "May the flowers in your hearts bloom forever." After saying goodbye to the old woman, they were forced to take some specialties given by the island, most of which were various kinds of flowers and fruits. With the thanks of the soldiers on the island, the crowd left the area. "Wait! Adults, wait for us!" A familiar voice came from the back. The few people who were putting supplies on the Fian turned around and looked. It was the supply team of Piaccio village, who came with them. The leader was the bearded Madero. He seemed to be seriously injured, with a bandage on his left hand, and a wound on his head that had obviously just healed. These were all scars from the defense war. And he brought only 3 militiamen, 2 of whom had scars of varying sizes. But it did not affect their actions. "Madru? You're okay. That's great." Jason watched them coming over, and hurriedly walked up to them, and said with a smile, "It's a bit embarrassing to say that we didn't help much and were knocked unconscious. But fortunately we saved our lives. We have heard about your deeds in the fortress. Thank you so much." After a long greeting, Madru said, "It seems that you are ready to leave." Jason nodded. "Then may I ask?" Before he finished speaking, Jason smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go back the same way. Do you want to go together?" "Really? That's a coincidence." "If possible. Of course. It would be our honor." After chatting for a while, everyone formed a team again and moved forward. Compared to the time they came, the wooden planks carrying the supplies had more and more valuable supplies. These were the supplies returned to the village from the fortress, and also a reward for their heroic dedication. But the militiamen who escorted the supplies, 2 people were missing forever. It was said that they stayed in the defense battle. This time the way back seemed very quiet and safe. The road was smooth and unobstructed, without any obstacles, and it took several days. They returned to Piaccio village safely. Looking at Piaccio village not far away, Alka also sighed. Obviously, Piaccio village was also attacked. Obviously, many rattan ball houses were attacked, and the signs of damage were very obvious. It seems that reconstruction work is still underway. However, it seems that most of the damaged areas have been repaired. Only the remaining rattan houses that are still under repair can show signs of the previous battle. Some villagers use magic to control spells, making the rattan grow and wrap around, repairing the gaps caused by the damage. Some houses are abandoned and should be demolished later. Madru is back. It's great to see you are safe. I heard the news from there before, and I thought you were all. At this point, the old village chief sighed, walked over, and gently hugged Madru. Then he greeted and hugged the militiamen behind him one by one. He shook his head at the team with fewer people, and sighed heavily again. After doing all this, the village chief turned around and looked at Alka and others. He leaned on his crutches and bowed deeply. Alka hurriedly walked up to him and helped him up. They couldn't bear this. "Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your willingness to help." The old man knew clearly that if that side fell, even if someone came to support, it would be difficult to support their village. How many people in their village could survive by then? It was unknown. It can be said that Alka and his team saved Piaccio village in disguise. Even Quick, who had disliked them before, came over and knelt on one knee, holding the trident in the water, and bowed deeply to Alka and his team. "Thank you for your help. Please forgive me for my previous offense. You are all respectable and brave men." Seeing these people were so generous, Alka touched his forehead helplessly. Jason saw Alka still holding the village chief, walked up to pat Quick's shoulder, squatted down, and put his arm around his neck. "If you really feel guilty, please buy us a drink." Of course. Of course. After chatting for a while, he finally walked into the village under the village chief's instructions. It can be seen roughly. There are still holes, and holes, in the rattan houses that have not been repaired. It seems that the owners of the houses have died. Among the damaged houses, the houses where the villagers who live there are not dead, or there are still people will be repaired first. "Do you want to rest in the village? We will treat you well." Looking at the village that is in ruins, and repairs and construction everywhere, Alka shook his head. "I won't add pressure to others here. No, We have very important urgent matters to go back now. Next time. The village chief nodded with some regret, but he did not force it too much. Jason looked at Quick beside him and said, "Prepare good wine, let's drink next time." Quick smiled and nodded. At this moment, he had become familiar with Jason. Of course, it must be the best wine in the village, no, this area. Seeing Alka and the others were about to leave, the village chief and Quick took Madru and others, and prepared to take them to the entrance of the village. Suddenly, Alka felt his sleeve being pulled. He turned to look at Xiaodai. Xiaodai narrowed his eyes slightly, with a somewhat reluctant expression, and then leaned on his waist. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, also found something wrong. She and Alka looked to the side. There was the house of Uncle Mark, who brought them here. The fence that was originally used to enclose the school of fish was broken. Only a large group of big-head carp swam around the spherical house, gathering around the broken house. The big hole in the broken vines behind the spherical house had not been repaired yet, and the blood around it was still hard on it. Alka opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Lucilia had turned her head, hugged Alka's neck, and buried her head. He stretched out his right hand and went around his left neck, gently patting Lucilia's back. He stretched out his left hand. He took Xiaodai, who was buried on his side, into his arms. The flying swallow continued to move forward silently. They didn't stay there for long. Just paused. Quick took a deep breath, looked at the broken wicker house, and turned his head away. The village chief just sighed softly, trying to keep his sigh as low as possible. Just like that, everyone suddenly came to the entrance of the village in silence. May the flowers pave the way for you. May the Virgin Mary bless you. They received the most essential blessing from each other. Alka and his friends once again harvested the specialties of the village. The fish products made from big-head carp. Riding on the flying swallow, they began to head towards the coast. This time, the journey was still peaceful and tranquil. There were no unexpected situations. A melodious song came from afar. Even though Alka and the others had not yet reached the beach, they had already heard the joyful song from the sound of dawn. They had not seen each other for a while. The sound of dawn missed them a little. "Ha! We have to go up first." Gio, flapping her wings, laughed with her team members. A dozen puppet girls flapped their wings, quickly flew away from the flying swallow, and flew towards the sound of dawn. Their action made the remaining puppet girls extremely anxious. "Ah, they are cheating." Alka and others beside them looked at their behavior and just smiled. The flying swallow still maintained a steady speed, gliding towards the coast. The sound of dawn could already be seen from afar. Under the sunlight, it quietly stopped at the swamp coast formed by green vines. The special bird-headed ship Prime Minister still attracted people's attention. Soon, it finally arrived next to the sound of dawn. 3 sea creatures jumped directly from the sea and landed on the deck. Alka controlled the swallow to retract its mast and sails, and slowly drove the swallow into the interior of the dawn sound from the opening at the bow. Several people walked up the stairs to the deck. The crystal dragon lying on the deck moved 2 steps in annoyance. Her body was bigger. The originally spacious deck became a little crowded. Seeing this scene, Alka could only shrug helplessly. However, he was in the 3rd stage and had not yet reached the 4th stage, so he was temporarily powerless. We can only wait for his strength to improve. During this period, due to the lack of the magic gathering stone on the ship and the matching crystal stone for meditation, their strength has not improved much. "Huh, it's still better to be on the sound of dawn," Jason said and leaned against the mast. For everyone who has been on it for a few years, the sound of dawn has basically become their home. Of course, it feels good to be home. Xiaodai stood on the deck and looked at the swamp next to him, and suddenly frowned. "Is it my illusion? Why is Zahai floating to our right?" Hearing this, Alka hurried over to look. "It's not an illusion. Zahai is floating in another direction." Then he shook his head helplessly. "It's troublesome. It will take more time." Before, they came all the way from the edge of life and death to the land of spirits. Because Zahai was also sailing on the sea, they arrived quickly by staggering. This time, they were moving side by side with Zahai, so it would take more time. They had to keep going faster to reach their destination. This was enough to show how annoying Zahai's disorderly movement was throughout the area. "Okay, Dawn Sound. Let's race with this area." As Alka's voice fell, Dawn Sound sang a melodious song, and then drove forward quickly. "We've been away from Dawn Sound for so long. Let's get moving after a break and check her out." Simon suggested after observing Dawn Sound's condition. No problem. Alka nodded and agreed with this idea. When sailing on the sea, it is very important to maintain the ship. They have indeed been away from the Dawn Sound for quite some time, and they must carefully check the condition of the Dawn Sound, and do a good job of maintenance and upkeep. Everyone dispersed. After taking a break, cleaning the dirt on their bodies, and having a good meal, everyone on the ship, except for those who had to be alert in the observation room, began to take action. Alka checked all the way to the central treasury, gently stretched out his hand, after a series of tests, opened the door of the treasury. As the cylindrical treasury was revealed, the floating musical instrument in the center still emitted light. However, only a small pile of golden sails surrounding it could be seen. The other treasures had been disposed of. Even the golden sails only had about a few hundred left. Generally speaking, a certain amount of the treasures they harvested would be poured into the treasury for daily consumption. Apart from the little money left, there were only the blue magic items next to them. These magic items were either useless, or they were not used or suitable. They were all placed here. Some of the magic items were also his and Simon's practice works. They could also be dealt with at some time. After a glance, Alka focused on the instrument in front of him. This was the core of the Dawn Sound. A huge violin. Alka walked around the violin and observed it carefully. To be honest, he hadn't come here to check for a long time. Although someone would come here for routine inspection every day. The violin had changed a lot compared to the past. There was a long strip of decoration on the back of the violin, and now the decoration had completely turned into a mirror-like structure. The pink mist that originally surrounded the violin had become thinner, and more pink lines were printed on the violin. This ship was mainly bound to Alka at the beginning, so the core was mainly infected by Alka's treasure. At this time, the core of the Dawn Sound was deeply infected. Alka raised his hands. The violin gently fell down. But the size of the violin was bigger than Alka himself. He mainly wanted to conduct a more detailed inspection. His body moved slightly. Alka replaced the stand-in the dream outside. The mirror and the dream catcher floated out, and began to do the final inspection around the violin. Oh! Has it reached this point? Alka said with some sigh. It seems that your upgrade should be put on the agenda. Alka patted the violin gently and said. A melodious and cheerful song came to my ears. Don't worry. It will be done soon. After answering the words of the voice of Dawn, Alka put the violin back on, and then closed the door of the treasure house. Under the printing and dyeing of Alka's two treasures, the core of the voice of Dawn has been highly changed by the two energies. This means that the ship can use more functions. But it is not her ability that limits her, but the structure of the entire ship. Some parts of the entire ship need to be specially processed, that is, appropriate spell materials are replaced. At that time, the voice of Dawn will be upgraded from an ordinary ghost ship. In fact, if it is like this now, she could also use some special abilities. But in that case, there will be certain problems with her overall structure. Although her core has already met the conditions, the outer shell cannot be fully matched. So she will have to pay a price for forcibly using her abilities. If the whole ship is ruined, it will not be worth it. Thinking of this, Alka patted her cheek helplessly. How can she look like herself? She is torn apart inside and outside. It is not so easy to take into account both reality and dreams. Chapter 318 Shadow Robe. A starry night sky, on the endless blue sea, the Dawn voice was sailing on the edge of the green coast. At this time, except for Juanlu, who was on night duty, everyone on the Dawn voice was asleep. Even Eurylius, huddled in a corner of the deck, snorted. A crystal barrier automatically protected her sleeping area. In Alka's dream, Alka, who had just fallen asleep, observed her dream bubble. Is it going to be full again? Feeling his own strength, Alka muttered helplessly. He already felt that his strength had reached the perfection of the fourth stage again, and it looked like he was about to break through to the fifth stage. Dad, one has something to ask you. Xian's voice came from the side. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked at her. What is it? I don't know, you have to go out and ask Juan yourself. Hearing this, Alka nodded and floated out of his dream bubble. The mirror palace outside has completely changed its appearance. A cone-shaped crystal stone has become the core of the entire mirror palace. Such crystal stones can be found floating everywhere in the entire palace, but they are much smaller than the one in the core. As Alka emerged from his dream bubble, the white horse quickly flew over and carried Alka on its back. In addition to the white horse, there are two strange-looking mist-like creatures guarding around Alka's dream bubble to maintain safety. although Alka felt that this was not necessary. But for the dream creatures in the palace, this was a necessary symbol of the Dream King. King, where are you going? To Juan. Hearing Alka's words, the white horse immediately flapped its wings formed by white mist, and moved quickly in the palace with its hooves trampling. The palace was not very big, and at the speed of this white horse, it took less than half a minute to arrive at the gate. That is, the entrance to the inside and outside. Juan was standing outside at this time, facing several strange dream creatures. Not only the mist creatures, but Alka also saw the light and shadow creatures. Looking at the white horse, he was stunned for a moment. Alka asked, "Do you know them?" Yes. They were all members of the Mermy court before. And the light and shadow creature was the court manager. Mermy's deputy, who was a mist creature, was actually a light and shadow creature? Alka looked at the light and shadow creature curiously. The appearance of this light and shadow creature was a bit like the dream god of death. But it was just similar. A closer look reveals that they are very different. The same flowing robe made of light and shadow, but completely wrapped in pure black. His face is completely invisible, or rather, his face is just black mist. A huge black scepter floats beside the right hand of the man in the robe, but what can be seen coming out of the robe is not a hand, but mist that is like smoke and fire. Go, get out. The white horse nodded, passed through the film of the mirror, and came to the dream world outside, facing the figure that suddenly appeared. The dream creatures that were chatting shifted their attention, and the light and shadow creature known as the deputy of the court directly focused his attention on Alka. A hunter? A hunter became the king. An unprecedented combination. When he saw Alka, the many questions of this light and shadow creature were perfectly answered. He turned his head and looked at Juan. He said, "No problem, I will join you temporarily." The words he said were not similar to soul transmission, but were spoken like a normal person. This is a difficult thing for dream creatures. Even the white horse, whose strength is at the 5th stage, can communicate with Alka in the dream through means similar to the sound of the soul. It is obvious that the strength of this light and shadow creature must be stronger than the white horse. This is mainly Alka's feeling. In Alka's mind, he is listening to what the white horse said about the light and shadow creature in front of him. He is called the Shadow Robe, and his strength is stronger than everyone in the Mermy Palace. According to the king's strength classification, he should be at the 6th stage. He never showed any special emotions, and always did his job, except when necessary. We rarely talked to him, and he usually worked silently. A 6th stage dream creature? And Alka heard clearly what he just said. He was willing to join his court temporarily. It was obvious that one had thrown out an olive branch. Generally, they were dream creatures who had been a member of the Mermy court, as long as they were invited to join. These mist creatures were generally willing to join Alka's royal court, even though Alka's strength may not have reached the 5th stage. But for the dream creatures, it seems that the king they are loyal to does not have to be strong. It is because of the kingship itself that, even if these kings are not strong themselves, they will become strong with the supply of countless creatures willing to join them. The brain circuits of dream creatures are obviously different from those of normal life. They value the orthodoxy represented by the kingship more. Respected new king, I hope my temporary joining can help you. Shadow Robe came to Alka, and said with a slight bow. Looking at this light and shadow creature that was obviously different from the mist creature, Alka finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Why are you willing to join my royal court?" The brain circuits of light and shadow creatures shouldn't be the same as those of mist creatures. Alka had asked by Ma and other powerful mist creatures who joined the Mermy court before. They knew very clearly that Alka was the culprit who killed Mermy, even though Mermy was already crazy. When they knew that Mermy was crazy, they felt that his death was deserved. It was a good thing that Alka was able to catch up with him. He had obtained the dream kingship from Mermy, which meant he was the successor. Not to mention that he really became one of the dream kings. As for the so-called revenge, there was no hatred at all, because they joined Alka's camp, in addition to Alka being Mermy's successor. It was also because of the breath of the world on Alka. This was the most important point, because the mist creatures themselves were so sensitive, and were born to repair the world and to maintain the world. It is natural to join Alka. Although Alka feels that there are deeper reasons, he has not found them yet. But these light and shadow creatures are different. Their birth is still in doubt. At least that is the information Alka has obtained now. I am just joining temporarily, and I am not loyal to you. You have the breath of the world, which is very important. I will witness you witness your choice. That will determine whether I am truly loyal to you. Hearing the intermittent voice of the shadow robe in front of him, Alka nodded. Sure enough, it was related to this. Although he almost died by imitating the linked world before, it was not without benefits. He just didn't expect that the light and shadow creature in front of him would also take a fancy to this. He thought that only mist-like creatures, the spirits born in the world, would take a fancy to this. You are very torn. You have the breath of the descendants of gods. I can find a way to repair or alleviate this torn. Hearing the words of Shadow Robe, Alka frowned. Really? Your torn comes from the imbalance of reality and dream power, and also from the excessive improvement brought to you by your kingship. He easily saw the reason why Alka was so torn. That's right. Is there any good way? The only thing Alka can do now is to constantly weaken his strength in the dream, but this is only a temporary solution. If the real world wants to catch up with the strength in the dream, it will be impossible for a while. Without long-term meditation and practice, there is no way to do this. The breakthrough in the outside world itself is to slowly absorb magic power, so that it can gradually change its physique, to adapt to the stronger spiral, and the larger magic power to meet the requirements of promotion. There is no shortcut. There is a very simple way, which is to suppress the power in your dream. I believe you are already doing this. Alka nodded. It is true. The creatures in the dream, who are slightly stronger than him, can see that there is something wrong with his current state. But you have overlooked the most essential method, the method that can solve it once and for all. The faceless face of Shadow Robe, which is formed by black smoke, looked at Alka and said, What method? Build your royal court? The palace cannot achieve such a capability. The emergence of the royal court is the best embodiment of your royal power. It is also the beginning of your true becoming a king. Is there such a thing? Alka looked at him with some doubts. When he received the royal power, he did not get any information about this from the information that came with it. He did know that building a royal court would bring higher power, but he did not expect that it could solve the division he was facing now. After all, this split is also related to reality, not just a problem in dreams. But building a royal court is not an easy task, nor is it something that can be done in an instant. Especially for the location of the royal court, there must be a fixed area, and the impact of each royal court on reality is huge. You can compare it with the information Alka knows now. The appearance of the royal court is equivalent to the appearance of a completely stable area in reality. Although every time Alka sinks into the dream, his dream bubble will appear in his palace. It will not appear in the dream corresponding to his current real body. But this does not mean that he does not know the situation in his dream corresponding to reality. He can easily check through the dream clone, without the need for dream bubbles as a springboard. For example, the relatively stable Gemini Island. There are almost a large number of dream creatures gathered in his dream, including fog creatures. And it also confirmed a fact for Alka. That is, no matter whether it is the power of the virgin or the wise man, they can affect the dream, because there are only fog creatures and light and shadow creatures on the Twin Islands, and no shadow creatures. This is obviously the result of deliberate selection. Thinking of this, Alka looked at his palace. The fog creatures in his palace are more numerous and stronger than those dream creatures on the Twin Islands. And these fog creatures will become more and more numerous, and stronger and stronger. It will definitely create an extremely stable real area. This is a great advantage. There is no force in reality that does not want to have a stable area in the boundless sea. So Alka does not want to waste it casually. Although Shadow Robe is not a human, it can understand what Alka seems to be struggling with through the thought waves emitted by Alka. You don't seem to want to establish the royal court so soon? After all, the benefits of establishing the royal court are real, and there is basically no harm. So Shadow Robe didn't know what Alka was struggling with for a while. After thinking about it, Alka didn't hide too much. After all, what he was struggling with was just because his main focus was still on reality. He told Shadow Robe his thoughts. Then there was a fluctuation on Shadow Robe's body. Alka could clearly feel that he seemed very unhappy. But his voice remained unchanged. You don't want to repair the world? Why do you think so? Alka looked at Shadow Robe strangely and said. However, he also roughly understood some of Shadow Robe's thoughts and behaviors from this question and emotional fluctuations. A light and shadow creature dedicated to repairing the world? Repairing the world is not something that can be done casually. Nor is it something that you, I, or even the creatures present can do, Alka said, and did not lower his voice at all. This caused his voice to be transmitted to his mirror palace, allowing the mist-like creatures in his palace to know clearly. We want to repair this world that has been broken into pieces and is no longer in shape. We need many people to work together to do it. We need to work together in dreams and reality. This is almost inevitable. Simon has seen too many of them in the documents of the Holy Machine Church. And they are almost consciously or unconsciously collecting information in this regard. There has never been a shortage of people who are committed to repairing the world. Or even destroying it. There are many people working hard. And many people destroying it. Among the information they have learned now, the current infinite sea is the result of countless repairs by predecessors. In any case, according to logic, it is impossible for one person to do it. If it could be done, the four gods would not have enclosed a safe area for their believers outside the infinite sea. And those gods who were still alive after the last war of gods would not have left this hellhole. No one wants to leave their hometown. Even God. From the moment Alka made the decision, he knew that this might be something he might not be able to accomplish until his death. Perhaps becoming a god is easier than repairing the world. No. Not perhaps, but definitely. Becoming a god is much more hopeful than Alka and his goal. So in the real world, there is an absolutely safe territory. No matter which force in the infinite sea. It is definitely the dream. No matter what Alka wants to do, this is an absolutely sufficient bargaining chip. It is not rational to waste them uselessly. After listening to Alka's story, although Shadow Robe, a dream creature, could not understand. But he still nodded, temporarily accepting Alka's words. Then I hope I can have a chance to find a feasible solution. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Then, together with Juan, he brought these dream creatures that were about to join the palace into the Mirror Palace. Shadow Robe entered this place, and silently observed everything in the palace. Deal with this matter. Alka came to the shared dream. In the area where Xia deity was, countless spheres composed of black objects were flying quickly and randomly in the entire space. The speed of these black objects was almost invisible to the naked eye. And Xia deity needed to keep dodging in such an area, without using treasures and blindfolding. Each of the other companions was doing their own thing. Suddenly, I felt someone outside calling me. Alka disappeared from the dream, and woke up from his bed. It was not a person who called him, but his fixed alarm clock. A mechanical device that Alka commissioned Simon to construct. It was his turn to be on duty. After changing his clothes, he jumped and pulled the cable to the observation room. Seeing Alka coming in, Juanlu sat up with sweat on his forehead. Are you meditating now? Alka asked in surprise. Juanlu nodded. I was fascinated by studying flowers and fruits just now. It's a good ingredient. What a pity. Hearing this, Alka just smiled and patted him, took over his shift, and told him to have a good rest. As he began to take night duty, he directly turned on the magic gathering stone switch on the top. As the magic gathering stone and the supporting crystal stone operated, the concentrated field of magic began to condense, and Alka sat cross-legged on the spot. When they were on the island before, because there was no magic gathering stone. Even though they had been meditating for a long time, they did not make much progress in strength. The magic gathering stone and its supporting crystals accelerated their meditation speed too much. Moreover, the supporting and transformation also made the magic gathering stone inconvenient to move. During the time they were on the ship, they were also thinking about how to change it, let it be taken down, and follow them to the Zahai. You know, they have basically expected to stay in the Zahai for a long time. If it continues like this, it will waste too much of their strength and growth opportunities. The mobile magic gathering stone and supporting equipment must be implemented. Alka's current strength is still maintained at 21 spirals. There are still 6 spirals to complete the third stage. Just these 6 spirals, it took me more than half a year to achieve. It was because of the pull caused by the high strength of the dream. Thinking of this, Alka calmed down and began to meditate silently. Feeling the magic power that adapted to the body quickly penetrated, and then filled into the spiral. As the spirals were densely stacked together, it flowed inside. Chapter 319 The Land of Fragrance. The blazing sun hangs in the sky. Even if time passes, he will not move his position at all. The voice of dawn is sailing on the sea. Is it here? Jason looked at the endless and unchanging green swamp next to him. He turned his head and asked. Zadaiti looked at the map, looked around, and then calculated their speed and time. If nothing goes wrong, it should be here, even if it deviates. It won't deviate far. Hearing this, Alka nodded, then gently patted the rudder. The dawn sound slowly began to turn and approach the shore. Okay. Everyone. Get ready. We are going over. The people on the deck had already prepared. Poro jumped directly from the deck. Madlisa saw Poro's figure and followed him with a smile. Let's go over too, Alka said and went down with Xiaodai. They boarded the flying swallow with everyone. They soon arrived at the swamp. Looking at the land made of vines and plants less than 1 meter under the water, there really is no difference at all, Jason said as he looked at it. A dark shadow enveloped the ship, and everyone looked up. It was Eulalius flying in the sky. Eulalius was now bigger, and with the tail, her body length had reached 4 meters. With the wingspan spread out, she had the intimidation of a giant dragon. Alas, Jason sighed as he looked at the crystal dragon flying freely in the sky. The bigger the body, the more she could eat. Although crystal dragons do not feed entirely on crystals, they mainly eat a variety of foods and meat. However, they must be supplemented with various gems in order to grow well. With such a large body, even if they are eaten as snacks, the consumption is very terrifying. The crystals Jason bought were almost eaten up. Hearing Jason sigh, Alka patted Jason on the shoulder. Come on. As Xiaodai identified the direction, they began to move forward. A few days later, they slowly moved forward in this endless swamp. How long will it take? Jason couldn't help asking. If we're not going in the wrong direction, it shouldn't take a day, Alka said uncertainly. After hearing this, Zhuanlu asked, what if we're going in the wrong direction? Well, I can't guarantee that. While everyone on the boat was chatting, Simon's voice came over. Be careful, there's someone in the distance. After hearing this, everyone became alert instantly. Local soldiers. Simon confirmed the stranger's ID number and said, those people in the distance, whether they were wearing weapons in their hands, or riding the kind of fish-catching mounts they were riding, were exactly the same as what they had seen before in the Emerald Fortress and the floating ball island. Hearing this, everyone's vigilance was slightly reduced, and they only maintained a necessary degree. After a while, the soldiers seemed to have discovered them. They held their weapons in their hands, and a few hundred meters away from Alka and the others, looked at them and shouted, who are you? Outsiders are not welcome here. Leave quickly. The voice was not polite at all, and was full of hostility. It seemed that if they didn't leave, they would attack them at any time. And the sharp blades of the trident weapons in the hands of those soldiers had already shown a little light. This meant that they would attack Alka and others at any time. And it was definitely not a deterrent or a joke. Seeing this, Alka stretched out his hand. A flower-like object, carved from some precious gem, appeared in his hand. It exuded a fresh floral fragrance and floated in the air. The decorative flowers still emit a faint light. Seeing this flower, the patrol soldiers in the distance immediately put away their weapons and swam over. After coming over, the captain who spoke earlier quickly got off his strange fish. After taking a quick look at Alka and the others' outfits and the team, he bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I offended you friends. Are you going to the fragrance of fragrance? Looking at the respectful attitude of the soldier captain, it was obvious that he seemed to know Alka and the others. Yes, we are indeed going to the land of fragrance. Alka nodded and said. Hearing this, the captain of the soldiers raised his head and said with a smile, if you don't mind, let us lead you friends there. Of course, if it's not troublesome. No trouble. No trouble. The captain of the soldiers said with a smile. Then he waved to the soldiers behind him. These soldiers rode over on the crawling fish. Behind the crawling fish, a chain made of water appeared, connected to the bow of the flying swallow. This patrol team consists of 6 people in total. Including the captain, the 6 of them used the remaining mounts to drag the flying swallow forward quickly. With these 6 crawling fish to drag, the speed increased significantly. Although the flying swallow has an exaggerated sailing speed, it is hampered by the special environment of this place. The flying swallow can only act like a normal boat. You seem to know us? Jason came to the side of the soldier captain, who had spoken to them before and asked. Of course, thank you very much for your help. The Verdant Fortress has sent us the process of your help. It was just as they thought. So everyone chatted and moved forward. The speed increased a lot. Soon there were more people coming and going around. Most of them were merchants. They used larger, long giant sea fish like the one used by Madru before as camels. They dragged large concave wooden boards, transporting goods. These water carriages came and went throughout the swamp. Alka looked at this scene, a little confused. Aren't there too many people? Not only the people transporting goods, but also all kinds of ordinary civilians, as well as some people sitting on water carriages wearing obviously more expensive clothes. And they are mostly heading in the same direction. Why is it so lively here? Jason asked, a little confused. There are so many people in this place before we even see the so-called fragrance land. Don't you know? The blooming festival is coming soon, which is our biggest festival of the year. Everyone is preparing for the festival. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Although they had known about the festival from the Emerald Fortress before, they did not expect that the festival would be so grand. Before they saw the city, they could smell a fresh and elegant flower fragrance from afar. As soon as the flower fragrance entered their noses, they relaxed their expressions. It smells so good. Julia couldn't help but say while sitting on the boat. Right, that's the flower fragrance from the fragrant fragrance. The captain of the soldiers said with a smile. You can hear full of pride in his words. As the fragrance of the flowers, it became more and more fresh and elegant, and more intense. Everyone finally saw the so-called fragrant land. The huge flower that soared into the sky attracted all their attention. The height of the flower, at least 20 to 30 meters high. The jade-green roots and green leaves, the buds composed of light pink, white, and a little blue were tightly closed. The huge flower brought enough shock to Alka and the others. From a distance, the edge of the entire island was almost covered with all kinds of flowers of all sizes. The huge flowers even replaced the big trees on the island. As they got closer, they could feel how huge the flower in the center was. What is that flower? Jason couldn't help asking. The huge flower was so conspicuous that it was hard not to make Alka and the others wonder. That is the symbol of the flower fairy. The flower of heaven. The captain of the soldiers said with a pious look on his face. The symbol of the flower fairy. Could it be that? That is the means used by the flower fairy to revive. Alka looked at the flower and couldn't help thinking. But wouldn't it be a bit too blatant? After all, it was the revival of a god. If he blatantly showed his revival means to the outside world. Are you really not afraid of enemies? Forget it, why think about these things? Alka threw these thoughts out of his head. I don't do anything. It's better not to care about these gods' affairs. I and others are just small shrimps. Thinking silently. With the help of the captain of soldiers, they docked the ship on the island. Do you need me to send a guide for you? The captain of soldiers asked beside him. Of course, that's great. The captain of soldiers smiled, and then waved to the soldiers behind him. A young soldier hurried over, and nodded at the captain's instructions. Then he came to Alka and the others. Hello, gentlemen. My name is Lasemi. I will lead you all to tour the city. If you have any questions or want to know, you can ask me. I grew up in this city. Hearing this, everyone nodded. My lords, why don't we find a place to rest first? Lasemi suggested. Alka nodded, no problem. Everyone walked on the island. Every house here is just like what they saw in the Emerald Fortress before. It is almost integrated with nature. But the only difference is that there are no big trees on this island. Every house is a huge flower. All kinds of flowers, all kinds of colors bloom here. Everyone is almost full of novelty, and keeps turning their heads to look everywhere. They are looking at the environment, buildings and even residents on the island. These residents also look at them with curiosity. You have to know that this place is very exclusive, and it is rare to see foreigners. And every foreigner who can come to the island is a respectable person. At least he must be from the Church of the Virgin Mary. The main reason is that Poro's huge shark appearance is too piercing, and it can be seen from a distance. There are also the ones hanging on Alka and the others, and a long line of little people following behind. A little girl wearing a wreath on her head and holding a flower-like magic wand in her hand, looked at Poro's shark appearance. She pointed at him with the flower in her hand. Poro looked at the little girl, who seemed to be not afraid of him. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth, showing his sharp teeth, and let out a creepy roar. Roar! Ah! Pororo's sudden change frightened the little girl, and she ran away screaming. Ha ha! Seeing this behavior, Pororo laughed. Madlisa, who was standing next to him, saw the eyes of the surrounding residents and blushed. She quickly grabbed Pororo's arm with her two left hands and dragged him away. She also slapped his left hand with her two right hands. What are you doing? Why are you like a child? Ha ha, don't you think it's funny? Looking at Pororo's happy look, Madlisa shook her head helplessly. He quickly dragged Pororo and followed Alka and the others. There are 2 places to stay in the land of fragrance. Do you want to live in a big house together? After hearing what Lasemi said, Alka nodded. If possible, then the big house is better. No problem, please go this way. After taking Alka and the others around a street, they saw a large area with various giant flowers close together in the distance. It can be seen that many merchants seem to be gathering there. Flower forest, This is the best place to stay in the land of fragrance, Rasemi said. Then he squeezed into the crowd and walked into the flower house. After a while, he dragged a girl out. Sister, these are honored guests, friends of the flower people. Prepare rooms for them, and the church will pay for it. The girl who was dragged out, who was somewhat dissatisfied, the dissatisfaction on her face disappeared instantly after hearing this. She hurriedly smiled and came to Alka and the others. Dear guests, prepare the best area of our house. The interlaced flower forest, Rasemi said directly from the side. His sister turned around and frowned at him, then looked at the number of people in Alka's group, especially the long line of people following behind. He forced himself not to turn his head and pay attention to that. He nodded. No problem. Guests, please follow me. Then he led everyone through the gate and came to the flower forest at the back. There were large patches of flowers, each of which was a room. After going deeper, he saw that more than a dozen flowers were close together, tightly entwined with each other. Their rooms seemed to be connected. This is the largest guest room in our hotel. There are 12 rooms in total, which can be used alone or connected. He then led Alka and the others into the room. The scent of flowers in each room was different. We are very satisfied with this place. Please thank the gardener for me. Alka turned to Lasemi and said with a smile. Then he said to Lasemi, you go and do your own thing first. We may have to rest here for a while. We will go shopping by ourselves later. Please lead the way. It is my honor to lead the way for you adults. Then I will not bother you. After saying this, Lasemi smiled and left. How did they do this? This is amazing. Simon walked around in these rooms. He kept exclaiming. Not only Simon, but everyone was wandering around, touching here and there. They were full of curiosity about these rooms. After all, this was a room made of flowers, and they had no idea how they did it. It was a great shock for them, who were experiencing it for the first time. The walls were like petals, not only looking like petals, but also touching them. But it is as solid as a wall. The lights in the center of the hall are all provided by the stamens on the top. Each stamen that grows out illuminates the surroundings like an electric light. Are stools also flowers? That's too weird, Pororo said strangely while sitting on a petal. He was still a little uncomfortable. Alka sat on a sofa made of several long petals and looked at the surroundings. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about, the island can become like this, and the huge flower in the center. How long do you think it will take for this god called the Flower Fairy to revive? Hearing this, everyone became interested. I think it will take a long time. After all, he is a god. Pororo thought for a while and said, I also think that the magic of this island is not enough to show the power of God. Right? And if I really want to repeat it, the previous war would not be so difficult. Hearing Jason's words, Alka said, is it possible that it is because of the revival that it attracts monsters at the border of life and death to attack the land of spirits in the past few decades? Thinking about it this way, it is really possible. And the possibility is high. Of course, these are just guesses. I also think it should be not far from recovery. The Virgin Mary is also providing help. Isn't she? Remember what the dwarf said before? The two most powerful gods here are the Virgin Mary and the sea god. Simon retorted beside him. Yes, even the most powerful gods, even the gods known throughout the star world, cannot completely repair and piece together the entire world. Julia suddenly said without knowing what she was thinking. This sentence made the whole hall fall into silence. There is a long way to go. Chapter 320, Group Action. Leave all the members of the Doll Knights in the hotel. Going out with these 30 cm-sized little people is too eye-catching. Almost everyone's attention will be attracted by them. Crowded places are not suitable for them to move. Alka looked at his teammates and said after a pause, let's act in groups. Lucilia, Pororo, the three of us will follow Xia Dai's proposal to draw a map of this area. The rest of the people were free to move around in the city and get some information by the way. No problem. Okay. Hearing everyone's answers, Alka nodded. Then he thought of something and stopped where he was, looking at Julia and said, Julia, in this place, it's better for you to go out less. Hide yourself? Julia nodded and understood what Alka meant. After all, Julia is still a mermaid, although she has transformed her fish tail into legs through her own ability. But once discovered, there will still be problems. Even if she is no longer a believer in life. Even if she has abandoned life. Sometimes the enemies who hate her will not care so much. After all, mermaids are almost bound to life. After the distribution, the four-person team consisting of Alka and others left the hotel directly. It's so lively. Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and said while looking around. At this time, preparations for the festival were being made around. Various lanterns, as well as decorations that were obviously made for the festive atmosphere, were being placed everywhere. When they came to the big square in front of the city entrance, they could see that the stage seemed to be still being built. The smell here is weird. Not just fragrant. Pororo sniffed and said, "There are too many people. It's normal to have a weird smell," Lucilia said while sitting on Alka's shoulder. The surrounding shops were also decorating their own shops. Ziadide looked at one of the shops buying and selling clothes. "How about we change clothes?" Hearing this suggestion, Alka nodded. Although Pororo followed them. Even if they changed their clothes, they were still very conspicuous in this place. But it was better than not changing. It was also a way to experience the foreign style. Except for Pororo. Everyone else entered the store. Only Pororo sat helplessly on the stone pier at the door. When Alka and the others came out, Pororo was surrounded by children in the city. "Do you eat people?" "Yes. I like to eat you children the most," Pororo said to a child who wanted to lie on him. Then he picked him up helplessly and put him aside. After seeing Alka and the others coming out, he turned around and suddenly roared at the children surrounding him. "Roar! If you don't run, I will eat you. Ah! Run quickly. It's going to eat people. Run quickly." The children surrounding him shouted and ran away. But you can tell from the smiling faces of these children, they are obviously running for fun. After dispersing these children, Pororo walked to Alka and the others helplessly. "I'm going to be annoyed if you don't come out, let's go." "Haha, I didn't expect you to be popular with these kids," Alka said with a smile. Hearing this, Pororo rolled his eyes helplessly and waved his hand to let them go. "Ah! I want new clothes too." Lucilia, who didn't buy new clothes, said angrily on Alka's shoulder. This is a ready-made clothing store, and Lucilia still wears her old clothes because she can't customize clothes. She quite likes the unique ethnic costumes on the island. Hearing this, Ziadide smiled and said, "It's okay. I almost understand their style. I'll make one for you when I go back." "Really? That's great." Everyone laughed and talked, admiring the scenery of the city. They slowly came to the gate. They smiled and said hello to the soldiers before, and left the small port on the Fian. As soon as they came out, Ziadide immediately got into work mode. Silver ripples began to spread around. In fact, these silver ripples are difficult to detect with the naked eye. Ziadide is now able to hide these ripples very well. "Which area do you want to detect?" Hearing this, Arka took out the map of the land of all spirits, and encircled the orange point and its surroundings. Since this fragrant land is equivalent to the core of the entire land of all spirits, if they rashly detect it, there will definitely be problems. So Arka gave up the idea of including this island. And there really is no point in the land of fragrance, not even a single white point. Looking at the area on the Alka circle, Ziadide nodded. Then he led Alka and the other two forward. Jason and Juanlu strolled around the city. As for the remaining Simon and Mathlisa, they decided to stay in the hotel, staying with Julia. At this time, the two of them were also wearing clothes with petals and various flower elements, completely integrated into the city. "What are you looking for?" Juanlu asked Jason, who seemed to be looking around. "Looking for something." Jason didn't even turn his head back. "Still looking," but replied, "What else?" "Of course. I'm looking for a place that sells gems." Juanlu understood immediately after hearing this, patted Ajaya's shoulder and stopped talking. But he couldn't hide the gloating smile on his face. The crystal dragon had almost no gems left, and he was very angry yesterday because of the empty gem bag. Today, because of his size and unusually eye-catching appearance, he was not allowed to enter the city and could only wander around the periphery, which made him even more angry. If Jason could not produce gems to make the crystal dragon happy after going out, Eurylius would definitely be angry with him. "You are like raising a daughter." Hearing this, Jason turned his head and looked at him. "Is raising a daughter like this?" Juanlu shrugged his shoulders. "How would I know? I don't even have a fiancé. I was just talking. By the way, where did you get the money?" "I borrowed it from Julia." "Yeah. A good choice." Juanlu nodded in agreement. Julia is indeed a good candidate for borrowing money. Like Pororo, they are almost all people who don't spend much. Among the three people in the ocean, it seems that only Mathlisa spends frequently. And Matt Liza's spending is generally various experimental materials and medicinal materials for consumption. There are also various strange things that people can't understand at all. Where is the jewelry store? Is there no one wearing jewelry here? Jason looked for a long time, but couldn't find it, and asked helplessly. However, no one answered him. Turning his head, Juanlu had fallen far behind, and was standing in front of a stall selling things. Then he ran back quickly. Looking at the things sold on the stall, they were all kinds of ingredients that he couldn't understand. But there were some that they had used before. For example, the big head carp. There were more petals, plant roots, and dried whole flowers. Can these things be eaten? Jason asked quietly in Juanlu's ear. Of course. These are good seasonings. Have you tried them? No. I'm just going to give them a try, Juanlu said nonchalantly. Then he picked up some of the ingredients that looked extremely bad in the corner of the stall, which looked like insects. Seeing this, Jason's face turned green. But it was impossible to stop him. He decided to be careful with Juanlu recently, and it would be best to hide if he saw him holding a plate. Before thinking, Juanlu had already bought most of the ingredients on the stall. Will you charge? Juanlu took out the silver sail and asked the boss, looking at the outsiders in front of him. The boss looked helpless. We are just xenophobic, not savages, my friend. Sorry, boss. Let's do the math. Juanlu smiled awkwardly. He put the packaged ingredients into his pocket ring. Then he left with Jason. How did he know we were outsiders? After all, they were now dressed in local clothes, and they were all human. There is no difference in skin color or race. It should be difficult to tell them apart just by looking at their appearance. After hearing this, Jason looked at him strangely. You don't think we both speak the common language of the Sea of Spirits very well, do you? There must be a difference in accent. Maybe we don't feel it, but it is very obvious to the locals. After listening to Jason's explanation, Juanlu nodded in understanding. He really didn't notice it. If Julia or Lucilia were to speak, it might be possible to pass for the real thing. Julia was fine, but Lucilia was obvious at a glance. Finally, after Jason's inquiry, the two found the place where the Fragrance Land sold jewelry and gemstones. This was a strange flower house. Because the flower was dark purple, it looked particularly strange in this place where almost all flowers were light-colored. The surface of the flower was sparkling, like a diamond, or like dewdrops hanging on the petals. The two walked in. A middle-aged man wearing local clothes, but who looked somewhat elegant, stood behind the counter. Even if he just stood there, he was polite and courteous, which gave him an invisible good impression. He also had a good middle-aged face. With his face, he was definitely a killer to middle-aged women. Jason and Juanlu narrowed their eyes slightly when they saw him. They both raised their guard, because this man gave them a dangerous feeling. A strong man. The boss stood straight and pushed his silver-framed glasses. The end of the temples of the glasses, there are also decorations made of flowers. Guests from outside? How strange. Is there anything I can do for you too? Jason looked at the jewelry on the counter. It can only be said that it is worthy of being called the fragrance of fragrance. Almost 80% of the jewelry is decorated with various flowers. This place really makes the flowers play out. The rest are also more or less related to flowers. In response to the boss's question, Jason said directly, Do you have any precious raw stones? Just gemstones. Jason's question made the boss slightly stunned. Buying raw gemstones in a jewelry store? What kind of operation is this? Seeing the boss's slightly confused look, Jason was just embarrassed. The main reason was that they were too unfamiliar with this place, and they might not stay here for long. He had other things to do, and he had to collect some information, so he didn't have much time to waste on finding channels for gemstones. Although it was a bit strange, the boss still smiled and said, Although the customer's request is a bit strange, as long as the price is right, we will sell it. That's great. The boss nodded slightly bent over and said, Please wait a moment. 2 guests. As he said that, he pushed open the door behind him and walked into the room inside. As for whether they were afraid of people outside stealing them. Jason and his partner waited outside for about a minute. The boss came out with a wooden box with flowers on it. Sorry to have kept you waiting. He put the wooden box on the counter and then opened it. These are the unprocessed raw stones we have now. See if there are any you need. Jason walked over and looked at the contents of the box. Gems of all colors and sizes filled the entire small box. The smaller ones were probably not even as big as the nail of the little finger. while the larger ones were as big as the palm of your hand. Can you use it? The boss nodded when he heard this, of course. Please. Jason nodded. Then he reached out and began to pick up the gems in the treasure chest. Most of these gems were in various irregular shapes, and some had strange edges and corners. They were almost not polished at all. You could even see some stone residues stuck to some gems, and they were not peeled off cleanly. Just as the boss said, it was indeed a rough stone that had hardly been polished. It was as if it had just been dug out from the mine. The boss looked at Jason's selection. Almost none of them were smaller than the size of a finger. This customer did not seem to prefer those small, but more beautiful gems. Do you prefer big ones? After taking out the gems of the right size, at least the gems that Aurelius would not feel anything when he ate them, Jason began to carefully select them. After removing some, he looked at the remaining gems. He nodded with satisfaction. That's all. Boss, please name a price. Seeing Jason's unusual generosity, the boss looked up at him slightly. But he still reminded my guest. I have to remind you. This is the land of spirits. You have to know that the gems here may not be as easy to obtain as outside. Compared with the prices outside, there may be a slight difference. Although the boss's expression was a little euphemistic, his meaning was very clear. Don't think about buying these gems at the outside prices. Jason nodded. Don't worry. He was prepared to be ripped off if he dared to buy here. Who told him not to prepare enough before? He underestimated the growth rate of Aurelius, and also underestimated the time they spent on sailing. As long as the boss didn't go too far, he could accept it. After all, he had indeed used up all the gems on him, and urgently needed some replenishment. Hearing that Jason didn't mind, the boss nodded. Then he looked at the gems that Jason had picked out on the counter. He couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect the customer to have such good taste. Have you done some research on gems? I think you must be a gem lover. Jason nodded when he heard this. He loves them very much, at least for now. As for his taste, it was completely developed when feeding them. In simple terms, the better the gems, the more the crystal dragon likes them. It's just like people eating delicious food. After feeding more, he will be able to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad. Of course, he can't tell others that he relies on taste to tell the quality of the gems. It mainly comes from the contract he signed with the crystal dragon. For these special gems, he always has a mysterious feeling. It's just a simple distinction between good and bad purity. The boss then began to calculate. A total of 356 gold sales. Let's count it as 350. Is it acceptable? Customer. Hearing this price, Jason looked at the gems on the table and nodded. It was reasonable. Although it was definitely more expensive than the Twin Islands. It was only about 30% more expensive. It was within his acceptable range in this place. Jason actually accepted 50%. He counted out 350 golden sales from his pocket ring and put them into a small box and handed it to the boss in front of him. Then he waited for the boss to clean it up again. After all, the size of a golden sail was half the size of a palm, and it was not very thin. 350 pieces were neatly placed in this small box, and it looked very heavy. After the boss carefully counted them, he nodded with satisfaction. He also took out a box, put the gems on a soft silk cushion, and put them in place. He handed it to Jason. Thank you for your patronage. Do you need anything else? No. I'll take my leave now. Welcome to come again next time. Jason held the box and put it in his pocket ring. He said goodbye to the boss and left the store with Juanlu. Juanlu had put on a pair of glasses on his face and sat in the corner watching the two people's conversation, looking at the two people leaving. I don't know what the boss was thinking. I didn't expect that the biggest transaction would come from the original sale. Should I change my career? The two people exchanged after coming out. What is your strength? 4th stage perfection. Quite strong. Chapter 321 Dream Stage 5. The starry curtain once again covered the sky with the sun hanging forever. The bright day immediately fell into the dark night illuminated only by the stars. The hotel on the island. In the largest cluster of greenhouses. Jason and his partner had already returned, and Juanlu was busy outside. Because of the greenhouses, the kitchens here are almost all built outside the houses. I really feel a little uncomfortable after smelling this flower fragrance for a long time. Jason rubbed his nose and said. At this time, the floral scent in the hall was unusually strong. It was not at all like the fresh fragrance they had smelled when they came in. The reason for this was that Simon and Mathlisa seemed to be conducting some kind of purification experiment. This experiment was not what they wanted to do, but what Juanlu had just asked them to do. The essence was purified from those flower ingredients. While talking, Jason suddenly raised his hand and caught a little figure flying towards him. Be careful, it's not good to play too much. He put the little figure in his hand on the table. The puppet girl laughed and finally ran forward. Watching the scene, Jason could only shake his head helplessly. At this time, the puppet girls in various places in the hall were scattered around doing their own things. Some were reading books, some were studying those strange furniture plants. Some followed Simon and Matt Lisa, watching their experiments and helping out. Of course, there were also naughty ones, like the one just now, playing various dangerous games. The tough bodies of the puppets made these games not dangerous for them. What are you doing? A heavy voice with a hint of seriousness came. It came from the mouth of Ray, who was wearing a maid outfit. The puppet girls, who were running around and making trouble, stopped instantly, and then had no choice but to start cleaning up the things they had messed up in the room. Looking at this scene, Julia smiled, looking at San, who was sleeping on her shoulder with his head against hers. Hey, you're back. Hearing this, Julia looked up, and Alka and the other four walked in from the door. After a quick look, the three of them changed into local clothes. However, they were not injured or had disordered breathing, so they retracted their gaze. However, their trouser legs and sleeves were a little wet, which was inevitable. Ah, I'm so tired, Alka said, and returned to his room. The few people returned to their rooms, changed their clothes, and cleaned the dirt on their bodies before returning to the hall. Xia Daidi found a place to take out his tools and began to draw a map. No one went to disturb him. Simon and Matt Lisa also finished purifying. Sitting in the hall to rest, Matt Lisa held a glass of water in her hand and handed it to Pororo. Alka looked at Jason and said, "How is it? Did you find someone to sell gems? Eurelia scolded her outside today, and she is not happy now." Jason was a little helpless when he heard this, but he still took out a gem and shook it, indicating that he had bought it. Then he said, "The blooming festival will start in a week. When should we act?" "I don't know. Let's take a look at the map first. It will definitely take some time this time." At least Alka thought so. After all, if this orange scepter level treasure is to be obtained by them. Jason nodded, and then said, "The area around this place is not safe. I saw it today. The island should be the place where wanted notices are issued. We saw a lot of wanted criminals there. Not only them, but we have also seen many wanted notices of wanted criminals here on the Twin Islands. These guys are hiding around the Land of Spirits, hiding in various places in the swamp." Alka nodded. He had expected this, and they must be in the endless woods not far away. When they went out to explore today, they were able to get a clear idea of the surrounding terrain. There was a large forest about 20 to 30 miles away from the Land of Fragrance, which was made up of swamp trees. It was the best place to hide, and there were indeed many guards around, patrolling from time to time. But the area of the Land of Spirits should be okay. After all, it is the safest, Simon said. It was indeed as he said. The most dangerous of these three areas must be the border between life and death. No matter whether it is normal people like Alka or various pagans or criminals, they will not go to that area. The danger in that area comes purely from the environment of the area and the local undead creatures. The second is naturally the habitat of giant trees that occupies half of the swamp area. That area is pure chaos. The local natives, chaotic beliefs, various fugitives and pagans are all active in that area. It is a pure chaotic area, a no man's land. Most of the ships that have sunk, and the rumors that Zahai is dangerous, are because of that area. Because if you are facing a place close to the border of life and death, as long as you take a detour when you are about to come into contact with Zahai, the probability of survival is generally still very high. Of course, if you accidentally encounter a ghost ship, then you can only count it as bad luck. But if it is in that area, then there is nothing you can do, due to the chaos in that place. There are endless levels of pirates. Not only pirates, but also those pagan fugitives as ships. They don't mind being pirates temporarily. And that place happened to occupy half of Zahai, so most people would easily go to that area. If you accidentally connect to that area, you'd be in big trouble. Due to the special situation of Zahai, there would be no official forces to organize a team to clean it up. So that place, it has been in chaos for tens of millions of years, and it has almost become a gathering place for the lawless elements of the surrounding landmark islands. It has been gathering for generations. After talking to Jason again, and not so secret information, Juanlu prepared dinner. After everyone ate, they began to rest. Alka was on his pedal bed, and did not immediately sink into his dream. Instead, he used his dream clone to sink into the dream world of the area where he was now. He observed the local dream world. Generally speaking, he would enter the dream world of an unfamiliar area to observe it, even if his dream bubble would no longer appear here. The necessary understanding would help him later, if an accident occurred and he needed to fight. As soon as he entered this dream world, what came into view were all kinds of bubbles of different sizes, which almost filled his entire field of vision. This was normal. The scale of the bubbles on Gemini Island was much more exaggerated than this. This was the scene that would appear in the dream world of the gathering place. The more people there were, the more exaggerated the scene would appear. Mist-like creatures, light and shadow creatures were everywhere. It was strange, I didn't see the most shadow creatures. It was impossible for these aggressive dream creatures not to come here. A large number of fog creatures gathered here, which made the real-world area more stable. Although the Marsh Sea moved, the islands also moved. But these fog creatures basically moved with the area where the dream bubbles were. Sniff. Sniff. Alka shrugged his nose. Why is there a flower fragrance in the dream world? Fly up slightly. Slightly higher than these dream bubbles stacked up and down. As soon as Alka flew up, he saw it. A huge flower is in the dream world. The huge flower is exactly the same as the flowers on the island outside, but the difference is that the flower in the dream has already bloomed. A beautiful girl with white hair is lying in the pistil. Her curvy figure seems to represent all the beauty in the world, and the fragrance of the flower is fascinating. Alka immediately covered his nose and disappeared instantly. He cancelled his dream clone. As he disappeared, the graceful girl in the stamen opened her eyes. She glanced at the place where Alka disappeared. Then she closed her eyes again, and fell into a deep sleep. It was a small episode, and she didn't pay much attention to it. Alka in the real world immediately opened her eyes, and gasped for air. Damn, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Could that girl and that huge flower be? Alka immediately stopped mumbling, and completely cleared his mind of thoughts. He told himself not to think, and used his own mental blockade to stop thinking about the past. After calming down his emotions, he pretended to be calm, and fell asleep again. This time, he woke up from his dream bubble. He appeared in his dreamland. This time, he received a message as soon as he came in. He left his dream bubble. At this time, the construction of the dream palace was still going on. As he appeared in the palace, Shadow Robe flew over. You're looking for me? Yes, I may have found a feasible solution. Hearing this, Alka immediately became alert. Tell me. Shadow Robe nodded. Excuse me, can I take a look at your mirror-like mask? Alka nodded, and directly opened his right hand, and the mirror surface appeared in his palm. Looking at the mask made of mirror, Shadow Robe observed left and right. Then, as if he had confirmed something, he nodded. It should be feasible. Then he asked, can you bear the rupture of another increase in strength now? Alka's current strength is still maintained at the level of perfection of the 4th stage. With the addition of Shadow Robe, Alka's ritual is very stable. With his help, Alka was able to use very little energy, slowing down a little bit each time, without suffering any damage. He slowly reduced his strength, keeping his strength at the perfect level of the 4th stage, and not increasing it. And Shadow Robe's words clearly meant to ask him whether he could withstand the rupture brought about by reaching the 5th stage. Alka nodded. His current strength in reality is the 3rd stage. In the 22nd spiral, should be able to withstand it. Although he could not guarantee 100%. 95% was still no problem. Nothing can be 100% guaranteed. Impao nodded after hearing this. Then he told Alka his idea. After my detection, your mirror space has been firmly bound to the dream world, and has become a part of the dream world. Then why not put the entire palace into the mirror space? Hearing this, Alka said, because my strength does not allow me to expand to such a huge mirror space. And after being bound to the dream world, it cannot be moved. Hearing this, Impao shook his head. No, you underestimate yourself. You also underestimate the power brought by the kingship. Why not be bolder, the privileges brought by the kingship, that is? As long as it does not threaten the basic operation of the world, the threat to the basic rules of the dream can be achieved with strength. Alka certainly knew this, but the problem is, how to say it. He couldn't say it for a while. Looking at Alka's expression, feeling the fluctuations of his thoughts, Shadow Robe seemed to understand something and nodded. It seems that you have not yet realized the dignity of your own status. Nor have you adapted to the change of your current status. But the method I just mentioned is indeed feasible. Do you want to take action? Alka stood there thinking. After a while, Juan also came to Alka's side, and rubbed him with his crystal-like antlers. Okay, let's get ready. Impao nodded after hearing this, and Juan beside him also nodded. Then we'll take our leave first. After that, the two dream creatures said goodbye and left, and began to lead the mist creatures in the dream world to prepare. Alka's first task was to break through to the fifth spiral in the dream world, then expand the scope of the mirror space to meet the requirements of building the royal court. Quickly fly back to your dream bubble. Although the dream bubble is huge now, Alka still expanded the crystal pillar. At this time, in addition to the energy of gold and silver, there was also a light gray energy in the crystal pillar. This energy came from the division brought by Alka's royal power. It grew with the growth of his entire palace and the power of the royal court. For the time being, Alka had not thought about how to use this energy, and had not studied it thoroughly. He flew to the side of the crystal pillar. The mirror in his hand began to change, and it became a deer head image simulated by Mermy's form, and was worn on his head. His body shape began to change. In his chest, the Dreamcatcher crystal ball emerged. Looking at the crystal ball, Alka took it and gently squeezed it. The crystal ball immediately shattered, turned into a thick pink mist, forming a halo around his body. This is what it looks like after complete control. He took a deep breath. The energy of gold and silver mixed with his own pink energy. Alka began to release his suppression of strength. Then the strength in his body began to grow naturally. Under Alka's intentional meditation, his strength increased rapidly. Breaking through the barrier, the energy of gold and silver mixed in a pink mist, strengthening Alka's connection with reality. This effectively eased the rift, stabilizing the connection between reality and dreams, making his strength increase without accidents. As the dream strength increased, the fastest change was Alka's dream bubble, which began to grow again. The blood of the descendants of gods brought by swallowing the fragments of the gods also began to boil. As the strength increased, the changes brought by the blood of the descendants of gods also began to manifest. The split has stabilized? Alka was puzzled, but he didn't have time to think too much, and began to take this opportunity to make the final sprint. It's called the final sprint, but for Alka, it can only be described as a natural outcome. It's easy to improve strength, because the experience of strength improvement in dreams is obviously different from reality. Alka's improvement doesn't seem to be shown in many ways. If an unknown person stood by, he would think Alka didn't do anything. But Alka had opened his eyes. He had successfully advanced to the fifth stage of equal strength in the dream. The gap between the strength in the dream and the reality was even greater. He also roughly understood why he still did not break such a big gap, but stabilized it. His identity as a descendant of God helped him. The fragment of the godhood he devoured came from a god who was half real and half dream. This was almost the same as his current state. So the blood of this descendant of God helped him stabilize the gap between the two. If it were a normal person, even if it was just a one-stage difference, it would be enough to tear him into two parts, reality and dream. But even though Alka was 2 stages higher, he was still barely able to maintain it. As his strength increased to the 5th stage, the feeling of naturally improving his strength without any training finally eased a lot. Alka was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, his image in the dream also changed with a deer head mask on. The mask completely disappeared, replaced by a similar pattern reflected on Alka's face. And 2 similar deer antlers grew on his head. The deer legs that were originally reversed also turned into human legs again. But he still maintained the imitation look. The improvement of his strength allowed him to change from the 4th stage of controlling treasures to the level of being able to change treasures. Chapter 322 Orange Message. In the dream world of the Land of Fragrance, bubbles are floating in this dream world. Unlike other dream worlds, there is a faint scent of flowers floating here. The scent of flowers is incompatible with the dream world. A giant flower that reaches the sky is blooming here. Her roots are connected to the bottom of the dream world, and it is bottomless. The huge flower is open, emitting a faint glow, and in this dream world, something that does not belong to this world is so bright. Next to this flower, many dream mist creatures were surrounding it, but only these mist creatures could stay around it. No matter whether it was light and shadow creatures or dark shadow creatures, they all stayed far away. In this huge blooming flower, a graceful and beautiful girl, lying in it, like a sleeping baby. I don't know what kind of movement disturbed her. The eyelashes emitting a faint light, blinked gently along the eyelids. In the pink and white eyes, the pattern of flowers can be seen in the pupils. Those eyes were alluring. She stood up slightly, and her jade-like arms supported the bed made of her pistols, revealing her graceful and seductive body. Her eyes stared in an unknown direction. A thought flashed in her eyes, she felt it, and confirmed something. A floating golden and silver petal flew out from her palm, and then became smaller, and fell into a dream bubble not far away. After doing all this, she laid down again, and fell into a deep sleep again. Is it a system? Arca vaguely sensed something else in his body. He instinctively thought of the treasure-hunting system. The main reason was that the form of this thing was too much like a treasure, and it was hard for Arca not to think in this direction. Moreover, he already knew his origins, and the whole process of his coming to this world. He suspected that this treasure-hunting system was either some kind of treasure, or some kind of divine essence, a special treasure transformed by his own will. Cutting off his thoughts in this regard, Arca began to carefully feel the changes in his dream after his strength reached the 5th stage. First, he could clearly feel the connection between himself and reality. The separation still existed, but his identity, as a descendant of God, stubbornly connected the two together. As long as Arca did not improve his strength in the dream, the connection would always exist. But this was already the limit. Arca could no longer perform any operations that would separate him from reality. The 5th stage of strength also slowed down the speed of his natural strength improvement in the dream. He only needed to come in every day, or every few days, to spread his strength. As his strength reached the 5th stage, Arca also roughly understood the treasure of the level of Holy Grail. Relying on the mirror to simulate Mermi to connect the world, Arca became half a natural spirit. Then, he could understand. The essence of the treasure of the level of Holy Grail is the essence of divinity. After Arca and his friends in the trial tower before, through some conversations and inquiries with the instructors, we can know. In ancient times, and 30,000 years ago, the gods walked the earth. Ordinary mortals, here mortals include all life without divine essence. All mortals are almost subordinates of the owners of divine essence, and vassals of those higher-level life. Most of the manifestations are in the form of faith. If you want to gain power, you have to believe in others, or believe in those powerful creatures. Even if these creatures are crazy, disordered, and even their ideas are completely different from yours. Similar to the current performance. If you want to become a toucher, you have to touch the treasure to get inspiration. Although the world is broken, it is a good thing for ordinary mortals. Because those divine creatures who were born extraordinary and oppressed them, some died and some ran away. Only the 4 gods who really miss them are left in this world. And the attitude is to believe it or not to force it. And the so-called divine essence is a part of the world that was separated. Because all divine creatures are the earliest batch of life born in the world, or their blood descendants. They are essentially not much different from the essence of nature. But they are the earliest, the eldest sons. They are separated from nature, and are born with certain abilities that belong to the world. That is, the form of divine essence or treasures. It represents the rules of the natural world. Although it seems that understanding these at this stage is not very useful, it is better than not knowing. But you can understand its essence. The power has been controlled from the 4th stage, and then you can go a step further and have the ability to change treasures. For example, Arca completely controlled the mirror before. You can attach the object you imitate to yourself by changing the mask itself. This way you won't become too outrageous, such as growing a deer head. The mask you wear won't change much, and you can more easily accept the simulated power. And now Arca has saved the mask. After the mirror simulation, only some features of his appearance will change. This is a necessary procedure. For example, the characteristic reverse arch of the foot and the deer hoof will disappear. Only his current antlers and the subtle patterns on his face will remain. This is one of the necessary features. It depends on whether this feature can be cancelled when his strength is further improved. Although the features are reduced, the simulated strength is more profound, keeping his current appearance. Arca flew out of his dream bubble. When he flew out, he took a look. The crystal pillar that originally rose to the sky in the center of the world was not high enough again. His bubble expanded again. When he flew out of the bubble and arrived at the mirror palace outside, Arca's first feeling was that the mirror palace was too small. He could expand it to a larger size. As Arca came out, the shadow robes and the group of mist creatures with stronger strength in the illusion and dream palaces all felt Arca's increased strength. I have been promoted. Are you ready? Arca asked. Juan nodded his deer head. Ipal also said beside him, You can start the expansion, and leave the details to us. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and then opened his hands and raised them up. The reflective surface of the entire mirror palace began to expand around. The external dream world also showed strong disturbances. It was like a distortion of space. Although in this already chaotic dream space, this bizarre phenomenon did not seem strange. The expansion of the mirror's power was extremely smooth. It was very easy to expand the area of the current palace by a full 5 times. The entire palace became more spacious. No, it can no longer be called a palace. The current area is completely enough to build the royal court. But it is only enough area. More details of the royal court need to be built by the creatures in the dream. And it cannot be built casually by Alka alone like the palace. Then I will leave it to you next. Hearing Alka's words, all the dream creatures around him started to move. It's great to have subordinates. Feeling relaxed and with nothing to do, Alka couldn't help thinking. He returned to his dream bubble and woke up from reality. It was still dark outside. But Alka had slept long enough. Sitting on the bed, he opened his hand. The crystal ball of the dream appeared in his palm. He was checking the improvement of the power of the dream spirit world and its impact on his reality. Pink mist poured out of the crystal ball, floating around under its control. It is easier to affect the spirit. The usual spirit protection is hard to work. For attacks on the spirit and soul, the ordinary ones will be directly blocked, and will not work on me. Even powerful attacks will still be weakened, Alka said after feeling the simplest change. After all, the dream energy he is using now to affect the spirit is, essentially, emitted from his own spirit dream body. It is one and the same, and it is easy to use. And it can almost reach the limit of what can be exerted in reality. How can a normal person reach such conditions? In addition to these, Alka can also feel the circuit in his body. And the strength improved during the natural rotation is more than before. Even the suction generated by the spiral, at a level that no one can detect, pulls the magic power from the dream into Alka's body. In other words, the improvement brought by meditation is faster. And the next meditation. Others are one channel. But Alka may be 2 channels that absorb from different levels. And he has an extra channel, which can absorb magic from dreams and meditate. It is the dream catcher who has been completely controlled, and can even be changed by him. Unless his strength is equal to the strength in his dream. Otherwise such changes will always exist. But when the royal court is built, the strength in the dream will inevitably be higher than that in reality. Unless his strength in reality suddenly increases, like the huge change he got in his dream, there is basically no hope of catching up. Dreams are one step faster than reality. This will make Alka much easier in reality. Check your own strength. Adjust the configuration of some abilities. Until dawn, Alka saw Xia Daidi in the restaurant. After Xia Daidi walked in, he flipped his palm and put the sealed map in his hand. Then he sat down at the seat next to him. The slender snake tail stretched out, with a green dropper wrapped on the tip, and gently dripped a drop into Xia Daidi's milk cup. Thank you. Xia Daidi smiled and said to Mad Lisa, who was 1 seat away. She picked up the milk cup in front of her and poured the milk into her mouth. The green liquid inside relieved her mental fatigue and made her feel much more relaxed. Alka was eating breakfast next to her and began to look at the brand new map in his hand. There was no island drawn on the map. Almost 80% of the entire map is green, and only in some places there is a drawing style that represents forests. There is no way Zahai is like this. Blinked. 2 white and 1 orange appeared in front of Alka. Reached out and gently tapped on the orange light. Star of Hokalmara. Difficulty, Extinction Hate, 45 stages. Popularity, 1. Treasure information, Ancient Flower Town. The remains of Hokalmara of the Morning Star. Crack. Alka chewed the biscuit in his mouth, looking at the information of this treasure. So who is Hokalmara? Why did he get such extended information? He thought he would not know the name of this treasure, nor would he get information about the treasure. Unexpectedly, there is. Alka has never heard of the word Hokalmara. So obviously, this information is extended from the name of the flower town. The term flower town comes from a term that Alka saw in the travel notes of the Holy Mother Church about exploring the Zahai. It is said that the land of all spirits, originally known as the land of flowers. It can also be clearly seen from the beliefs and culture of this place, that the two are highly overlapped. So is the information of this treasure related to the land of flowers? Skip this expansion without too much important information. Alka mainly looked at the difficulty of obtaining this treasure. 45 stages. To be honest, This is the first time he has seen it. Give a rough range of difficulty requirements. And there are 2 stages. This range can be said to be a bit wide. This is also a kind of explanation of the information. There must be some conditions that determine the fluctuation of difficulty. Looking at this information, Alka wrote down the words Flower Town and Hokalmila. These 2 words will be the key to their information breakthrough. After eating, he drank the drink in the cup, clapped his hands, picked up the map and walked towards the captain's room. After eating, go to that room, we will have a meeting. After saying that, he went to a specially separated bedroom. Alka cast some spells there to keep it secret and prevent prying eyes. Not long after, people came in one after another. After seeing that everyone was there, Alka placed the map on the table. At the point of the orange light, he tapped twice through a piece of paper. This is the key direction for us to find the treasure this time. There is a scepter. Hearing this, everyone instantly quieted down. They looked up at him. There was a little surprise in their eyes, although they had expected this. In addition to surprise, there was also a hint of inquiry in everyone's eyes. It is certain. Of course, it is very dangerous here. With our current strength, it is obviously impossible to obtain it. Alka's current idea is to increase their strength while collecting some intelligence. After all, his current strength is not far from the 4th stage. And if a fight really breaks out, he can also use special means to make himself exert the strength of the 5th stage. So they still have the ability to peek at this treasure. And Alka is ready to slowly grind with this treasure. For a scepter-level treasure, it is worth spending some time, even if this time is measured in years. So you are going to take this treasure as your goal and start searching for a long time? Siadaiti asked beside him. This is a normal thing for a treasure hunting team. It's just that their treasure hunting team is slightly different. Since joining Alka's treasure hunting team, he rarely spends a lot of time on a treasure. This is definitely hard to see in other treasure hunting groups. Yes, our strength has reached a rather awkward stage now. If you want to get a better improvement, you have to get to the 4th stage. But to get to the 4th stage you have to spend time meditating. There is no shortcut. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This statement can be said to be completely correct. Whether it is the trial of the trial tower, or Vastva, who has already been confirmed to get an orange treasure, there is a minimum requirement. Strength reaches the 4th stage. At the 4th stage, everyone can go to the trial tower for trial, and get a new treasure suitable for them after completing the trial. And this treasure can also fit into the objects they want. This is a must. They will challenge it only if they are 100% sure of getting it. As for the orange treasure of Vastva, it also requires treasures that symbolize the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, and they only have winter. Although Alka already has a possible clue about Chio. After listening to Alka's words, Jason thought for a while and asked, "Do you know anything about this treasure?" This treasure is related to the flower country, and a person named Hokalmara. That means our future actions should focus on understanding these 2 terms, right? Alka nodded. That's right. Flower country is the former name of this area. Right. Now this place is called the Land of Spirits, Julia said. She had taken note of the information Alka had given her before. After confirming it, Jason began to analyze it. The name of Flower Town is clear. It must be related to the Flower Fairy, the god who is reviving in this place. The Flower Fairy died here. Although it did not completely perish, the people in this area claim that they have believed in the Flower Fairy since ancient times. This is not Jason's nonsense, but the record Simon had obtained from the information in the library of the Holy Machine Church. This is the information that the exploration team organized by the church had already discovered. So can we speculate that the Flower Village was once the territory of the Flower Fairies before the God War? This is a very reasonable idea. But it just needs to be proven, Simon said beside him. So we have to deal with the church in this place. Right? Siadaiti said. Jason nodded. It seems that I will be busy later. Jason is the one in charge of intelligence in the team. And he is also a believer of the Virgin Mary, who can use the power of holy light. He is now the best person to communicate and obtain information from this church. Of course, others have to move as well. Then we have to go to this place and take a look. After all, we already know where the treasure is hidden, Mathlisa said beside her. Alka nodded. Although it is dangerous, it is worth exploring. He at least needs to know the environment around the treasure and the specific situation. Chapter 323, The Tavern Changes. Is this the place? Siadaiti asked, looking at the vine layer below that was still the same as other places. Alka glanced at the map and nodded. Yes, this is it. It seems to be another treasure hiding place under the water. After confirming, Xia Daidi slowly squatted into the water, with only her head above the water. Her whole body was under the water. She knelt on one knee, and her hands were on the vine layer. A ring of light appeared above her head, and the triangular gem began to rotate slightly. The surroundings suddenly became darker, which was extremely different from the area next to them that was directly exposed to the sun, as if there was a dark cloud covering them from above. A large amount of light followed Xia Daidi's body, and turned into silver ripples, and began to detect below the vine layer. Generally speaking, they would not do this. The main reason was that Alka had clearly stated that this place was very dangerous, and that they had to be very cautious. So Xia Daidi conducted an initial deep detection. Silver ripples, penetrating the vines and flowing down along the seawater, penetrating away. Although the seawater and plants would slightly block the expansion range of the silver ripples, there was no material for the spell to block it in this area. So this obstacle was not worth mentioning. The silver ripples continued to expand. The large area of the sea below had been clearly reflected back in Xia Daidi's mind. In Xia Daidi's mind, this area had a sufficiently clear and three-dimensional image. Except for the two people. There were also Lucilia, Poro, Julia and Mathlisa. Jason and the other two were responsible for collecting information in the city, so they did not act with them. To collect such secret information, they need to spend enough time, and the best ones are humans. Sometimes you have to admit it. Compared with aliens with obviously different appearances, it is easier to gain trust as humans. When Xia Daidi was detecting, there was a gust of wind in the sky, and an object shining brightly in the sun flew down, landed steadily in the water. It was the crystal dragon Eulilius who lived outside. He was in a very bad mood. Julia and Mathlisa came forward to exchange comfort, and took out the gems Jason gave them before leaving from their pocket rings. Then they took over several puppet legions from Eulilius, and began to check if there was anything that needed repair on them. These puppet legion members, looking at the wings behind them, you know that they all came from Team 9. They were responsible for observing the safety around Eulilius, and reporting some of the situations Eulilius encountered to Alka and the others. After all, Eulilius was still a child. With the gem, the crystal dragon's mood was obviously much better. From her voice, it seemed that she was still saying bad things about Jason. And it seemed that she was very dissatisfied that Jason did not come out to see her. The two women could only comfort her from the side. In addition to them, Lucilia was accompanied by Wu and 5 of the puppet girls in the team she led. They were checking some strange cone-shaped machines. I didn't find any abnormal energy fluctuations, if there was anything strange. There were 16 objects made of thick vines hanging down into the deep sea, a place that even my waves couldn't reach. More than 100 meters? Alka asked. Xia Daidi nodded. If it was more than 100 meters, then the environment of that sea area would obviously not be suitable for Alka and his team to fight. Only the 3 of them, Poro, can perfectly display their strength in that area. Trouble. Alka was still thinking about waiting for her strength to break through to the 4th stage, and relying on hidden means to receive the power of dreams to deal with this danger. Obviously, the deep sea area makes this a higher risk. More preparations are needed. Wu, it's your turn, Alka said. Wu and her team nodded, and began to control the cone devices to go deep into the sea. Of course, they are only responsible for control, not for going deep into the sea. These detection devices began to move underwater towards the dozen vines that Xia Daidi had just mentioned. Following the vines, they began to swim downward. This is Simon's special deep-sea detection machine. As the object gradually entered the deep sea, it lost contact at the same time. The 6 puppet girls opened their eyes at the same time. Something destroyed the detection device in an instant. 168 meters underwater. It seems that there is indeed danger. Can you confirm what it is? I didn't notice it. The enemy's attack was very swift. In an instant, all 6 detection devices distributed within a 20-meter range were destroyed. Wu shook his head and said with some regret, "It seems to be more dangerous than they thought. How about I go down and take a look?" Bororo suggested. Alka shook his head. "No. It's too dangerous. This operation seems to be in vain. In addition to confirming that it is really dangerous below, and the dangerous range is 160 meters below, there is no more gain." Alka was very decisive and gave up the exploration. Pack up and go back. After finishing these, everyone began to return to the city. On the way, They met the patrolling soldiers. These soldiers seemed to know Alka and his team and nodded. Their team was really conspicuous. Back to the greenhouse. Alka sat on the bench of flowers and thought. It seems that I have to find a reason to go to the church in this place to ask. If Jason went to the church directly to ask, it would not be good. Alka decided to attack on his own. Then you have to think of a reason for yourself. Julia reminded him. What reason should we choose? Xia Didi thought for a while and said, you don't need a very good reason. Just say we are here to explore. Right? Anyway, countless predecessors have done this. I believe most people here think the same of us. Alka nodded. It seems to be true. The church here and the local forces almost tacitly allow outsiders like them to come to Zahai. They are all exploration teams that come here for various observations and explorations. I have gotten used to it over the years. Thinking of a reason will easily be considered as cheating. Okay, let's do it. If there are any requirements, you have to know the requirements. So to collect intelligence, you really have to go to the tavern? Simon said, looking at the surrounding environment. At this time, they were in a tavern. Sitting at a table with Jason and Juanlu, they looked like people who came here to get drunk. Eating the slightly meaty side dishes on the table, drinking the wine that was obviously made from some flowers. It has a unique flavor. Jason is like a regular customer. He blends perfectly with the atmosphere of the whole tavern. He looks a little sloppy, eating side dishes and drinking wine. Of course, this is the best place. You may not be able to get any important intelligence, but you will definitely get some interesting information. Simon looked at Juanlu next to him. Juanlu also acted unusually comfortable, and even had the mood to listen to the chatter at the table next to him. After all, he had followed Jason's actions more than once or twice, and was already familiar with the process. He even learned a lot from Jason. An outsider has come recently, and it seems that he is a big shot. A drinker said vaguely. Who told you that? My brother. Isn't he in the army? I found out a few days ago. And I heard that they are still living in the flower forest. So rich. Humph. That's our money. Really? This is too disgusting. Why should we spend our money to let these outsiders live in a good place? As they talked, more people around joined in the chat. After all, this is just between tables in a tavern. You can't expect them to be separated. After hearing the gossip here, Jason also mixed in. I heard that they seem to be from the Church of the Virgin Mary. Yes, I heard that too. It seems that they saved many people in the Emerald Fortress before. Really? Are you talking nonsense? It's true. The guy who sold fruit just came back from there yesterday. Okay, there are always some good people. Everyone is like that group of lunatics. That's too much. Simon just looked at Jason, and soon he broke into that group and cursed with them. Even quickly changed these people's evaluation of him. Even inexplicably talked to them about the church's political system. Talked about diplomatic relations with surrounding forces. Talked about the waiters walking around, and some female drinkers. So how did he do it? Simon, who was not so thick-skinned, couldn't understand. Then he found that Juanlu next to him was gone without knowing when. He looked around the bar. Only then did he find that he was chatting with a drinking lady at the bar. Look at the two of them talking and laughing. It's obvious that they are having a very happy and in-depth chat. Simon once again didn't understand. So how did they do it? These two people are often chosen to gather intelligence. There is indeed a reason. Simon could only think so in his heart. Sitting in his seat, drinking silently, for a scholar-researcher, it is difficult for him to adapt to the atmosphere here. Friends drinking alone? Is there something bothering you? A woman, with a slightly red face, and a strong smell of alcohol, sat next to Simon. Since the wine was made from flowers, the woman had a strong floral scent. No. I just like someone. Simon glanced at the strange woman. From a normal person's perspective, this strange woman could be considered pretty. But she looked too thin. Really? You are an outsider. Right? The woman said drunkenly, and reached out to touch Simon's exposed right hand. The right hand reflected a clear metallic luster, and normal flower people would not have metal arms. It's really hard. The woman's slender finger was stained with a drop of wine, which sparkled under the light and gently touched the steel's right hand. Simon frowned slightly at this action. The woman's hand began to touch the back of the steel's hand, feeling the coldness of the metal. Will it feel anything? Like a normal hand? Looking at the woman's hand, it had already begun to climb up from the back of the hand to the wrist. Simon frowned even more. He stood up and pushed her hand away, then raised his right hand to check. He picked up the tissue beside him, and wiped the wine off. His disgusted expression was genuine. He even sniffed it. He smelled the faint smell of wine on his delicate hands and looked disgusted. As if he was dirty. He glanced at the slightly dazed woman next to him. Looking unhappy. He pushed the chair away and prepared to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something. He returned to his seat, took his wineglass and the plate in the middle of the table, and left together, facing Simon's undisguised emotional expression. The somewhat dazed woman put her hand in her pocket, took out a palm-sized mirror, and carefully looked at it under the light. Then she raised her left hand, which she had just extended, and smelled it carefully. Simon's series of actions made her a little unconfident. Finally, she could only mutter to herself, "A stinky man like metal." There was a chaotic sound next to her. Turning her head, she saw that the 2 drunken men were already fighting with each other. A large open space immediately appeared where the 2 of them were fighting, and all the tables, chairs and benches around were removed. The men and women in the tavern stood everywhere, even on the tables, watching the fight in the middle. "Go. Use your strength. Didn't you have milk? You still come out to fight with this little strength? What do you do with this little strength? You're not as good as me." The one who said this was an old lady who looked 50 years old. Looking at the old lady holding a cane in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, she must have been a good fighter when she was young. The fight between the 2 became more and more chaotic. The noises around them became louder and louder, and even a gambling table was set up nearby. Many people participated enthusiastically. Facing the chaos here, even the bartender and the boss behind the wine cabinet did not come to disturb them, but watched with great interest. The tables, chairs and benches around them had been moved away by the drinkers very consciously when the fight started. The 2 people in the middle had no weapons to use, and could only fight with fists. Simon came to Jason, who was also watching nearby. "Shall we go?" Jason shook his head at Simon's words. "That man's mood is not normal." Jason, who had signed a contract with the Crystal Dragon for a long time, also had the ability to clearly sense its emotions. And the man who was being beaten at this time, who looked obviously thinner than his opponent, had red eyes. Something was wrong with his mood. "Not right?" "Yes, it's not right," Simon said. How could it be normal if his eyes were red, not to mention that he was drunk? Then the blood in the man's eyes seemed to be about to burst out of his eye sockets. And faint bloodstains were all over the eye sockets. "Well, it's definitely not right," Simon repeated again. This time, there was no indifference in his voice. "Roar!" With a piercing roar. The man's clothes were torn as his body grew larger. The bloodstains around his eye sockets began to spread all over his body, spreading rapidly like a spider web. His hands turned into claws. Countless blood began to emerge from his pores, dyeing the whole person blood red. The sudden change made his opponent freeze in place. Before everyone could react, the blood-red claws thrust forward directly. In an instant, it penetrated the chest of the person fighting with him, and then twisted it with force. The heart, which was still beating, and connected to some fascia and flesh, was pulled out. Blood gushed out crazily. The monster transformed from a human was dyed even redder. "Ah!" A woman screamed. The whole tavern was in chaos in an instant. "There are monsters, run!" Those lunatics turned into monsters. Why are they here? Soldiers, where are the flower knights? The chaotic roar. Blood. The monster that suddenly changed roared. It began to attack the tavern guests, who wanted to escape. Indiscriminate attacks. "Shall we go?" Juanlu came to Jason and the others and said. Jason did not answer, but looked at Simon. Simon's glasses were already equipped with lenses for detecting strength. Not strong. Barely up to the 3rd stage. But looking at his physique, it is obviously stronger than the fluctuations he emits. Hearing this, Jason said directly, "Contain him. And capture him alive if possible." Hearing this, the other 2 did not ask any more questions. The 3 of them rushed up immediately. At this time, the monster's claws were already attacking a woman who was retreating madly and had fallen to the ground and could not stand up. A blue magic bullet hit the monster's body, freezing his arm immediately. A thick long stick was swung, and it hit the monster's frozen hand directly. The 3 balls floating on the stick bit it immediately. The 3 balls circled around, and their sharp teeth were like cutting machines. In just a moment, the entire frozen arm was bitten off. The 3 balls tore each other apart, and swallowed it into their stomachs. The balls instantly turned a little blood red, and became bigger, and exuded a little madness. Since the origin of this monster was obviously not right, Juanlu did not let the things eaten by his three balls be converted into energy and transmitted to himself. Instead, they are used to strengthen themselves. Two long and thick metal chains spliced together at random flew over, hooked the terrified woman lying on the ground, and dragged her over. "Run, it's not safe here." Simon threw the woman out of the tavern without even a glance. Raising his hand, a net made of energy flew out. The monster was instantly caught. "Be careful," Jason said, raising his hand violently. A large amount of crystals sprayed out. In an instant, the monster's huge mouth was blocked. The monster's head seemed to be swollen. The attack that was about to be spewed out was forcefully retracted. Only from the lava flowing from the corner of his mouth. It could be seen what he wanted to spew out. Under the control of the three people, the people in the tavern quickly fled. Alka had already come to the area where the church was located after asking questions. This place was behind the huge flower bud. A greenhouse that looked only slightly larger. But behind it was a large number of greenhouses combined together. This place has been turned into a complex of buildings. Looking at the flower house in front of him, Alka was about to go in. A girl dressed in flower clothes looked at Alka. She stopped in front of Alka. "Excuse me, is this Lord Alka?" Seeing the girl calling out his name, Alka nodded. "Yes." The girl nodded, and reached out her hand to welcome Alka in. "Lord, please follow me. The head gardener has been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 324 Flower Fairy. A flower house with a pale white color. There is a wine glass pattern painted on the door. There are a lot of people outside. They are watching vigilantly, while trying to stick their heads out to observe carefully. It perfectly combines timidity and curiosity. Beside these people, there are many people lying on the ground wailing. But they already have a lot of wounds on their bodies, which have been simply treated. Look inside. The inside was in tatters, with broken petals and branches scattered all over the house. There were several bodies lying on the floor and in the corners. These were the bodies that had been killed in the previous attack and had not been dragged out in time. A huge red humanoid monster was caught by Jason and his three companions. It was wrapped with metal chains and pressed in the middle of the building. Even though it was wrapped in metal chains, the humanoid monster was still roaring. Its mouth was trying to spit out something like lava, but his mouth was sealed like a dog's. And the hot lava slid down from the cracks at the corners of his mouth and flowed onto the floor. The floor made of plant stems and leaves was burned and smoked. "So what kind of structure is this?" Simon squatted beside him, studying the monster in front of him. Before he changed, he should have been a pure human. Obviously he is not now. But I don't know if he can change back. Juanlu also said after studying for a while. Jason sat on the unbroken table next to him, looking out the door. He could hear the wailing outside, and some brave people looking inside from time to time. After seeing the monster they caught, the fear on his face finally eased a little, and he came in to observe with greater courage. It seems that this thing is a specialty of this place. It seems that many people outside have seen and recognized it. Jason judged through some emotional expressions. While he was talking, there was a noisy sound outside. A woman wearing emerald green armor, with petals carved on it, and flower-like decorations. She was followed by about 10 soldiers. From the equipment and temperament of these soldiers, it can be seen that they are elite. As soon as they came in, they saw the monster trapped in the center by 3 people. The leading girl frowned and pulled out her sword. She walked over and looked at the monster that was still roaring. "Give me the thorns of punishment." She muttered some prayer language, and suddenly green vines appeared on the blade and entangled it. Then he thrust his sword into the chest of the struggling monster in front of him. Seeing this, the 3 of them took a step back. On the blade that pierced the chest, thorns began to wrap around the monster's chest. It began to spread like a spider web. The sharp thorns on the green thorns pierced the monster's skin tightly, and the monster could be seen struggling frantically. But his mouth was blocked again, and he could not roar, but only groan. The green thorns were still tightly wrapped around him. Blood-red liquid began to flow out of the monster's body. It was obvious that this thing didn't look like blood. The color was more similar to his skin. The body melted quickly, just like the monster's muscles began to turn into liquid. In the melting liquid, the human who had turned into a monster appeared. The melted liquid stained his body, which was abnormally sticky. It looked like a test subject who had just been rescued from a test tube. However, this human was now much thinner than before, and his whole body was abnormally thin, as if he had not eaten for a long time. His eyes were completely cloudy. He had no breath. Seeing this, the girl held the sword in front of her chest and lowered her head slightly. Carrying thorns. Begged for forgiveness. A large number of green thorns emerged from under the floor and entangled the body, dragging it into the ground. Jason and the other two watched the whole process and had no intention of intervening. After doing all this, the girl looked at Jason and nodded. Thank you for your help. If you hadn't helped, I don't know how much damage would have been caused. Then she looked around and waved to the soldiers behind her. The soldiers began to clean up the debris around them, and then disposed of the bodies. Wrapped them up. She took 2 soldiers with her and looked at Jason and the other 2, saying, "This is not the place to talk. If you want to know, follow me." The girl had obviously seen through Jason and the others' identities. They should be outsiders who came here in the past few days. Hearing this, Jason nodded. The 3 followed the girl together. As they walked, the girl in front of them said, "My name is Juliana, and I am a Knight of Flowers. Jason, a member of the Compass I Treasure hunting group, and a believer of the Virgin." Everyone briefly introduced themselves. The girl also nodded. "Since you are outsiders and believers of the Virgin, you have come here. Do you know much about this place?" Jason looked at the 2 people beside him. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have a certain understanding. I have seen the exploration of this place by our ancestors." Hearing this, the girl nodded in understanding. Because of some reasons, even the land of spirits, which was once stable for a long time, has fallen into chaos in recent decades. I can understand what she means by chaos. It seems to be the same as what they thought before. As the gods are about to revive, more and more chaos appears in this place. Maybe they want to stop it, or maybe they just want to make things worse. There are too many possibilities. After all, the revival of a god, for this broken endless sea, who knows what it means. But one thing is certain. That is, another big force will appear in the chaotic area of the giant tree habitat. Those who rely on this chaotic area to live certainly do not want a god to control them. During the chat, several people were led by Juliana to a place that looked like a military camp. Soldiers could be seen patrolling outside, and soldiers who had taken off their armor were training inside. The soldiers who followed them left, and the girl led the 3 people into a dark gray flower in front. "Sit down." The 3 of them sat down beside them. "Who is the leader?" "The leader is not here." Hearing this, Juliana nodded and asked, "Is it the one called Alka?" As soon as this was said, the 3 of them raised their vigilance silently. The female knight's question was beyond their expectations. They never thought that she would know Alka. Is Alka so famous? No need to be like this. Juliana waved her hand and said with a smile, "Maybe I didn't know him before, but his name has spread among us this day. You will know when you go back." The 3 of them didn't understand, but they didn't ask rashly. "Let's talk about something else. I have a commission here, and I hope you can help. The reward is 3,000 gold sales, or its equivalent. How about it?" Hearing this, Jason shook his head directly. "I can't make the decision, and we have something to do recently, so we may not have so much energy to help you." Hearing this, Juliana raised her hand slightly. She said directly, "Don't jump to conclusions so early. Listen to me. I believe you will definitely be willing to accept this commission." Hearing this, Jason frowned. Doesn't the underlying meaning mean that he knows them well? Is it a show of force? Although that's the case, Jason stopped talking, and the 3 of them waited in silence for Juliana to tell them. "You saw that monster before. This kind of monster has only appeared around the land of spirits in the past 10 years. The flower people who become these monsters are all bewitched by certain people, and become like this through evil rituals, and they believe in the existence of evil. After a long investigation, we can determine that their nest is in the giant tree habitat. In the past 10 years, although no major losses have been caused, they have brought us a lot of trouble. They are like flies, and you can never kill them all." At this point, Juliana's face showed obvious irritation and disgust. Then she said, "Especially in the past 2 years, their leaders have become very cunning flies, and their actions are more covert than before. They never cause major damage, but they are constantly disturbing public order. Due to the increasing intensity of the attack at the border of life and death, we have to draw more troops to the border, which makes us unable to do anything about them for a while. At this point, the commission is already very clear. So, I want to ask you to help us get rid of them." "Get rid of a cult?" Jason asked doubtfully. "Is this too much of a compliment to them?" "No, of course not. You need to get rid of the cult group that is active in the area around the fragrant land. They have been active here for more than a year, and we don't have much manpower to mobilize recently. After listening to his commission, Jason frowned and thought. It was obvious that he wanted them to be cats. Catching the rats around. It will definitely take a lot of time. The problem is that they do have other things to do recently. So where do they get so much energy to take on commissions? Sorry. No. Don't rush to refuse. We have obtained more accurate information about the leader of this cult team. Gilliana smiled at the three people. Hearing this, the three people silently waited for his words. This leader was once a member of the main line of the Nafis family. Hearing this, the three people immediately couldn't hold back. He stood up with a frown, already in an attacking posture. They could be sure here. No one basically knows their target. So why does the person in front of him know? Alka stood in the bishop's hall, under the guidance of the girl in front of him, entered the building all the way. He came to the center. The whole hall was filled with elegant floral fragrance. But there were not many people around. He led him to the back of the building, where there was a large garden, and every flower was blooming. This garden was obviously carefully trimmed and maintained. A man holding a scepter had his back to Alkaba and the girl beside him. The girl stepped forward. Head gardener, Lord Alka is here. Hearing this, the man turned around. He was an old man at least in his 60s or 70s, with gray eyebrows, hair and beard. But the gray beard and hair could be seen to be unusually smooth. He was wearing a light blue robe, and through the robe, you could see that he was wearing some kind of armor carved with flowers. In his hand was a huge scepter made of green vines. And on the top of the scepter was a blooming flower. This blooming flower was exactly the same as the one Alka had seen in his dream before, which was the huge flower bud in the center of the square. The old man looked at Alka kindly. You are here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Hearing this, Alka was slightly stunned, but still bowed slightly to show respect. Then, Mr. Great Gardener, this should be our first meeting. Of course. The Great Gardener nodded, but I still have to thank you for your help in the Emerald Fortress. Helped us reduce a lot of losses, especially in this critical moment. Of course. Then what do you mean by waiting for me for a long time? Alka did not hesitate anymore, and asked directly. Since he came to this place, there was something strange everywhere. They seem to have been waiting for him here for a long time. It means literally, we have been waiting for you for a day. Wait for me for a day. Alka frowned slightly. This sentence is very interesting. It is not waiting for them for several days, but only waiting for one day. It means that something happened during the day or the day before that made them notice me. And I thought I would go find them. Think about what special things I have done. Entered the dream world of the land of fragrance. He seemed to understand. In the dream world of the land of fragrance, he found the place where the so-called flower fairy really revived. In the dream world of the land of fragrance. I thought I ran fast and was not discovered. Obviously, this is not the case. Thinking of this, Alka looked up at the old man and then looked at the surrounding environment. The strength of this gardener is obviously not something he can handle. It seems that you have misunderstood. We have no intention of harming you. We are just waiting for you here, hoping that you can provide us with a little help. But this help must be done in secret. So we have to invite you here. Please forgive us for being presumptuous. The gardener bowed slightly and said sincerely. Alka could accept this explanation. But even if he didn't accept it, what would happen? He still had things to ask others to do. Now others are also busy. Why not help? Help? He needs to provide help. If he remembers correctly, his strength should not exceed the 4th stage. Is he so hungry that he wants to eat anything? Although he was complaining in his mind, he still nodded politely and asked, what help can I provide? I don't think the help I can provide should be great. This is not something I can know. Hearing this, Alka frowned again. If he remembered correctly, in the structure of the land of all spirits, the great gardener in front of him should be the pinnacle of power. He was equivalent to the leader of the entire land of all spirits. He was not qualified. Who would want it then? It couldn't be him. Alka had a very bad premonition in his heart. Looking at the great gardener in front of him, he asked directly, then, can I refuse? This made the great gardener slightly stunned. He didn't expect Alka to be so direct. At least, he had to bargain and talk. But even though he was rejected, the great gardener still smiled gently. He was not angry. He said, why don't you talk to me first and listen to the conditions we offer? It seems that he can't refuse. He had to nod. Seeing Alka nod, he smiled with wide eyes, and directly stabbed the huge flower scepter in his hand. The bottom of the huge flower scepter directly stretched out vines, and connected to the ground and grew together with the floor. The flowers on the top bloomed more thoroughly, and a faint exotic flower fragrance began to float out. "Then I won't bother you anymore," the big gardener said and left. Alka and the flower scepter in front of him were the only ones left in the garden. "To be on the safe side, come to see me in the dream." The quiet and elegant voice, like a magic sound, penetrated Alka's ears. Fortunately, Alka's mental state was different from that of ordinary people, and was not affected too much, so he nodded. After thinking for a while, his body still stayed in reality, and he sank the substitute in the dream into the dream he was in now. When the surroundings changed, Alka came to the world of dreams. This time he appeared directly next to the huge flower he had seen before. The flower was in full bloom. The beautiful and graceful girl in the stamens was like a gift from heaven. She was wearing a white gauze scarf that emitted a faint glow, and her graceful figure was looming. The strange flower fragrance floated in the world of dreams, penetrated Alka's nose, and rushed straight into his mind. A pair of jade-like lotus feet hung down from one side of the petals, and pressed the soft petals to tilt. The semi-transparent white silk was slightly shaking. There was a light pink tint on the white silk. A long pink hair fell from the shoulders, just covering the private parts. Looking at Alka in front of her. "Well, I seem to see a new dream god?" There was a teasing tone in her voice. Obviously she saw Alka's special identity in the dream. Alka did not answer this, but said directly, "Respected flower fairy, what can I do for you?" Seeing that Alka ignored her teasing, the flower fairy did not care. Instead, she gently lifted her leg and placed it on the other leg. Her legs were crossed, revealing a hint of flesh. She shook her jade feet. "It's very simple. It's something that only you can do." In another area, where the big tree is, there is a treasure in the dream corresponding to a location. Chapter 325 Getting Busy. "A treasure?" Alka repeated. He didn't expect that a god would ask him to help her find a treasure. "Yes, a treasure that is called the Holy Grail in today's terms. I always wonder why it has to be called the Holy Grail. Wouldn't it be better to change it to something else? This kind of thing will make the gods think of bad things." She even complained a little while saying this. Alka skipped the rest of her sentence. "Why do you have to let me help you get it? You are a god, and I am just a small shrimp. Do you believe it when you say it?" The flower fairy in front of him covered her mouth and asked with a smile. "Although I am weak now, I am still a god in essence. Right? Some things cannot be hidden from my eyes. In the real world, you may really be just like you said, just a small shrimp. But in this other world, in this spiritual dream world, you are already a well-known and important figure. It's just that you didn't notice it." As he said that, Alka felt his body floating over, directly in front of the flower fairy. Her looming and graceful devilish figure was in full view. After taking a look, he calmed his mind and strengthened his mental defense. Immediately, his mind became much firmer. That's all." The flower fairy stretched out her soft and boneless, thin and smooth hand and touched Alka's chest. "You have a fragment of the gatekeeper in your body, and you are also a dream king, and you are highly bound to this world." She analyzed Alka's essence in the dream. "So in the dream world, you are a powerful being who can help me. Don't underestimate yourself." She smiled and tapped Alka's face with her finger, so that Alka could clearly see the pink and white flower decoration on her index fingernail. But Alka's attention was on what she just said. "The gatekeeper? What is this title? Don't you know that the fragment of God you ate is the gatekeeper? A god who is half real and half dream. Such a trait makes him naturally in charge of the gate to reality and dreams. So Safa Mitong is a gatekeeper, no problem." He smiled slightly, attracting the surrounding dream creatures to come closer. "Don't you find that for you, the barrier between reality and dreams is very weak? Even if this world has been broken, it is not the reason why you can go back and forth so easily with your ability. At this stage, I can't do it, like you can go back and forth between dreams and reality so easily." Hearing this, Alka nodded, so that's the case, and gained very incredible information. But why did he say he was the gatekeeper? It seems that the original power of the fragment he used was not strong among the gods. If he was strong enough, no other gods would use such a joking name. Then what should I do? Knowing that he couldn't refuse, Alka asked directly. "It's very simple, I will guide you in the direction, and you will get there in reality. You only need to enter the dream from the place I said, and you can find the hidden treasure. Can't you go directly through the dream? Alka frowned and asked. If I can get through the dream, then I can get through it myself. Right? Okay. That is a hidden layer. You must enter the dream from reality to meet the conditions for entering. After the flower fairy explained it again, Alka nodded, indicating that he understood. I will try to help you find it. Thank you, you are such a good kid. Are you interested in becoming my knight? The flower fairy tilted her head and looked at Alka and said. Before Alka could answer, a crack suddenly appeared in the dream void next to him, and a missile condensed with light hit the flower fairy's head directly. Oh! The sudden attack made the flower fairy rub her head. The previous seductive and mature aura disappeared in an instant. Well, it seems that there are gods who cherish you, he said helplessly, stretched out his hand and waved at Alka, signaling him to come closer. Come here. Kid, you have to give a deposit first if you ask me to help you. Right? I am a god who follows rules. And you have a future worth investing in. Alka did not refuse. It was obvious that the unknown golden missile just now gave him confidence. He could clearly sense the breath of the Virgin Mary from the golden missile. When Alka came to the flower fairy, the body proportions of the flower fairy in the dream were a whole circle larger than Alka. Like a little giant. The flower fairy raised his hands, gently hugged Alka's head, slightly lowered his head, and kissed Alka's forehead. A faint flower mark appeared where she kissed. A small blessing. After saying that, he waved to Alka. Although this action caught Alka off guard, he still nodded with forced calmness. The figure disappeared on the spot. The dream clone combined with Alka in reality. Alka, who had been standing in the garden, opened his eyes. The faint flower mark also appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, it's not serious, Alka said with some lingering fear. Although he had just appeared calm in the dream, he was definitely facing a real god. Even though this god was very weak, it could even be said that he was still in a state of decline. Fortunately, although this god looked a little erratic, he was at least amiable. That didn't put too much pressure on Alka. There were footsteps behind him. The big gardener came over. Have you finished talking to my god? Alka turned around and nodded. Then he realized that the big gardener was completely stunned, staring at his forehead. Alka was sure that he was not mistaken. A trace of envy flashed in the old man's eyes. Although envy, it was fleeting. When the gardener looked at Alka, he nodded, and his attitude became obviously closer. Since you have accepted the mission of my god, if you need any help, please feel free to speak up. Alka nodded. He could now clearly feel that there was a direction that was guiding him. This should be what the flower fairy said, direction guidance. I need to sort out the tasks given to me by the flower fairy. I'll take my leave first. The big gardener nodded, escorting Alka away from here, staring at Alka's back as he left. A young man with a promising future. Right? Alka left, and returned to the flower forest. At the entrance, he met Jason and his 3 companions who were also returning. At this time, Jason and his 3 companions were walking side by side in front, without chatting, and seemed to be thinking about something. Why are you 3 here? Alka? Seeing Alka behind him, Jason was a little confused. He asked curiously, shouldn't you be outside? Why is he alone? I came back a long time ago. That place is very dangerous, and it's not suitable for us to explore deeply at a depth of 160 meters. Hearing Alka's simple explanation, the 3 nodded, and they were not in the mood to ask further questions. After saying that, Alka turned his head and looked at the place where the 3 people had just walked. That place obviously doesn't look like a tavern or something like that. Nor does it look like a place to collect intelligence. Not to mention the many soldiers outside, it looks a bit like a military camp training ground or something like that. It's a more important and serious occasion. How did you get out of there? Hearing Alka's words, Jason sighed. That's a long story. Let's talk about it when we get back. Alka nodded. It seems to be a more important matter. Today's harvest should be quite large. After that, the 4 of them walked together, and soon returned to the flower forest. Entering the hall, everyone was doing their own things in the hall. Why did you come back together? We just happened to meet on the way. However, as soon as Alka came in, he attracted the attention of Xia Daidi and Pororo. The 2 came over, circled around Alka, and stared at him with strange eyes. Why are you 2 looking at me like this? Xia Daidi didn't say much, approached Alka, and narrowed his eyes. He put his nose against Alka's body and sniffed gently. He showed an expression of solving a case. A faint floral scent. I have smelled it on the street before. This kind of scent should be on women. Poirot beside him also nodded. It is very strong. And very special. It is definitely not the flowers on the street. And it will not stick to your body. Unless you lie in the garden and take a nap. Why are you so smart at this time? And even have such clear logic? Alka complained madly in his heart. And he was sure that he had found a gloating expression in the different eyes of the human Poirot. Although this place was filled with various floral scents. These floral scents were clearly layered and did not mix together to make people feel uncomfortable. Like ordinary streets? And spaces like those in greenhouses. These peanuts were fresh and elegant. As if they were floating from the roadside. And the floral scents on some people obviously had a very special smell. More like a faint perfume-like floral scent. The scent on Alka belongs to this category. The floral scents used by men and women in this place are very different. It is the kind that makes you feel which gender is using the scent as soon as you smell it. It is very strange and interesting. Hearing what the two said, everyone in the hall all looked at Alka. Lucilia even jumped directly on Alka's shoulder. What's on your forehead? At this time, everyone discovered that there was a faint tattoo similar to a flower on Alka's forehead, which was slightly covered by his hair. They were sure that Alka didn't have such a tattoo when he left. Lucilia stretched out her hands and tugged hard on Alka's face and nose. She even directly drilled out her soul and crashed into Alka's body. Well, no signs of disguise or control were found. Seeing everyone like this, Alka smiled helplessly. Don't worry. I'm fine. No problem. In the end, he received unfriendly looks from Julia and Matilda. Even Jason and the others looked disappointed. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Alka was even more helpless. I think you misunderstood. Then he slightly shaved the hair on his forehead, revealing the flower tattoo printed on it. This is the blessing given by the flower fairy. Flower fairy? You don't mean to say that you have seen her in person, and the smell on your body is also from her transmitted to you? Julia seemed to see through Alka, and continued the story. Hey! How do you know? Looking at the unbelieving eyes of the crowd. It's true. Okay, let's go to that room and have a good meeting, exchange our respective information. Because he just chatted with Jason and others on the way, they also have important information to share. After arriving at the room that they had specially transformed, Alka told everyone about his previous experience in the church, including entering the dream and meeting the flower fairy. At first, he thought he was exposed because he saw the huge flower in the dream. Later, I realized that it didn't seem like it. It might be the fluctuations brought about by the strength I had improved in the dream before, and the beginning of the real construction of the royal court. The flower fairy discovered it, because his real body was on the territory of the flower fairy. It was too arrogant to hide the god next to a god. So our current mission has changed? Are we going to help the flower fairy get that treasure? Xiaodai asked. Alka nodded. It doesn't affect it. Right. Our current goal is stuck. And we can use the opportunity of this mission to find clues. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. Indeed, they can be said to have a past now. They are now helping the flower fairy. It can be said that they can now walk sideways in the official territory of the land of all spirits. As long as they ask for some information, I believe these official forces are very happy to share the information with them. They can use this opportunity to search for information about their current treasure. And even if they have enough information to help, they do not have enough strength. It also takes time to settle. So there is no conflict between the two. We have other information here, Jason suddenly said beside him. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. We found traces of the bloodline of the Nafis family. Ah? You just went out and found this kind of information? Xiaodai was a little surprised, because this was obviously irrelevant to the information they wanted to find. But it was inexplicably unexpected. Although it sounds a bit strange, some of our needs were exposed to the church in this place. How was it exposed? Alka asked with a frown. Hearing this question, Jason looked at him, raised his hand slightly and pointed at him. Me? Alka was a little confused. Yes, we didn't know it was you before, but after hearing what you said just now, it's basically certain that it's you. Jason suddenly smiled and said, What's going on? Then Jason began to narrate their entire process today to everyone. That is to say, the flower fairy conveyed her needs to her followers. These believers must have collected Alka's information, and also performed divination. After all, they need Alka's help, and they must divine what Alka wants, so that they can trade with Alka without any mistakes. Xiaodai concluded beside him. Jason nodded. Yes. That's what the Flower Knight said. They don't know why we need to find the bloodline information of the Nafis family. But the divination said so. So they used it as a bargaining chip to let us help them clean up the evil cult team that was harassing them nearby. So if they go to the church now to find the information they want, they may find that the information they want has been packaged. Maybe they are just waiting for them to get it. Well, suddenly there is a feeling that there are too many goals, and it feels a bit busy. Alka suddenly said with a smile. Then he said with a serious face, then let's plan what we are going to do now. Then he began to talk to everyone one by one about the records on the paper in front of him. The Flower Fairy commissioned us to go to the giant tree and follow the instructions she gave us to find the place and get the treasure she needs. Search for information about the treasure, and when we have enough strength, we will go to the deep sea to get the treasure. Catch the cult group that is harassing nearby, and it would be best if we can capture the leader alive, because he is the blood of the Nafis family, the key we are missing. This is our goal now, right? Everyone nodded. Okay. Let's come up with a priority order. Since we are not strong enough, we put the treasure at the end. It won't be too late to get it when we are strong enough. The Flower Fairy said that it is not dangerous to get the treasure, but no one can meet the requirements. So we can put this task first. But don't be too anxious. On the way, we will look for the traces of this cultist. If we catch their traces, they will be the first priority target. Collect some information about the treasure in the process, Alka said, and made a simple plan for their next action. Everyone was talking to each other, starting to sort out some details and matters that need attention. They started to discuss with each other until they had completely sorted it out. Then we will split up into teams now. Jason, the three of you, go to learn about the information of the commission you have accepted tomorrow. At least, we need to have a clearer understanding of the enemy's strength. I, Siadaiti, Lucilia, the three of us will go to the church tomorrow to collect the necessary information. The rest of you can just hang out here and collect some scattered information. The teams were divided. It was already dark. After eating some food, everyone went to sleep, waiting for tomorrow to come. Chapter 326 Symbols of the Four Seasons. The Church in the Land of Spirits. Compared to the church, it is more like an administrative unit. Strictly speaking, this area is governed by religion. The leader of the entire region is the leader of religion. That is, the Great Gardener. The administrative unit in other places is the local church. And the officials are the pastors. Alka led Siadaiti and the other person into the church. A girl in a pale white robe with flower patterns embroidered on it had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Alka coming in, she nodded to him. Please follow me. She led a few people to a huge flower building nearby. As they walked in, there were densely packed books. Many people wearing flowery robes came and went inside. It was obvious that this was the library on the island where all kinds of knowledge and information were stored. That bookcase may have what you need. After saying that, the girl said goodbye and left. Alka and the others went directly to the bookcase she mentioned. Lucilia casually asked Alka to take out a book and flip through it briefly. The text was the same as the language they spoke, but it was a little more complicated with some revisions, and was not simplified later. It made reading a little more difficult, but it didn't affect it. Ancient records. It seems that this place was once called the Land of Flowers, Lucilia said as she looked at the book in her hand. So are they so good at divination? Alka couldn't help asking. Although through divination, we don't know why they want these things. But being able to predict what they want relatively accurately is already very remarkable. At least for others, knowing the purpose is enough. That's what Alka thinks. There is a god, isn't it? Siadaiti said, blinking at Alka. What he said is right. Yes, after all, there is a god hidden below. The fallen and revived god is also a god. After chatting for a while, the three began to read in this area, looking for the historical materials they needed. That's right, this area is not specially prepared for them. It's because this area has very obvious markings, ancient history. And some books are preserved with spells, to prevent them from being damaged due to time. It can be distinguished from some materials and sacrificial techniques that some of these books are ridiculously old. And there are really only 3 of them in this area, and almost no one else comes to this area to look for books. After a while, this area became quiet, with only the sound of a few people flipping through books. Symbols of summer, heat, fire, sunlight, growth. Siadaiti took what he saw in the book and brought it to Alka's side, reciting it softly. Looking at the symbols in the book, Alka took it and read the whole book and the context. This book studies ancient characters and the meaning of various strange narrative techniques. From the cover and the writing habits, it can be seen that it should be nearly 100 years old. There are also many people's annotations and interpretations on it. The symbol here is the ancient symbol interpreted by the author, which is the age of gods tens of thousands of years ago. If what is said here is accurate, will the summer symbol that Vasva needs be the same as what is shown here? Alka turned around and asked. Facing Alka's question, Siadaiti shook his head helplessly. No one dared to guarantee this. You can be sure as long as you find the symbol of winter. Lucilia raised her head and said, and then continued her own work. Yes. At least they now have a treasure that is almost certain to symbolize winter. And it is also a similar abstract concept. It symbolizes the withering of winter. Keeping this in mind, Arca continued their search. They found symbols representing the other 4 seasons in the book. Symbols of spring, revival, rebirth, wind, hope. Symbols of autumn, harvest, earth, aging, pregnancy, inheritance. Symbols of winter, withering, ice and snow, toughness, cold. As expected, withering was seen in the symbol of winter. Then other related treasures can be found according to the characteristics above. Note this paragraph, and start looking for other information. Any information related to the words Flower Town and Hokalmara. After all, these two are the only words related to treasures they know. Flower Town is actually relatively easy to find. As long as you look for the books that record the most ancient information, you can find this word. I see. Lucilia nodded and called the two over to look at the books under her. Look here. The two carefully followed Lucilia's instructions and looked at the book in front of her. Flower Town. The island under their feet was once named. It used to be a continent. Flower Town is the name of this entire continent. It got its name because it was ruled by flower fairies. In ancient times, it could also be called the kingdom of the gods on earth. The fragrant flower town was broken because of the war of the gods. And the flower fairies fell asleep because of the war. This paragraph almost expresses the overall concept of the flower town. There are many words for the flower village, but I haven't seen the word Hokalmara even once. Lucilia shook her head and said with some regret, according to Alka, this word is much more important. It may be the key to finding security. Because Alka knew that the name of this treasure is Hokalmara. It is a personal item belonging to this person named Hokalmara. They continued to devote themselves to reading until the night covered the sky again. No. Why? Alka leaned back in his chair tiredly, asking in confusion. The three of them had almost read all the history books here, just to search for this word and related information. Not to mention this word, there was not even a single bit of related information, as if this name should not be related to the history of the flower country. And these so-called history books have always been introducing the general idea of the past world. There is not much history about the real flower country. Almost every book only mentions it in a few faint sentences. After all, it was a world 10,000 years ago. Looking outside, the stars were already densely covered and the night had begun. Alka supported himself with his hands and thought. Assuming that Hokalmara was a person's name, then these so-called stars were his treasures. No, there was no such thing as treasures in that era. In other words, if he was a person, then he was most likely a divine creature. Given the current level of treasures, in that era, it basically represented the strength of a divine creature. Most of the divine creatures related to the Holy Grail level were dangerous and deadly monsters, or those intelligent beings whose strength was definitely not at the top. At that time, most of the gods gave their capable mortal subordinates the divine essence of this powerful beast as a reward. Once a divine creature related to the scepter level. According to the information Alka and his friends knew, it mostly represented a divine creature that protected or even dominated a region. This kind of divine creature is generally the first generation of the true god, or a similar powerful creature. If this divine creature is in the land of flowers, the territory of a true god, then could he be a subordinate of this god? Alka sorted out his thoughts and began to reason in order. Various possibilities appeared in his mind. So, these church members divined us, just because they thought we should need history. Alka suddenly said. Sidaiti looked up at him and nodded. What they really need is history. Let's go read the scriptures. Jason and the other two were in the knight's camp at this time. However, Juanlu was not with Jason and the others, but was in the camp's kitchen, watching how the chefs here made various flower dishes. He was learning humbly. Simon was studying what materials and methods were used to make the weapons and equipment in the camp. He was preparing to learn their smelting methods. Only Jason was there looking through the information and chatting with the soldiers and knights. How is it? Simon seemed to have finished his research and came to Jason's side and asked. Jason sorted out the information in his hand and put it aside. After all, they were helping the knights and soldiers here, so as long as he asked questions and the information he needed, the camp would provide him with it as long as it was available. There is progress, but it has little to do with catching people. What about you? Hearing this, Simon nodded and replied, these soldiers and knights. The casualty rate is not low, and the targets they are fighting are indeed the enemies of the border of life and death, as they said. Although we repelled the attack of the border of life and death at the Emerald Fortress. In fact, in some special areas, the border of life and death has never stopped. It's just that they didn't publicize it. And the powerful natives all know this. It is precisely because of the fierce intensity of the battle here that most of their troops were tied up. This is what Simon deduced from the number and time of damage to the blacksmith shop and its weapons. Plus some information Jason just obtained. Because these soldiers only answered Jason's information about the cultists. If they go a little deeper, they are not willing to communicate. This job should be left to Alka, Jason complained. As soon as he came, the thing on his forehead flashed. Who dared not to say it? Of course, he was just complaining. These people were already very cooperative. There are a group of wounded soldiers. One Luke came to the two of them at this time and said in a low voice. Although he was learning skills in the kitchen, it did not prevent him from understanding intelligence based on some details. Feeding so many people is a big problem, which can be known by looking at the intensity of the chef's work and the food stored. According to the supply of ingredients and the conversations of those people, a group of wounded soldiers have returned. After hearing this information, Jason nodded. This land of spirits is much more difficult than we thought. The intelligence they obtained in the barracks today, seemingly very little, Jason only asked the soldiers some information about their targets. But in such a confidential place. As long as you observe carefully and pay attention to some details, you can easily find various problems. For example, this military camp occupies the edge of the island. A whole corner. And there is a separate port here. The problem is that the soldiers here are seriously mismatched with the size of the military camp. And more than half of them are new recruits in training. You know, the island is now opening up the most important festival of the year. Blooming Festival. Those who can come back for such an important festival should be allowed to rest. Not to mention such a grand festival, you also need enough soldiers to ensure safety. But even in this case, the troops on the island seem to be a little insufficient. There are only about a few hundred. For example, what Jason and his team encountered yesterday. From the monster erupting to Jason and his team suppressing the monster and waiting for the soldiers to come. The whole process took about 15 minutes. Now it is the Blooming Festival. 15 minutes is enough to explain the problem. 2 months ago, this cult team was harassing the surroundings and was very arrogant. But it has been rare recently. The situation we saw yesterday was just because. Jason's eyes slightly narrowed when he said this. He seemed to have thought of a very problematic point. He turned his head suddenly and asked the two men. If that man had not had an argument with other people in the pub yesterday, would he have become like that? Hearing this, the two men thought about it. To be honest, they didn't know much. Although the scene was not chaotic at the time, it did look no different from a fight between drunkards. Without waiting for the two to answer, Jason said directly, No. I saw their emotions at that time. The one who turned into a monster couldn't control his emotions step by step, and became angry. When his anger broke through a certain limit, he turned into a monster. Because of the crystal dragon, Jason can see the emotional expressions of intelligent life more clearly. Although he can only see some of the more extreme emotions in the current situation. It is enough. So that incident was actually an accident. And it was not that this cult group really wanted to cause a riot. Right? Simon continued his words. Yes. If we ignore this riot, according to the data, there has been no riot in the city in the past 2 months. There have only been riots caused by cultists on the periphery. For example, there have been 2 or 3 cases of looting various materials transported to the Land of Fragrance. Compared to the level of their harassment 2 months ago, this has been much more restrained. But how could they be restrained on such an important festival? Do they also celebrate the Blooming Festival? Obviously not. If I were the leader of the cult, I would definitely take this opportunity to rob like crazy. From the person who turned into a monster, I can know that they definitely have an insider on the island. So the recent actions do seem very unreasonable. You mean, they might want to do something big? Juanlu asked beside him. Jason nodded. Yes, there is indeed such a possibility. But it is just a possibility. Even if we tell them now, it will be useless. Hearing this, the two of them nodded at the same time. Indeed, it would be useless even if we told the leader now. Because they don't have enough soldiers to call. This is a dead end. The wounded soldiers, who were called back, are likely to be used as soldiers to maintain order after they recover a little and can move. It is most appropriate to give this low-intensity work to these wounded, who have not fully recovered. It has come to this point. You can hardly expect them to call in more troops to defend the surroundings. Forget it, I'll still mention it, at least let them prepare. Even if nothing happens, it won't affect anything. Jason thought. We should go back, so let's go. After that, the three of them got up and left the greenhouse where they were, and found the female knight, who had issued the commission to them before. They told her their guess. The female knight nodded, and thanked the three of them. It seems that they did expect it, and they obviously thought of this. This can be seen from the expression and reaction of the female knight just now. You said they wouldn't entrust us. But they actually considered us as a support force. Simon suddenly said, as he thought of something. After all, if they were entrusted to catch these cultists, they would have taken action if these cultists really planned something against the city. Don't think so much. Jason patted Simon on the shoulder and said, even if they didn't entrust us, if something really happened when we were in the city, we couldn't escape. Right? Hearing this, he thought about it, and it seemed to be right. After all, they will be staying here for a long time. Not to mention that Alka has received a commission from the flower god. If something really happened here, they couldn't stay out of it. It would be bad for both of them. A stable city that can provide them with a variety of supplies and resources is much better than a chaotic area. After all, they are just here to find treasure and make a fortune, not to fight and kill people. While the three of them were chatting, they returned to the flower forest under the cover of night. Just as we entered the flower forest, we met Alka and the others who were returning together. It seemed that they had been busy for a long time today. It had been more than 20 hours from morning to night. I thought they had gone back a long time ago. Did you gain anything? Alka asked with a smile while looking at the three of them. Jason nodded. Yes, but it's not very helpful for us to catch people. After saying that, he looked at the expressions of Alka and the others. It seems that you have gained a lot. Of course, Alka said with a smile. Finally, they found the church's holy books. These books related to gods are used for preaching. They record some deeds of gods. You can see that most of them are boastful. But in addition to boasting about gods, they also boast about the great deeds done by the believers who believe in gods. Almost every god will do such things, including the Virgin Mary. Alka and other people on the ship have read the books of their respective gods. After all, it is used for preaching. And as expected, they saw the word they wanted to see the most in the book. Hokalmara, just as they thought. This is a powerful saint, a strong man, who was subordinate to the flower fairy in the age of God. His great deeds are recorded above. If he is still alive, this person can almost be called the agent of the flower fairy. But obviously, this person is dead. After all, even the flower fairy has fallen, waiting for resurrection in the dream. Almost none of the well-known believers in the holy book survived, because they were reading the ancient version of the book. The deeds of these believers in the new version are completely changed. Most of them are details of their heroic sacrifice. Chapter 327 Perfect Orange Information. Everyone held a small meeting in the temporary conference room, and simply exchanged and shared the information they knew and the current goals. After exchanging their information in their special room, they returned to the room to rest. Alka returned to his room. He did not fall asleep immediately, but sat at the desk. A large number of maps appeared in his hands. Each of these maps was sealed and neatly placed. You can even see the specific number information of the map in the paper mixed in the upper right corner of each map. You can also see the treasures obtained from this map on a small piece of paper hanging next to the map. These are Alka's records of the islands he has visited and the harvests on the islands. It is matched with his own navigation manual. Pick up the island in the area where he is now. Click on the orange light. Star of Hokalmara. Difficulty: Extinction Hate, 45 stages. Popularity: 1. Treasure information: Ancient Flower Town, the remains of Hokalmara of the Morning Star. 160 meters underwater, that is where Hokalmara and those who dared to offend our god died together, and it is also his burial place. The hatred of the enemies he killed turned into hatred here. They extremely hate the people who gave them death. Here they block the perception of the outside world, hunt all living things that enter the range, to make their enemies stay with them forever. They will be tortured by them forever, and they can't even go to the afterlife. Her soul has been tortured. She completely closes herself, just to see God for the last time. Hold an object with the scent of the flower fairy, and visit this place. The remaining spirit of Hokalmra will help you suppress these abominations. Otherwise, you will face the full strength of these abominations. And they have deadly skills that can strike the soul directly. When you eliminate the abominations and return her to peace, she will give you her own power. When you have an object with the scent of the flower fairy, she will give you more. Guide her to see the flower fairy, and you will gain perfection. Perfection, look at the treasure information above. It's perfect directly. It's very simple and direct to obtain this treasure. There are monsters around the treasure. As long as you have the ability to kill these monsters, you can directly obtain the treasure on it. But the strength of these monsters is only the 5th stage. The dangerous thing about them is that all their attacks hit the soul directly. All attacks against the soul are almost the top ones. It's hard for someone to have the defense skills of the soul, so the attack of the soul is the most rare. And the attacks of the soul are mostly fatal. Isn't this a coincidence? This is not it. Looking at the information above, Alka couldn't help but smile. Alka is not confident in other things, but he is very confident in the soul. The strength of his soul and spirit even far exceeds his own strength, and the strength of his soul is also different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he is the king of dreams and the descendant of gods. His soul is not equal to that of gods, at least in ancient times. It must be at the same level as a natural divine creature, unless the soul attack is strong enough. Even with soul penetration, it is difficult to cause serious damage to him. The attack used by this kind of abomination is a soul attack, and accordingly, they are also difficult to withstand attacks from the soul. The difficulty is directly reduced by 1 level. In addition, he has just received the blessing from the flower fairy on his forehead. I believe that this mark is definitely enough to awaken this person's sleeping soul and help him suppress these monsters, blocking the perception of the outside world. So this is why the treasure is so close to the land of fragrance. But no one comes to collect the body? Alka said, as he looked at this field on the treasure information. He was already very confused when he saw the information at the ceremony. After all, the difficulty of this treasure is actually very low for these strong men. It only takes the 5th stage of strength, and it can be perfectly obtained if it exceeds the 5th stage. And the strength of the great gardener is definitely at the 6th stage or even higher. It is not difficult for him to obtain this treasure. Then why must such a dangerous place be placed dozens of kilometers away from the fragrant house? Not to mention that it is where the corpse of the god's agent is. It turned out that those enemies died with their eyes open, and they blocked the perception of the corpse until their death, leaving her dead body here. Think about it carefully. It is really vicious. The place where the god he believed in fell was dozens of kilometers away from her. She stayed there for tens of thousands of years. Can't think about it. Can't think about it. Alka was angry when he thought about it. Reorganize your thoughts. If you take a risky way, he can actually go down alone to get the treasure now. As long as he is willing to use his trump card, the chance of getting it is not low. After all, he can directly exert the strength of the 5th stage. Although there is a certain price, and it is more troublesome. But with the degree of blessing, he has been found to have awakened the remaining soul of Hokalmra to help. It is really possible that he can get it. The other way is to be more stable. When his strength really breaks through to the 4th stage, he will be able to easily exert the stronger strength of the 4th stage, jumping 2 levels from the 3rd stage to obtain the strength of the 5th stage. The price paid is very high, and there are sequelae. But if it is just a slight upgrade from the 4th stage to the 4th stage perfection, if it is an upgrade at the same stage, the cost is not that great. And these monsters are just monsters made up of hatred and residual souls. To put it bluntly, they may be restrained by Alka naturally. After thinking for a while, Alka decided to choose the second option. He is not in a hurry and has nothing important to do, so why should he risk his life to do this? He just needs to take steady steps, and take it step by step. And there is a most fatal point. That is, with his current strength, the separation from the dream is already quite serious. If he is accidentally attacked by the soul, although his soul may not be seriously injured, is there a possibility that the already unstable connection will be directly disconnected? Although Alka is still alive, his reality and dream will be separated. The body and reality will fall like a corpse, without a soul. This is not what Alka wants. He has been avoiding this situation. If it reaches the fourth stage, such a connection will be stable in an instant. The strength will also be stronger. The acquisition of the treasure, to put it bluntly, is still from the thank you gift after rescuing this Hokalmara. According to the above statement, with Alka's current conditions, it is completely possible to guide her to see the flower fairy. Perfect, this treasure can basically be said to be determined to get. The only thing missing is that he has to raise his power to the fourth stage. After deciding on the action, Alka put the map aside. Steadying himself, looked at the two maps placed below. One is a map of the Emerald Fortress and its surroundings. The main target is the treasure of the Nafas family. This thing is also determined to be obtained. Although it may not necessarily enhance their strength, it can enhance their wealth. As a treasure hunting team, they are now inexplicably short of money, which is a great shame. Jason has even fallen to borrowing money to survive. The second is the map of the Trial Island and Vastua. These two islands have two other scepter level treasures, and they have all reached perfection. As long as they meet the requirements, they can obtain them. Thinking about it this way, the orange treasure in front of us is actually the easiest to obtain among the same level. The earliest one to know is the hardest to obtain, and the latest one to know is easy to obtain. Alka couldn't help but complain. It really perfectly reflects a truth that Alka understood a long time ago. Things that are deliberately buried or hidden are the hardest to obtain. On the contrary, the precious items left behind by accidental death are the easiest. Because it is very likely that when you walk over, it is buried in the soil at your feet, and you can get it by digging. It is commonly known as picking up treasures. When he was in the home sea, Alka did this more than once or twice. Although they are not expensive, the joy of picking up money is real. For example, this scepter, level treasure. It is so simple and direct. You can get it by killing the monster, without any other strange conditions. Like Vastua and Trial Island, not only strength is required, but also various other conditions. The Trial Island will increase the difficulty according to your strength. Thinking of this, Alka looked at the map with the two orange light beams. The Trial Island is still the same as before. However, when Alka clicked on the orange light beam of Vasva, the information changed. The treasure information that was already perfect actually had additional information expansion. Heart of Vasva. Difficulty, 4-point power 3 stages. Popularity, 126,000. Treasure information, City-State Vasva. The ancient city. Believes in the 4 points of the ancient god of pursuit of secrets. Also known as change. Gathering the treasures of the 4 major temples will automatically gain 4-point power. In the parliament, scatter the treasures, drop them into the hands of each statue, recite Vasva, and obtain the hidden treasures. The original opening method can no longer be used due to special reasons. You need to obtain other treasures related to spring, summer, and autumn, and obtain a trace of divine power. Simulate a quarter of the power in the Parliament disc to open the treasures. The clue of summer, Baraz. The clue of spring, Mermaid Relic. Perfect. 2 more sentences, and directly tell Alka the information of obtaining the treasures representing the 2 seasons of summer and spring. The clue of summer is Baraz. What is the connection with Baraz? Alka thought. Baraz? His treasure seems to be related to fire. Alka suddenly thought of this. Although they have rarely seen Baraz attack, every time he attacks, it is an attack formed by the gathering of various flames. So they have long known that Baraz's treasure is something related to fire. Thinking back to what he saw today. The symbol of summer, including fire. So the so-called symbol is so extensive? And the clue of spring is the Mermaid Relic. The Mermaid Relic is just a blue magic item. There is nothing strange about it. If you insist on saying it is related to it, then it can be basically confirmed that it is the treasure left by the mermaid. She hid the treasure at the border of life and death. So is this treasure the representative of spring? Alka couldn't help but recall the information left by the mermaid that Julia said. The Master of Life went to the border of life and death because he wanted to change this deformed environment. If he is committed to changing the environment, it is indeed very likely that the treasure has a great relationship with spring. Today, when he saw the symbol of the 4 seasons, Alka's first thought was to find the flower fairy to help him get the treasure that symbolizes spring. After all, it is the flower fairy that has the treasure related to spring. So it is very likely. Unexpectedly, he got other information here. Now there is only autumn left. But Alka has already had an idea about autumn. It can even be said that this is the first treasure that he has a clear goal for. If he wants to say who among the people or things he knows is highly related to autumn, then it is undoubtedly the Church of the Virgin Mary. The teachings of the Church of the Virgin Mary include the harvest. The symbol of autumn is highly related to the harvest. He was thinking at first to seek help from the Church of the Virgin Mary. Baraz will definitely look for him when he returns. After all, there is an enemy there. Now the treasure represented by the mermaid is at the boundary of life and death, so he has to go there. There are more and more things. Alka couldn't help but think. He felt busy for no reason. However, the degree of danger at the boundary of life and death is obvious to all, so he can put this goal at the end. It would be best to get the orange treasure. Otherwise Alka would be unsure. Even if it was just the border, it would be dangerous enough. The question now was, should we first complete the commission given by the Flower Fairy? Although we had information about the cult member of the Nafis family, it was not enough for them to find him. The commission of the Flower Fairy was said to be not very dangerous. It was just that the place was a bit far away, and it would take some time to travel. Thinking about it, Alka came to a conclusion. He put the maps back in place, and put them back into his pocket ring. Seeing that the pocket ring was already filled with most of the daily necessities. I have to change myself to a bigger ring after getting the treasure of the Nafis family, Alka said, and fell asleep on the bed. The next day, the curtain of the sky had just been torn open. But Alka and his friends came in from outside. After waking up, they went to the church in the night. They asked for some information about the giant tree habitat and a safer route forward. Alka decided to get the commission from the Flower Fairy first, while waiting for his strength to improve. This was not a difficult thing to do at this stage. After all, if it was really dangerous, the Flower Fairy would not come to entrust him in person. There were very few people who could meet such conditions. If there was a real danger to his life, the Flower Fairy would definitely tell him. Unless she wanted to kill him. But obviously she would not. After asking for some information about the giant tree habitat and the route map, they returned. It was lunchtime, and we were eating in the hall. Although it was a bit strange to eat lunch at dawn. This was the infinite ocean. The length of the night was exactly the same as the day, so there was no need to be so particular. While eating, Lucilia suddenly said, "Someone is coming." Although they were staying in a hotel, it was not unusual for someone to come over. But the flower forest they were in was the innermost part of the hotel. There were no other flower rooms around. Lucilia's words meant that the person must have come straight to them. Who is it? A girl in armor, with flower patterns on her armor. These are the messages sent back by the puppet girl on guard outside. Hearing this, Jason said, "It is very likely someone from the military camp, probably a flower knight." As he spoke, there was a knock on the door soon after. "I'll go open it." Jason finished his meal in a few bites, and went to the door to open it. The person standing outside was a flower knight. Jason was very familiar with her, because he had had a lot of exchanges with her when he was asking for information before. "Leah, why did you come here to see us? What's the matter?" Looking at Jason, the flower knight named Leah nodded and said, "Captain Gilliana wants to see you." "Now?" "Yes, but there's no need to rush." Jason nodded. Anyway, the meal was finished now, so he turned to look at the dining table inside. Alka looked at Juanlu and Simon at the table. The two shrugged helplessly, ate the food in their hands in a few bites, and followed Jason out. "What could it be?" Lucilia asked curiously. Hearing this, Sayadide smiled. "I guess they want us to help." Hearing this, Alka also smiled. Led by the flower knight Leah, Jason and the other two soon arrived at the military camp. In the largest flower room, they saw Gilliana, who had been waiting for them for a long time. "You are here." Gilliana smiled as she watched the few people come in. "You called us here so anxiously. Is there something wrong?" Jason asked with some doubt, and sat down at the seat next to him. Gilliana nodded, looking at Jason. Asked, "Are you ready to leave for the giant tree's habitat?" Jason nodded. Just when they were eating, Alka and the others had already talked about this issue. They were indeed planning to go to this place. "The blooming festival is in 2 days. Won't you wait until the festival is over before leaving?" Jason shook his head. Although they were curious, they didn't have to wait here for a few days for this festival. And this festival didn't last only 1 or 2 days. And they still have to prepare supplies and so on. And they won't be able to act so quickly. But he didn't say this. "Well, mainly there is a new commission now. And I need your help." "What commission?" "During the blooming festival. Help us maintain order here. You know, we don't have a lot of manpower now." Hearing this, Jason nodded in understanding. No problem. We'll go on. Kiliana was a little confused. Don't you want to go back and ask your leader? No need. I believe he will agree, after all. We are friends. Right? Yes, we are friends. Jason couldn't say that. Alka had told him when they came out. If they were asked to cooperate in defense, they would agree. Chapter 328 Blooming Festival. Alka and the others were resting in the flower forest, waiting for Jason and the others to come back. They didn't have to wait for long. Jason and the other two walked in from the door. How is it? After hearing Alka's words, Jason smiled and nodded. Just as you guessed, he hopes that we will wait a few more days on the island. After saying that, Jason and the other two found a seat in the room and sat down. Xiaodai asked, what conditions did they give? We don't need to do anything. We just need to stay in this city during the blooming festival and look around and travel. If nothing happens, then pay us 500 gold sales. If something unexpected happens, they will need our help. Then pay us accordingly based on our help. Hearing such conditions, everyone nodded. It's a very reasonable price. It can even be said that the price is very generous. Okay, since we have accepted the commission, then we will stay here for a few more days. And enjoy their grand festival by the way. Alka stood up and said. Everyone nodded. Jason took out a map at this time. This is the city map layout they gave me. Alka took it and looked at it, and blinked his eyes. There was not even a white dot on the map. It was not that the map was not up to standard, but that this place was really so clean. He placed the map on the table, for everyone to see together, mainly to see the topography of the city, and some major facilities, and patrol routes of soldiers, and the deployment of defense. Give us this map. It seems that they trust us very much, Simon said while looking at the map. Hearing this, Jason glanced at him, and then pointed at Alka's forehead. Simon suddenly realized and patted himself. I actually forgot this. After all, the Flower Fairy has blessed it personally. Who can I trust if I don't trust him? If I don't trust Alka, I don't trust the Flower Fairy. This is impossible for these believers. Did you ask for some detailed data? Alka turned to look at Jason and asked. Jason nodded. She told us a lot of secret information. After speaking, Jason leaned slightly on the table, pointed at the map and introduced it to everyone. This city, the original permanent population should be around 120,000. Due to the festival, the city now has about 160,000 people. This is a rough number. There are a total of 500 soldiers transferred back, all in the second stage, and less than 10 soldiers in the third stage. They are centurions and several team leaders. This island is not small, but it seems very large because of the vines. It is more than enough to accommodate more than 100,000 people, and it seems very relaxed. But there are indeed too few soldiers. Jason continued to say, among the strong men on the island, 4 of the 5 flower knights are at the 3rd level. The strongest one, Jelena, is at the 4th level. Here, when the festival opens, the great gardener and some priests of his church will perform the ceremony here. The great gardener is at the 7th level, and there are 2 priests at the 4th level next to him. This is all the known combat power on the island now. Hearing this, Xiaodai was a little confused. With the strength of the great gardener alone, sitting here is enough to intimidate everyone. Why do you need our help? There is nothing wrong with this sentence. A great gardener with strength reaching the 7th stage. It can be said that he is the one who protects this place, protecting the land of all spirits. The problem lies here, when the most important moment of the blooming festival begins. The great gardener will preside over the ceremony in the huge flower of heaven, not to mention him. Even the 2 priests beside him cannot form a fighting force. This ceremony is very important. It is related to the revival of the Flower Fairy. Hearing this, everyone understood it instantly. The most dangerous moment is when the ceremony begins, and the main purpose of their staying is to prevent the enemy from sabotaging at that time. They even told us this information, which means, they think the enemy is likely to know this secret information? Jason nodded. You know. It happens once a year, and it has been many years, and there have been many attacks at the blooming festival in recent years. That means the enemy has already figured it out. Alka thought for a moment and asked, how long will the ceremony last? It is said that it will take about 2 hours. After everyone understood the basic situation here, Alka said directly, since you have accepted the commission, then you must do your best. This is the flower of heaven, this is where the altar was built before. The distance between the 2 is less than 1 kilometer. The altar is very dangerous, because this is the place with the most people, and it will definitely be very easy to get confused. So if the enemy really wants to sabotage, what is the demand? Mad Lisa asked with some confusion. If it was to destroy the ceremony, it would obviously be impossible, because the person presiding over the ceremony was a 7-stage being. They didn't know how powerful a 7-stage being could be, but someone among them had seen a 7-stage being. That was Lucilia, who was still alive. The patriarch of their clan was a 7-stage strongman. In simple terms, he was the key to blessing the prosperity of a force, and could make a force last for a long time. In other words, he could be ranked among the best in the entire Infinite Sea. Alka even suspected that he might have a crown-level treasure. Of course, it was just a simple suspicion. Maybe he just wanted to cause trouble? Juanlu said beside him. When a cultist like this does something like this, basically no one would be surprised. Even if there is no benefit. It is just chaos, destruction, and killing, which is enough for them. There is nothing wrong with thinking this way. Okay, don't think about it, Alka said and began to discuss with everyone. It would be best for them to divide into groups and wait in different places. Alka believed that the reason why these people let them stay was not because of their strength. Because even if they said it all, none of them had a strength higher than the 4th stage. The usefulness they could play was limited after all. But there was one thing that could not be ignored. That was the growth of the puppet army. Although Alka and others were all in the 3rd stage, they were all considered strong in the same stage, and Alka himself could perform beyond his normal level. But the most noticeable thing is the puppet army, more than 70 3rd stage ones. Even though they are small, they are very powerful. These dozens of 3rd stage ones instantly raise their military power. Since we are helping others, and have accepted the commission, we must think carefully, so that the puppet army can play their due role in strength. We must allocate them reasonably. 2 days passed quickly. The curtain of the sky has just been torn away. There was a noisy sound outside, which was full of joy and festive atmosphere. Alka and his friends were making the final preparations in the flower forest. Although today was the blooming festival, they were not in a hurry now. Because the ceremony had not yet begun, the head gardener and the priests around him were still arranging the ceremony and were not busy yet. If the enemy did not have eyes to attack at this time, then it would be completely out of their business. It would be better to say that they were hoping that someone would sabotage at this time, and it would be best if someone came right now. Then they did almost nothing, and celebrated someone else's grand festival. After learning more information, they even got 500 gold for free. There is nothing better than this. But obviously the enemy is not so stupid. Giliana entrusted them with such important information, and it is obvious that the enemy's attack is almost inevitable. Alka and others are making the final preparations, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Lucilia is standing on the table. Below her are the puppet knights lined up in 6 neat rows. Each queue has 2 5-man teams. Except for the flying team without wings, 2 people were removed from each team. 2 teams are led by a captain. The flying team led by Gio will form a separate team, ready to provide support at any time. They even carry a team flag. The background is also the compass on the island. But the pupils have become puppets with long hair, holding a staff and a sword in their hands. This is their night team flag. It can be said that it looks quite formal. In addition to the 6-row formation, behind Lucilia, there is also a separate assault team based on everyone. They are air based on Xia Didi, sand based on Julia, sea based on Math Lisa, Xian based on Alka, and the last member of the puppet girl, made based on the crystal dragon Eulilius, Dragonman formation Never Crystal. After she was made, she has been following Eulilius to learn and understand the power of this dragon. At the same time, he was also responsible for comforting and taking care of her. I only heard Lucilia saying on the top, "Sisters, this is the first time that all of us act together. This time we will play the biggest role. Fighting the first battle of our puppet knights. This time we must use all our strength and show our prestige. Charge. The puppet knights are invincible. Long live." Facing Lucilia's speech, there were all kinds of chaotic responses below. They don't look like an elite regular army. And they don't look like a gangster army either. Because these puppet girls look silly. Is it really okay? Math Lisa couldn't help asking as she looked at the group of puppet girls. It's too worrying to see them like this. After all, you may not really encounter enemies who come to make trouble. If you get so excited, it will be embarrassing if there are no enemies. Forget it. Let them go, Alka said with a smile. To be honest, this can really be considered the first battle of the puppet girls. In the past, Alka and his team usually took action in various battles. There was usually only one team of puppet girls, and at most 2 teams were assisting on the side. It was difficult to play a major advantage. Thinking of this, Alka looked at Simon. "Are you ready?" Simon nodded and made a gesture with his metal hand. "Don't worry. It's foolproof. The whole city will definitely be within range by then." Hearing this, Alka said no more and took the 2 puppet girls from the table next to him. He handed the 2 puppet girls to Simon. "You will be handed over to these 2 soon. You must protect them well." "Don't worry, Captain. I will protect her and myself." As the deputy captain, Zero lifted his skirt and said politely. The 2 girls were the deputy captain Zero and Sure, the core of the puppet girls. Alka smiled and nodded. Simon also took the 2 girls and let them stay on his shoulders. Sure acted dazed, leaning on Simon's shoulder, as if he wanted to fall asleep. Simon had no choice but to take her down and put her on a floating structure platform nearby, letting her rest. Zero also came down to take care of her. "Okay, let's go out." Everyone nodded. Then the girls also divided into 11 simple groups, leaving the flower forest and heading to the area they had already fixed. Lucilia, as their leader, also left with them. If Lucilia wanted to exert her full strength, she had to stay with the puppet girls. After walking out of the flower forest, Simon and Alka and others also left in different directions. "It's so lively." Xiaodai looked at both sides of the street and couldn't help saying. The faint fragrance of flowers kept surrounding them. The residents and tourists coming and going were all wearing local costumes, embroidered with various beautiful flowers. Various decorations made of flowers were hung on both sides of the street. "What does this mean?" Madlisa looked at everyone here and put a flower on their head, ear, chest, or waist. Everyone puts different flowers. They have never seen such behavior before. Alka looked at the scene and said, "Maybe there is some kind of meaning, such as different placements, and the meaning of flowers." There is a stall not far away, which displays various flowers. There are some special soft balls at the roots of the flowers, which seem to provide nutrition for the flowers. All the flowers used for decoration have such soft balls at the roots. "Let's go and take a look," Alka said, and walked over with a few people. Before the ceremony started, they could enjoy the festival of the Blooming Festival. In front of the stall, he asked the boss. "You are foreigners. It's really rare to come to such an important festival," the boss said with a smile. Then he began to tell a few people, "Each flower has its own meaning. Put it on different parts of your body, matching the meaning of the flower. It is your beautiful hope for the future." Hearing this, the 3 girls in the team immediately became interested. Alka and the others were also listening curiously, looking at the various unknown flowers on the stall. Madlisa picked up 2 lavender flowers, which looked like trumpets. She handed one of the flowers to Poro. "Here, this one is for you. Put it on your chest." She put her own flower on the chest of her flower dress. Madlisa's dress was composed of light purple and grayish white. "Oh, okay. Put it here?" Although Poro was a shark, he was not naked. He wore an open-chested light blue short-sleeved vest with bright silver patterns on it. Like lightning, he wore matching shorts. Madlisa looked at Poro and shook her head. "No. I'll put it on for you." As she spoke, her snake tail curled slightly, raised it up, and scraped Poro's chest twice to put the flower in the right place. "Well, it looks much better this way." Xiaodai directly placed a light pink flower with a hint of red on Alka's chest. She also put the same flower on her chest. Of course, Alka would not refuse this. Julia looked at the flower in her hand. The flower in her hand was seed blue, and each flower on it was disordered. She was even shaking it slightly. She slowly put the flower next to her ear, watching everyone's behavior. Jason turned his head to look at Juanlu. Feeling Jason's sight, Juanlu saw the flower in Jason's hand again. "Hey! Stop it, go away." After saying that, Juanlu casually picked up a pink and white flower and put it on his chest. "You really don't understand romance," Jason said, picking up 2 identical flowers at random. And the crystal in his hand spread upwards, wrapping them into crystal-like flowers. He placed them directly on his chest. "Save this one for Eurylius." As he said that, the other flower disappeared in his palm. Everyone was like this. After decorating their own flowers, they blended into the atmosphere of the festival. Just like real tourists, they enjoyed the Blooming Festival. Chapter 329, The Blooming Flower of Heaven. The flower of heaven is located in the center of the entire island. There are many priests and various church members busy around. The great gardener, the leader of the entire land of spirits, is preparing with the priest next to him. In addition to these people, there is another person here who seems a little out of place. That is Simon, who is sitting in the corner, adjusting some kind of mechanical structure. Adjust the structure in front of him. Simon turned his head and looked at the girl in a church robe standing next to him. I'm going to start. Is that okay? It's okay. Sir, you can do it anytime. Simon nodded, closed his eyes, and then opened them slightly again. You can see that his eyes are emitting blue light, which is extremely concentrated and does not spread out. His eye sockets and the pupils in the middle have become a mechanical structure. The treasure index finger on the index finger of the precision hand also flickers with a blue light, which is unusually concentrated. Raising her precision hand, she inserted her entire arm into the groove of the device in front of her. She raised the mechanical arm of her left hand and placed it on top of the mechanical structure. The floating platform carrying Ling and Sure slowly floated up. The mechanical floating platform was fixed on the top of the entire mechanical structure and connected together. Magic patterns appeared on the bottom of the floating platform. Sure just sat on it and fell asleep. Ling kept his posture beside her, guarding her. The entire mechanical structure began to make noises of gears running. Blue light emanated from some of the gaps in the structure. This place did attract a lot of attention, but no one came here to disturb. Soldiers patrolling in various places. The metal objects they were holding began to flicker and shake slightly. Captain, this thing is moving. Hearing this, the captain of the soldier team turned his head and saw the mechanical structure in the hands of a soldier shaking slightly. Quick, input some magic power into it. The soldier nodded and immediately input some magic power into it. As the magic power was infused, faint lines appeared on the surface of the entire mechanical structure. Some of the lines connected together, forming some kind of spell, and the mechanical structure instantly disappeared in a flash of light. Disappeared? The captain asked. No, it's still in my hand, invisible. The soldier holding the mechanical device said. Move, move, fly. As the soldier said, the weight in his hand disappeared. Everyone heard a buzzing sound in their ears. The invisible structure transformed into a sentinel aircraft and flew into the sky. There was a buzzing sound everywhere. Countless sentinel aircraft flew into the sky at the same time. At the same time, the puppet knights, divided into 6 groups, were at 6 nodes in the entire city. If their nodes were connected, it would form a hexagram. They were not standing randomly, but in various hidden corners. Under them was a cylindrical stone pillar that was 2 meters high. The surface looks like it is made of stone, but inside is a sophisticated mechanical structure. At the same time, the mechanical structure began to change and rotate. Seeing this thing change, the puppet girl, who is the captain, immediately took out a blue crystal pillar on her back, which is about the same size as her body, inserted it into the groove exposed by the structure. Then, the girls waited around. Time flies. Alka and the others are scattered everywhere, ready and waiting quietly, waiting for possible enemies. A day passed quickly. But the residents and tourists who began to tour the streets one after another did not leave because of the arrival of night. Instead, they became more excited. There were many more people at night than during the day. Alka stood under the huge altar built in front of him and looked up at the night sky with a curtain of stars. The night sky tonight seemed to have changed differently, although every day is different. But today seems particularly interesting. Some stars in the sky were clearly moving and starting to align. It seemed as if they were gathering above their heads. This scene is so familiar. Xia Daidi looked at the changes in the sky and couldn't help but say. Julia also nodded. The changes that day were so great that they almost scared them to death. Really? Why didn't I feel it? Alka looked at the changes in the sky and didn't feel the slightest bit of familiarity. Hearing this, the people around him couldn't help but look at him, but didn't say much. It seems to be related to me. And everyone's eyes are not very friendly. Alka decided to keep his mouth shut and not say too much. Recall carefully in his mind. The only time that this scene fits should be that time, when they just escaped from the broken island chain, and I ate a piece of God in my dream. The changes in the sky at that time, according to Xia Daidi and others, should be similar to now. It's similar. Sure enough. Once it is related to God, the stars on the curtain will change. Thinking of this, Alka kept it in mind. As the night fell, tonight was very different from the past. Every flower was in full bloom, emitting light, just like a bright light at night. The light from the countless huge flowers on the island, which were like greenhouses, instantly illuminated the entire island as bright as day. The light was soft, and it changed with the color of the flowers. Judging from their appearance, the dazzling light would obviously not disappear for a while. Feeling the colorful lights around, suddenly, there was the atmosphere of a grand festival night. A smile appeared on Alka's face. "You are very happy. Does it remind you of something?" Xiao asked beside him. "Well, memories of the past. Even at night, it was as bright as day, that feeling of feasting and revelry." He hadn't seen it for a long time. When he saw this similar moment, he naturally recalled it. At this time, melodious music came, and the exciting drum beats came along. Everyone looked at the altar. Many church members in robes climbed onto the altar. The center of the altar was decorated as a flower bed, filled with precious flowers of all kinds. That place was the biggest light source here. Then dozens of strongmen pushed carts into the venue where everyone was. These people made way for a path. Alka looked. 2 or 3 strongmen formed a group, pushing a wide container about 1 meter high. This container was made of emerald green vines, and there were emerald green branches growing on it. The container contained irregular brown particles. Each particle was only about the size of a thumb. The container was pushed past Alka and the others, and pushed under the altar. "It's seeds. The things inside are seeds," Julia said as she looked at the particles in the container. "Seeds?" Jason was a little confused. "Is it a ritual?" Everyone didn't quite understand, so they could only stay where they were, waiting for the ritual to begin. So far, the tall flower of heaven in the distance has not yet begun to bloom. That is to say, the ceremony has not yet begun, so they don't seem that nervous. After all, as long as the ceremony has not begun, there is a tall man to support it. With curious eyes, everyone waited, and the flower pot container was pushed under the machine. A church staff member stood on the altar, looking at the people below. "People of the flower, pick up the flower seeds. Leave your own characters on them, and leave your own beliefs. The flower seeds will carry your expectations, and your faith will be passed on to the flower fairy. I hope it will thrive." The believers in the audience began to chant, chanting the flower fairy's prayer. Waiting for the prayer to end, the residents and tourists below began to go up and take the flower seeds in an orderly manner. "Shall we take it too?" Poro asked as he looked at the crowd. "Take it? Why not? It's such a participatory thing," Jason said with a smile. It was their turn soon. Each of them picked up a flower seed. The church members, who were standing next to the flower pots, looked at them. He explained to them softly, "You can use magic to imprint your wishes on them." The few people who heard this nodded. This was obviously for them. They waited until the flower seeds in the flower pots were almost taken out. Everyone at the scene had different seeds in their hands. "Let's get started." As the words fell, the believers held the seeds in their palms with both hands. They closed their eyes and began to pray. The fragrance of flowers began to spread from everywhere, and there were flying petals surrounding them. These petals began to fly around the area where everyone was, passing through everyone. "It's so beautiful." Xiao looked up at the sky and said, in the colorful soft light, the fragrance of flowers and petals. It was really beautiful. "Look at the chest." Jason pointed at the chests of everyone, on the bodies of the residents next to them. The flowers they placed everywhere bloomed at this time, but not all of them. But many people's flowers were in full bloom. Those who saw their flowers blooming had bright smiles on their faces. "My flowers are blooming. My love." A girl in a luxurious dress looked at the bright black flowers on her chest blooming and couldn't help but say happily. Those whose flowers didn't bloom felt a little lonely and prayed more devoutly, hoping that their piety could reflect their expectations on the flowers. The flowers on Alka and Xiao chests bloomed under such circumstances, and the faint and different floral fragrance penetrated into their noses. In addition to the flowers of the two people, the flower on Matliza's chest is also in full bloom. Looking at the flower on Matliza's chest, the flower on Poro's chest also blooms. Even the flower on Julia's ear is in full bloom. "Why doesn't mine have one? You are discriminating against me." "Right?" Jason said, looking at the flower on his chest that was still motionless. Looking at the flower on Jason's chest, the gray flower on Juanlu's chest is also in full bloom. "Do you want to see what the flower on your chest is?" Juanlu couldn't help but complain. Jason looked down and said, "Oh, okay." He smiled awkwardly. The flowers on his chest had been fixed into the shape of crystals by him. How could they bloom? What does the flower on your chest mean? Doesn't the meaning of blooming mean a blessing? Hearing Jason's words, Wan Lu shrugged. How would I know? I just picked one at random. That's a pity. As the flowers bloomed, countless people opened their palms, and the flower seeds on them were printed with different words. These characters are very small. They are all carved with their piety, which is transformed into power. We have to use our own magic to carve, after all. We don't believe in flower fairies, Jason said. Everyone has started to work. The words engraved by magic are pasted on the flower seeds, which can be used as fertilizer for them, and will not damage the flower seeds. This went on for a long time. The melodious music suddenly began to rise. The drumbeats that aroused humanity began to beat violently. A scent of flowers came. All the scents were dispelled, leaving only this one scent. This scent was so familiar to Alka. He would never forget it. This was exactly the scent of the flower fairy. As this scent came, everyone around looked up at the huge flower of heaven in the distance. Everyone looked. The flower of heaven, which was originally tightly closed, the buds emitted a soft light. The petals began to slowly open. The flower of heaven bloomed. The ceremony began. Everyone put the flower seeds in their palms and lifted them slightly upward. Everyone followed suit. The flower seeds seemed to be attracted by something and flew into the sky, flying towards the heart of the flower of heaven. Praise the flower fairy. Praise my God. The person presiding over the ceremony shouted loudly, his voice full of passionate emotions. The surrounding music and drums reached a climax at this moment. All the believers around began to sing. However, Alka and the others had already dispersed, scattered in various places among the crowd. His expression changed from being relaxed to serious, because the ceremony had already begun. The most dangerous moment of the entire blooming festival had arrived. He took out the hourglass and turned the dial on the top to 2, and started to reverse the time. The fine sand began to flow downwards, and the fine sand began to slowly pile up below. When the fine sand finished flowing, it would be over in 2 hours. No matter how powerful the enemy was, if they could hold on for 2 hours, they would win. A mirror wrapped in a mechanical structure appeared in Alka's hand. The two are perfectly integrated, and the design is very beautiful. Alka and Simon provided the technology. Xiaodaidi designed the appearance, and the structure was made. Words appeared on the mirror. Something happened outside. The enemy may have started to act. Be careful. Seeing this, Alka hung the front of the communication mirror against his waist. Roar! A strong roar suddenly came from not far away. With this roar, voices began to rise and fall, and various bloody roars began to come. Ah! There are monsters! The whole scene became extremely chaotic. Alka and the others immediately moved. People in the crowd kept turning into the monsters that Alka and the others had seen before, roaring and raging. But not every one of them was as powerful as they had seen before. Some were just slightly bigger, and looked a little uncoordinatedly thin. And these monsters looked weird. These monsters were scattered in all directions among the crowd, and began to attack the people around them indiscriminately. The whole scene began to become extremely chaotic. People of the flowers, don't panic if the flower fairies are here. Leave under the leadership of the soldiers, they will protect you. The voice spread everywhere. With this voice, the slightly chaotic situation finally improved a little. The soldiers who had been maintaining order in various places started to move. Around this altar, areas for defending and protecting different residents had already been set up. With a jump, Alka jumped into the air. A pair of wings appeared on his back. They were some kind of wings formed by clouds. Alka's eyes also became vertical pupils like an eagle, and his hair became cloud-like like feathers. This was a dream creature he simulated. It was one of his misty people, and he had already completely understood it through his research. The reason why he simulated it was because this misty creature was a bit like human wings. It was not connected to his hands, but grew on his back. It was very suitable for him. As soon as he flew into the air, Alka saw the whole scene of the field. The mirror cards began to spread out crazily. He no longer needed to wave his hands. These mirror cards flew towards the monsters that were slaughtering everywhere as if they could track them. They exploded the moment they hit them. The clouds and fragments began to surround and strangle them. The smell of blood and screams rang out. Ah! A little girl screamed in fear when she saw the claws in front of her. Before the attack reached him, a rotating mirror flew past, and his arm broke and fell to the ground. The father next to him immediately picked up his daughter and threw her away quickly. He kept muttering, "Thank you. Thank you." A dazzling beam of light began to move wildly around, refracting and moving among the crowd. Countless mirrors of all sizes began to appear in the sky above the entire surrounding area. Ah! Save me! A middle-aged woman fell to the ground and screamed. The monster, with its sharp teeth exposed, had already rushed towards her. There was a flash of light. The middle-aged woman felt a flash before her eyes. In a trance, she seemed to see the figure of a young girl. The upper body of the monster in front of her had been completely squeezed into a ball, and the sound of flesh and bones being squeezed and crushed could be heard. With a loud noise, the body fell to the ground. Chapter 330 Chaos. The enemy's goal is to kill living forces. They are slaughtering the residents here. Simon's voice came. He found that all the enemies had no common goal at all. They were all heading to crowded places. The goal of each enemy was very clear, killing all the living. It was completely different from what they had thought before. What kind of destruction of the ritual, what kind of hidden purpose did not exist? It was just pure killing, and chaos was needed. Roar! A dragon roar came from the sky. Eurylius, who had been hiding nearby, flew in and drew a straight line in the air. The rainbow energy spewed out and sprayed downward. A straight rainbow beam passed by. A group of enemies turned into crystals directly. Break the crystals and kill them. The ordinary residents who were being hunted down below said these words in their fearful minds. The crystal dragon conveyed the information and left directly, rushing in other directions, facing the monster sealed in the crystal. These ordinary residents were full of fear. They did not dare to attack the monster sealed in the crystal. They just wanted to escape. Ah! A little boy rushed out of his parents' arms, picked up the stones on the road, and threw them hard at the crystal. The stone drew an arc and hit the crystal without causing any damage. Abella, what are you doing? His mother ran over in fear, trying to hold her child. Didn't you say you would break the crystal? But, before the mother finished her words, a strong man picked up the stick in his hand and hit the crystal hard. Cracks appeared on the crystal immediately. More people took action. East District 4, there is no defense there. There are enemies chasing the residents. West District 8 has a large number of enemies. Those soldiers can't stop them. East District 13, there are 2 wounded, no longer able to move. Someone needs to rescue them, otherwise it will be difficult to survive. Various information began to appear. Alka looked at the font displayed on the mirror in his hand. At this time, a pair of dark arms stretched out from behind Alka. A faint black mist-like aura surrounded him. There were black lines on his face, looking a little hideous. To deal with the number of these monsters, Alka had to kill efficiently. Murmia's posture was not advantageous in terms of rapid killing. Looking at the crazy monsters around. With a single hand, a black cloud of mist shot out like a whip, wrapped around a monster and dragged it over. The powerful force dragged the 3-meter-tall black-skinned monster over. Before it could stabilize itself, Arka's left hand slammed forward. His fist hit the monster's head hard, and the head caved in like a flattened ball. A strange liquid mixed with debris sprayed out. 2 mirror cards appeared in his right hand, and he stuck them on the monster. 2 black arms behind him grabbed the body and threw it backwards. The huge force smashed the 2 monsters that were about to attack from behind and sent them flying. Bang! The cards on the monster exploded, killing the 2 monsters behind it. A blue ice bomb flew over and directly froze a monster. Then a crystal hit him. Jason came over from the side and smashed the crystal with one punch, turning the monster's body into fragments. There is a problem. The emotions around us are all fearful. These fearful emotions are gathering. Not just us, other places, all the fears are gathering. Hearing Jason's words, Alka frowned. Where are these fearful emotions gathering? Jason shook his head and took out the mirror used for communication. Words appeared on the mirror. Emotions detected, South 3rd District, light gray greenhouse. Tell Gilliana. The Sentinel patrol plane in the sky began to fly rapidly at a lower altitude, making a buzzing sound. Duh-duh-duh-duh. With the sound of bullets spitting out, a monster was pierced by bullets before it could find out where the attack came from. There were blood holes all over his body. He fell to the ground wailing. Save me! A woman's terrified wailing came from not far away. An undead monster, with a strength of only the 2nd stage, was slowly grabbing towards him. The woman had a huge wound on her leg. The invisible bullet shot at the undead monster, destroy it directly. However, there was an enemy waiting for a long time on the pedals above. He jumped down directly, and immediately hugged the invisible patrol plane that was invisible in the air. Ha ha! I got you! The monster laughed harshly, and madly destroyed the patrol plane with his teeth and hands. As he scratched the spell on it, the stealth effect of the patrol plane disappeared, revealing his steel appearance. After revealing the structure on the patrol plane began to deform rapidly, ejected 4 claw-like devices, and hooked on the monster's body. The two stuck together. Just as the monster was confused, a powerful force burst out from the patrol plane, and then a ball of blue light exploded. The machine and the monster disappeared together. In West District 1, a girl was injured and lost her ability to move. After this message was passed on, Simon, who was under the flower of heaven, looked up at Shur and said, "The investigation is left to you." Shur nodded, and his drowsy look disappeared. Standing on the structure, his eyes burst out with dazzling blue light. The structure below began to connect with her. Invisible waves, spreading around. Mechanical devices scattered at 6 points throughout the city, also began to spread. More sentinel machines began to fly up, attacking the monsters on the ground. A team of soldiers wearing metal vine armor are working together to besiege 2 tall red-skinned monsters. The strength of this team of soldiers is all at the second stage, and facing the 2 monsters, it seems very difficult. Use shields to defend, slow down their steps, and don't let them move forward. The soldier who is the captain said, clenching the trident in his hand tightly. He stabbed forward fiercely. But the attack could only leave a few bloody holes on the monster's body, and it did not hurt the monster at all. He punched forward fiercely. A soldier holding a shield was beaten back repeatedly, and the pain in his arm forced him to continue to push forward. Another monster clenched his fists, turned his body sideways, and smashed forward fiercely. The 2 soldiers holding shields were immediately knocked to the ground, and wailed in pain. The soldier in the back who was attacking with a trident immediately pushed forward. With the weapon in hand, he wanted to restrict the monster's movement and drag his comrades out. At this time, a figure rushed out from the shadows next to him. The blood-stained sword in his hand was directly inserted into the monster's throat. With the advantage of his body shape, he grabbed the sword inserted into the enemy and flipped it lightly. And then he lay on the enemy's back. With the other sword, he chopped the back of the head fiercely. With 2 sudden attacks, the enemy's head was chopped directly on the neck. The huge body immediately collapsed. The figure on the back wanted to leave, but the monster on the side had already spotted her. The huge palm came down like a mountain. A layer of spell shield was stacked on the figure, and the huge palm offset each other. Ah! The monster's strength immediately loosened, and one of his eyes was hit. He covered his eyes with one hand and kept wailing. The soldier next to him saw this, and immediately picked up the trident and stabbed it towards his joints, instantly locking his movement. A smaller figure jumped out of the shadows, and the daggers on his eyebrows also flashed red, and pierced directly into the back of the enemy's neck. A wailing sound was heard. The monster immediately fell to the ground. The figure who killed the first monster was Lu, the largest in the puppet army. She stood up and said to the captain of the soldiers, "There are dozens of residents over there, and they need help." "Yes, we will go there right away. Thank you for your help." The captain immediately began to organize his soldiers to carry the wounded, and quickly rushed to the direction mentioned by Lu. An invisible, more than 1 meter long conical spaceship fell from the sky. Its appearance was very similar to that of a patrol plane. On the patrol plane stood a puppet member of the long-range attack team, a construct puppet driving a machine, and a member providing spell support. This was a puppet team that was clearing out the surrounding monsters. 800 meters to the right, there are 2 second-stage monsters behind the flowers. As soon as they gathered together, the voice of Shur appeared in their minds. Yi-san immediately escaped into the shadows, and Lu hung on the aircraft with 2 swords on his back. The 3 puppet girls on the aircraft controlled the machinery and quickly followed. "Damn! Where did these villains come from?" A man in a blood-red robe, holding a huge scepter in his hand, asked sternly. A subordinate next to him was dressed similarly to him, except that his robe had turned black and red. Facing the man's loud questioning, he could only tremble and say, "I don't know. I have never seen them before, and it is said that they just came here in the past few days. I heard that they helped the church in Emerald Fortress before." Hearing this answer, the roaring man paused a little and frowned to think how much fear is gathered. Hearing this, the man who was his subordinate did not know how to answer for a moment. "Speak." "Not even half." "What?" The man was visibly angry. His body was shaking slightly under his robe. Seeing this, the person who was reporting next to him immediately knelt on the ground. "There are too many people coming to support us. Although those villains are small in size, Their strength is at the 3rd stage. This means that we do not have a numerical advantage at all. The power of this unexpected force is too strong. The heavy breathing continued. The man who reported could only curl himself up on the ground and pray continuously. With the heavy breathing, the man finally calmed down. What other information do you have? Tell me all of it. Our actions in the city are well known by the enemy. Every time we are about to achieve results, we will be blocked. There were several powerful enemies next to the altar, something I had never seen before, and a dragon. There were the most people there, but there was no fear at all. All bad news. Do you know everything? Gather the blood slaves, gather here. Ah? The man who was reporting was a little surprised. Didn't you hear what I said? The voice was full of impatience. The man nodded repeatedly, yes. Sir, I'll do it right away. Looking at the back of the man leaving. Next to this man stood a sturdy giant with blood streaks all over his body. Why do we need to call back those blood slaves that have been scattered? Hearing the question from this sturdy man, the black-robed man's mood was obviously much more stable. He said, because we failed, these guys are really lucky. My God said that. More killing and blood are needed. Now these are not enough. The sturdy man said with red eyes and a crazy look on his face. Hearing this, the black-robed man frowned and looked at him. Since you want to kill, then all the fear will be given to you later. It's up to you whether you can meet the requirements. That's great. After saying that, the sturdy man took the giant axe on his shoulder and walked out, looking at the sturdy man's back. What a brainless idiot, the god he believes in is also a lunatic. After cursing, turned around and walked back. East District 6, the huge blood-red monster is moving. The same is true for North District 3. A total of 4 monsters are all moving towards the place where fear gathers. All monsters are gathering there. Looking at the information that appeared on the mirror, Alka frowned. Jason and Gilliana have already rushed there. The strength of these huge blood-red monsters is all in the 4th stage. They are the most powerful among these monsters. It is just as they thought. The enemy's advantage comes from the fact that they have more 3rd stage monsters. The total number is about 30, coupled with some 2nd stage monsters, transformed by special means, and creatures similar to the undead, resisting those soldiers. But because the puppet girls joined the battlefield, and their special arrangement, the enemy did not have much advantage. On the contrary, because of their control over the entire situation, they began to accelerate into a disadvantage. However, sacrifice and death are inevitable. There are the most monsters near the altar in the square, but they have also been cleared out by them. Looking at the situation around, the melodious singing voice was surrounding everyone's ears. As the singing voice surrounded them, they seemed to have infinite courage in their hearts. It was because of Julia's courageous singing voice that the fear in the place with the most people was the least. After thinking for a while, Alka said, Juanlu, Julia, you two will defend here with these soldiers. The rest of you follow me, we will catch up with Jason. Several people quickly chased in the direction Jason left. What's going on? Xia Daidi asked beside him. The enemy's fighting force is gathering in the direction of the fear, and they should be preparing for the last big wave. Their sudden appearance has already marked the failure of the enemy's action. Alka and his men have only been in the House of Fragrance for a few days, and the enemy must have been preparing for a long time, regardless of whether anyone noticed it at the time. Many of their plans were too late to make targeted changes to them. The damage caused by these monsters is limited, but the investment is not low, and they will definitely want to destroy more in the end. Not only them, but several teams of soldiers in good condition are all gathering in that direction. You go over there first and take a look. Xia Daidi nodded, and immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. At this time, it was at the edge of the enemy's magic circle. A team of puppets was hiding in the corner stealthily. Is this where the energy gathers? Er turned his head and asked. Sen nodded. I can feel that the power of fear is gathering here. Do you want to go in? In. Why not? Er said. Xian stretched out his hand and waved it, and the pink energy enveloped the people. The people immediately disappeared from the spot. Be careful. Don't get into trouble. As he said that, the team of people slowly moved over from the corner next to them. Relying on their small size, they walked through a small gap that normal people could not enter at all. At this time, Jason and Gilliana were running quickly towards here with a team of soldiers. The crystal dragon also moved with them above their heads. A stream of light flashed beside them. Xia Daidi? How did you get here? Jason asked in confusion. Alka asked me to come here. They will be here soon. The enemies who are still alive are all gathering here. Hearing this, Jelena frowned. The information she received showed that the enemies in most areas were already moving. Quick, let's speed up. Everyone had a bad feeling where the enemy was at this time. This was originally a large hall with several flowers gathered together. It was a better restaurant in the city. But now the residents here have been slaughtered. Fortunately, there are not many residents left here. A large amount of blood gathered in the center of the hall, forming a circular, disgusting magic circle with a Buddhist pattern in the middle. A bloody red ball that was constantly expanding and contracting floated on the magic circle. The man in the black robe stood behind. Under the magic circle was the strong man with blood-red patterns. How long will it take? Don't worry. It will be done soon. Chapter 331 Fear. 4 huge, blood-red muscle monsters, each more than 5 meters tall, stood in front of them. Around them were many monsters of different shapes, but all had ferocious and even disgusting faces. These monsters formed a line of defense and stood firmly in front of the greenhouse. Alka and others had gathered together, looking at the enemy in front. They were also followed by 100 soldiers. The monsters in front kept roaring and screaming at them, as if they would rush up and tear them apart at any time. But even in this situation, these monsters still stood firmly in place, without moving forward at all. The energy of fear is still gathering, Jason said. We can't wait any longer, Giuliana said with a frown. They couldn't just watch the enemy complete their ritual. As soon as she finished speaking, invisible waves began to spread around, as the waves swept across their bodies. Except for Alka, everyone couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of fear arose in their hearts. Then they quickly dispersed it. It seems that the ceremony has begun. Giuliana raised the sword in her hand, and was ready to rush forward. Akar immediately stopped her. Don't worry. Give it a little more time. Hearing Alka's words, Giuliana frowned and looked at him, but finally put her hand down, and stood there waiting. With a fluctuation of fear, it began to spread outward in circles. Some soldiers' morale was obviously problematic, and their hands holding weapons began to tremble slightly. The fear in his heart was growing rapidly. If he didn't take action, he would collapse. The monster in front of him was still roaring. Crystal clear antlers grew from Alka's head, and pink mist spread around. The invisible fear waves were blocked. These fear waves were swallowed by the mist in an instant, and merged into it. As the waves were difficult to penetrate, the soldiers' emotions began to recover quickly. These pink mists spread over them, giving them a very quiet feeling. It was as if everyone's spirit was protected. Here it comes. Looking at the characters that appeared on the communication mirror in his hand, Alka smiled and said, Swoosh. The mechanical device is stored in 6 different nodes. Send out blue light into the sky. The light of spring is so bright. In the city, everyone outside saw the beam. Look up at the sky. Then these blue lights merged into one beam in the air. Simon appeared beside the crowd. His right hand turned into a huge column, covered with regular cracks, and blue light burst out from it. It seemed that this huge column would break and explode at any time. Jason, come and help me. Hearing Simon shout, Jason quickly came to the column. A large number of crystals appeared in his hand, forming something like a bracket, fixing the column. I can't control it anymore, help me aim. No problem, watch me. Jason smiled, and even constructed a translucent crystal tracer on the column, aiming at the direction of the enemy formation. Release. With Jason's roar, a huge amount of energy rushed out. The magic power around everyone was cleared in an instant. There was a suffocating feeling. It can be clearly felt that an extremely huge amount of energy passed over their heads. The ground under their feet, under heavy pressure, could not help but make a sound of smoke and dust, wrapping them up. The huge beam of light smashed into the enemy formation in just a blink of an eye. The whole world fell into silence in an instant. The dazzling blue light expanded like a sphere. Xiaodaidi stretched out his hand and clenched it, gathering the light around them in his hand. As the light disappeared, everyone saw the power of this attack. A bloody monster had completely fallen to the ground, without life. The one standing next to him had a huge gap in one arm and abdomen, and seemed to be half crippled. Only 2 blood-colored monsters that were far away were left, and they climbed up from the ground intact. But apart from them, only a few of the surrounding monsters were still alive. Charge! Giuliana roared, raising the long sword in her hand. The soldiers who were stunned by the attack and stood still heard this, and immediately rushed out. They roared to charge. The morale of the whole team was high, and the attack gave them unlimited courage. A flower like a trumpet appeared on Giliana's back. She jumped directly from the spot. The flower sprayed energy, allowing Giliana to jump long distances, and even glide in the sky. The long sword in her hand was already entangled with thorns. Holding the long sword, she landed directly on the back of the tall monster. The long sword completely sank into the monster's body, and the thorns on it began to spread from the wound. Giliana had already held back an enemy, and judging from the way the two fought, it shouldn't take long. Giliana would get rid of it. After all, these monsters were forcibly shaped through rituals. Simon was already sitting there to rest, and the magic power in his body was almost completely consumed by the attack just now. They had prepared for so long, just for this attack. But this attack did not disappoint them at all. Jason, Xiaodai, the three of us will kill the intact one. The half-crippled one will be left to you two. Hearing Alka's words, everyone immediately split into two teams. Matlisa waved her hand, and 16 needles flew out, 8 of which were directly inserted into Poro's back. Boom! A huge thunder sounded. A frenzy of gray lightning appeared on Poro's body, and the lightning patterns on his body also lit up with a silver-gray light. He stepped heavily on the ground. The whole person's figure was ejected like a cannonball. The lightning was still gathering. Bang! With a loud bang, Poro hit the monster's body, and the frenzy of lightning spread where he hit. Another huge bowl-shaped gap appeared in the center of the abdomen, and the flesh and blood on it flew away like ashes. The monster let out a heart-wrenching wail, but the wound was visibly recovering, and a large amount of lava spewed out of his mouth. The scorching energy forced Poro to dodge, and the frenzied lightning turned into arrows and threw upwards to stop the lava spewing towards him. Matlisa controlled the other 8 needles, which flew over and pierced the monster's body. The tiny needles on the monster's body did not let him find any problems. The huge pain from the wound caused by Poro before made him not care about other things. Moreover, for a man of such a large body, these needles were almost unnoticeable. As these needles were inserted into his body, the recovery speed of the abdominal wound was almost invisible. The wound no longer recovered, but a large amount of fluid flowed out. A hint of dark green appeared on the wound. But this monster obviously didn't have much sense, and didn't notice these problems. Seeing this, Poro began to circle around the enemy, attacking the enemy with lightning from time to time. Even if he was hit, the wounds on his body would be quickly repaired by the energy transmitted by the needle inserted in his back. He started to deal with the enemy, and only needed to delay for a while, and the enemy would naturally be disappointed. It feels so weak. Xiaodai kicked the monster's leg, and then easily moved 2 steps to the side, avoiding the enemy's attack. Attack is effective. Dodge is easy. Hearing Xiaodai's words, the pink mist has already wrapped around the enemy, invading his mind. This monster was forcibly constructed and promoted. In essence, it is just a third-stage soldier who has just reached the strength. The mind is abnormally confused, and there is no thought. It should be controlled by something. At this time, the monster was already attacking randomly, and it was impossible to tell which direction the enemy was in. And Alka and the other 2 were right below it. The crystal dragon took Jason to attack the monster in the sky. Every time the crystal-like irregular bullets hit the monster, the surrounding flesh and skin would be frozen into crystals. Such attacks effectively curbed the enemy's powerful recovery ability. Xiaodai also kept flashing his body to attack the enemy's legs, allowing the energy of his impact to penetrate into the enemy's body. It quickly exerted huge pressure on the enemy's internal bones, making them full of cracks, and it was best to break them inside. Compared with the external flesh and blood, these internal injuries are much more difficult to recover. Alka used pink mist to disturb the enemy's mind, making him attack randomly around, and sometimes even causing damage to friendly monsters. Suddenly, Alka, who was controlling, smiled. Found it. It turned out to be this. Several spikes formed by the convergence of pink energy directly pierced into the enemy's head. The pink power began to invade. The monster suddenly stood still and stopped attacking. Seeing this, the 2 stopped their attacks. You 2 go help the others, I can handle this. Hearing Alka's words, the 2 nodded. Alka raised his right hand, extended his 5 fingers, slightly pinched towards the center. The pink mist had completely enveloped the enemy's head and quickly surrounded it. A large number of mirrors gathered around the enemy's head, and these mirrors turned into fluids to wrap the pink mist and the enemy's head together. Then the monster was like wearing a mirrored helmet. Haha. Come here and fight. Alka laughed and jumped onto the enemy's shoulder. Under his control, The monster turned around and punched another blood-colored monster beside him. The monster, which was already tortured by various plant vines, was knocked to the ground by this sudden punch. The blood-colored monster with a mirror began to attack its own people crazily. Even the way of attacking was no longer as random as before, but became very skillful. Although Gilliana and Jason, who was helping him, did not understand the current situation, they immediately joined forces. The blood-colored monster with a mirror went around the back of the other monster, and used the tricks with both hands and feet to lock him tightly. The crystal dragon took this opportunity to glide down immediately, and spit wildly at the enemy's head. A large amount of rainbow energy was directly poured into the enemy's head, turning its entire head into a crystal. Then it turned sideways, and swung its slender tail vigorously. The tail was wrapped with tough crystals, and it smashed into the crystal head like a meteor hammer, with a cracking sound like a broken mirror. The whole head was shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground. The gap on the neck spurted out a lot of blood. Another bloody monster fell down. The half-crippled monster on the other side also knelt on the ground. Compared with his companions, his death was much more miserable. The monster's wailing was a little weak. The wounds on the body flowed out dark green liquid, and the whole body of the monster was melting. The melted liquid was extremely corrosive. Mad Lisa controlled 8 silver needles and flew out. Because of Poro's manipulation, a large amount of toxins were injected into the monster's body, causing him to be poisoned to death. The main reason was that the monster was huge and not flexible enough, and the needles inserted into his body were all out of his reach. Even if the problem was discovered, it was useless. The monster that was forcibly promoted to the 4th stage only had size and brute force. Go in. Alka controlled the huge blood-colored monster, and the huge monster strode towards the gate of the flower. The huge body slammed heavily on the gate. Under the attack of others, the gate was broken in an instant, and the monster rushed in. As soon as the door opened, a large amount of bloody smell gushed out, and the wave of fear rushed out. Everyone looked inside. On a magic circle made of blood, a round ball beating like a hard-gathered energy. Below him was a huge man who had grown to a full 5 meters tall. At this time, the man was still absorbing the energy of the sphere. 3 energy tubes, like pipes, extended from the sphere, which were connected to the man's back. The huge axe in his hand was also growing bigger for some reason. Ha ha, more blood, more killing. The man opened his bloody mouth and roared at Alka and the others who rushed in. Behind the magic circle, at the innermost part of the hall, a priest in a blood-red robe was looking at Alka and the others. Juliana recognized the man at a glance. He is Kaluto Nafa's. Hearing this, everyone looked at the man. The priest in black robes, facing the gazes of the crowd, just bowed slightly, as if greeting them with ridicule. Then he waved at them, and left through the gate behind him. Before everyone could catch up, a strong wave came. The size of the strong man in front of him grew to 6 meters, and was about to burst the greenhouse. Swinging the huge axe in his hand, he chopped at everyone. The 4th stage is complete, and it is still growing, Jason said loudly, and he was wearing glasses at this time. After hearing this, Alka began to receive the energy in the dream directly. One after another huge mirrors began to appear around, and in just a moment, the whole room was covered in it. The scene shown by the mirror was not the scene in front of them, but a distorted and bizarre space. Xiaodai and the others could tell at a glance that the scene displayed here was the world of dreams. A large amount of light and shadow and pink mist gushed out from the mirror. In an instant, the entire space was filled. Alka's antlers flashed with bright light. With one hand, a large amount of pink mist formed a spear, which he threw out with force. The spear disappeared the moment it was thrown. When he appeared again, he had already pierced the shoulder of the strong man. Pain, good, die. The strong man's words were becoming a little confused, but he raised his axe and rushed again. A ball of light appeared in front of him, and then exploded quickly. The strong flash immediately made the strong man scream and close his eyes. Xiaodai stretched out his hand and clenched it. The whole space immediately fell into darkness. One by one, the light spots fell on Alka and others, giving them absolute dark vision. One after another, silver needles were inserted into various parts of the strong man's body. They were then blocked by the black and red shield and could not penetrate. A large amount of pink mist hit the monster's mind. The blood-red monster with a mirror rushed up and hugged the strong man tightly. Right now, a large number of attacks were directly tilted over. They completely attacked the strong man's body. The original shield began to shake under the large number of attacks, and then shattered like glass. Several pink spears were thrown out again, nailing the strongman in place. He doesn't have a treasure? Jason said in confusion. He didn't see the light of the treasure from the strongman. The ability to reach the fourth stage of perfection was all due to the energy supply from the light ball behind him. Just when everyone thought they were about to win, a roar with strong fear appeared, and the breath of fear began to spread wildly. The dream area formed by Alka began to be blocked and pushed back. There was an energy blocking him, the bloody energy attached to the strongman, and the fearful energy ball behind him was jumping wildly. Guarding the gate? When did you become a servant of that woman? Chapter 332. One god after another. When the monster spoke, the entire battlefield was silent. Everyone could see that it was not the strongman who spoke, but the changes brought about by the energy of fear attached to him. When he heard these words, Alka's heart trembled. He had heard this name from the flower fairy a few days ago. The person who could call him by this name could only be another god. It had to be one that had survived tens of thousands of years ago. But such panic disappeared in an instant. Even if he fell, the resurrecting flower fairy could see in an instant that he had eaten a fragment of the god. But the monster attached to the strongman in front of him could not see it. The black and red energy of fear attached to the strongman, and covered his naked body with a layer of energy armor. And this helmet was like the head of a monster, and the mouth on the mask opened and closed. It was it that made the sound. Alka was standing still, not attacking rashly, and so were the others. The huge ball of fear was still floating behind him. The invisible energy pipes connected to his body were connected to his back like an umbilical cord. After a while, he seemed to find something wrong. He paused for a moment. No. No. It's a familiar smell, but it's not right. The monster muttered. The sound was as harsh as the collision of energy and the scratching of nails on iron plates. Ah, yes, yes. You are just a mortal, a promising mortal, and you ate his heart? He suddenly laughed wildly. The helmet's wild laughter led his host to laugh together. Two different laughs, colliding and grinding against each other, making the sound even more harsh, making everyone present frown. Ha ha ha, he died, and was eaten by a mortal, what a shame. He was laughing wildly there, looking extremely crazy, and the huge laughter he made brought invisible waves of fear. Want to transmit it to the surroundings. Alka's pink energy still became a spiritual wall, blocking any attacks against the spirit for everyone. Can it work? Captain? I feel he is about to find out, Air said secretly in the corner. Lucilia looked focused. She stretched out her hands. Blood-red energy mixed with magic seemed to be doing something. She didn't even turn her head when she heard Air's voice. She said impatiently, Don't talk, pay attention to help me be alert. In addition to the two people, there were several other puppet girls around who were helping Lucilia to be alert. They stood around the magic circle, but their figures were hidden. Alka's mirror and the spreading fog, plus the concealment effect that Xian put on them, allowed them to hide perfectly next to this important area. Hiding in this fog, operating behind the enemy. Is Xian still awake? Lucilia said, continuing to operate in her hands. Syra's weak voice came. There is no leader yet. She told us not to worry. She also asked the remaining Xian to move his position and hide him in a more hidden place. San looked at the pink spells flickering on his arm, and his energy was running out. At this time, everyone was hiding here, and in front of them was the monster's loud laughter. But it didn't seem to affect them. No one noticed that these small figures were hidden in the pink mist, and they were next to the magic circle. The blood-red energy from Lucilia's hands was changing the magic circle on the ground. She was changing the formation above to provide an advantage for the front. But in order not to be discovered, she did not change in an instant, but was making preparations. Alka looked at the energy armor that seemed to be eager to communicate. He asked, Who are you? Me? Haha, I am Fear, I am your nightmare. As he said that, the armor controlled the strong man to raise his hands violently. The huge axe that was originally held in both hands was broken in an instant. A large amount of black smoke poured out and mixed. The broken metal formed an even larger black mist axe. The invisible black mist poured out from nowhere and began to impact the pink cloud. The two began to collide and cancel each other out, like two tsunamis that did not merge and opposed each other. Colliding. This cloud was so familiar, and it was almost the same as the attack used by those black shadow monsters. Uh-huh. Do you understand? You damned. The dog guarding the gate. This is what you cannot stop. He laughed wildly and yelled at Alka, but inexplicably slowed down his black fog. The whole person behaved abnormally. He had just figured out Alka's identity, And now he thought Alka was the god whose godhead fragments he had eaten. This god state seems very abnormal. And nightmare, is it from a dream? Alka's antlers flashed wildly, and a large amount of pink mist rolled, blocking the enemy's black mist attack. Even if the enemy has changed its attack strength, the change in strength brought by the 5th stage is still difficult for them to resist. Hold on for a while, the ceremony of the Great Gardener will be completed, Giuliano whispered beside. On the hourglass used for timing, the sand left behind is piled up high, and only a little sand is left on the top. The big gardener is their last guarantee. Plop! A loud sound like a beating heart suddenly sounded. The ball formed by the huge fear energy on the magic circle. The beating frequency suddenly began to become chaotic. Then it began to shrink, rotate in the opposite direction. The energy originally transported by the umbilical pipe behind the strongman began to reverse. These former transmission pipes, at this moment, were like pumping water. They madly extracted the original fear power from the strongman. What's going on? Who is it? The huge body suddenly turned back to look in the direction of the magic circle. In an instant, he used the black fog to see through the disguise of the pink mist. Just saw a few small figures trying to leave secretly. It's you, you little mice. Oh, I've been discovered. Air scratched his head and said with a smile. Run! The first enemy that the huge axe was pointing at was actually Lacilia and others who were sneaking behind. Before the axe could strike, a crystal light flew down from the top, flashing a ray of light. He grabbed a puppet with both hands and feet and flew into the sky, drawing an arc in the air. The figure flew quickly past the monster's ear. The crystal, made with the crystal dragon as the prototype, even had the mood to spit at the monster's head. The rainbow energy hit the helmet made of fear, although it did not cause any impact. But at this moment, it was extremely insulting. Slightly, the huge attack was difficult to retract, and it hit the magic circle fiercely. Not only did he fail to hit the enemy, he also shattered the originally stable magic circle. The entire magic circle began to shake wildly. The energy originally in his body began to be madly extracted in the opposite direction, faster than before. In addition, the enemy escaped from him and mocked him. The energy aura on his body began to be wildly agitated, as the energy of fear was madly extracted. His strength, which had just been raised to the 5th stage, immediately dropped. Taking this opportunity, a large amount of pink mist began to surge out wildly, overwhelming him. The black mist began to be attacked crazily. The huge blood-colored monster with a mirror surface once again trembled and climbed up from the ground. The black mist had eaten away its body, and there were pits everywhere, but under Alka's control, it had to charge at the enemy again. The huge body, with its powerful weight, smashed on the enemy's body. Flowers, bloom. A flower grew out from under the strongman, and each petal was covered with sharp teeth. The central pistol ejected a large number of thorns to entangle the enemy, biting it hard. Coupled with a bloody monster, the suppression was not worth his life. The strongman was controlled, and could not move in an instant. What do you think I am talking to you about? Alka appeared above the enemy's head, and said with a smile. The antlers on his head emitted a bright light. One after another, pink sharp crystal-like objects fell like raindrops. The energy armor formed by the fear energy on the strong man's head was smashed and shattered. Damn it, you bastard who guards the gate. Why do you always stop me again and again? Why? The broken armor of fear was attacked madly, and the energy was reversely extracted by the ball behind him, and the voice began to be intermittent. When the energy was extracted, he seemed to have no ability to use some means to resist. But the angry roar in his voice could not be faked. It seems that this crazy god is not doing well. It's fate. As the energy shell on the strong man was removed, he became inexplicably weak. His strength began to decline wildly, and his originally strong body also looked inexplicably weak. He saw the opportunity. A stream of light flashed, Sia Dai appeared above the strong man's head, and his right leg slashed down fiercely. The whole leg was emitting golden light. He smashed down heavily. This was a fatal blow. Bang! With a loud bang, a layer of translucent barrier with blood-colored patterns on it blocked the attack. The energy of this barrier and fear seemed to be different. The strong man raised his head and showed a bloody smile to Sia Dai above. He swung the axe at his hand upwards violently. I don't know when the giant axe, which was originally made of black mist and metal fragments, has changed into a giant axe of flesh and blood formed by blood vessels and some muscle structure fragments. Blood is still dripping from it, and those muscles seemed to be beating slightly, just like alive. This damn idiot finally got out of the way. The sturdy man's body was still about 4 or 5 meters tall. He stretched out his hand to grab the huge blood slave on top of him and bit it hard. The huge blood slave was sucked into his body like noodles. Ah, this feels so good. After saying that, he raised his axe without hesitation and chopped down at the crowd. The axe was not aimed at any target, but fell in their direction. Everyone did not dare to respond, and retreated immediately, as the axe blade chopped on the floor. The broken floor and soil flew everywhere. The veins of blood and flesh began to spread wildly around, attacking Alka and others. I don't know when the monster's strength returned to the 5th stage. Everyone had to use various means to stop it. Before they could relax, another attack came, and a large number of blood-colored muscle tentacles shot out from the strong man's body. There were holes all over his body, and the attack formed by blood vessels and muscles swayed on his body like buds. A lot of blood dripped down the skin. Is it you? You bastard who only knows how to drink women's blood. Why don't you look for your mother? The face that was sucked back before appeared on the ball that returned to the ball of fear energy. Although he was now imprisoned in the broken magic circle, it seemed that there were some problems with the destruction just now. It allowed him to communicate in the form of complete energy, and he kept yelling at the strong man. But it was obvious that something strange was attached to the strong man, and it was obvious that they knew each other. That can only be another god. It has become so lively here for no reason. Before he can finish his words, a large number of attacking vines made of flesh and blood directly penetrated the energy ball. What a mad dog! The strong man muttered and cursed. Saw. Bo. You. Dog, your mother. Even though it was penetrated by the bloody energy, the energy ball was still yelling something, but the sound was intermittent, and it was no longer clear. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The ball of fear exploded, blasting a huge hole in the back of the greenhouse. The blood-colored tentacles that had pierced his body were also blown off. But the strong man didn't care. He turned around and looked at Alka and others who were struggling to deal with the tentacles that were attacking them. Okay, the wild dogs that disturbed us are gone. Let's have a good game. As he spoke, a thick and long blood tongue came out, licking his lips. The surroundings were still wrapped in mirrors and pink mist. Alka's pink mist can only simply slow down the enemy's pace and the speed of some attacks. Other than that, it has no effect on the enemy. The strongman's spirit has long been occupied by some powerful energy body, which is not stimulated by Alka's attack at this stage. This small ghost place actually has 3 gods, although it seems that these 3 gods are no longer intact. But it is still shocking, but also makes people a little numb. Little shrimp. Resist fiercely, and start killing. The strongman laughed loudly, waving the huge axe in his hand. However, his attack was not aimed at Alka, but he used those fleshy tentacles to attack Alka and others continuously. His huge axe attacked the soldiers outside, who had already cleared out those monsters. The muscles of the axe handle stretched out like a long whip. Wails and screams came one after another. These soldiers were generally only in the 2nd stage, except for some captains who were in the 3rd stage. They could not withstand any attacks at all, and even the aftermath was difficult to resist. What are you doing? You damn monster! Jylena yelled, raising her long sword covered with thorns, and was ready to rush forward. However, several blood-colored vines quickly attacked from the side and smashed her away. Woohoo, you little shrimp are angry. Then come and kill me! The sturdy man laughed, and continued to use his giant axe to attack the soldiers outside, ignoring Alka's people. These monsters are more brain-dead than each other. The black environment appeared again. The whole area was shrouded in darkness. Xia Deity left Alka and the others in the dark environment. He appeared on the periphery in an instant, and quickly took the soldiers who were not dead to a safe place. The voice of the strongman came from the darkness. You mortals are always like this. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The strong dominate everything. Why do you always sacrifice yourself for these weak people? He said, seemingly not affected too much by the dark environment, and kept swinging the giant axe at the distance. A large number of attacks were launched in the distance, but this time, they seemed a little chaotic. It was obvious that the darkness did not have no effect on him. The body he used was, after all, just a believer in the 3rd stage. The strong are respected? Obviously you are not a strong person. Otherwise you would not have survived in this broken world, but left this world. Right? You are just a loser in the ancient war of gods. And you are here to speak nonsense and show off in front of the mortals you once looked down on. I wonder if those gods who once won, looking at your current appearance, will laugh at your cowardly appearance? Loser? Alka's voice came in the dark night. The calm voice was full of sarcasm. Ha ha ha, a loser among lions is showing off in front of a group of ants? If I were you, I would die quietly, for fear that others would know that I am still alive. This is really too embarrassing. It seems that you are also afraid of death. Shouldn't the weak die? Why are you still alive? Jason's voice also came with Alka's words, and his voice was full of teasing. Then why can he be so thick-skinned to say the words of the jungle? Mathlisa asked puzzledly. The voice was so clear in the darkness. Don't say that to others. Aren't you allowed to shout slogans? After all, the weak also want to live. Boluluo's voice also sounded weird. Everyone was madly mocking. In return, the strong man was silent. At the same time, his attack could not help but stop. Crazy panting could be heard. Oh, someone is angry. No more, no more. The cowardly lion is going to crush the ant to death. Yes, yes, we are just ants. He is a thin and sick cowardly lion in the lion group. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Can he make up for his lost self-esteem in front of mortals in front of his peers? Ha ha, very good, you are very good. Angry roars sounded in the darkness. Chapter 333 time is up. The roar was full of anger. Amid the sarcastic ridicule of the crowd, the sturdy man's rationality seemed to have reached its limit. Just as Alka had thought before, these gods who came to interfere seemed to have poor brains. It was obvious that their condition was much weaker than that of the flower fairy. His axe no longer attacked the distant enemies, but smashed wildly at Alka and the others. The flesh tentacles on his body also began to wave wildly. As the attack came, everyone immediately became alert and tried their best to block it. Mirrors shattered one after another. A large amount of mist wrapped around the enemy's tentacles and axes, trying to slow down its attack speed. Matlisa's 16 fine needles were inserted into the joints of everyone, increasing their speed and treating them. This attack hit Alka first, breaking layers of mirrors, and then breaking again. And several layers of shields hit Alka's shield. His shield showed a light pink color and was completely dented under the attack. Even after the attack, the pressure and shockwaves still caused considerable damage to his body. He could feel that his left arm on top must have been broken, and his right hand on the bottom also became sore. A cool and subtle energy was flowing through his body, repairing the damage on his hands. These fine needles played a very critical role. By the way, they also helped them recover their physical strength and magic power. The attack came down again. This time, Pororo blocked the front. Everyone took turns. At some point, the crystal dragon flew in from the broken hole in the back. It opened its huge mouth and spewed the rainbow energy of crystal at the back of the strong man. The crystal was highly contagious. Even though this body had received some spirit and power from God, the body itself did not undergo much change. Under this extremely high-level attack, the back was quickly infected and crystallized by the crystal. Compared to the outer armor formed by the fear energy before, the defense seems to be much lower. Sensing the sneak attack from behind, the strong man immediately turned around and threw his axe. A crystal stone wall stood up. The axe chopped on it, and then got stuck. But a bloody tentacle was still wrapped around the axe handle, trying to drag the weapon back. But the crystal dragon was not so easy to let him succeed. His claws grabbed the axe handle fiercely, and a huge amount of crystal energy began to cling to the crystal giant axe. However, the powerful force coming from the other side forced her to let go. The moment she let go, the crystal dragon immediately turned around, and a crystal-like meteor hammer had condensed on its slender tail. It hit the axe blade that had been partially crystallized in the air, and it flew to the side. The energy of the crystal had frozen half of the axe blade. As the tail hammer fell, the axe blade immediately shattered, leaving only half. Looking at this rare opportunity, Alka decided to use his last trump card to increase his strength to the same level as the dream. It should be possible to temporarily gain the ability to fight back, causing a first-level fatal blow to him. The energy of gold and silver began to flow out of the mirror. However, the voice beside his ear stopped his action. "Thank you, I will take care of the rest." The old man with a white beard and a flowery robe appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the big gardener who appeared, Xiaodaidi, who was transporting the wounded outside, retracted the scope of darkness. A large number of flowers grew on the wounded, and the flowers exuded the energy of life and the fragrance of flowers to heal all the living people present. Alka and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tall man is here. The big gardener held a huge flower scepter in his hand and stared at the strong man in front of him. Looking at the big gardener in front of him, the strong man, who was originally in extreme anger, seemed to have finally calmed down and opened his mouth to say something. Shut up. The big gardener's calm voice was full of anger. As he finished speaking, a large number of flowers and vines grew out of the strong man's open mouth. These flowers and plants quickly blocked his throat and filled his mouth. The vines began to spread, coming out of his nostrils, eyes, and ears, as if they were growing inside his body. The strong man began to struggle frantically. Alka clearly saw a blood-red ball of light leaving the monster's body. Then the strong man wailed, until he could no longer make any sound. Plant vines grew out of his body. Finally, a flower covered in blood and flesh bloomed from the pores of his limbs. The strong man's body and the flower merged into one. The head gardener turned around and looked at Alka and others who were resting behind him. Giliana tried to stand up, resisting the fatigue and pain in her body. The head gardener stretched out his hand and pressed lightly. Rest, child. As he spoke, the fragrance of flowers floated in with petals, surrounding everyone. Everyone immediately felt that their physical strength and magic power were recovering rapidly. The original fatigue and pain disappeared in an instant. It was as if they were refreshed and energetic. Thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for your help, I dare not imagine the consequences. Have a good rest. The next thing will be left to us. Alka and others nodded. A priest came in and nodded to Alka and others. Everyone, please follow me. I will take you to the resting place. Alka nodded. He walked out with Siadaiti and others. The outside was full of bloody smell, which could not be covered by the fragrance of flowers. The body parts were scattered all over the ground. But those soldiers who survived now stood up intact, scattered everywhere, picking up some of their comrades. Alka and others looked at them and turned their heads away reluctantly. Then they felt their shoulders sink, and Lucilia fell from the flying structure in the sky and sat next to his ear. Then they handed Xian, who was in her arms, to Alka. I don't know what happened to her. She's been sleeping. Alka looked at Xian in his palm. It's okay. She just sank into a dream. Simon, who was sitting outside, saw Alka's people coming out and hurriedly followed. Are you all right in there? Do I look like I'm in trouble? Jason said with a smile while hooking his arm around Simon's neck. Simon nodded in relief. That's good. It seems like there's a lot of noise inside. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It can almost be confirmed that the sturdy man inside has two different gods attached to him. But it seems that the two gods are not in good condition, even worse than the flower fairy. This was a blessing in disguise. Under the leadership of the pastor, they walked towards the city center. Along the way, they saw residents from all over the city coming out of their hiding places. Some residents spontaneously began to clean up the destroyed houses and ruins. They began to collect the bodies on the ground with the soldiers. Crying and wailing echoed in their ears one after another. Everyone just walked in silence, looking around from time to time, and then quickly turned their heads back. If we do it again, we have tried our best. Alka immediately interrupted what Siadaiti wanted to say. Don't feel guilty. When they arrived at the square, some of the ruins here had been cleared, and the residents who gathered here had also been dispersed. There were very few left. Julia and Juanlu sat next to the broken altar, recovering their strength. I don't know what they were thinking. Seeing Alka and others coming over, the two quickly stood up and walked over. After carefully observing Alka and the others, it's good that they are fine. Yeah, you too. Alka turned around and looked at Lucilia. How are the puppet girls? Fortunately, the damage is not serious. There are 21 sisters who need major repairs, and the others just need a little repair. Alka nodded. That's good. The so-called major repairs, which means that there must be parts missing from the body. Fortunately, they are puppet girls. Unless they are completely destroyed, they can be repaired. Seeing the pastor want to take them to the church, Alka said directly, no need, we will live in the flower forest, it's good. Hearing this, the pastor who was leading the way turned around and looked at the few people and nodded. He was about to escort them to the flower forest. Alka said, no need to take us, you go, and do your work, there are still many people who need you. The pastor pondered for a while, nodded, thank you. He turned around and left quickly. Alka and others walked towards the flower forest of the hotel. More and more aircraft flew back. There were also many puppet girls on it. When they arrived at the hotel, They saw a group of soldiers resting at the door of the hotel, and they all looked miserable. Civilians were helping them with treatment, and the remaining ones were in a much more stable state. A girl knelt down with her head bent. This girl was the proprietress, who had taken them to Hwalin Hotel before. The girl was holding a broken arm in her hand. Her hands were shaking constantly, and a little moisture could be seen on the broken arm. Looking around, there were blood, flesh and body parts everywhere. Alka and others sighed silently. They slowly walked from the edge of the crowd into the flower forest without disturbing anyone. Is this war? Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and asked. Alka shook his head. I don't know. Maybe? None of them had experience in war. Their only experience may come from materials, from various books and information. Everyone walked into the hall. Rest well first. It's not too late to talk about it when you wake up. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. However, Alka and Simon stayed. And of course, the leader of the Doll Girl Knights. Lucilia, come here if you have serious damage. Let me check it. Alka said to the doll girls lying on the ground around him. The minor ones may just have some gaps on their bodies, while the serious ones may even have broken limbs. There are many defects on the body, including the head. Fortunately, although these girls have souls, they are still puppets in essence. The head is not a very important organ in their body, but it is more of a part that allows them to speak and see. These injuries would be fatal to other normal people, but they are not a big problem for them. If there is no missing part, I will leave it to you. Alka turned to Wu and his team members and said. They nodded quickly. As logistics and long-distance support, they had almost no damage. The same goes for Gio, who has wings for sky combat. The others all suffered some damage to varying degrees. Alka began to check the girls with defects, then recorded them, and Simon began to make replacement parts and check whether they were stable. In this way, several people started repairs using the hall as a manufacturing room. Luckily, these girls were made by them, and they had stored a batch of replacement limb parts a long time ago. Adding some newly made ones, the entire repair was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon after they came back, the curtain of darkness was torn open. Until the last 10 hours of the next day, those who had rested well woke up one after another. The last to wake up were Alka and Simon, who had been busy until dawn. They fell asleep only after they repaired all the doll girls that needed repair and replacement. As soon as they woke up, they smelled the fragrance coming from the hall. Their stomachs couldn't help but make a gurgling sound. You're awake, I've been waiting for you, come on. Juanlu, who was at the table, looked at the two and said. The two hurried over, sat in their respective seats, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. It's so happy to eat well. Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodaidi smiled beside him. What's the situation outside now? I went out to take a look when I woke up. Most of the blood has been cleaned up. They are still repairing the damaged greenhouses and cleaning up the ruins caused by the battle, Jason said while eating. So now the whole fragrant land is in grief and busyness. Then let's not disturb them. Let's rest for a while at night. Tomorrow we will go to the giant tree habitat to get the treasure. Alka thought for a while and said. Hearing this, everyone at the table nodded without any objection. At this time, the fragrant city was in grief and construction. They couldn't help much, and the overly heavy atmosphere was not suitable for them. When they get the treasure back, maybe this place will be much better. Is Xian awake? Alka suddenly asked. Wake up! Xian jumped out from some corner and landed on Alka's lap. Looking at Xian, who had woken up, Alka asked, I didn't find you in my dream yesterday. Where did you go? Hee. Didn't the bad guy run away yesterday? I chased him in my dream. Xian put his hands on his waist and said proudly. Bad guy? Alka looked puzzled. Then he suddenly thought of Xian, who might he be talking about? Combined with Xian's location at that time, then it could only be the member of the Nafas family, the planner of this action. The man in black robe, who left alone when they were rushing to the house and mocked them. As Xian's words rang out, everyone's attention shifted to him. Did you find him? Alka looked at Xian and asked. Xian shook his head with some regret. I can roughly know which direction he went. The dream over there is too chaotic. Hearing this, Alka looked to the side and back, which was the direction of the giant tree habitat. Is the dream too chaotic? He couldn't help but think of that chaotic area. And the two evil gods, who were not in such a good state yesterday. One was bloody and brutal. The other was foul-mouthed and crazy, and seemed to be able to use some energy in dreams. Thinking of the god who seemed to be related to the nightmare of fear, Alka couldn't help but think of some of the things he said at that time. From what he said at that time, he must have known the original owner of Alka's fragment. The fact that he blocked him many times showed that both of them were gods in dreams. If he was in the range of the giant tree habitat, the dream chaos in that area was certain. While Alka was thinking, Xian said, although I don't know his exact location. I marked him when he entered that area. Mark? Yes. I learned it from Impao. Xian said. What is the use? Hearing Alka's words, Xian nodded and replied, when the dream is close to a certain distance, I can perceive its location and more specific direction. Hearing this, Alka narrowed his eyes and nodded. This is indeed a good harvest. This finally gave them some clues and foundation, which allowed them to find the guy. Besides completing the commission and letting the people in the fragrance land take revenge, they also got the last link of the treasure. After eating and drinking, everyone did not leave the flower forest. Instead, they stayed quietly in their hotel. Each of them was doing their own thing. Yesterday's battle was not without gain for them. They needed to experience it carefully. Find out your own shortcomings and solve them. Except Simon. Of course. He needs to go out and recover those patrol aircraft that have not been completely damaged but have been shot down. Yesterday, he spent a lot of money. Almost all of his inventory was released, and a special structure was used for all operations. He also had to find the 6 mechanical devices placed at various nodes, and the huge device center under the flower of heaven. He was not rich enough to discard these items at will. These mechanical devices were constructed by him with great difficulty, and almost all of his wealth. Chapter 334 Thank You Gift. Is this enough? Gardener? Giliana? Several soldiers and some priests asked while standing by. The gardener, who was busy at his desk, handling some official business, heard this, and took the time to look up behind Giliana and the others. There was a pile of luxurious wooden boxes, stacked on top of each other. After taking a look, the gardener nodded. Send it, remember to tell me something. After that, he buried his head and started to handle his work again. Giliana nodded. And she and the soldiers behind her pushed the treasures away quickly, so as not to disturb the work of the head gardener. They headed towards the flower forest where Alka and the others were. At this time, Alka's people were packing their luggage, and they were going to the giant tree habitat to complete the commission of the flower fairy. Giliana and the others are here, and they are pushing a lot of. It should be the reward, Lucilia suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka, who was busy in the hall, stopped what he was doing. Jason stuck his head out of the door and opened it. He just saw Giliana and the others arriving outside. Okay. Push it in. Put the things here. She directed her men to carry the boxes on the cart to the side and put them away. From the actions of these soldiers, it can be seen that the weight of the boxes is not light. Jason and Alka walked out. What are you doing? This is a small thank you gift for you. Thank you for your help in the fragrance these days. Thank you very much, Giliana said with a smile, facing these gifts of thanks. Alka nodded, did not refuse. Nor did he say anything to refuse. I'm sorry. The head gardener can't come here in person. There are too many things for him to deal with now. Hearing this, Alka smiled and waved. You're too polite. I'm very happy that you can come. After chatting for a while, Giliana said goodbye and left. Although she came here specifically to give these gifts of thanks, she couldn't relax in the current situation and was still busy. Alka and the others did not try to stop them. Looking at the pile of boxes outside their room, Jason walked over and counted them. 7 boxes, 1 small and 6 large. Then the 2 of them moved the boxes into the hall. Wow, what's in it? It's so heavy, it can't be full of gold sales. Right? Jason couldn't help but smile. These funds will greatly ease his current financial tension. What are you thinking about? Lucilia said, standing on the box that Alka was holding. If these boxes were really filled with gold sales, there would be at least tens of thousands of them. That would be a bit too much. 4 or 5,000 gold sales is a more reasonable range. At this time, other people in the hall had also walked out. What are these things? Xiaodai asked. The reward set by the church. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show a curious look and sat around. Jason placed the big box in the middle and began to open the lid. Let me see what's in it. As the bag opened, the light from wealth was revealed. One after another, neatly stacked crystal gems were placed inside. Boogie! The voice of the crystal dragon came from outside. She also participated in the war a few days ago, and now she doesn't have to stay outside the city. There is a flower house not far away, so that she can live in it. Well, someone smelled it, Jason said with a smile. He picked up a gem, observed it carefully in front of him for a while, and even licked it. High-end goods, very good. Hearing this, Xiao Daidi immediately estimated the value of the wealth in this box. After calculating, he said, this box alone may be worth 1,000 gold sales. The others also opened the other boxes. The remaining several large boxes were all stacked with densely packed gold sales, and some gold and silver jewelry that looked more expensive, totaling about 3,000. Don't underestimate the size of a gold sale. It can be said to be a lot when stacked. Now the total value of the 6 large boxes has reached their expectations. Alka couldn't help but look at the small box on the flower table. The small box is about 10 centimeters long, and the box is completely different from those wooden boxes. Whether it is the structure or the pattern on it, it looks extremely precious. Pick it up and open the buckle. With a click, the lid opens. Everyone put down what they were holding and looked over. There were 9 rings neatly arranged inside. Each ring was crystal clear. The outside is wrapped with lace outlined by strange metal lines. Pocket ring? Alka looked at the ring, frowned, and said in confusion. He picked up one and looked at it carefully. There is no doubt that this is the crystal clear like a pocket ring. Alka can tell at a glance that it is a space crystal specially used to make pocket rings. After all, he has learned about these materials and production techniques. He even thought about making a fortune with this craft, but reality told him that he thought too much. In simple terms, the production technology is not difficult. What is difficult is the spirit of striving for perfection and the materials. The profit from making each pocket ring is not much. It is all manual labor. He probed his magic power into the ring to check the size. 2 by 1 by 1 rectangular space, twice the size of the one in Alka's hand. Don't underestimate this doubling. The price is not as simple as doubling. The price of the pocket ring in his hand is about 5,080. The fluctuation comes from the local production. If you are in the home sea, you may only need more than 50 golden sales. But if you are in the infinite sea, then it will have to rise to 80. The chaotic situation increases the difficulty of transportation, even though many islands produce space stones. But for a standard pocket ring of 1 cubic meter, if you want to buy a little bigger, the price will double. For example, the one in his hand is twice as big, but the price has doubled by 5 times. This is also the case when the boss does not cheat people. Normally, the price would be increased by 6 times, and 5 times is still a friendly price. In this way, just these 9 rings almost catch up with the wealth brought by the 9 boxes of treasure just now. How big is the space? Xiao Daidi asked beside him. 2 by 1 by 1. So big? They are so generous, Xiao Daidi said with some surprise. Jason looked at these things beside him. It's really a thank you gift. After all, the price required for their team to make a move is not so expensive. They still have some self-awareness. If every move was like this one, then what treasure would they be looking for? As mercenaries, they would have made a fortune long ago. Come on, share it all. Alka pushed the box over, and then put the one he had just held on his finger. As the ring was put on his finger, the edge wrapped with crystal began to emit magic, and adjusted to the size that fit Alka's finger. Such a function is necessary. Otherwise, for a larger species like Pororo, it would be difficult. Damn it. It can't fit in, Pororo said in annoyance, looking at the pocket ring that couldn't fit on his finger even after expanding to its largest size. It shouldn't be. Simon was a little confused, took the ring, and examined it carefully. The pocket rings purchased now should not even have such a function. It is impossible that they are not suitable for the body of the fishman. Besides, there are many fishmen in the endless sea. After a brief study, the reason was immediately discovered. Oh, it turns out to be an old craft. Not a modern craft that does not have settings for oversized bodies. Wait, I'll help you modify it, Simon said as he placed the ring directly on the palm of his right hand. And the precision hand that had become a part of his arm immediately began to move. The metal on the ring fell off, leaving only the perfect exposed crystal ring. He took out some materials, made a lace, and wrapped it around the crystal ring again. But this time the pattern turned into a silver blue thunder pattern. Try it now. Pororo took the ring and looked at the pattern that had been perfectly fitted, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Make it for me too. Jason walked over and said. Then he casually took out 2 golden sails from the big box next to him, and handed them to Jason. A tip for you. Although it's not good to hit you now, but according to the calculation, you should owe all of us a sum of money. Zadide stood next to Alka and said quietly. Huh? Jason's puzzled voice was heard. Zadide explained, according to the contribution. Alka and Lucilia will definitely take the lion's share this time. And the puppet army will also take a part. But that box of crystals accounts for 1/4. Considering that we are all companions on the ship. You will owe us some even if you don't get a penny. After simply explaining the whole distribution, Jason became depressed. Looking at the jewels piled in the box next to him, he turned his head reluctantly. Silently threw the 2 tips of his hand into the box. Simon took the ring from Jason with a smile, and then turned to Zadide and said, Please remember that. He owes me 2 more gold sails. Jason became more depressed, looking at the box of crystal gems beside his legs inside. Then do it for me too. Lisa came over and said. Everyone asked to change their appearance. After all, it's so simple, why not change to a shape that suits your heart? Lucilia on Alka's shoulder, and Zadide beside him silently handed the ring in their hands to Alka. You should be able to change it. Looking at the 2 people's behavior, Alka did not refuse at all after taking it. He smiled and said, Of course, the craftsmanship is superb and it's free. After dealing with these treasures, it did not affect their actions. The luggage that had been prepared long ago was stuffed into the new pocket ring, and everyone felt relaxed. Leaving the hotel and walking towards the port of the fragrant land. Although it is not quite appropriate to call this place an island, it does have a small port. There were sea carriages and small fishing boats. The puppet girls were sitting on a large patrol plane floating behind them. Some were also hanging on everyone. When they came to the street, the ruins were no longer there, and the blood on the ground had disappeared. However, many places were still being rebuilt, but the reconstruction process was a bit strange. Some priests were planting new flowers and planting new seeds. These huge greenhouses that could be used as houses were really grown by planting flowers. It's the little sisters, it's those little sisters. A little girl's voice said loudly beside her. The little girl looked very excited. She kept pulling her mother's hand, pointing at the puppet girls on Alka and others. I want to come over. Looking at the girl's appearance. A puppet girl with fluttering wings immediately flew over. She made a face in front of the girl. It's her, thank you. The little girl looked at the puppet girl flying in front of her, and said with surprise. She wanted to hug him. But the size difference was too big. So she was so anxious that she could not stand still. Her mother squatted down with a smile. Took a bouquet of flowers from the pocket beside her. And handed it to her daughter. The little girl took the flowers, and immediately gave them to the doll girl. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and my mother. And for driving away the bad guys. Hee hee. We are the doll knights. Remember that? The doll girl Julia said with a smile. Gia took the flowers and kissed the little girl's face and flew back quickly. Turning around and waving at the little girl. Julia came back and played with her sisters, as if showing off, waving her flowers around. It seems that the reward is not just the gold coins. Julia looked at the scene and said with a smile. Finally. On the way to the port, they received countless voices of thanks. Many people recognized them, especially the puppet girls, who were so recognizable. And at that time, apart from the soldiers, these puppet girls were the most numerous in the war, and they also rescued the most people. Finally, we're here. Being too enthusiastic isn't a good thing. Jason wiped the sweat off his head and said. The large aircraft carrying a large number of puppet girls was already full of flowers. They had no choice but to ask Alka and others to help carry some. The way these people thanked us was to send us various flowers. My flowers are the most beautiful. No, my flowers are beautiful. None of them are as beautiful as mine. Such arguments were still heard from the back, and such arguments had been going on for quite a while. Jason, who was walking beside the aircraft, had a helpless look on his face. Ah! Don't crush my flower. The doll girl standing on Jason's shoulder pulled his face, and said. Jason was even more helpless. He could only answer, yes. 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 Then he picked up the flower he was pressing, and gently released some magic on it. A thin layer of crystals wrapped the whole flower, making it perfectly retain the most vivid moment at this time. See. It's okay now. And it can be preserved forever, don't worry about it withering in a few days. The puppet girl on his shoulder took the crystal flower, her eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. Yeah, you are so nice. The flower has become more beautiful. Alka, who was not far away, watched this scene, showing a gloating smile. It seems that some people will be busy. Jason, who was laughing, didn't find the problem yet. Then he finally found something wrong. The puppet girl on the aircraft next to him, and the puppet girls on everyone before all gathered around him, staring at him with wide eyes. Jason looked at the flowers they held in their hands. Some of them even held several flowers. Just looking at him, shaking the flowers in their hands slightly, it was obvious what they wanted to do. It was a mistake. I didn't think of this at all. Taking a deep breath, sighing heavily, Alka and others laughed, pushing the swallow out of the warehouse next to it, pushing it back into the swamp. Okay, come on up. It's not too late to get busy on the boat. Hearing the gloating in Alka's voice, Jason looked at him resentfully. After saying hello to the soldiers next to them, they slowly sailed towards the direction of the giant tree habitat. The crystal dragon slid through the sky and was called down by Jason with a smile on his face. Then the crystal dragon and the crystal that had been on her body also joined the army of crystal structures. There was no other way. This was the first time these doll girls received a thank you gift from others. As companions on the ship, they had to help even if they were tired or suffered. They fixed these flowers that were very important to the doll girls. They fixed them at the most beautiful time. It can be seen that these doll girls really love these flowers. The flying swallow also slowly sailed forward. The short journey began again. Chapter 335 Giant Tree Habitat. The night sky is full of stars. Tonight's sky is rare without any strange stars. There are not even a few shining stars. It is in a very dark place. Jason lit up several lighting stones in his pocket ring and hung them in various places on the ship. I haven't used this thing for a long time. I really miss it. Looking at the lighting stones hanging everywhere, Pororo said while swimming slowly beside the ship. Yes. Julia sat on the edge of the boat, her beautiful fishtail swaying gently in the water. The swamp was unusually quiet. There was not even the slightest sound of wind, and it was unlikely that there would be insects chirping here. The endless swamp vines and the night sky seemed so quiet. It seemed that a gentle shout could be transmitted far away. On the steadily sailing flying swallow, Alka sat at the bow. There was an invisible barrier of magic around him, and a combination of several crystals and magic gathering stones was floating above his head. Alka was meditating today, feeling the pull of magic in the air around him. Among the people who were chatting late at night, Simon suddenly said, "Is Alka going to break through?" Xiaodai nodded. "It should be breaking through to 24 spirals. Really fast." Jason's voice came from behind the crowd. Although everyone was chatting at the stern, they could see a huge platform connected to the tail of the flying swallow. The whole platform was concave and embedded with the tail of the flying swallow. From the structure of the platform and the propeller under the water at the back, it can be seen that this is Simon's masterpiece. The booster on the swamp can also expand a resting area on the water. Mainly when creating a resting place for the crystal dragon, the idea came up and made a booster. It allows them to sail a little faster in this place, mainly through the large platform behind to connect the Fian, so that the Fian has stronger buoyancy. In this way, the booster can travel quickly on the water surface, without worrying about it rubbing against the vines in the water. At this time, the crystal dragon curled up and lay on it. Jason leaned on the back of the crystal dragon. Eurylius even used one of his wings to cover Jason. "It's really fast. It's only been 20 days since the last breakthrough." "Right? 20 days?" Juanlu asked uncertainly. 19 days, less than 20 days. Lucilia replied. Jason leaned on the back of the crystal dragon and shook his head helplessly. "I really can't figure it out. Why it's so fast. Is it some medicine?" They are now far away from Alka. The gap has grown to about 5 or 6 spirals, and it will continue to grow. The people on the ship are generally still around 18 or 19 spirals. This is still a small number. Some, such as Matt, Lisa, and Juanlu, have already exceeded 8 spirals. I heard that his strength in the dream has increased too much, dragging his strength in reality to accelerate. It is said that this situation will be much relieved when he reaches the 4th stage. Xiao Daidi explained beside him. Is this word used accurately? Simon complained beside him. It was as if he was cursed and weak. If this was a curse of weakness, don't be polite and cast it on him. For Alka, it should be considered a relief. After all, I heard him say that reality and dreams are too separated, and there may be irreversible accidents. Lucilia said beside him. Everyone was chatting casually on the boat late at night, spending a boring time, until someone said something. "Would you like to play cards?" "Yes." "Add me. I want one too." "Then I." "There are too many people. Whoever loses will take turns." And you have to pay. While speaking, he glanced at Jason, who was smiling awkwardly beside him. Everyone is rich now. Only he is still poor. Not only poor, but he is also in debt. All for investing in the future. He encouraged himself in his heart. He felt that his strength had been perfectly broken through and solidified. Alka finished his meditation today and slowly opened his eyes. He heard the voices of the crowd talking, and they seemed a little excited. It's so late, aren't you going to rest? Listen carefully. Royal Bomb. You have no cards, are you? The last two. Haha, give me money, you just keep owing me. You should have won gold sale today. Hearing what the crowd was saying, Alka shook his head helplessly. He cleaned up the sweat from meditation and shut down the magic gathering stone and the machine it was made of. I just saw Lucilia sitting on the rudder, flipping through a thick book, which was bigger than her. Are you not going to play? Humph. I won't play. It's a boring game. Lucilia snorted and continued to look at the book in front of her. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but smile, thinking about Lucilia's card skills before. Obviously, she had lost too much and was no longer in the mood. He didn't say anything more, and sat down next to her with a smile. He took out the map from the pocket ring, and according to the direction given by the flower fairy in his feeling, he looked at the distance on the map. How long have we been sailing? Hearing Alka's question, Lucilia continued to flip through the book and replied, 6 days. 6 days already? Well, we should be here now. We should reach this island in 2 days. It happens to be an important connection point with the giant tree habitat. It should be a fortress, Alka said, and observed it carefully. The map in his hand was no longer the one that Xia Daidi copied before, but a more professional and detailed map given to them by the Fragrant Land, which was clearly drawn by the locals. There were even some routes marked on it. One of the more suitable routes is the one he is going to now. This island is likely to be a fortress, after all. The giant tree habitat is extremely chaotic. It doesn't ask to be able to block those cultists and scum out, but at least it can make it difficult for them to come. After 2 days of sailing, they are finally going to reach the last island and enter the giant tree habitat. We can already see the soldiers patrolling around, Simon in the Sky said to the people below. He was sitting in his specially constructed flying chair, scouting the situation in the distance in the sky. They found those soldiers, and soon after they moved forward, they also found them. They rode on reptiles with weapons towards them, especially when their team looked very strange. After all, they were a team, with a variety of races. How could it not be strange? Who are you? Wait, are you that team, the one with Alka? After seeing some of their situations clearly, the captain of the soldiers who wanted to ask them suddenly remembered something and asked. Alka walked out and nodded. I am Alka. It's you. Gentlemen, come with us, the captain said, and led them to the island. We have received a letter from the Land of Fragrance. Thank you for your help to our hometown. That's right. It's what we should do, Alka said with a smile. The communication among the people along the way was very friendly, and they entered the island in front of them very smoothly. Just as Alka thought, this island is indeed a fortress island. The surrounding area of the island is also made of vines to form a wall. However, this vine is not as green as the vines they saw on the wall of the green fortress before. Instead, it is mixed with a faint dark gray. It looks a little dirtier. Welcome to the Gray Vine Fortress. Going forward is the chaotic giant tree habitat. Do you want to rest in the fortress for a night? After running around for so long, why not continue the action tomorrow? It's already late at night. The soldier looked at the sky and said, there were many bright stars in the sky tonight, but there were no huge stars that often appeared. It had been several hours since nightfall. Hearing the words of the captain of the soldiers, Alka thought about it and nodded. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. No trouble. It's our honor. Sirs, please follow us. The captain smiled and led them into the fortress. After a conversation, he took them to a room in the center. But after all, it was a fortress. There was no big room for all of them to rest in one place. But all the surrounding rooms were vacated for them to rest. Thank you so much for troubling you. No, please rest quickly, although it's not very comfortable here. It's already very good, much better than sleeping in the open air. Isn't it? Haha, you are right. Sir. Everyone quickly returned to the room prepared for them to rest. Although in this fortress, you can't expect the beds in these rooms to be very comfortable, but the warm rooms are indeed much better than resting on the boats on the swamp. At least it was a closed house that could block the cold wind and dampness. It was still early in the morning. Everyone had woken up one after another. Soon after waking up, the curtain of the sky was torn open. Several soldiers brought some breakfast to their room. Please enjoy it. Although it seemed simple and normal. But for a fortress, for these strangers who had just come here, it was already very considerate. After finishing the meal, everyone gathered their spirits and came to the door, ready to leave the fortress and continue to move towards their destination. Are you ready to leave? The captain of the soldiers who brought them here yesterday asked. Alka nodded. Well, after all, there is still a mission to be done. Then let me introduce some of the information we have already known ahead, so that we can help you. Hearing this, Alka did not refuse, and there was no reason to refuse. Leaning against the wall around him, he listened to the captain's stories. Go forward, cross the green belt. It is the broken reef, where a large number of scum who failed in the fight and survived gathered. Please don't pity any of them. No one living there is innocent. But they live on the edge. You may not meet them, but you must be careful when you meet them. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Alka nodded, to show that he understood. Next to it, a larger area is a more chaotic area. Most people call it the burning shipyard. There are several pirate groups and some evil cults, and some exiled scum groups. There are all kinds of criminals here, big and small. And many of them will come secretly to rob nearby villages. Although it is chaotic, it is close to the edge of the entire giant tree habitat after all. So there are no powerful characters. The captain told everyone all the information he knew. Thank you. Your information is very important to us. No. It would be great if I could help you. Alka nodded, and then said goodbye to the soldiers around him. Riding on the Fian, which had been moved to the front by the soldiers, they continued to move forward. Alka sat on the deck, looking at some marks on the map, and the area roughly drawn by the previous soldier. According to our current speed, it will probably take more than half a day to cross the border. And then we will reach the emerald green belt here. As he said this, Helka also pointed at the emerald green border line on the map. The reason for this name is that this is a forest composed of a long strip of emerald green trees. The environment inside is very complex, and there are many dangerous creatures living there. So it is easy to get into danger when walking through it. Fortunately, although this green belt is long, it is not wide. Generally speaking, you can walk through it in 2 or 3 hours. As long as you are not too unlucky, there will not be too many dangers. After passing through here, there are broken reefs on this side. There are many people, and they are cunning. But they are not dangerous. In short, this is an area where disabled people gather. You can't expect much combat power in this area. However, according to their plan in this area, they would not get too close, and would not meet the people above. More importantly, the large area that also includes the broken reefs is not small. According to the route they have traveled, it would take 6 or 7 days to go straight through. It is equivalent to the large area from the fragrance of fragrance to the border corner. According to the mark of the soldier captain just now, 3 well-known pirate groups that need to be paid attention to are at the border of this area. That is, in the direction of the sea. After all, their organization is still a pirate group, and they still have to leave the shore and make a living by robbing. They need to pay special attention to the scum forces in the area, and the cult. The leaders are all at the 4th stage, but most of their subordinates are not even at the 3rd stage. So there is a threat to them. But the threat is not big, as long as they remain vigilant enough. Alka felt the guidance given by the flower fairy. He drew a straight line on the map in this direction. This straight line went straight through this area and went to an unknown area further behind, and then reached the seaside. If they are lucky, they may be able to reach their destination in this area. If they are unlucky, they will have to go to another unknown area. In the words of the captain of the soldiers, this place can only be regarded as a corner. The main reason is that the location over there seems to be not very good, and the environment is not very good. So no one is willing to come here to strengthen. The fact that these ghost forces can be driven here shows that the area further back must be a tough one. It is a bit troublesome. At night, the daylight in the sky has just been covered by the curtain. Stars and glowing celestial bodies, hanging high in the sky, add a touch of light to the dark night of the boundless sea. The boat that Alka and others were riding on could already see the rows of black shadows in the distance. The rows of black shadows extended to a direction that was invisible to the field of vision, and it seemed that there was the Emerald Belt. They were about to cross the border. Come on. Let's go to the Emerald Belt first, and then find a place to rest, Alka said, looking into the distance. Although for others, this area may be a dangerous place. But for them, it is also a good place to rest. After all, they are not ordinary people. Plus, there is a puppet girl on guard. So there is no need to worry. Soon, the Fiend driven by everyone has arrived at the periphery of this green belt. Alka looked at the tree species, whose roots penetrated deep into the water, and were tightly entangled with the vines below. He looked up. Why are these trees so tall? The height of these trees is generally more than 10 meters. And some can even be seen more than 20 meters. Densely packed and stacked together. The trees themselves were like vines entwined together. And there were links and entanglements between the trees, making them look extremely dangerous. Forget it. Let's go in first. And be careful to hide. After Akka finished speaking, Gio had already taken their team into the forest. In such an area with severely limited vision, Simon could not play a good reconnaissance role. He could only leave it to Team Gio of the Puppet Knights and Team 1, who were responsible for sentinel reconnaissance. The whole process was orderly. Chapter 336 Efficient Killing. Once entering this green area, the surrounding environment becomes even colder and more humid. The growth of these trees is very strange. The trunks are very thin, like several thick vines entwined and spiraling up. You can see very clear depressions on the trunks, and the texture extends upward in several strands. But the crowns are large and dense, and the branches between the trees are intertwined and connected. As a result, the entire area above is almost completely covered. It was night now. Once they entered here, the stars in the sky were completely invisible. Seeing this situation, Alka said directly, "Let them come back. Today we will rest outside and cross the area tomorrow. After all, it only takes 2 or 3 hours to cross the area. There is no need to go through it at night when it is more dangerous. Night is the favorite time for all dangerous creatures." After hearing Alka's words, Lucilia nodded. Through their internal network, they called the puppet girl, who was out exploring the surrounding environment. Since they had decided to rest here, they tied the swallow to a tree. Simon connected the connecting thruster behind the swallow between several trees, and then expanded it. A simple habitat was completed. Although it was a little crowded, with the boats next to it, and the better marine trio, who could rest comfortably in the water, everything seemed just right. After making simple arrangements and assigning guards, everyone leaned against each other and fell asleep. In this forest, it was no longer as quiet as other places at night. There were subtle sounds of insects, and some fish swimming in the water. It went on until late at night. Everything seemed so quiet and peaceful. Lucilia, who had just woken up and continued to be on guard, looked at the book in her hand with the only lit, weak lighting stone. Beside her, there were several puppet girls on guard everywhere. There is a noise. Lucilia suddenly remembered this sentence in her mind. Hearing this sound, Lucilia continued to read the book in her hand as if nothing had happened. After more than 10 seconds, she slowly closed the book and then extinguished the lighting stone. The moment it was extinguished, the figure immediately escaped into the shadows and disappeared. Only a slight breeze was heard. Lucilia had come to the side of the puppet girl who had sent her the message. And the noise he was talking about was just below. Several black figures hid in the moonlight. The lights just went out, which made them a little alert. Now they were quietly hiding in the water, with only their heads exposed. They were not human. Lucilia had used her dark vision to see clearly what the creatures in the shadows were. Although she couldn't see the color of their skin, they looked more like fishmen. It's just that their bodies were too small, and their legs were probably only about 1 meter long, and they were hunched over. It wasn't because they had to be alert, but because they just looked like that. Reef fishmen. Soon, Lucilia found the origin of these fishmen in the knowledge in her mind. Smooth and sticky skin, the smallest body among the fishmen, humpbacked, thin hands and feet, huge mouth and 2 rows of sharp teeth, and the most conspicuous feature, 2 huge eyeballs on the top of the head. That is their only feature, which allows them to have a wider field of vision. Among the fishmen with very special and obvious racial differences, the field of vision is also the best among the tribes. But this is the only thing she can show off. Although she is not wearing the glasses that can detect now, she can still use her feelings and experience, plus her own knowledge, to distinguish that the strength of these fishmen is not too strong. They are definitely not even at the 3rd stage. There are 3 in total. The spear in his hand looks like a sharpened branch, and the weapon looks very inferior. It can't even be considered a weapon. But since it is a fishman, Lucilia thought about it and did not attack rashly. Instead, he told the puppet girls to be alert and his figure disappeared on the tree branch. In a few seconds, he returned to the resting place and gently woke everyone up. He especially patted Poro. It's a group of reef fishmen. Those annoying guys? Hearing the name of reef fishmen, Poro's expression was slightly annoyed. Obviously, he didn't seem to like this branch of fishmen whose body size was very different from his. But they belonged to the same race. Forget it. I'll go take a look. After Poro said this, he slid directly into the sea from the side. The huge body did not cause any movement or ripples, swimming quickly under the water like a silent hunter. Soon, they saw the group of reef fishmen who were sneaking around again. Seeing that there were only 3 of them, Poro no longer hid and suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water in front of them. What do you want to do, little guys? Ah! The sudden appearance of Poro scared the reef fishmen, and one of them shouted in fear. The 2 companions beside him immediately reached out and covered his mouth fiercely. Then he looked up at the tall Poro. After seeing that he was also a fishman, he nodded with a faint smile, and then pointed in the direction of Alka's people. There, humans, delicious steal. After saying that, he stretched out his hands and bent his waist lower, arching, meaning that Poro should go first. Alas, even in the vast sea, they still haven't changed their stupid appearance. Poro said helplessly to himself. They are my companions, go away. As soon as these words came out, the somming fishmen stood still immediately, and one could see obvious surprise on their faces, which were extremely different from those of humans. Nodding quickly, immediately completely submerged in the water, and left here quickly. After sending away these little fishmen who wanted to steal things, Poro walked back helplessly. Lucilia fell from the branch and stood on Pororo's shoulder. Are they really your compatriots? After all, the performance of the 3 fishmen made Lucilia stunned. It was so obvious. But they still wanted Pororo to go steal with them. Although they communicated in the language unique to the fishmen, Lucilia could understand it completely. Pororo nodded helplessly, although I am very reluctant. It should be considered as a group of guys who can't even speak the fishman language well. As he said that, he also sighed. After a few steps, they returned to where Alka's people were. How is it? Is it solved? Sent away. A group of thieves wanted to steal some food. Since they are your compatriots, why don't you invite them to come and get to know them? Jason asked curiously beside him. Hearing this, Pororo turned around and looked at him with strange eyes. Would you invite a human who wants to steal your things? Okay. Since everyone was awake, they didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Looking at the time, they were almost done sleeping. They could take a rest and continue their actions when the sun rose. So what were those fishmen like just now? Jason asked. Lucilia replied, several reef fishmen. Reef fishmen? Jason was a little surprised. I have never heard of a fish called a reef fish. The naming method of the branches of the fishmen is simple and direct. For example, sharks are called shark fishmen, of course. Sharks are divided into many types. Of course, not every type has a corresponding fishman. Octopus fishmen, tiger fishmen, swordfish fishmen. Just by listening to the names, you can probably tell what these fishmen look like. Reef fishmen, the reason why they are called this is that they usually live on the reefs near the shore. There are no fish that look like them. They are small and thin. They are the lowest class among the fishmen. And it seems that their intelligence is not very good. Lucilia told the general information she knew, which was integrated information from books. After seeing the real thing today, she found that there was not much difference from what she saw in the book. Poro nodded, yes. They are basically the largest group among the fishmen. They look similar except for their color. The brain is really not working well. Probably somewhere between a beast and an intelligent life. There are no reefs here. It's not necessary to live in a place with reefs. Although it's cold and humid here, it's just right for fish people. With so many trees, there should be a lot of small fish underwater, which is enough to support a small tribe. Everyone chatted like this, until the curtain of the sky was torn open. Pack up and continue moving forward. When we got here, the rear thruster was dismantled by Simon. The area is too large, and it is difficult to move in such a forest. After all, even a slender ship like the Fian has to find a wide place to move in such a place. The sails have been folded up long ago, and the masts have been folded up, because I was driving the Fian. Although the branches of these trees were thin, they still blocked the way to some extent. After circling around for a while, I was finally able to get out. Even in the daytime, It was very dark here. Only beams of light were sprinkled from the gaps between the leaves. Pororo swam beside the flying swallow. Looking at the eyes not far away, warily looking at them, he shook his head helplessly. Don't they think they are well hidden? Jason couldn't help asking. Don't be suspicious, it's like this. Pororo held his forehead, very helpless. Alas, let's go, let's go! Not far away. Two fishmen hid under a tree stump and showed their heads, seeming to think they were well hidden. He watched Alka and the others leave warily. As for camouflage, although these fishermen had some green spots on their bodies, the big tree they leaned against was brown, and they also held green leaves to cover their heads. They never thought that the leaves were very large, and moving around made them more conspicuous. The flying swallow finally left the green area. Go this way, guide this way. Alka felt the direction of the guide. Ziadide sat on the boat and kept emitting silver ripples, detecting the surrounding situation. When arriving at such a strange place, whether to draw a map or not, it is always a good idea to explore it. They sailed not far. A strong stench of decay came over. It drifted from the air to their nostrils along the breeze. A corpse slowly floated towards them from afar. Judging from the condition of the corpse, it had been dead for a long time. The stench made everyone frown and hold their breath. Julia and Mathlisa jumped onto the boat from the water at the fastest speed. Go around. Alka couldn't help saying. Ziadide controlled the flying swallow and went around in a circle, avoiding the direction of the corpse. Although it was disgusting, Alka still opened his eyes and looked at the corpse from a distance and observed it carefully. Knife wounds, and there were hemp robes tied to the body. It must have been dead for 2 days, and it must have been eaten clean. It was not easy for a corpse to survive in such a place until it became smelly. But this corpse was almost gone. Alka had seen a large number of fish under the corpse biting the rotten and smelly flesh. The skeletons in most places were exposed. It won't be long before. The stinking corpse is only a skeleton. Be careful. After that, everyone continued to move forward. It was not a few hours before Simon saw a village in the water from a distance. This time it was a real village. It just looked very small. It was more like a simple manor on the water. Various branches and wooden poles formed the walls of the village. The whole village was built on the sea level with this soft wood similar to bamboo. On the platform built with wooden poles and bamboo, there were houses made of thatch. Simon looked from afar. They were just in a position where they could see a place similar to the village gate from the side. There were several corpses hanging on the gate, swaying slightly with the breeze. Not far away, there were several wooden poles stuck on the water surface, with various skulls hanging on them. From the inside to the outside, this place showed people its difficult side. This place is a bit smelly. Pororo covered his nose and climbed out of the water and said, as the one with the most sensitive sense of smell among the crowd. He couldn't stand it. The stench of the corpse just now disappeared. But this place kept emitting a strange smell. The waters here also looked a bit dirty. As they swam across the sea, many small schools of fish swam around them. And unlike the fish in other places, a large number of fish followed under their boat. Are you used to eating them? Looking at this scene, Jason couldn't help but say. The crystal dragon sleeping on the rear thruster turned over, and then opened his eyes. As Eurylius woke up, the fish schools around him immediately dispersed, and the surroundings were cleared in an instant. Do you want to go over there? No. Let's go around to avoid trouble, Alka said. This place is obviously not very friendly. It's better to go around and have less trouble. They still have things to do. I hope this seemingly unfriendly place will not come to bother them. I think we want to avoid it. But they don't, Simon said, floating in the sky. The wooden fence gate of the village has been opened, and one after another slender paddle boats quickly rowed out and rushed towards their location. There were people sitting on the boats. However, looking at the ferocious expressions of these people, their faces full of flesh, and the various scars and tattoos on their bodies revealed their attitudes. Simon put on his glasses and looked at it. Not very good. Just a third stage one. Some are too weak. Let the puppet army move, Alka said directly. It just so happens that the enemy is still in large numbers, and the puppet army is just right. Lucilia nodded, and the whole person disappeared into the shadows. The puppet girls, who were playing around on the ship and the propeller, heard Alka's words, and immediately moved. They now seemed to be accustomed to the team they formed before in the fragrance, and they still started to act as the previous team. Boss, something is coming. A man holding a simple telescope at the bow of the ship turned his head and said to the strong man behind him. Thing? What the hell could it be? Is it to kill yourself? However, before he could reply, the man holding the telescope in front of him suddenly stopped where he was. Blood came out of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, and then lost their luster. Yes. He fell to the ground before he finished speaking. A bright blood hole appeared on the back of his head, and a thick white liquid with blood stain flowed out from it. Seeing this, a thin energy shield was immediately put on the strong man. As the shield appeared, he had already picked up a weapon in his hand. A sailor's short knife as long as his arm. He looked around very vigilantly. He hadn't seen the enemy just now. Ah! A scream came from the surrounding ships. A girl, about 40 centimeters tall, wearing soft armor, ran into the back of a villain, knocked him down, bent down and slashed down with a bloody blade in her hand. The head slid down, and a lot of blood spurted out. The doll girl bathed in blood didn't care. Hey! Die! As he said that, he stepped on the corpse, and quickly rushed to the next one. Ah! Don't come over here. Monsters. These are all monsters. Some people slid into the water in fear, trying to escape in the water, with the sound of falling into the water. Some puppet girls rushed directly into the bottom of the water. Spare my life. Spare my life. Faced with various pleas for mercy, the puppet girls laughed and did not answer. They still waved the sharp blades in their hands, showing no mercy. The strongest among them, the one who had reached the third stage of perfection, the strongman called the boss, maintained the shield tightly. He was sweating profusely, and looked around vigilantly. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. Why did such a powerful person have to take such a small boat? Wouldn't it be better to take a sea carriage? Suddenly, his eyes widened. A scarlet spike had pierced through his neck. His bloodshot eyes and stiff head wanted to turn back. The blood blade slid. The blood-colored track slid down with blood. There was no luster in the bloodshot pupils. He didn't see who killed him until he died. He put away the dagger and disappeared into the shadows again. The puppet girl's killing was extremely efficient. Chapter 337 Slaughter. The scarlet blood dyed the whole area red. The blood floated on the emerald sea and merged with the seawater. Under the sunlight, the color of the seawater in this area turned scarlet, reflecting bright colors. The slender rowboats stopped on the sea. Some had overturned. Only half of them were exposed. Also exposed from the sea were many bodies lying in the sea. Parts of them floated on the sea because of the buoyancy of the seawater. The flying swallow, with Alka and the others, passed through the sea of blood, and the bow cut through the scarlet color on the sea. The ship knocked aside the corpses that blocked the way. It went straight to the small village floating on the sea. I didn't want to go there, but since this has happened, I can't help but go. Julia sat on the edge of the boat and looked at the blood and corpses floating around. The only good thing was that most of the corpses were relatively intact. Not too bloody. At most, the head and body were separated, and most of them only had fatal injuries on the head. After all, the size of the puppet girls was there. If they wanted to kill humans who were bigger than them, they would naturally attack the fatal part. It would be best to kill them with one blow. The blood-red energy gave their attacks great penetrability. Naturally, the head was the best choice. Well, the fish here are blessed, Julia muttered to herself. Several Sentinel patrol planes flew into the sky and arrived in the village before them. Some spears and arrows could be seen flying into the sky, trying to shoot down the patrol planes in the sky. There were also a few magic bullets here and there. This was basically the strongest attack of the remaining villains, but it was obviously useless. As a dull sound rang out, some bandits who resisted were instantly beaten into sieves and fell to the ground. A clanging sound rang out. The bandits dropped their weapons, squatted in place, and stopped resisting. The whole action looked extremely skilled. Simon, who was on the flying swallow, nodded. Yes, it's been solved inside. The flying swallow passed through the gate without slowing down. As soon as he entered, he smelled a foul smell, mixed with various odors. It was completely unbearable for Poro. You go in, I'll be outside. Alka smiled, and walked in with everyone. They reached the top through a specially built bamboo ladder. The ground here is made of bamboo frames, and some wooden boards and thatched grass. Walking on it made a creaking sound, and it was still shaking from time to time. He casually dragged a pirate, who was kneeling on the ground next to him. Tell me, who are you? Ah? The robber was a little confused by the question, and raised his head and looked at Alka in confusion. Don't understand? Alka said. And a weapon that had not been used for a long time appeared in his hand. And he put the blade on the robber's neck. No. 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 I understand. I understand. He shouted and begged for mercy. The language he spoke was the common language of the home sea. Then he answered the question, We are pirates. Pirates? Alka frowned and repeated, then looked around. Then why don't you have a ship? Where is your ship? As a pirate, can you still be called a pirate if you don't have a ship? Or is it that the big ship has gone out, and this is the base behind? Alka couldn't help but think. The pirate stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointing to the long rowing boats that were overturned outside the gate. That. You call that a ship? Alka said in surprise. Then he hit the pirate's head hard with the handle of his knife. I really thought too much. Then you are bandits. Pirates are too high. Yes, we are bandits. Then where is your boss? Is there no leader? He is dead, outside. Okay, good answer. Alka stood up and picked up the knife and slashed his neck hard. He looked up and covered his neck in disbelief. But the blood kept flowing down. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But Alka didn't bother to pay attention to him and kicked him down. The pirate covered his neck and fell into the water. After struggling for a while, he stopped moving. Seeing Alka's brutal behavior, the pirates around him were chilled and their bodies couldn't stop shaking. Alka looked at the pirates kneeling on the ground around him, and then came to the side. He picked up some hemp ropes from the wooden pole casually and threw them on the ground. Come one by one, take the rope and tie yourself up. Remember to tie it up tightly. After saying that, he looked at a larger hut not far away, and the thatched houses around it. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he shook his head at Jason and Xiaodai. The two nodded and followed Alka to the rooms. Jason Juanlu and others took over Alka's position, looking at the pirates trembling and walking over, took the rope and began to tie themselves up. Those who were not tied well began to tie each other up. To be honest, Alka's behavior just now scares me, Simon said. Matlisa, who was beside him, can't help nodding. Alka's momentum just now even shocked her as a companion. You really acted like a villain just now. Jason walked beside Alka and give him a thumbs up. Hee, I am the villain, Alka said with a smile. Then he said to the two people with a serious face, there should be someone in this house. As soon as the voice fell, a faint silver wave was transmitted. The silver ripples were very large, and in an instant they covered the entire small village. After all, calling it a village is a bit of an exaggeration. It was just this circle around. It was good enough to accommodate 100 people. As the silver ripples detected the situation, Xiaodai's face changed very badly, and his face was as dark as water. What's wrong? Xiaodai took a deep breath. There are some corpses. Most of them are women. And there are children. Hearing this, the two of them understood instantly. They hurriedly walked into these houses with Xiaodai. The center should be where their boss lives. It has the largest area and a hall that seems to be used for discussions. After walking in, there is a large bed, a table next to it, and animal furs hanging around it. In the corner under the bed, two girls were huddled together naked, looking at them with horror. Alka and Jason hid aside. Leave it to you. Xiaodai nodded and walked over. He squatted down after seeing the two terrified girls. She said softly, It's okay. You are safe now. The two girls looked at her in horror, and then in disbelief. But tears had already begun to flow. It's okay. It's okay, Xiaodai said as he hugged the two girls and put his hands on their heads. Wait, that's not right. Jason, who was leaning next to Alka, suddenly frowned. He quickly leaned out. Be careful. Alka followed closely and also leaned out his head. Although he didn't know what happened, it was obviously not a good thing. As soon as the two of them looked out, they saw Xiaodai holding the heads of the two girls. But the heads of the two girls were tilted to one side. It was obvious that the angle was not right. Blood flowed from the mouth of the girl. She groaned in pain. You? Humph. You are such a bitch, Xiaodai said with an unhappy face, and stood up and patted his body. The two naked girls fell to the ground. There were two clinking sounds, and two daggers slipped from their hands. Xiaodai turned around with an unhappy expression, and looked at Alka and the others with fierce eyes. The two immediately turned their heads away. I'll go down and take a look. Then I'll go too, The two hurried away. Alka asked as he walked, "How did you find something wrong?" "I smelled a dangerous emotion." "Which is obviously abnormal." Hearing Jason's words, Alka nodded in understanding. How could there be dangerous emotions in this situation? "So you know why? She seemed to have discovered it before me?" Jason was puzzled. Alka shook his head and shrugged. "How do I know? Maybe her silver ripples discovered something." Although Alka didn't quite believe what he said. The two of them came to the place below through the wooden ladder below. It was more humid here, and there was a strong stench, not a rotten smell, but a smell of excrement. Jason raised his hand, and the light turned on slightly. The dark environment was illuminated. The women and children locked in the cages, immediately curled up like frightened little animals. They looked at the two people in horror. Looking at the appearance of these people, Jason and Alka frowned, and were a little angry. What a scumbag. Jason was about to go over to help these people. Alka quickly pulled him back. "Let's go up. Let Xiaodai bring them up. We are not suitable." Hearing this, Jason turned his head and looked at those people. The women and children looked at the two with fear and hatred in their eyes. "You are right, I didn't think it through." He took a deep breath while suppressing his anger. The two walked up. Just happened to meet Xiaodai, who was about to come down. "What's the situation down there?" "Not good, you go down to help them. I'll go call Julia and the others," Alka said seriously. Xiaodai nodded, walked down alone, with a faint soft light emanating from his body, and had already begun to prepare. The two came to the central square. At this time, the pirates had tied their hands tightly. Simon and others were sitting next to them chatting. Seeing the two people coming over. "How is it? Do you have anything?" Then he saw the gloomy expressions of the two people. "I think the situation is not good." Alka came over and patted Julia and Matricia on the shoulders. Then he looked at Lucilia. "You go over, Xiaodai needs your help. Let the puppet girls go too." Several people nodded. Lucilia led the puppet girls and ran quickly to the central building. Alka came around the pirates with a knife. Jason came to Simon and the others. "What happened?" Simon asked quietly. At this time, a pirate in front of Alka smiled flatteringly. "Sir, we have tied ourselves up." "Oh, really?" Alka walked over with a smile. Yes. Let me see." Alka looked at the pirate's hands that were tied up. He gently poked them twice with his knife. It was indeed very firm. It can be said that it was tied very tightly. It is difficult to break free. The blade slashed, and the rope broke. Seeing this, the pirate's face was full of surprise. He looked up at Alka. "Thank you." The blade flashed. Blood immediately spurted out, splashing on the surrounding pirates. The surrounding pirates lowered their heads in a hurry, not even daring to breathe, and their bodies kept shaking. The body fell to the ground, with eyes wide open and full of disbelief. Alka shook the blood off the knife. "It seems that you didn't tie yourself up very tightly." Then he frowned and sniffed. "What's that smell?" Looking at the pirate next to him, whose face was covered in blood, he was shaking constantly, and there were water stains on his legs. He swung his knife again. "You fucking peed, you're such a bastard, you're no good, you should have cut your own hair when you were a kid." Then he shook the blood off the blade. Clean water appeared in his hand, forming a stream of water that completely washed the blood off the knife. "You've really made my knife dirty." He raised his knife and prepared to chop again, but then he thought about it and gave up. He put away the knife and returned to Jason and the others. Juanlu, who had already learned the general situation from Jace, looked at Alka. "Why don't you kill them? Why keep them?" He looked at the pirates with disdain on his face. Alka sat next to them and looked at the pirates, who were still trembling with their heads down. "No hurry, keep them, if you are unhappy. Kill one every few minutes, remember to find a reason, the more outrageous the better." Juanlu nodded, a pistol appeared in his hand, ready to go up and vent his anger later. "They are full of fear," Jason said with a smile. "Isn't this good? Let's feel it again later. It's best to collapse." Just after 2 minutes, Juanlu suddenly fired a shot at the location where the pirates gathered. Bang! The sound was dull, but clear. Ah! A pirate was hit directly in the thigh and fell to the ground wailing. Hearing this cry, Juanlu raised his hand and shot. Because of the pain, a blood hole appeared on the head of the pirate who screamed, and he stopped struggling. The pirates around were trembling all over. "Why are you yelling?" "I accidentally fired the gun. Can't you forgive me?" "Huh?" Simon looked at him with wide eyes. This reason was really outrageous. The smell of fear is even stronger. Jason laughed beside him. After that, they started to find various excuses every few minutes. But this time, they didn't kill anyone, just hurt the pirates in various ways. The pirates were about to collapse. But Alka didn't take their lives afterwards, which made them hopeful again. You don't want us to kill them. What perverted idea are you thinking? Although they deserve this fate. Hearing Jason's words, Alka smiled. Let them get the lesson they deserve. Not long after, Xiaodai and others came out from below. The children and women who were rescued no longer had a strong smell on their bodies, and they seemed to have been cleaned up. They also changed into various clothes. And it can be seen that these clothes were freshly made. Because they had just seen those materials, it seemed to be bed sheets, curtains, and some decorative tapestries. The craftsmanship should be Xiaodai's. Some women hugged their children and huddled behind Xiaodai, Lucilia and others, and were very careful about the outside. The puppet girls were talking to them beside them, relieving their emotions. Looking at the expressions of the four people, the oldest Julia was angry, but she was able to calm herself. Such situations are not uncommon at sea. Even in the peaceful Shikigami Sea, it is still the same. Xiaodai was really furious, with a gloomy face. Although she had been sailing for quite a while, she had been with Alka and the others except for the first period, so she had not encountered these things. Matlisa, whose face was originally gentle, was also full of anger, and her anger was about to burst out of her eyes. She had always lived in a place where few people went, and she could not understand such behavior. On the contrary, Lucilia had a calmer face. She looked like she had seen a lot. Lord Xiaodai walked over and looked at the pirates trembling, and the bodies among them, blood flowing on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. How are they? Alka asked. Not very good, but Matlisa treated them, and there is no big problem for the time being. Except for a few exceptions, most of them are the children of flowers. Let them eat something. Alka said straight, pointing not far away. Juanlu was already there with a big pot, making a pot full of hot soup. Xiaodai nodded. Then the puppet girls scooped bowls of thick soup and handed them to the refugees. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Their voices of thanks came one after another. Alka and others stayed a little away from them, avoiding eye contact with them. After the girls had a good rest, Alka came to the front of these people. After these women recovered, they were no longer as afraid of Alka's people as before. But my eyes were still a little evasive. This is inevitable. Alkaka didn't care about it, and said, Do you see those people? Hearing Alka's words, those people looked at the location of the pirates. Some pirates couldn't help but look up, towards these girls. Seeing the eyes of some pirates looking over, these girls immediately lowered their heads in fear. Don't be afraid, they are no longer able to resist. Alka threw the knife on the ground. If you want to vent your anger, go ahead. If you don't want to, you are afraid, don't feel guilty. Because they won't survive. Alka's voice was not disguised, and everyone could hear it. What did you say? You damn. A pirate stood up angrily, roaring at Alka. However, he hadn't finished his words. The blade had already cut his neck. In the pirate's unbelievable eyes, what was revealed was a pair of pupils full of hatred and anger. Chapter 338 The Flower Heart of Heaven. The longboats that fell outside the village were turned over by them. The oars scattered around were picked up and placed on the boats. The boats were slowly pushed back to the center of the village. At this time, there were no pirates in the square, only a lot of blood soaked the bamboo boards below. There were still some small pieces of meat residue between the bamboo seams. Okay, you get on board. The men nodded, divided into 3 teams, and boarded the 3 longboats. A woman who was about 30 years old looked up at Alka and the others. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your help. The flower fairy will definitely give you a gift. Alka just smiled and nodded. Okay, get on the boat quickly, otherwise it will be too late to cross the green belt before dark. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at the puppet girls next to her. She picked 2 teams and asked them to follow these girls to escort them to the Greyvine Fortress. Looking at these poor people who were captured, they left this place that had become their nightmare with the boat. It's over. Let's go too. Alka turned around and looked at the people behind him and said, boarded the flying swallow. Slowly slid out of the gate. The water was full of corpses, and the waters had been completely dyed scarlet. Countless fish gathered here. Today's food was more abundant than before. There were more fish in this area than before. Crossing the emerald green sea, heading in one direction, moving forward non-stop. looking at the village that was gradually going away behind him. Alka waved his hand lightly, and a car drew an arc and flew out. Soon, the village was on fire. All sins and dirt will disappear in the fire. It was another different night under the starry sky. On the Fian, a few lighting stones were hung. On the endless and calm swamp sea, it was so conspicuous. Slightly closer, you can hear the sound of the propeller turning in the water. Everyone was either on the boat or on the propeller at the back. Even Poro was not willing to stay in this area of water for too long. Suddenly the boat swayed. Did we hit something again? Alka leaned down helplessly. The light shone through the water to the place where the vines were entangled. There were several more skeletons covered with seaweed, entangled and piled together, blocking their way. The pink mist formed a long stick and poked, breaking the skeletons and breaking the vines wrapped around them before they could continue to move forward. The broken and scattered skeletons swayed around, floating on the sea. These bones again. So annoying, Poro said irritably when he saw the bones floating on the sea. The reason why he didn't want to swim in the water for a long time these days was because the waters in this area were really unclean. There were vines intertwined below, which caused the height of the water to be only a little over 1 meter most of the time. Even at this height, there were often various skeletons and corpses scattered in this area, which could be encountered from time to time, which greatly affected his mood. Sometimes you can see fresh corpses floating from nowhere. There are also some rotten corpses that have not been eaten clean. A boat is passing in front of us. The patrol plane that has been flying above their heads has sent a signal to Simon. He said that he floated into the sky. He saw a small boat in the distance, with a dim light on it. Fortunately, the boat was not coming towards them, but was heading forward like them. It's okay, it should be someone else in this area, Simon said and jumped back on the boat. However, it seemed different from what they thought. After a while, several small boats of different sizes came. They all came from different directions, and just met in this area. Why are there so many boats in the middle of the night? Xia Daidi asked in confusion. These boats did not show hostility. Instead, they were separated by a long and safe distance. At least it was difficult to see the people on the boats clearly. You could only roughly see some outlines. There should be some gathering place nearby. Alka could only think of this reason. Sure enough, they saw a forest-like area at the end of their vision. The forest was not very large, and it was visible from a distance because there were lights flashing in the forest. The ships in front of them were parked next to or around the forest. Slowed down. As the words fell, the propeller of the propeller behind him stopped turning immediately, making a slight clicking sound. The boat drifted slowly. He took 2 team members, immediately dived into the water, and swam quickly towards that place. They were not sure what that place was for, so it was better not to approach it rashly. Not long after, the Fian, which was slowly moving forward, received the message sent back by E. She said it was a bit like a trading market. Hearing this, Alka frowned. Trading market? In a place like this and at night? It was a bit like a black market in some cities. After thinking for a while, Alka looked at everyone, and then nodded to Lucilia. He called Xia Daidi, Jason and Simon. The 4 of us will go in for a walk, and you wait outside. Several people nodded. Soon the boat approached the small forest. The appearance of the small forest was also revealed. This small forest was not big. As I just said, the size of the forest was just an ordinary market area. However, there was a wide road cleared in the direction ahead. However, the boats coming around were mostly paddle boats. Alka and his men also stopped their boats at the outermost places. Then Alka led Jason and his men to the area. Entering the grove, the 2 guards next to them, who were wearing more concealed clothes and masks on their faces, glanced at them and stopped paying attention. Then, they walked onto the wooden rack made of bamboo materials, which creaked when they stepped on it, and walked into the interior. These wooden racks were built around the surrounding branches, and there was a stall next to almost every tree. There aren't many people here. People coming and going are almost at a certain distance. Although there are many people, this place seems very silent, giving people a strange quietness. Since I slowly wandered around, watching the way these people trade. They all use their hands to make gestures. After observing carefully for a while, at least they all use gold sails as a unit. Do you have anything to buy? Alka whispered in the ears of several people. At the same time, I was also looking at these stalls. Suddenly Simon squatted down and pointed at a black steel object on the stall, which was covered with dirt and corrosion marks. The boss was wearing a black robe. and his face was not clearly visible. He looked up at Simon slightly, and then stretched out his hand to make a 6. Simon thought for a moment, pointed to the similar things next to him, and then drew a circle. He made it 2. 3. The boss thought for a moment, nodded, and handed a cloth belt to Simon. Simon took it and put his other hand in, then put 23 in it and handed it to the boss. The boss shook it and made a gesture of invitation. Simon put away the things he bought and continued to follow the crowd without saying a word. After a while, everyone walked around in this small venue. Then Alka asked everyone with his eyes, and after confirming that they didn't want to buy anything, he took them away. They returned to the boat. Let's go. There's nothing to worry about. The boat started slowly and continued to move forward. What's it like inside? Poirot asked. Alka shook his head in disdain. To be honest, it's not very good. It looks like they are all stolen goods. There is almost no intact material. Many of the things they saw just now, especially some equipment, have some blood stains. These people are too lazy to wipe them. Not to mention the materials, they are not well preserved. It's like they are selling stolen goods. And maybe the prices are not cheap in this place, so there is basically no need to buy those ordinary things. This area is too chaotic. It's hard to find a place like this where we can trade, Simon said, as the things he just bought appeared in his hands. Jason looked at them and asked curiously, "So what did you buy?" It looked like a construct or something like that. It's a semi-finished product that church members usually use. It's usually used as a core. It may be stolen or robbed. Although the quality is not very good, it's okay to use it as consumables. Hearing this, everyone nodded. There is a ship following us, Sia Daidi suddenly said. It seems that someone recognized these unfamiliar faces. However, before they could do anything, Sia Daidi said, they turned around and left. Ah? They left now. I thought we were going to be robbed today, Jason said with some regret. How far are we from our destination? It's been so many days. Juanlu looked at Alka and asked. Since they left the pirate village, they have been sailing for about 7 or 8 days. Alka looked at the map in his hand, and after a rough calculation, he said, the guidance is getting stronger and stronger. It shouldn't be long before we can get out. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. The next day, the curtain was pulled open, and it had been 7 or 8 hours since the day fell. Alka, who was drowsy on the boat, suddenly woke up. We're here. We're here. The blessing bestowed on him by the flower fairy was stimulated in an instant, waking him up. There was no sign, and the intensity of the premonition had not increased too much. But it suddenly arrived. Hearing Alka's words, Jason, who was driving the boat, immediately stopped the boat, and everyone stood up quickly. Where is it? Poirot looked around and asked. This place is no different from most of the areas they sailed, and there is nothing special about it. Alka closed his eyes and walked 2 steps on the boat, and finally opened them suddenly at the bow. This is it. From here, enter the dream, and you should be able to reach the area where the flower fairy said the treasure is hidden. Hearing this, Simon, who was sitting next to him, suddenly said, so we come here, you enter the dream and get it, and then we go back and it's done? Yeah. Is it that simple? Isn't it too simple? In addition to rushing on the road, they did nothing. This is not easy. Sia Daidi shook his head and said, what the flower fairy wants is to be able to enter the dream here, not to sleep and dream here, and wake up from the dream. These are 2 different concepts. Simon understood it instantly after hearing this and nodded. Indeed, these are 2 actions with a huge difference in difficulty. Entering the dream from reality is very difficult. Only Alka can do it. Or you have to have a treasure related to the dream, or a targeted and powerful spell to do it. However, Alka did not enter the dreamland immediately. Instead, he stood at the bow and thought. After thinking for a while, he turned his head and looked at Sia Daidi. Seeing Alka's eyes, Sia Daidi shook his head helplessly, and the silver ripples began to spread around. Wait for me to go around here. He started to drive the boat directly, and circled around. Seeing Sia Daidi's understanding, Alka couldn't help but smile. We already know the location. Why do we need to go around and draw a map? Matt Lisa, who probably understood what Alka wanted to do, asked in confusion. I want to see if I can sense the treasure through the map if it is hidden in the dream. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. This is indeed a rare experimental opportunity. It only takes a little more time and a little more effort from Sia Daidi. Alka himself also wants to know. Will a treasure hidden in this way appear on a normal map? Or will it appear on a map drawn based on dreams? However, Alka doesn't know how to draw a map of dreams. After all, it is a space without the concept of Earth, since the map Alka needed was not large. Xiaodaidi sailed the boat around for a short time, and then began to draw on the boat. Everyone waited silently. It took only about 2 hours for Xiaodaidi to hand the drawn map to Alka. Looking at the map in his hand that had hardly changed, Alka blinked. Then a golden light appeared in the center of the map. After all, the map was originally drawn for this point in the middle, which was the treasure spot they had known for a long time. Click on this golden light. Heart of the Flower of Heaven. Difficulty: World Traveler / Flower Messenger. Popularity: 1. Treasure information: Ancient divine plant, the core of the Flower of Heaven, a kind of divine essence. This is the core of the original Flower of Heaven. Before the Flower Fairy died, someone was entrusted by her to hide the entrusted item here. To get the treasure, you must enter the dream at a certain location and be able to come to the interlayer hidden between the two worlds. The core is here. The information is still imperfect, but it has fully demonstrated how to get the treasure. After all, this is information that Alka already knows. The heart of the original Flower of Heaven is also a kind of divine essence. It seems that it is just as Alka thought. This thing should be the thing that helps the Flower Fairy to revive further. After thinking about it, he put the map away. He turned around and said to everyone, "Wait a moment, I will be back soon." After that, the surroundings were filled with mist, and the energy of gold and silver began to flow out of the mirror. Mixed with the pink mist, it formed a thin film. The color of the film is just like the environment in a dream, distorted and abstract. Alka entered it. He had to enter with his real body, so that he could enter the dream. Stepping over the film, Alka looked at the changing environment around him. This is a green paradise. The surroundings are all bordered by dense trees and vines. And in the center is a Flower of Heaven, but the height of this flower is only 1 meter. The petals are closed, and a ray of light is revealed from the gap between the petals. The alluring, invigorating floral scent kept entering Alka's nose. This scent alone had an element that could restore the spirit. He took 2 deep breaths. His entire brain felt slightly relieved, and he felt like he had had a good sleep. He walked to the front of the flower. The blessing bestowed by the Flower Fairy on his forehead flickered faintly. Suddenly, a breeze came, and the petals surrounded the Flower of Heaven, slowly spiraling. It seemed to sense the mark brought by the Flower Fairy's blessing. The petals began to slowly open. A pink and white energy sphere floated in the center, with dense marks inside, forming a pattern like a flower. Alka could feel the power in it. They had seen this thing in Zhuanlu and Matlice's hands when they were in the trial tower. Chapter 339: The Land of Change and Fragrance. This thing should be considered the divine essence of the Flower of Heaven. Alka thought as he looked at the energy sphere in front of him. Alka already had some experience with the divine essence, including how to preserve it better. It won't be as flustered as the first time, when Zhuanlu was there. The faint magic power evaporated from his hands, wrapped around the surface of the divine essence. It was like coating the divine essence with a layer of film, wrapping up the energy. Then Alka gently stretched out his hand, and took the round energy ball in his hand. Just like a treasure. This kind of thing cannot be put into a pocket ring. It is even possible to turn your pocket ring into a treasure. This is definitely not possible. A metal box appeared in his hand. This kind of box was once a container specially used by Alka and his friends to store treasures when they were in the home sea. Put the ball in, and then seal the box. Alka carried it on his back. After looking at the surrounding environment, he slowly exited the dream. The people on the boat only saw a ripple in the portal, and Alka walked back from the film. After walking out, Alka stretched out his hand and shook it. The door to the dream dissipated, and a trace of gold and silver energy returned to Alka's body. This was the remaining energy that had not been consumed. Did you get it? Alka patted the box behind him and nodded. Let's go back. Jason nodded, turned the bow, and began to return to the direction they came from. Such a simple commission, it's really a bit unreal, just like traveling, Jason said while leaning on the boat. They were basically just accompanying, mainly relying on Alka's ability to enter the dream. It was almost no difficulty to carry things, at least for them. Okay, let's go back, Alka said with a smile. Although the journey was not very peaceful, there was basically no trouble for them, except for the one who returned to the village at the beginning. But that just ruined their mood. On the return voyage, Simon turned the power of the propulsion at the back to the maximum. The flying swallows seemed to be running wildly on the sea. The sea surface was cut by the bow, and the water splashed to both sides. Simon had to reinforce the bow of the flying swallow, to prevent some vines or bones from blocking the way, and then damaging the flying swallow. On the return voyage, they rushed all the way. It took them less than 3 days. They passed through the pirate village that they had burned down before. At this time, the place had turned into ashes, with only some wooden piles that had collapsed, and bamboo pieces that had not been completely burned were still floating on them. Many skeletons had completely sunk to the bottom of the water. These fish that had been eating corpses in this area for many years, because of the bloody massacres of these pirates, were very dedicated. They ate their former breeders clean. There was no pollution to the environment at all, but it returned to nature. This should be the only use these scums can give after they die. They stopped beside the emerald green belt. Simon could only dismantle the thruster. The flying swallow returned to its normal speed and slowly circled out of this area. Before dark, they finally arrived at the Gravine Fortress. Before they arrived at the fortress, they saw a few small figures waving at them on the wall made of vines. As soon as the ship arrived at the fortress, those figures couldn't wait to jump down and hug their sisters. These were the 2 teams of puppet girls that Alka had asked them to escort the women and children. Waiting for them on the shore at this moment was the same soldier captain who had received them before. After seeing Lord Alka moor the boat and walk up, the soldier captain came over and bowed solemnly in front of Alka and the others. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for everything you have done for the people of Flowers. May the Flower Fairy bless you." The captain's expression was unusually serious and admiring. Alka just nodded and smiled and said, "It's just a piece of cake." The captain nodded, looked at Alka and the others' slightly tired faces, and said quickly, "You all must be tired. I'll take you to a place to rest." Soon he took Alka and the others to the rooms where they had rested before. It was very clean and tidy inside. Soon, they were served steaming hot meals. Although they were very fast these days, they did not rest well at night because of the high speed. Although their physical condition was there, they were still a little tired after a long and fast return. After the meal, they thanked each other and fell asleep. After about 4 hours, Alka slowly opened his eyes. He also fell asleep in his dream. And at this time, his fatigue and spirit were fully restored. Then he closed his eyes again. But this time he no longer sank into his own dream bubble, but used his dream clone to sink into the dream of the place where he was at this moment. For safety reasons, Alka did not enter the dream in the area of the giant tree habitat, because he was afraid that the dream god with a bad brain would be waiting for him there. After all, he just had a bad brain, and some madness was not stupidity. As he sank into the dream, there were densely packed dream bubbles all around, which came from the soldiers in the fortress. Alka looked forward through these bubbles. The dream area in the distance was filled with black fog, and there were many shadow creatures wreaking havoc in this area. There were few fog creatures around, and even few light and shadow creatures. As Alka came here, the shadow creatures around that were trying to destroy the dream bubbles fled quickly after seeing him. The whole person moved quickly in the dream, and soon arrived at the edge of the area covered with black fog. AK looked at the wall made of thick black fog, which was almost exactly the same as the black fog used by the god, who called himself the Nightmare of Fear. It is certain that this god, who has not completely fallen, should be in the dream world of the giant tree habitat. When Alka approached this area, many black shadow creatures around him did not dare to approach AK, but still stopped in the area that AK could see. Although these shadow creatures have no eyes, Alka can feel that they are looking at him. He turned his head slightly, and looked at the shadow creatures surrounding him in the distance. Wherever Alka's eyes went, the shadow creatures involuntarily shrank back. Looking at these creatures, Alka frowned. The strength of these shadow creatures is mostly above the 3rd stage, and there are several 4th-stage creatures. They are very powerful dream creatures. The black fog gathered around is related to the nightmare dream god. It is almost certain that, in addition to the so-called fear, the prototype of the god should also be highly related to these shadow creatures. Perhaps a god similar to the shadow creature? Alka couldn't help but think so. After all, from the fragments of the god's divine nature. Although Alka did not get much information, he probably knew that the gods in the dream were not rare. Just as the flower fairy and the 2 gods in the same bad state said. The former owner of the fragment of the divine nature that Alka ate was a god who guarded the gate between dreams and reality. And the shadow creatures have the strongest desire for destruction among the 3 types of creatures in the dream world. According to Alka's current understanding of the dream world, once there is a weak point between reality and dreams, the shadow creatures will rush the fastest. These shadow creatures are also the ones that hate life the most. That's why the nightmare wanted to enter reality. According to him, the former owner of the fragment of the godhead stopped him many times. It seems that it is not what he thought. The owner of this fragment of his godhood should not be too weak. At least stronger than the god of this shadow creature. Roar! A roar of anger suddenly came from the black fog. Hearing this roar, Alka quickly retreated. A figure rushed out of the black room, staring at Alka but not attacking rashly, but staying in place with a vigilant look. This is a monster that looks a bit like a self-supporting crocodile, and the black shadow on its body is burning and fluttering like flames. A 5th stage shadow creature. Alka could feel that the shadow creature was wary of him, and a little afraid of him, even though they were in the same stage. Fortunately, at least it was not the god in the dream. After thinking for a while, Alka condensed a pink spear in his hand, and threw it out with force. The moment he saw the pink spear, the shadow creature turned around and fled without saying a word. The light pink spear was more lethal to the dream creature than he thought. Under Alka's control, the black shadow spear appeared, and had directly penetrated the monster's leg. A large amount of pink mist gushed out, and began to wrap it. The black shadow creature was also unusually decisive. The part wrapped by the mist fell off directly, and he went directly into the black mist. The black shadow creatures watching from a distance around them retracted their bodies at the same time. No monster in the black mist dared to look at Alka again. The pink mist wrapped the part of the black mist that had been separated and returned to Alka's hand. Alka looked at the pink cloud ball in his hand, and then looked at the completely empty black mist film around him. It seems that my identity as a hunter is a great deterrent to the creatures in the dream. Alka couldn't believe that he was already standing outside the black mist film, and the god who called himself Nightmare didn't feel him. Either his condition was really bad, or he was afraid to face himself in the dream, even though his strength in the dream might only be the 5th stage. But Alka didn't have the courage to go into the black fog to check. This was equivalent to entering someone else's place. It seemed that he would have to ask Shadow Robe later. This light and shadow creature with the strength of the 6th stage knew more than himself. Thinking of this, Alka returned to reality. As for the pink sphere that wrapped part of the black shadow, it had already been broken, but there was nothing inside. Alka, who had woken up, stood up and walked out of the room. The curtain outside had been torn open. It was time for them to make their final return journey. Saying goodbye to the soldiers in the fortress, Alka and the others continued to return at the fastest speed. By the way, how are the women and children who were rescued? Alka suddenly asked. Hearing this, Zidai said, they have been escorted back to their former hometown by the soldiers in the fortress. Hearing this, Alka nodded. After returning this time, will you continue to look for the cult member of the Nafas family, or do you have other goals? Hearing this, Alka thought about it. Said, after handing the things over to the flower fairy, we will look for the trace of the cult member while improving our strength. Let's talk about it when we reach the 4th stage first. Our strength is still a little too weak. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. This is the fact. In this boundless sea, the strength of the 3rd stage can only be said to have a certain degree of self-protection ability. The 4th and 5th stages are considered to have a foothold in the boundless sea, and are not small shrimps that others can easily kill. Only when they reach the 6th stage can they be considered as strong men, and have the strength to become the leader of a faction. They still return at full speed. And because the environment in the land of all spirits is good, there are almost no obstacles. It only took a few days. They have seen the tall flower forest in the land of fragrance from afar. Xia Dai, who was driving the boat, rubbed his shoulders. Finally, we are here. This time, we can have a good rest. The fast return, coupled with the fact that the Fian had to be operated manually, was really troublesome. As soon as they arrived here, the whole area became much more lively. After parking the boat directly in the warehouse on the shore, everyone walked on the street. They had been away for about a month. In this month, the fragrant land no longer had any traces of the previous chaos. Although the rooms and locations of some flower forests had changed slightly, it seemed no different from before. It was still as lively as before. Everyone came to the side of the hotel. Seeing them come in, a chubby middle-aged man trotted over. On his friendly face, he showed his signature smile. Are you friends looking for accommodation? Alka looked at the fat middle-aged man. It seemed that he had never seen him before. Is he a relative of the proprietress? Or someone else? He couldn't help but ask, where is the previous proprietress? Ah, you mean Miss Merrill? Alka nodded. Razumi's sister seemed to have this name. The boss's expression was somewhat sad. Miss Merrill transferred this place to me. I heard that her brother died in the chaos a month ago. She seems to be training and preparing to join the Flower Knights. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He didn't say anything more. He said directly, the innermost flower forest is the connected rooms. Is anyone living there? If not, we will book it. Hearing this, the boss did not answer immediately, but looked at Alka and others curiously, and then saw the puppet girls playing and fighting outside the door. He patted his head in sudden realization. It's you, he said with a grateful look on his face, holding Alka's arm with both hands, shaking it madly. Thank you. You are my benefactors, come on, I'll take you there, he said with excitement and led Alka and the others to the innermost flower forest. Thanks to you, thanks to these little girls, my daughter was saved by them. If it weren't for you, oh my god, I can't even imagine it. The boss showed a fearful expression on his face. Then he thanked AKA and the others along the way, and talked about his situation. It seemed that he was out doing business during the chaos. He could only come back the next day. But his daughter and wife lived in the fragrant land. His daughter was rescued by the puppet girls during the last chaos. It was also because of this chaos that he settled down in the fragrant land. You can treat this place as a temporary home. You can stay as long as you want. It's free of charge. It is my honor to let you all live here, the boss said with a somewhat excited expression. The gratitude in his eyes was genuine. Then, before Alka and the others could answer, he waved his hand, and an employee ran over. Kichi, your job now is to wait for orders around here. If these adults need anything, it will be handed over to you. If there is anything they don't need, come to me. The employee glanced at Alka and the others and nodded. Finally, the boss smiled at Alka and the others and waved his hand. I'll take my leave first. There's no one guarding the door yet. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Looking at the boss's back, Alka opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but had to close it again. Xiaodaidi smiled and said, this boss is really enthusiastic. Chapter 340 Seeing Through the Gods. Alka held the metal box containing the divine essence in his hand, and walked towards the bottom of the flower of heaven. The reason why he went here was because he felt that the guidance brought to him by the blessing was in this direction. Thinking that the divine essence in his hand came from the first flower of heaven in ancient times, he could understand it. Following Alka here, a priest wearing a flowery robe had been waiting for a long time. Master Alka, follow me. Alka nodded, and followed him with the metal box. The area below the flower of heaven is a relatively important area. There are flower knights and soldiers patrolling around. Soon, they arrived at the route below. The gray-haired gardener had been waiting here for a long time. He turned his head and looked at Alka, still holding his huge flower scepter in his hand. Nodded to Alka. Alka picked up the box in his hand and was about to hand it to him, who knew that the gardener stretched out his hand to stop him. You come by yourself. He gave up his position. Alka nodded, did not refuse, and came to the bottom of the flower with the box. What should I do? Just take it out. Alka opened the box and took the last divine essence wrapped in magic in his hand. When the divine essence was taken out, the huge flower of heaven shook slightly, but Alka closed his eyes. He had sunk into the dream. Entering the dream world, what appeared in front of him was the huge flower in the dream. The flower fairy, whose body was emitting a faint glow, was lying diagonally in the heart of the flower. I didn't expect you to get it so quickly. Alka nodded. It's just a trip, not difficult. How can I give it to you? Take it into the dream? Hearing Alka's words, the flower fairy shook her head slightly. You just need to put the essence of divinity into the flower of heaven. Alka nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Huajin say, you should be able to make your real body move. Witness it here. Ah? Hearing this, Alka was a little confused. He really didn't understand what this meant. The flower fairy smiled. Just wait and see, it won't be a bad thing. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and did not refuse. Then his eyes became slightly dull. In reality, Alka opened his eyes, holding the divine essence in his hand, and approached the root. He gently pressed the divine essence in his hand into the flower. The flower of heaven began to shake gently. The priests and the big gardener were waiting around, and they couldn't help showing a trace of nervousness on their faces. It seems that this matter is very important to all of them, as the divine essence of the flower of heaven was completely immersed in the rhizome of the flower. Blue magic patterns appeared under the emerald rhizome, and began to spread upwards, all the way to the bottom of the flower. The light of the entire petal became brighter, and a rich floral fragrance was floating around, and this floral fragrance began to sweep around, completely covering the entire fragrant land. Other than that, there was no unusual movement, which was much simpler than Alka had imagined. However, in the dream, the changes were extremely drastic. In Alka's eyes, the flower fairy closed her eyes, and her whole body lay in the flower. The huge petals in the dream began to grow. Each petal became as bright as a crystal, and the petals began to close. The flower fairy was completely wrapped in it. It was like time was going backwards. In front of Alka, the whole flower had completely turned into a bud, waiting to bloom. Dense patterns of various colors began to spread from the petals. The pattern Alka was looking at seemed to convey some power. Alka seemed to understand. The dream energy around him also began to change. Alka could feel that his body seemed to be boiling. But he didn't care about it. His attention was now on the petals. He saw the mysterious pattern on the petals, and the knowledge they brought. The first thing he saw was the flower, which represented all the flowers in the world. Blooming, fragrance, plants. He knew the light of different colors. He seemed to understand something. A piece of knowledge involuntarily emerged in his mind. That was the formula for becoming a god that he once knew. He now seemed to have a deeper understanding of this formula. He knew something more secret. After an unknown amount of time, the light began to weaken, and the patterns on the petals gradually disappeared. However, this flower, which was completely closed and formed into a bud, had no intention of blooming at all. The voice of the flower fairy came from inside. Did you see it? I saw it. Did you understand it? It seems that I understand, Alka said uncertainly. The voice in the flower became silent. A voice like a murmur came. Sure enough, you can see it. But why can you see it? The voice of the flower fairy was full of doubt and puzzlement. Hearing this, Alka frowned slightly. That is to say, normally, the pattern on the petals should be invisible or incomprehensible. It is abnormal for me to be able to understand it and understand some of the consciousness conveyed above. What do you mean? Alka asked directly. Being able to see the divine pattern is already the limit of talent. If you can also see the meaning expressed by the pattern, then it is no longer something that the so-called talent can do. Forget it. The world has been broken for so long. The knowledge in my mind may be outdated. After the flower fairy answered, she said, as if to comfort herself. Then the flower fairy's voice came. I can't leave here now. I need to wait for a while. When I can come out, I will let them come to find you. And then I will give you the promised reward. No problem. I'll take my leave first, Alka said. And his figure disappeared from the spot and returned to his body. He opened his eyes and looked around, and it seemed that nothing was different. The gardener looked at him and asked, Is my god asleep? Alka nodded, and then said goodbye and left. He walked alone and silently on the road back to the flower forest. But his thoughts had already drifted far away. The knowledge brought by the mysterious patterns he had just seen in the dream was still engraved in his mind. What he saw shocked him much more than what he had just said. And he was not as calm as he had shown before. The so-called godhood is more difficult than he imagined. But this is normal. The formula given before is too simple. At least for the matter of godhood. It is too simple. Just as he thought before. The formula he knew before is only the most basic information. On top of that, there are other conditions. What he just understood is that the higher level condition is that these 6 treasures of different levels must not be mutually exclusive. In short, most people who have treasures of the scepter level, the Holy Grail level treasure he once possessed is very likely not compatible with this scepter level treasure. It is just because the scepter is of a higher level, it can easily suppress the Holy Grail level treasure, forcing the two to not conflict, existing in a person's body. According to this information, it can be inferred that the crown level should be the same. But if you want to become a god, it is completely impossible. It must be compatible, at least not conflicting. At the level of Holy Grail, it is already difficult to make treasures compatible with each other. Not to mention, these treasures need to be compatible with each other at different levels. At least, they should not be mutually exclusive. Perhaps the first 3 Holy Grails and 2 scepters may be relatively easy. Then the last crown needs to be compatible with the first 5. And the difficulty can be imagined. Now think about it. In the tens of thousands of years since the world was broken after the War of Gods, there are very few people who have become gods. It becomes very normal. I just don't know if there are any strength requirements for the conditions of becoming a god. But we know that at least it has to be at the 6th stage or above. Because only at the 6th stage can one have the strength to master the crown-level treasures. But Alka thought of more. If the basic conditions for becoming a god are the 6 treasures of these 3 different levels, that means these treasures, except for the treasures that may be transformed from the essence of the former divine creature after its death, it is more likely that after the gods die completely, some of their bodies were left behind. For example, the heart of the flower of heaven that he had just taken. It was also a divine essence. And it was only of the Holy Grail level. But the previous information had clearly stated that it was secretly hidden by the flower fairy. When the divine essence was integrated into the flower of heaven, Alka actually saw more through the patterns in his dream. He just didn't say it completely, because the things he saw made him very clear in his heart and couldn't be said. He almost understood the meaning of the pattern. The pattern also expressed another meaning, which was return, becoming perfect. According to what he saw and expressed, he understood that the divine essence should have originally belonged to the flower fairy. It was basically certain that it was a part that was missing after the flower fairy fell, and now it just returned to its original owner. And Alka also saw something more secretive. That is, he saw 3 lights of different colors. There was 1 red and 2 orange ones. When the last divine essence was completely integrated into the flower bud, Alka also saw a golden one. However, the golden flower was not seen clearly, and the pattern disappeared after he saw it through, and he could not see anything. This is very clear. If the treasures required for the normal formula of becoming a god are expressed by light, then 1 red, 2 orange and 3 gold, 6 treasures that are compatible with each other, then the flower fairy who is recovering has obtained 1 red and 2 orange. The 3 most important and powerful things, plus the current 1 gold. That means she has the other 2 golden divinities that once belonged to her. She should be able to fully recover. And the red one is the only flower that Alka felt at first. That should be her core. What I saw was more than the flower fairy imagined. It almost saw through her completely. The flower fairy probably didn't expect that she could see so much, because she was surprised just to know that Alka could see more, but it was more vague. She probably just wanted me to watch from the side, to see those divine patterns, and to understand the power of a higher level early on. I didn't expect that I saw more. But this was also her good intention. In fact, what I saw was more exaggerated. So why? As the flower fairy said, this has completely deviated from the scope of so-called talent. There must be something else that affected me. Is it the specialness of the time traveler? Or the system? These are the only 2 extremely special things he thinks. It may be because he has entered the sea of emotions in the world. But he believed that being able to enter the sea of emotions was not a particularly special ability. As he kept thinking in his mind, Alka had unknowingly returned to the hotel. He saw several puppet girls playing with a little girl in front of the greenhouse where they lived. He knew this little girl, and it seemed that she was the daughter that the new owner of the hotel had mentioned, the one that was rescued by the puppet girls. Seeing Alka coming over, the little girl stopped and bowed slightly to him. Hello. Hello to you too, young girl. It's fun, Alka said with a smile, pushing the door open and walking in. At this moment, in the hall, only Xiaodai was sitting at the table, reading a book. Lucilia and Julia seemed to be talking about something on the other side. Seeing Alka come in, Xiaodai looked up at him and asked, "Is it done?" "I saw the movement of the flower of heaven." Alka nodded. "But the reward will take some time. The flower fairy seems to need to wait for a while before taking action because of the treasure we got." Xiaodai nodded, not too concerned. The main reason was that they really didn't do much this time, and they acted too relaxed, so they didn't care too much. But the reward from the gods was indeed something worth looking forward to. After all, they were gods. I really want to see what the flower fairy looks like. Lucilia sat on the table and said with a sigh. This successfully caused the other 2 women to nod in agreement. They were indeed very curious. What kind of beauty the flower fairy who regarded flowers as gods had. When they watched the flower festival before, it emphasized this point. Want to see it? Would you like me to take you to see it after she revives? Alcasad asked. Forget it. Forget it. The flower fairy didn't summon us. It would be disrespectful to go there rashly. Xiaodai waved his hand and said. They were quite respectful of the so-called gods in their hearts, unlike Alka. Alka was also quite respectful of the real gods, but they were indeed much better than them. She came to sit down next to the chair, leaning on the last petal, stretching her waist fiercely. Oh! Finally I solved a problem. Hearing Alka's words, Julia rolled her eyes helplessly. He might be the only one who called the gods' commission a problem. Countless people rushed to do it. But they might not be qualified. Huh? Alka is back. Jason walked in from outside. The flower of heaven outside was shaking just now. And it smelled so good. Was it you who did it? What do you mean I did it? Alka rolled his eyes and said, Well, I'm done now. What do I do next? Jason sat next to him and picked up a fruit on the table and started chewing it. Alka leaned on the pedal backrest and stared at the pistol in the sky. Take a few days off first. Improve your strength. And find clues about that cult. Most of the things are done. Although there are still many things to do. But for them, there is a hurdle of strength. Now, there is a sudden feeling that it is difficult to move forward without reaching the fourth stage. At least they have to wait until Alka reaches the fourth stage before they can consider it. Even if they find clues related to the cult, they are unlikely to take action. Their main goal is to investigate and search. The final blow will also have to wait until their strength is up. From the previous chaos, it can be seen that this cult is not a good thing. They really have connections with those chaotic evil gods. And the members of the Nafas family, they have also been confirmed to be at the fourth stage of strength. But it is certain that the cult's main target is the Flower Fairy. Now Alka has brought her something that the Flower Fairy lacks. So the Flower Fairy's strength will definitely increase in the future. No, it should be called recovery. But the cult can't just give up like that. As long as they stay around the fragrant land, they will definitely find an opportunity. And they really don't have anything to do now. Then we can't stay here all the time. How about finding a fixed residence? After all, it seems that we have to stay here for a while. Hearing Xia Dai's proposal, Alka thought about it and nodded, as if that was the truth. It is not good to stay in the hotel all the time. And it is not very convenient, especially when they want to meditate. After thinking for a while, he asked, Then let's rent a house? Why not just find a place outside to build one? Jason thought for a while and said, The main reason is that the crystal dragon in the city is really inconvenient. A dragon flying in the sky really affects the lives of the residents here. And their group of people are too conspicuous in the city. Whether it is the crystal dragon, Pororo, or the doll girl. Especially after the chaos. They would attract most of the attention wherever they went. This was really too unfamiliar for them. Hearing Jason's proposal, several people nodded. Then let's discuss it after everyone comes back. It's not difficult for me to set up a camp outside. With the pocket ring and Simon's ability, it's not difficult for them to temporarily build a residence outside. And it's really convenient for them. Mainly because there are not too many people disturbing outside. And there are not too many eyes staring. Suddenly I miss the days when the dawn sound stopped at the port.